The world's global temperature plummets by 100 degrees Celsius and the Earth enters into an ice age era. Over a staggering 85% of the world's population die frozen. And after weeks of freezing, the world experiences a shutdown of all its infrastructure overnight. The protagonist of this story, Han Feng, is the only one able to sit at home with water and electricity, enjoying a glass of premium wine by the boiler. Neighbors in the homeowner housing complex residents chat group began to complain. In this extreme cold, people are sure to freeze to death. And even if they don't freeze, they'll starve. But Han Feng has stockpiled enough supplies to last him 10 lifetimes before the apocalypse arrived. And this was all possible because Han Feng died and had been reborn 17 days before the apocalypse. At this moment, a reporter on the news warns everyone to stay inside as the temperature continued to drop with no signs of stopping. But everyone shouldn't give up hope because the government hasn't forgotten about them. As long as they unite and stand together, they will overcome this crisis. This news was cut off mid-speech as a plane freezes in mid-air and crashes right into the unfortunate reporter, killing him instantly. And the entire ordeal was broadcast on any television still working. Meanwhile, inside a building stocked with rations and almost frozen foods, someone with silent footsteps was creeping around with a bloody iron bat. The person was the tenant of the apartment, Han Feng. Suddenly, a female voice calls his name from outside his apartment. So as Han Feng peeps through the hole in his door, he was surprised to see his school friend and crush, Lee Hyona, a young blonde baddie with a 38D melons and crazy curves that could render any man into having salacious thoughts. And her current victim was Han Feng. Hyona was shivering in the cold, tears in her eyes, knocking on Han Feng's door. Han Feng, blushing profusely, immediately opens his door. It's already deadly cold, so as Han Feng asks what Hyona was doing at his place, he also tells her to come inside, reminding her that it was dangerous and freezing outside. However, upon entering midway, Hyona suddenly grabbed the door and kissed Han Feng on the mouth. Han Feng was in a daze, and before he could understand what was going on, Hyona started playing with her tongue, then continued to suck Han Feng dry with her mouth. This continued for quite a few minutes. However, as soon as the deed was done, a bewildered Han Feng, wiping his drool from his mouth, questioned what's gotten into Hyona. She kissed him the second he opened the door. Hyona, with a seductive tone, whispered that she realized Han Feng was the only one she loved all along, and that act just now was the declaration of her love. You're the only one I'm supposed to be with. And as the saying goes, it takes a near-death experience like this crisis to see a person's true colors, to see who they really are. Someone who would be there for you no matter what. Hyona said this in a hopeful and seductive voice, rendering Han Feng speechless at those words. He couldn't believe his goddess was finally noticing him as more than just a loser. He was so shocked that he just stood there, frozen on the spot and not responding. Seeing this, Hyona gently grabbed Han Feng's hand and placed it on her 38D bouncy melons, then whispered in Han Feng's ear, telling him that if he didn't believe her, he should feel her heartbeat. Also, she continued that she was willing to do anything. And I mean anything that Han Feng wanted. Anything? This sudden revelation shook Han Feng's world. His heart was beating faster than his brain could comprehend what was happening. Is this really happening, or is it all a dream? As Han Feng was lost in his thoughts, Hyona decided to make the first move herself. So with her hand seductively placed on Han Feng's ass, her leg was also placed in between his legs as well. Hyona then started to slowly rub Han Feng's hot iron rod, over and over again. At that moment, Han Feng started to vibrate like an old tractor's engine. His heart felt like it was about to explode at any given second. He finally replied that Hyona had no idea how much her words meant to him. And as he tried to continue, Hyona gently grabbed his face, whispering and insisting he needn't say anything. She knows and understands his true feelings for her. And now, Han Feng knows hers as well. She requested Han Feng to close his eyes because she had a gift for him. As soon as Han Feng did, someone grabbed the door, and with all the might the person could muster, he smashed Han Feng's head. Blood splattered everywhere. And as blood continued to gush out from Han Feng's head, Hyona and her real boyfriend checked out the supplies Han Feng had in his apartment. Meanwhile, Han Feng, lying on the deadly cold floor, started to go numb. He was unable to move his arms, his entire body, and slowly his vision became blurry. He couldn't believe this was the gift Hyona was referring to. I mean, how the fuck is this a gift? And to make matters even worse, Hyona and her boyfriend decided to get all nasty right in front of him. This was the reward Hyona was going to receive for her Oscar-worthy performance earlier. Her boyfriend said. Han Feng couldn't believe what he was seeing. To him, they were like devils. Han Feng swore that if there was a next life, He will never be a bootlicker again. Then, suddenly, something strange happened. Through the darkness, Han Feng saw a flicker of light ahead of him, and somehow he was being pulled towards it. As he got closer, the light began to shine brighter and brighter. Han Feng felt its warmth too. He extended his hand, reaching for it. He thought it was the path which will lead him to heaven. However, as soon as Han Feng touched the light, it turned red, and suddenly, Han Feng's entire soul started to burn. Then, his soul started shredding into pieces, his screams echoing the silent abyss. And finally, after what felt like an eternity, Han Feng woke up, covered in sweat and completely exhausted. The first thing Han Feng saw and immediately felt was the warm sunlight coming through the window. Huh? Where am I? Han Feng was in a state of confusion as he continued to stare outside through his apartment window, and just like that, 30 minutes passed by like a bullet. Han Feng stood up, went to his balcony, and once again, he continued to bask in the warmth of the sun. He never thought in a million years that he would ever feel this warmth again. Han Feng had checked the date. It was June 28th, and based on his memory from his previous life, the apocalypse onset was on July 15th, 17 days from now. And although he was supposed to be dead, for some mysterious reason, he came back in time, just enough time before the apocalypse. This also meant he'd been reborn. His desperate wish was granted in his final moments. But enough about that, he thought. There was something strange happening with Han Feng's body, specifically his hand. Ever since he woke up, his right hand was continuously glowing red, and he had no clue what it was or how to make it stop. According to Han Feng, it also didn't hurt or anything. It just felt a little bit warm, and as it doesn't seem to do anything, Han Feng thought he was imagining things at the beginning. But then, in the middle of his thoughts, a heavy sneeze came out of him. When he opened his eyes, his red, glowing hand had changed to green. Huh? What's going on? In addition, the green glow became bigger and bigger, freaking the shit out of him. Wasn't it troublesome enough that his right hand started glowing red? But now it was green. Seriously, what the actual fuck is going on? Han Feng became frustrated and confused with the beams of light shooting out of his hand. He wondered how science could justify his glowing color-changing right hand. Soon after, the green glow shrunk in size, and it seemed like Han Feng could change the intensity of the green glow with his will, something he couldn't do with the red glow. But after a few minutes of failing to snuff out his glowing right hand, another serious issue came up. He immediately sat on his sofa as his legs gave out. Han Feng started feeling like all his energy was leaving his body. He felt completely drained. Wait, is this because of the green light? Growing more and more frustrated, Han Feng shook his hand violently, trying to stop it from glowing. Damn it! What the hell is this thing? But suddenly his eyes widened when a thought came to his mind. Hang on a sec. What if I got a superpower? You know, like a cheat skill in manhwas that the protagonist of the story always seems to get. Well, no shit, my friend. With this newfound theory, Han Feng grabbed a kitchen knife, thinking if he held a weapon, some reaction might happen. But nothing happened. Oh, come on. Seriously, but wait. Something did happen as his stomach started to growl, making him feel like he would pass out any moment if he didn't eat something. Feeling defeated, he went to his fridge, and as he opened it to find something to eat, he realized that the entire fridge was empty. This was bad. If I don't eat something soon, I'm gonna pass out and probably die out of hunger. But at that very moment, Han Feng noticed a jar full of roasted soybeans. He remembered that it was a leftover snacks he had from before the apocalypse. And although it wasn't exactly a full meal, he was desperate. I mean, what else could he do? He decided to eat it first, and then go to the supermarket later. Han Feng slowly grabbed a soybean and tossed it into his mouth immediately after. A loud boom happened a second after. It was the soybean which had exploded in Han Feng's face, making the area all seem like a scene from a comic book. As the smoke cleared, there was fresh soybean plant in Han Feng's mouth. Confused, he pulled the mysterious plant out of his mouth and noticed it was a fresh plant of a soybean. Also, he wasn't feeling tired or drained anymore. And the green light was gone too. Did it have something to do with the soybeans? Now Han Feng was really confused. He plucked one soybean from the plant in his hand, and upon opening it, he was utterly stunned to see fresh soybeans inside. Ah, so this is my power. What an incredible discovery. I need to study it some more, but right now I have bigger fish to fry. I need to stock up on supplies before the world ends. Outside, the weather was very moderate as birds were chirping non-stop, and the buzzing crowd was evident to see. Soon all this will be ancient history, Han Feng thought. He was in the crowd, thinking about everything that had transpired. Okay, so let me get this straight. First, there was a red glow around my hand. Then it turned green. Then the green glow shrinks and grows, making my heartbeat faster and feel super tired. Then, the soybean I touched with my glowing green hand became a bean sprouts. What kind of power is this? After his recount, Han Feng was still confused and growing frustrated again. In the middle of his thoughts, an angelic voice called his name from behind. So as Han Feng stopped and turned back, well, it was none other than Miss 38D Melons, Lee Hyona. She was wearing a beautiful dress and looking absolutely gorgeous. Once again, with a seductive voice, she said, "What a coincidence to meet like this. It's like the heavens are trying to bring us closer." Heavens? Yeah, right? Han Feng looked like he'd seen a ghost. After the incident, it seems Han Feng was now seeing her under a different lens. Lee Hyona, the goddess of his dreams for 3 long years. Han Feng had done everything to make her happy, even though he knew he was a loser, a fallback guy for her. But Han Feng never in a million years thought that this two-faced bitch would end up killing him. He was furious. His whole body was trembling with uncontrolled rage. Realizing this, Han Feng calms himself. Now's not the time for revenge. Not yet. After all, revenge is a dish best served cold. He needed to secure supplies first. In the middle of his thoughts, Hyona called Han Feng's name numerous times, but Han Feng was lost in his own world, thinking. Hyona, pretending to be worried, asked if Han Feng was okay. Why is he spacing out? Han Feng, with a nervous smile, politely explained that Hyona was looking beautiful today, so her beauty made him space out. This compliment made Hyona blush, but right after that, a knowing smile crept on her lips, making her quite smug and also revealing who she really was. She continued her angelic act with a weird, seductive voice, offering that they go do some shopping together now that they've run into each other. But Han Feng just straight up declines and left, saying he couldn't go today. Hyona was speechless at what just happened. She couldn't believe Han Feng would be on the path of a bootlicker counterattack. How could this bootlicker reject my offer? Meanwhile, Han Feng was proud of himself. He saw through Hyona's intention to use him as her personal ATM. After a while, Han Feng finally reached his desired destination, Waldemar, the city's Walmart, and also the largest and most well-stocked supermarket in the East region. When the Ice Age hit, this place was cleaned out overnight, and nobody found out who was responsible. Han Feng had decided to stock up as much as he could before the apocalypse. With the aid of the internet, Han Feng searched for a survival guide for the ice apocalypse. He found a list of things he needed, which included food, winter clothes, medicines, and all the other necessary supplies and steps. But right now, the biggest problem was that Han Feng didn't have the money to stock up on all the supplies on the list. And although he had the ability to grow food, what good is it if he didn't have the food to grow in the first place? He was once again frustrated. Han Feng started cursing with any vile thing he could think of. But suddenly, a familiar notification sound prompted him to check his phone. And when he did, he was startled. It was a message about a personal loan. Since Han Feng's credit score was great, he was eligible for a loan. Seeing this, a great idea immediately came to mind. Han Feng began to install every app that give personal loans. He smirked, knowing that there were plenty of ways to get a loan, and he wouldn't have to pay it back after the apocalypse, as money would be nothing but a useless piece of paper. Meanwhile, on the streets, a can was kicked by someone in a not-so-gentle way. The person was no other than Hyona. She was absolutely furious with his bootlicker. Hyona was still stuck up on the fact that a loser like Han Feng ignored her. Han Feng was just one of her many simps, so how dare he denies her? A pathetic loser who didn't even have his own car. Hyona swore she would never play nice with Han Feng again. But at that moment, a car horn startled her. So when she turned her head to the side, the car also stopped beside her. As the SUV's window lowered, Hyona was surprised to see Han Feng inside. He even waved at her. Dumbfounded, Hyona couldn't believe her eyes. She questioned if the SUV belongs to Han Feng. "Yeah, I just got it," Han Feng said with a smile. He then continued that his dad had been killing it in his business in the US, so he wired him some money a few hours ago. He also just dropped his dad off at the airport. Hyona was still processing all this. After realizing Han Feng was a great human wallet to have, Hyona's entire personality did a 180. She immediately got all emotional and sentimental, crying and apologizing, saying she was really sorry for asking Han Feng to go shopping with her that morning, when he was going to pick up his dad from the airport. Hyona then made a cute and sorrowful face as she wipes off her fake tears. She played the victim card, saying Han Feng was really cold towards her, that she thought maybe he was ditching her, his best friend. Silly girl. Han Feng's entire demeanor changed when he said this. He was more confident and seductive. He gently grabbed Hyona's waist, pulled her close, and while holding her chin delicately, he said, "Why would I ever ditch you, Hyona? You're the most important person in the world to me." Again, that mischievous, knowing smile crept on her lips once more, showing her true nature. Then, the Oscar-worthy performance was once more on display. Hyona pretended to be all shy, then cast her gaze on the ground and said that Han Feng was also very special to her. Hyona then proceeds to ask, why don't they go watch a movie and have dinner together at a high-end restaurant? Hyona lifts her head up and asks what Han Feng thought about her suggestion. However, to her surprise, Han Feng was already gone. Huh? Where did he go? The noise behind her made her turn back, and when she did, Han Feng was assembling all the supplies in the back of his SUV. He explained that he still had to carry all the stuff upstairs, so he can't today. He was obviously busy. Even though Hyona was furious hearing this, she politely asked, "Why did you buy so much stuff? What's inside the boxes?" Han Feng casually explains that they were nothing special, just some stuff he likes. That's all. Then, feigning excitement, Han Feng said he also got a special gift for Hyona, and once he's less busy, they will meet up. This made Hyona extremely happy, so as she turned to leave, she made mention that she was really looking forward to the gift. Hyona also said that she was heading home. Hearing this, Han Feng nonchalantly replied that she better do just that. With her back turned, Hyona reverted to her true self, pleased. She was quite satisfied with herself, thinking she'd nailed it and got a great wallet at her disposal. On the other hand, Han Feng stole a cold glance from behind him, thinking he couldn't let Hyona find out about his little stockpiling. It's his ticket to surviving the apocalypse, after all. Han Feng couldn't wait to turn Hyona's world into a living nightmare when the apocalypse hits. She and the guy that helped in killing him. Han Feng's expression turned sinister, like that of a grim reaper. He was actually starting to look forward to the apocalypse. The days rolled by and just like that, bam! July 15th, the day the apocalypse arrives. But before that there was heavy snow first. Then, the temperature eventually plummets to minus 20 degrees Celsius. Over the next month, the temperature will continue to drop gradually, reaching a new low of minus 70 degrees Celsius. By that time, the world will be encased in ice and snow, making it impossible to go outside. That's why Han Feng had to prepare before that very day. He needs to stock up on enough food supplies, but he couldn't let his neighbors suspect his sudden hoarding. So Han Feng had his packages sealed in hazardous boxes, and the sensitive supplies like medical supplies are moved by Han Feng at night when no one's around. So with those issues sorted, the next issue was electricity. After the apocalypse hits, the power grid will be extremely unstable. So Han Feng got a generator and enough fuel to keep it running for at least a year. Also, the heating system will stop when the apocalypse hit, so Han Feng modified his house for independent heating, and also reinforced his doors and windows while he was at it. He also dedicated an entire room for storing his supplies too. By the time he finished getting everything ready, it was already July 14th, and the beginning of the apocalypse was the very next day. Finally, it was time for the main event, and thus, discovering the mystery behind how his power works. Han Feng knew that to survive in the upcoming Ice Age apocalypse, relying solely on the supplies he'd accumulated won't be enough. He needed a long-term solution, and the key was to find out more about his power to manipulate plants. After all, it was his last hope. Han Feng had cooked the soybeans he grew and decided to eat them to check if they were edible. Staring nervously at his spoon full of cooked soybeans, Han Feng was hesitant, and rightfully so. He had no clue what to expect if he eats it, but Han Feng knew that if he didn't try, he would never know. And with his ability acting so random, it was difficult to figure out its triggers. So as he takes a deep breath, Han Feng took a bite, and to his surprise, it was edible. And not only that, it also tasted just like any normal soybean. In fact, it was extremely delicious that Han Feng finished half his plate before he even realized it. After the confirmation that he can now produce food, the next step Han Feng thought was to figure out how this ability of his actually worked. So far, he'd only tried it on soybeans. Han Feng opened his fridge, which was now fully stocked with all kinds of food. He decided to test if his ability also worked on other plants. Hours passed just like that, and before he even realized it, the sun had already set. Han Feng found it difficult to open his eyes, so when he eventually did, he questioned himself if he'd pass out. He was also holding a fresh vegetable in his hand. Han Feng's head was spinning, and he also felt extremely exhausted. Around him were various vegetables and black substances, like a pile of dirt, scattered around him. It seems this power takes a serious toll on his mind and body. So to replenish his lost energy, Han Feng decided to finish his plate. As he was eating, Han Feng was inwardly delighted about the progress he'd made so far. He had learned something new about his ability, so as he continues to stare at his right hand, he recollects his progress. Before Han Feng blacked out earlier, he tried using his power on a bunch of different plants. Some vegetables didn't react at all. Some grew from seeds to full-grown plants just like the soybean seeds. And some, well, they just exploded in Han Feng's face. But the weird aspect of it was, after the explosion, they turned into a coal-like substance that was extremely light. Seeing this made Han Feng try heating it. Then, voila! He found out that they could be used as regular coal, which made Han Feng extremely pleased with himself. This meant he wouldn't have to worry about a way of staying warm forever. Afterward, he tried many more times, but the success rate was extremely low. However, Han Feng started to notice a pattern. When he remained calm and focused, there was some reaction. So he tried to remain calm and focused when activating his ability. And to his surprise, a fresh broccoli grew instantly in his hand. This was when Han Feng passed out immediately after. Back to the present, Han Feng was contemplating. He couldn't find any significant patterns at all. But he knew deep within him, like a gut feeling, that there was definitely some kind of principle behind how his ability works. Having some understanding of the activating conditions, Han Feng placed the fresh broccoli on his table and sat in the lotus position trying to meditate. He imagined himself out in nature, standing naked, making his mind and body a part of nature. As Han Feng slowly opens his eyes, he was delighted to see that it was a success. It was as he suspected. His ability was directly connected to his consciousness. Han Feng didn't feel like his energy was being drained, and the green glow was a lot calmer and brighter. Then, he decided to use it on a fresh, juicy meat. Han Feng picked out a fresh, juicy meat with his glowing green hand, expecting it to grow, but there was no reaction. He tried meditating while holding it. Again, nothing happened. Then, he remembered when he was meditating he could sense two distinct colors, and he hadn't even tried using the red color yet. This prompted him to once again close his eyes and try to summon the red light. Several minutes passed by but nothing happened. Then, finally, after what seems like a while, the red light was activated and started covering the whole piece of meat. Han Feng opened his eyes moments after when he smelled something odd. Immediately upon opening his eyes, he got disgusted. The meat looked spoiled to the extent that just the smell was enough to make him want to puke. He threw the meat on the floor, but after a while, curiosity got the best of him as he came back to check what the meat had really turned into. Han Feng was a little disappointed. Upon close inspection, the meat actually looked like it's been cooked or close to being rotten or something. Seeing this, Han Feng thought to himself, is this all the red light could do? Heat things up like this? No, there has to be more. The meat looked like it had gone through a disintegration process. The word disintegration sparked an idea in Han Feng's head, so he immediately grabbed some soybeans in his right hand, then activated his green light, and in his left hand, he held the meat covered in red light. Han Feng thought if his guess is correct, then the green light represented the evolution of matter, and the red light represented the opposite, which was disintegration. So what if he combined them? As soon as he did, Han Feng exclaimed in surprise. His eyes bulged out like they were about to fall off. The small, low-quality meat grew almost 5 times its size and turned into a premium-looking meat. Dumbfounded, Han Feng was confused about what just happened. He had casually merged both light, not knowing the result would be like this. Also, the soybean in his left hand was gone. Did it merge with the meat? Han Feng checked the meat up close, smelling and tasting it also. But the meat looked, felt, and smelled exactly like a real meat, and was even somehow fresher, like a premium meat. Beaming with excitement, Han Feng decided to try this one more time, but ended up ruining all the meat, which made him beat the floor over and over again in frustration. Having enough, Han Feng thought he will just have to figure it out later. He stared at his glowing hands and thought his day was really productive as he figured out a bit about his abilities. He knew that if he mastered his power, he could become the only man standing at the pinnacle of the eminent apocalyptic world. But just as he was daydreaming, another thought came to mind that froze him on the spot. Han Feng had forgot about weapons. Han Feng immediately packed all the food back into a box. But in the middle of his packing, it started to snow outside. It is here, Han Feng thought. It was finally happening. The apocalypse had started. It was really happening. After that, Han Feng, wearing warm clothes, was walking on the streets, deep in thoughts. In just a few hours, the entire streets were being covered with snow. Han Feng knew the temperature will drop to below 45 within the week. Everyone around him were enjoying the snow, not knowing how disastrous it would become later on. However, Han Feng wasn't bothered about such matter. He needed a gun, And although buying a gun was illegal, Han Feng couldn't even buy one if he tried. He didn't exactly have any connections to get one. Just then, a sharp voice pierced Han Feng's ears. The source of the voice belonged to a young man with an exaggerated fashion style, acting all high and mighty, with no actual work to do. He is always roaming the streets, aimlessly. Everyone knew him as Homeless Joe. But his real name is Li Zi, and the people around him calls him Brother Li. Li Zi lives in the same neighborhood as Han Feng. Li Zi is reputed to be in charge of big construction projects and seems to know everyone around, but the truth is, he doesn't have a proper job. Also, he always claims and acts like he's busy. The only thing he has is some connections with some big shots and even gangsters, and that's the only reason Han Feng thought of him. He was the only man Han Feng knew of who could get guns for him. So with a nervous look, Han Feng called his name, waving as he did so. But when Li Zi turned his head to take a look at Han Feng, his face was filled with annoyance, like he's been interrupted in a huge business meeting. He asked if he knew Han Feng. Han Feng explained that they met a while ago and live in the same neighborhood. Li Zi, acting bored, said he was pretty busy, so Han Feng shouldn't blame him for his bad memory. Anyway, what can I do for you? Then Han Feng immediately looked from side to side, and after confirming that there was no one around, Han Feng came close to Li Zi and whispered in his ear, asking if he's ever dealt with guns. This shocked Li Zi greatly, so he asked why Han Feng needed a gun. Han Feng remained silent for a while, feeling guilty. Seeing Han Feng's silence, Li Zi assumed Han Feng was going to do something illegal with it, so he warned him not to try any funny business. Guns were dangerous, and although he's got connections, he's not going to help Han Feng get entangled with anything dangerous. But Han Feng, on the spot, came up with an excuse. He explains it wasn't what Li Zi was thinking. He only wants it for self-defense. A flashback shows a day not long ago, while Han Feng was riding his bike to work. He ran into an old man who was spitting everywhere, so he spat right on Han Feng's face. Han Feng confronted the old man, insisting he apologize, but the man spat on his face again. This made Han Feng furious, so he gave him a good beating. As the old man left, he said he'd get back at Han Feng. And sure enough, the very next day, the same old man came up with his gang and fucked Han Feng up. Still, to this day, whenever they see Han Feng, a good beating soon followed. Han Feng's life became a living hell. He'd never been so humiliated, so that's why he needed the gun for self-defense. Seeing Li Zi becoming all worked up and angry surprised Han Feng. He didn't expect this cliché story to work, let alone to this degree. Li Zi grabbed Han Feng by the shoulder and told him to say no more. From this moment onwards, his big brother Li got him covered. Li Zi proceeds to tell Han Feng that he would make sure to fulfill his request. Now, Han Feng needs to follow him to the bus stop to hop on one. Li Zi told Han Feng his Mercedes was in service, so they need to make do with the bus service. Han Feng expected this, so he wasn't surprised. Although Li Zi was a big talker and liked to bluff, he's not a bad person. So Han Feng took out the keys to his SUV, telling Li Zi not to worry about it. He had a car. Seeing this, Li Zi couldn't help but be surprised. Soon after, the two were in the SUV, and as Han Feng was driving, Li Zi was really impressed. He didn't think Han Feng was a rich kid. Then, Li Zi took out his phone and started taking and posting pictures on social media, boasting about driving his new car. Finally, after a while, they reached their destination. And from the looks of it, people on the streets were already feeling the cold. They made some fire to warm themselves. As soon as Li Zi got out of the SUV, everyone around came close to him. They were surprised and shocked, asking what business he had doing there. Also, what's with this SUV? How much was it? Hearing this, Li Zi casually said it wasn't something much, just 700 grand, give or take. Meanwhile, Han Feng was speechless hearing this. He thought that it was bold for Li Zi to tell everyone that he owned a car right in front of the actual owner. As they went inside, the boss, who was leisurely sitting on his sofa, asked Li Zi what he was doing at his place at a time like this. Li Zi was a little nervous, so first he offered Boss Lu some cigarette, then introduced Han Feng, saying he wanted to buy a gun. Hearing this, the Boss Lu took a quick look at Han Feng, which sent chills down his spine. That's it. A lousy gun. I thought you were bringing me something interesting, Boss Lu said with a smirk. He then tells one of his men, Xiangzi, to give Han Feng a handgun. The price was 6 grand. Hearing Boss Lu made mention of a handgun, Han Feng, still nervous, asked if he could get something a little longer. You know, like the one with a scope. Hearing this, Boss Lu took a moment to stare at Han Feng, who began to sweat bullets. Then, a loud roar echoed the entire room. Kid, are you asking for a freaking sniper rifle? Do you think this is a fucking shopping mall where you can order anything you want? Just this freaking short one, you say. Take it or leave it. Li Zi, seeing the boss so worked up, immediately came to his side and started telling Han Feng's sad and tragic story. It was something about Han Feng having an ex-wife with 3 kids that wasn't his. After hearing the entire story a while later on, Boss Lu immediately got furious, slamming his hand on his desk. He was furious about how a wife could be so disgusting, having 3 kids that belongs to another man other than your husband. At this point, Han Feng started to see the similarity. Suddenly, Boss Lu had a change of mind. He told Han Feng that he would make sure to get him a sniper rifle. Han Feng, on the other hand, couldn't believe how such obvious fake stories convinced both of them. Hearing this, Han Feng thanked Boss Lu. Boss Lu told Xiangzi to see if he could get a semi-automatic rifle for Han Feng. He also gave Han Feng a loaded handgun as a gift. Seeing this act of kindness surprised Han Feng greatly. He was a little taken aback of how generous Boss Lu was. Still nervous, Han Feng made mention that a friend of his was working for the government, and he told him that due to the abnormal weather, there was going to be a shortage of food and other supplies, so it was better to stockpile when it was available in advance. Boss Lu was skeptical about it, but seeing the serious look on Han Feng's face made him consider it. He told Han Feng he got it. He then tells them to get lost. Just seeing Li Zi's face annoyed him greatly. Outside, Han Feng and Li Zi were walking. Li Zi started his bragging session, saying he handled the situation beautifully. If it wasn't for him, Han Feng would have been done for. Also, Boss Lu was in a good mood, so he could have even asked him for a cannon and he'd probably had said yes. Han Feng thanked Li Zi, and as a token of his gratitude, he promised to grab Li Zi some cigarettes on the way. Hearing this, Li Zi, being his usual self, told Han Feng not to be silly. He didn't want cigarettes, he just liked helping people, but if Han Feng really insisted, then he wanted Huazi, as other brands made him choke. Although the price of the cigar was high once he got paid for his project, he would definitely pay Han Feng back and even take him to a sauna. Han Feng immediately tuned him out when he started his usual bragging session. Han Feng was lost in his own thoughts. Now supplies and weapons were all in check. He was all set for the early stages of the apocalypse, at least. All that's left was to study his ability. Han Feng knew that if he could fully master his ability, his chances of survival would skyrocket. But at that moment, Han Feng's foot slipped on the icy snow. Then, he did a mid-backward flip as his shoe was sent flying. Han Feng fell on the floor, groaning in pain, holding his foot. He felt like his foot was broken. So, trembling in pain, Han Feng gave the keys of his SUV to Li Zi, asking him to take him to the hospital. Li Zi replied nervously that he didn't have a driving license and can't drive without one. So with great effort, Li Zi lifts Han Feng onto his shoulder. He looked like he had eaten a bowl of raw pepper and would pass out any moment. And Han Feng, well, he was speechless with his current situation. He told Li Zi to just get a taxi. Meanwhile, the snowstorm was getting heavier and worsening by the minute. It was seriously freezing outside. The entire hospital's outer walls were frozen. Inside, a nurse on night shift was observing the worsening weather with concern. Just then, the phone rang and the nurse stood up to pick up. And from the looks of it, her figure was in direct competition with Li Hiona's. She was immediately called to the hall as there was an emergency. On the other hand, Han Feng had gotten an X-ray scan, and it was as he feared. His leg was indeed broken. Upon close examination, the physician diagnosed that, according to his scan, there was a stable fracture on Han Feng's right tibia. The physician then continued that he was going to set it so Han Feng shouldn't worry. However, Han Feng needed to stay for an hour for observation. And after that, he can grab his meds and leave. At the waiting hall, Han Feng, staring at the X-ray scan, couldn't wrap his head around the timing of his accident. He thought of all times that the accident could have occurred. It had to happen just before the apocalypse hit. Just then, Li Zi called him saying he had to go. He's got a few deals he had to close. But if Han Feng needs anything, he's a phone call away. Hearing this, Han Feng just gave him a thumbs up, telling him to take care. Sighing heavily, Han Feng then took a good look around and noticed that the hospital was quite busy tonight. The city hospital was overflowing with patients, victims of accidents caused by the sudden blizzard and plummeting temperatures. The emergency beds were lined up in the hallway, a grim testament to the worsening conditions outside. Looking from left to right and right to left, Han Feng wondered how long it would be till he gets his meds. But at that moment, a pair of bouncing melons immediately caught his attention. Unable to look away, Han Feng continued to stare at them like a creep. These extraordinary pair of beauties belonged to Nurse Jean, a head nurse of the hospital, who happens to be checking a patient who had several severe wounds. After checking that his vitals were stable, she told the attending nurse to administer another dose of glucose in 10 minutes. Also, if the patient's heart drops below 80, administer an epinephrine. On the other end of the hall, Han Feng was observing the head nurse with an evident blush. He thought she was amazing. To become a head nurse at such a young age was indeed an amazing feat, and not only that, Nurse Zhan was incredibly skilled, kind to every patient, and doesn't seem to have a chip on her shoulder. But the most important and obvious thing to notice about her was that she was drop-dead gorgeous. A pretty face and a well-defined good body. It seems she got everything going for her. However, she was also way too clueless about her charm and surroundings. Her behavior exposes herself often, and the disturbing part was that she wasn't self-conscious about it. Like at all. And Han Feng noticed that about her right away. But he seems not to be the only one. An old man sitting beside him called her over, claiming it was an emergency. Hearing this, Nurse Zhan was polite and rushed over. She apologized to the old man for any inconvenience. They were a bit short-staffed at the moment. Anyway, can I come a bit later to help you? She asked. But the old man replied that his back suddenly started hurting. And it's been getting worse lately. Unbeknownst to Nurse Zhan, the old man took out his phone and started recording her from underneath her uniform. He asked Nurse Zhan if she could take a look and find out what's causing it. But the clueless head nurse apologized again, saying they'll need to get an X-ray to be sure of the cause. Just like all perverts, the old geezer insisted the nurse took a look anyway. He reached out his hand and forcefully grabbed the waist of the head nurse. Nurse Zhan was ticklish and uncomfortable with the old man's behavior, so she told the old pervert to wait for the resident physician to examine him. Hearing this boldened the old geezer's actions, so he slowly lowered his hands down Nurse Zhan's ass, intending to give it a squeeze. But at that precise moment, something flew towards his way. Then, bam! Seconds later, the old pervert was seen on the floor, groaning in pain. Seeing this, Nurse Zhan asked the old geezer if he was okay. But Han Feng appeared at the scene, apologizing for hitting the old man with his crutches. He claimed it was his first time using them. Han Feng then bends down and took the old man's phone, claiming he was checking whether it was broken. This immediately alarmed the old man, who told Han Feng not to touch his phone. But it was too late. Han Feng was already checking the content displayed on the screen. His expression became dark as his entire presence was dim with an ominous aura. He didn't even notice that the bandages on his leg had loosened and fallen off. Everything was just as he suspected. This fucking old geezer got some nerve, filming up a nurse's skirt and even molesting her in public. Han Feng showed the old man the video and asked for a good reason why he shouldn't call security, and have them escort the old man to a police station where they love perverts like him. Han Feng told the old man to scram, and he shouldn't dream of getting his phone back. Also, the next time Han Feng sees his creepy face, everything he did was going straight to the internet. Hearing all this, the old man could do nothing but grit his teeth in frustration. Then, he quickly made a mad dash for the exit, running as fast as his old legs could carry him. Seeing this made Nurse Zhan shout for the old man to wait. She was confused about the old man's sudden display of energy. Didn't he say his back hurt? How can he ran off so quickly? Hearing this, Han Feng was utterly speechless, his mouth wide open highlighting what he was witnessing. He couldn't believe it. There couldn't be people this naive in the world, could it? Han Feng showed Nurse Zhan the evidence for the old man's sudden actions. Nurse Zhan was genuinely shocked. She wondered how she didn't notice anything. Han Feng gave Nurse Zhan the phone, telling her to decide whether she wants to wipe the evidence or call the cops, whichever makes her feel better. However, she should be more careful from this day forth so perverts like the old geezer don't take advantage of her. Hearing this, Nurse Zhan gave her usual radiant smile, thanking Han Feng. Also, she'd been meaning to ask Han Feng about the issue with his leg. Isn't your ankle injured? The way the question was asked sent a chill down Han Feng's spine. And as he remembered he had a broken leg, all the pain that was masked by his urge to protect Nurse Zhan came flooding in like a broken pipe. Seconds after, Han Feng's screams could be heard across the hall. Nurse Zhan had expertly rebandaged Han Feng's leg. And still with that radiant smile, she asked Han Feng if it still hurt. No, not at all. Han Feng thanked her. So with vigor, Nurse Zhan assured Han Feng that she'll never let such bad people get away with such behavior anymore. Hearing this, Han Feng just tells her to be more aware of her surroundings and she will be fine. And to put it to a check, he lifted his injured leg to have a feel of those divine melons. And to his horror, Nurse Zhan was not aware at all. Not even a little bit. I mean, didn't she just say she will be more attuned to her surroundings? But at that moment, another nurse called for her. Nurse Zhan was needed elsewhere, so as she got up to leave, she reminded Han Feng not to forget to come back in a week's time to get his ankle checked. A week's time, huh? I guess I won't be seeing her again. Han Feng thought of this as he got up, grabbed his crutches and left the hospital scene. The very next day, the snowstorm got even worse than before. It was becoming more and more difficult to even take a walk outside. Every channel was interrupted with an urgent news. It was announced that all regions in the country was experiencing the same icy weather, and other countries worldwide was no different. However, experts and specialists from 46 other countries have all gathered at UN to discuss the weather's anomaly. But one thing was certain, according to their experts, the snowstorm won't last long. So everyone should follow the guidelines issued by the government and refrain from hoarding supplies and spreading rumors. However, Han Feng, enjoying a glass of premium wine in his apartment while listening to the government's bullshit, thought it was typical for them to do so to keep their citizens from panicking. If Han Feng hadn't been reborn, he would have also believed in the pile of shit they were spouting. Anyway, he was prepared this time around. His supplies were fully stocked, and his house was reinforced to withstand almost any form of break-in and has its own heating system. He needn't worry about his survival for a long while. At that moment, a ding sound brought Han Feng from his reverie, and as he checked his chat group for the housing complex residents of his building, almost everyone was delighted with the current situation the world was facing. They were glad to be lazing around without going to school or work. However, one message got Han Feng's attention. Someone with the chat name of Mysterious Person had announced that the Ice Age apocalypse was about to begin. Han Feng, with a surprised look, questioned himself how the person knew about the apocalypse. It looks like Han Feng needs to be mindful of this mysterious person. Reading through the comments, the property management team was under constant pressure from the tenants to go shovel the snow outside. And although it was minus 20 degrees outside, the tenants didn't care and wanted to take their cars to the supermarket to get supplies. Inside a 3D version of the group chat, there was uproar. Everyone was arguing about procuring supplies since they didn't know when the weather will revert to normal. The tenants are protesting for the property managers to show themselves. They demanded an explanation as to why they haven't shoveled the snow outside the apartment complex. Seeing the angry mob, the management team apologized, saying there wasn't anything they could really do in this snowstorm. However, the tenants still didn't care. What's the point of paying them if they couldn't handle such a small matter? If the property managers couldn't help them, then they demanded a refund on the fees that they had been paying them until now. Among the crowd was Han Feng, who scoffs at the absurdity of the situation. He knows that this crisis was beyond the control of humans, so the current argument was completely meaningless. One of the residents steps up and tries to calm everyone down. He states that the snowstorm was so heavy that even if the property managers try to clear the snow by themselves, it will just be covered again in a few hours. He then suggests that they all work together to clear the snow. If they had done that instead of fighting, they would have been able to go out long ago. After all, the property managers were humans just like everyone present. There was really nothing they could do in this kind of disaster. He then questions if everyone was just taking their frustration out on them. Hearing this, some of the residents question why they were the ones being lectured. Why was the person speaking on behalf of the property management team? Was he the owner? They have been paying the property managers for such situations like this, so why should they waste their energy helping? However, Glasses Man replied that he wasn't speaking on behalf of the property management team. He was speaking objectively and realistically. Besides, driving a car to the supermarket was impossible. And even if they do manage to clear the roads in their neighborhood, who could guarantee that the roads outside were also cleared? Hearing this, the angry tenants asked Glasses Man what they should do then. Upon hearing this, Glasses Man was delighted. So he proceeds to suggest that they walk to the supermarket. If everyone present agrees, he will personally go outside with the property management team to clear a footpath for everyone. It was in that moment that Han Feng seemed to have some recollection of Glasses Man. His name was Zhang, and if Han Feng remembers correctly, in his previous life, Zhang was a very lively person, and that's it. That's all he remembers. Seriously. But at that moment, another user cuts in, saying the matter at hand wasn't complicated, so why was everyone making it such a drag? Those who want to go outside should just clear the roads, and the ones who aren't should just shut their bitch ass up. Fighting for half a day just to clear some snow was very annoying. His disinterested attitude on the matter was evident to see, so he immediately logged out as quickly as he logged in, leaving everyone speechless. As brief silence ensues, another user commented that he will also head outside to help. He wants the roads cleared quickly because he needed to help his good brother down the streets to discuss business worth millions. Han Feng immediately knew who the person was. After all, there was only one person who spoke in such a manner. Li Zi. Following Li Zi's volunteering service was a few others who also agreed to go shovel snow outside. Just as the discussion was nearing its end, another user stole the spotlight. Raising her hand as well, she also wanted to shovel snow outside, but added she might be physically weak compared to everyone. Also, she had had a flu for the past 2 days, but brother Zhang had set an example, so she was willing to help however she can. Han Feng, knowing firsthand the cunningness of the user, wondered if she really intended on going in the first place. Hearing that Hyona was willing to go do shoveling, all of her simps hopped in as well, saying that they are willing to cooperate. They were so many abled men, so how can they let their goddess shovel snow? She should just stay home, rest well, and recuperate. Hyona thanked everyone for their concern. Since they were insisting, she will have to trouble everyone and do what she had been told. Han Feng logged off, irritated by the bitch's acting. He can't help but admit that Hyona is really good at catching people's heart. Even he was a victim of her act once upon a time. And speaking of the devil, Li Hyona messaged Han Feng at that moment, asking what he has been up to lately. She also made mention that Han Feng promised her that he would contact her, so she's been waiting. Hyona then asks Han Feng a favor to go get her some supplies, then proceeds to send him a seductive selfie, wearing too little, despite the cold. Han Feng noticed this. After all, it was Hyona's usual tactics to get her bootlickers to do her bidding. Han Feng contemplated on how to reply her, and from the looks of it, Han Feng's reply made Hyona's poor phone face her wrath. She was really pissed with Han Feng's sudden path of a bootlicker counterattacks. On the 3rd day since it started snowing, the temperature was minus 20 degrees. In the early stages of the apocalypse, everyone still had the central heating system running, and the internet was still up and running, so everyone was living their lives as usual. Meanwhile, Han Feng was bored. Just on the 2nd day, and he was already bored to death. He had been scrolling through numerous videos for 3 days. It seems Han Feng's biggest problem during this apocalypse was to learn how to endure loneliness. And his broken leg wasn't helping either. It needed at least a month to make a full recovery. Not having better things to do, he decided to continue scrolling through random videos where he came across some news about the power of self-recovery. In the video, the doctors sewed up the wounds of a patient who jumped off from the 15th floor of a building. After sewing, they discovered that the patient's damaged internal organs and bones had started to regenerate. This miraculous news gave Han Feng an idea. He remembered that he had an ability that promotes growth. "Why didn't I think of this earlier?" he said. Han Feng activated his green light, reached out and placed his hand on his broken leg, wondering if there will be some kind of effect. He poured everything he got into this little experiment. And as the green light dissipates, Han Feng waited for any signs of effect. But nothing, absolutely nothing occurred. Seeing this, he laid comfortably on his sofa feeling a bit disappointed. He thought that the green light would be able to help him recover his injury faster. Suddenly, drowsiness hits him, hard, and after a single yawn, Han Feng was out cold. In his sea of consciousness, he dreams. He was wearing some tribal outfit while riding a mountain goat. And from what it seems, he was also traveling with these herd of goats. Among the herd, there were some that even flew. Han Feng continued to ride the wild goat like a madman, and even smacked its ass with a whip. Then, yelling and laughing as the goat sped up. Behind him was the herd as they also picked up the pace directly on the ground and in the air. So as the smacking continued, the goat Han Feng was riding was clearly displeased. And in the next moment, it tossed Han Feng off, sending him flying and crashing to the ground with a bam and a crackling sound. On the ground, he had hit his ankle and was now in severe pain. Han Feng felt like his ankle was broken, and as he groans and shakes uncontrollably in pain, unable to move, the goat slowly came to Han Feng's side upon seeing him in pain, and started licking his wounded ankle. Although Han Feng felt disgusted with the goat's actions, he patted the goat's head anyway as a form of a thank you. But this, however, once again, annoyed the goat. Its irritation clearly evident on its face as it stares at Han Feng with an annoyed look. It then extended its tongue several meters long and wrapped it around Han Feng's leg. And as it raised the injured leg in the air, spreading Han Feng's legs wide open in the process, Han Feng screamed in shock. Seconds later, the wrapped tongue of the goat started to glow green, and as its saliva dripped all around Han Feng's leg, he began to feel a familiar sensation. Then, a loud scream echoed the entire apartment as Han Feng woke up from his hideous dream. Breathing heavily, Han Feng was also covered in sweat like he'd ran a marathon. He thought to himself, what was with this weird-ass messy dream? And why the hell was I hanging around with goats of all things? Also, what was it planning to do to me? At that moment, Han Feng's eyes widened as he felt the familiar sensation again. The same sensation he experienced at the end of his dream. And as his attention shifted toward his broken ankle, he saw that his leg was covered in the green flame. Still in shock, Han Feng slowly, little by little, removed his bandages. And when he was done, he couldn't believe what he was seeing and feeling. His leg didn't hurt anymore, not even a little bit. It had completely healed in just a few hours. So, with this groundbreaking discovery, Han Feng, beaming with curiosity, pondered if the green light actually helped with his self-recovery while he was asleep. Deciding to test it out some more, Han Feng grabbed a kitchen knife, and as he stares nervously at his finger, he began to tremble uncontrollably in fear. But he also knew that, in order to survive in this apocalypse, he needed to find out more about his ability ASAP. So taking a deep breath, Han Feng brought the kitchen knife close to his finger. Then, closing his eyes in a half-assed manner, he made a small cut on his finger. Blood immediately started to ooze out in an uncontrolled manner. However, in the next moment, the green light summoned by Han Feng engulfed his entire hand. Then, soon after, a smirk crept on Han Feng's lips. And from this scene, it seems Han Feng's initial speculations were correct. And although he hadn't fully understood his ability, this was a correct step in the right direction. Meanwhile, outside the apartment complex, some of the residents were shoveling the snow, while others also tried removing a massive broken tree that used to be in front of the apartment building. Here, the face of Glasses Man, Zhang, was finally revealed. Similar to his 3D animated version, Zhang Shueo had his usual bright smile, and he seems to be a young man, right about Han Feng's age as well. Zhang, who had calmed the situation earlier in the 3D animated chat room, thanked everyone for their hard work. He also apologized in a polite manner to an old man named Lu Guangyao, but everyone knows him as Uncle Lu. Glasses Man told Uncle Lu that despite his old age, he came out to work in this heavy snow. Hearing this, Uncle Lu just casually laughed it off, saying he didn't do much. He pointed at the two young men beside him, the Zhan brothers, and continued that they did pretty much all the work. The Zhan brothers, Jin Qinwen and Jin Qinwu, who were shivering in the cold, smiled in a confident and shy manner respectively. They also laughed off the praise, saying it was their duty to help the elderly in these hard times. At this point, it seems pretty obvious that they were twins. Just then, a loud bam sounded, startling the two. So as they turned to the side, they noticed that someone in a pink dress had slipped and fallen. The Zhan brothers came to her aid. The confident brother of the two, Jin Qinwen, extended his hand, asking if the girl in question was all right. He proceeded to advise her to be careful since the ground was all frozen and very slippery. The girl took his hand, and as we got a closer look, it was none other than head nurse Jean of the city's hospital. She was wearing a hot pink coat with a matching earmuffs. So, with a polite tone and a warm smile, she thanked the Zhan brothers for their help and advice. Jin Qinwen replied that they were going to clear the main path first, so if Nurse Jean needed any help, she could call them and they would come running. Nurse Jean, known by everyone by the name Jin Jian, thanked them again, replying that she could handle the rest by herself. On the other hand, Glasses Man was still chatting with Uncle Lu. He said the snow was gradually getting heavier, so they would have to be quick when purchasing supplies later. Hearing this, Uncle Lu agreed. Uncle Lu, while smoking his cigarette with a serious expression, whispered that their discussion had reminded him of something. Seeing his serious look, Zhang asked what it might be, and Uncle Lu, whose expression now was that of a nervous person, just casually said it was nothing significant. He proceeded to say that he had heard for the past few days, an owner in their neighborhood had been bringing supplies on a small truck like he was moving houses, and that was a little suspicious to him. Glasses Man laughingly questioned Uncle Lu. Isn't that a common sight? Perhaps that person was just moving into their apartment complex or renovating his apartment. Hearing this, Uncle Lu said nothing for a brief moment. Then, while holding his cap, his face again became serious. He whispered that he saw gas tanks and a fireplace furnace being imported in the building. And according to him, it didn't seem normal for someone who was moving in, especially during that period, when the weather then was a stark contrast to the weather now, right? After taking a long drag, the old man said it was as if the person was preparing for winter, as if the person knew what was coming. At that precise moment, their intense discussion was interrupted by the Zhan brothers, who told Zhang and Uncle Lu that they had cleared the main path, and perhaps they should start moving out now. Uncle Lu thanked them for their hard work. However, at that moment, a creepy, scary-looking guy grabbed the brothers' shoulders, startling them. He made mention that everyone had gathered around and were talking about making preparations to get through the winter. It sounded interesting and he wanted in on it too. But before he could continue, a thick snowball hit him, hard, in the back of the head. The snowball was thrown by a woman named Lu Yen. She shouted at the guy, Wu Kuanyan, to stop slacking and come over to continue working. Hearing this annoyed Wu Kuanyan, who started to yell, complaining that he did all the work alone, while Lu Yen just watched from the sidelines and gave commands like she was a supervisor. Lu Yan raised her hand towards Wu Kuanyan's pointed finger and told him not to point his finger at someone while talking. It signified that someone had bad manners. And it seems the two were a couple and their arguments were a regular occurrence. Seeing this, the Zhan brothers silently slipped away from the chaos. Glasses Man, with his usual demeanor, told them to stop quarreling. The main path was cleared and they needed to hurry up to get supplies. Hearing this, head nurse Zhan shouted for everyone to get ready to head out to the supermarket to buy some supplies. The twin brothers also wanted to buy supplies for themselves and for their parents also. But Uncle Lu, with a casual smile, once again, asked Glasses Man what his thoughts were on the matter. Does he think that person knew about this ice storm and stocked up in advance? Glasses Man said nothing and continued to stare at his phone with a serious expression. And after what seems like forever, he laughingly replied that he wasn't overly concerned about it. It was a brief snowstorm after all, and would pass in a few days. When it does, everyone's lives and everything would soon return to normal. As of now, he believes what Uncle Lu said wasn't related to the current weather. Maintaining his bright smile, Jiang pushed up his glasses and continued that, even if they were to assume the snowstorm doesn't stop and would only worsen over time, and if someone in their neighborhood possessed a huge amount of resources, wasn't that a good thing? Uncle Lu, scratching the back of his head, started to laugh when he heard this. I suppose you're right. It's true that the young ones indeed use their brains more, he replied. After a while, the snowstorm seemed to have gotten a little bit worse. So everyone, including Glasses Man, had their umbrellas up. Glasses Man then told everyone to queue up and ready themselves to move out. They shouldn't push anyone. The snowstorm was getting heavier and heavier, and they needed to try to hurry back in 3 hours when they've gotten the supplies. Soon, they all marched together toward the supermarket under the heavy snow. Meanwhile, an apartment from the lot had its lights on, and it seems that this apartment was not facing challenges as the rest were. Inside this apartment was Han Feng, who was passed out, drooling and covered in sweat. His situation was a direct opposite of what was happening outside his apartment. As Han Feng began to twist and turn on his sofa, someone started calling out to him, knocking on his door. Han Feng woke up, still half asleep, and as he wipes his drool, he opened the door. Han Feng apologized, saying he was asleep, hence why it took a while to open the door. At the door was none other than Li Zi. Li Zi had a smirking smile on his face, smoking a lit cigarette. He told Han Feng that he brought the item he wanted, a semi-automatic rifle. And just like that, Han Feng's drowsiness vanished immediately. Han Feng thanked Li Zi with a polite smile, but Li Zi replied that Han Feng shouldn't mention it. After all, Han Feng was the reason why Brother Lu was able to properly secure supplies in advance before the situation had gotten this bad. Hearing this, Han Feng just chuckled. Brother Li, you're too kind, he said. I only did that because Brother Lu was kind and generous. And this semi-automatic rifle is all thanks to him. Suddenly, Li Zi's demeanor shifted as he sighed deeply. Han Feng noticed this instantly and asked what was wrong, his voice laced with evident concern. Hearing the question, Li Zi asked Han Feng if he'd heard of the supermarket in the East District. Of course I have. Well, when we went there in the snowstorm today to buy some stuff, the supermarket was completely emptied by someone last night. What? Emptied out an entire supermarket in one night? Shock washed over Han Feng as he shouted in disbelief. However, inwardly, he already knew this was destined to happen, exactly like it did in his previous life or similar to it. In his previous life, he heard the exact same thing and had his speculations, but with Li Zi's confirmation, this news was serious and shouldn't be taken lightly. So, as they parted ways, Li Zi casually told Han Feng that he was heading back to his apartment. However, Han Feng shouldn't forget to wear more clothes to stay warm. Of course, Brother Li, thanks for the advice, Han Feng replied, still lost in thought. Back inside the apartment, Han Feng shuts the door, not forgetting to lock it as well. Still in thoughts, Han Feng wondered who could be capable of secretly emptying out an entire supermarket overnight. How did they do it? He continued to ponder, trying to piece together the mystery. But the only thing that comes to mind were the comics and novels that he used to read back in the day. The ones about superhumans who could store things into another dimension and had the power to manipulate space. Han Feng had a gut feeling that it was more than just a regular theft. Could there really be someone with spatial abilities? Han Feng wondered silently, just thinking about the possibility that there might be more humans other than him with superpowers really unsettled the shit out of him. So as Han Feng clenched his fist, glowing with green aura, he admitted to himself with determination. He needed to do more research on his ability. If there were really people like him out there, he needed to have some countermeasures as insurance at the very least. Han Feng thought of this as he sat on his sofa, reading through a book, his serious expression never leaving his face. Han Feng was resolved. With his current understanding, he needed to run more tests. Han Feng understands that his ability affects all kinds of food supplies, which increase their quantity or size. He needed a plan, a strategy. The pages of his book were filled with notes, sketches, and observations on different food items. Han Feng reflected, looking at the drawings of soybeans, broccoli, wheat, and even a slab of meat. His ability was undoubtedly unique, but the success rate was very low and mastering it was proving to be a challenge. On average, the soybeans' success rate in attempts were about 1/10. And when it comes to meat, on the other hand, well, Han Feng hadn't had any success in that aspect since his first try. Han Feng reached for a soybean and readied himself to test his power once more. And as his hand began to glow with a green light, he couldn't help but wonder why his exact situation was happening. Han Feng waited nervously as the soybean in his hand started to react when the green light continued to swirl around it. Then, seconds later, a volatile reaction occurred, ending in a burst of green energy. Han Feng, once again, failed. He was left holding a lump of the black hole substance from earlier. And judging from his reaction, it was evident that he was annoyed and frustrated. Barely able to control his emotions, Han Feng's shoulders slumps as he sighs heavily, calming himself. He wasn't going to let the weight of his repeated failures get the better of him. After all, he knew the failure rate was too high anyway, but he wasn't ready to give up. Han Feng crushed the black hole substance in his hand, determined to figure out how to use his ability properly that very night. No matter what. A while later, his table clock showed that it was almost midnight. However, Han Feng was still in his relentless pursuit, unwilling to rest until he achieved some semblance of success. Finally, after countless attempts, he managed to grow a fully grown, fresh soybean plant. Han Feng was shirtless, sweating profusely, clearly tired. He felt like he was dying. But all his efforts weren't for naught. He had finally gotten a little knack for using the green light, but at the cost of having a significant amount of his energy drained. Breathing heavily, Han Feng sat on his sofa, and in front of him was a pile of the black hole substance and 7 fully grown soybean plants, signifying his failure and success rate. With this, he'd made analysis on what he'd learned so far. Han Feng deduced that when using his green light, the energy wasn't constant. And every type of food has their own corresponding energy values. And it will result in a failure if its corresponding energy value is wrong. This illustration reminded Han Feng on something he'd seen with a similar model. An online virtual dancing game that was popular a decade ago. Han Feng started connecting the dots on how to apply this game logic to his energy control. He visualized energy arrows in the rhythm game style, each second needing the right amount of energy input. If the energy values were like the energy directional input arrows, then the energy inputs have to be correct for every second. And all Han Feng needed to do was pinpoint the critical points. Han Feng's hand glowed green as he focuses intensely to hit the perfect critical point. Shortly after, Han Feng channeled glowing green energy and nailed it perfectly. Perfect, Han Feng exclaims in excitement. In his hand was a healthy-looking plant. With his successful triumph, Han Feng moved on to the next experiment. Meat. Standing in the kitchen, a bowl full of some meat and another of soybeans was in front of him. Han Feng recalls his previous failures when it came to meat. Meats, they were different and significantly harder than vegetables. They also turn into a black liquid if they fail, and were extremely disgusting. However, he thought the principal theory shouldn't be that difficult. So as Han Feng stood there, shirtless, staring at a meat in one hand and a couple of soybeans in the other, he willed himself. First, he tried to grasp the energy value that meat requires. Han Feng then activate both the red and green light together with the meat and soybeans, thinking that the time needed would obviously be longer compared to vegetables. Han Feng picked his spot and decided to go all in, but immediately as he did, his face was completely covered with the black, disgusting liquid. That's right, the reaction had exploded in his face. So he tried again with a shorter time. Same results. Then, another one with an even shorter time than the one before. And again, he missed. He then chose his longest time yet. And you guessed it, another miss. Han Feng kept missing again and again and again. At this point, he was completely covered in the black liquid, fuming and shouting why it was so freaking difficult. On the other hand, his kitchen, which had become nasty with the black liquid everywhere, looked like a disaster zone. As silence ensues when Han Feng had calmed himself down, he took a moment to meditate amidst the chaos. He tried to center himself and his energy. And once again, Han Feng summoned the red and green light as he focused on channeling it into the meat and the soybean. The arrows flew around and the countdown started. Showing his intense concentration, Han Feng felt it. At that precise moment, he was sure it was the right time, so he went all in. The results was a success. Finally, Han Feng had done it. He had successfully managed to achieve his desired result with meat as well. All sweaty and out of breath, Han Feng wore a smug smile, extremely proud of himself. However, all his attempts had gotten the best of Han Feng as he collapsed on the kitchen floor with his big, fat, juicy meat lying beside him. He was drained and seconds away from passing out. His last thoughts were of how he'd finally found the synthesis method for meat. And with that thought, Han Feng lost consciousness. The scene shifts to the outside world, where a major snowstorm has hit and was being broadcasted on television, updating everyone. They were just 3 days in, and the current weather was the worst snowstorm that only occurs once in a century. Everyone was advised to remain in their homes and avoid going outside. Also, to ensure standard basic living for everyone, defenses and measures had been taken for all locations in the country. This woke Han Feng up, who lazily laid on his sofa, tired. He leisurely listened to the news with pretty much no concern. The news continued that the disaster was widespread, and efforts were being made to combat it. All means of transportation, electricity, and network services were starting to break down. But everyone should be patient and stay home. At this moment, Han Feng sat up and stretched out his tired muscles, gearing up for another day indoor. He knew that everything would start collapsing on this moment forth, just as it did in his previous life. And the government would also continue to spread their horseshit over and over till all broadcasting cease. Besides, with the chaos outside, staying home was the best option. Just then, Han Feng's phone dinged. It was the neighborhood group chat. Already bored, he decided to check it out. In the 3D animated chat group, people were quarreling intensively. It was a complete shit show. Some neighbors were thinking of waiting for the government to save them, while others were skeptical and thinking about how to save themselves and hoarding supplies. But at that moment, Uncle Lu chimed in, asking everyone if they truly believe what the news said. Do you guys really think the news broadcasted by the government were true? Because if anyone believes that, then they got shit for brains. If the situation was under control like the news said, and the government really wanted to save them, then trucks full of supplies and a support team should have arrived long ago. But as of now, not even a single one had been seen to aid them. On the contrary, from what Uncle Lu had heard from his friends, armored vehicles, heavy weapons and tanks are heading towards their country's capital, City A. Based on this, there was only one possibility left. War. War was about to commence. Hearing this, everyone began to lose their shit. They crowded Uncle Lu, asking what they should do then. If what Uncle Lu said was true, then aren't they done for? Han Feng read the message with a skeptical look. What? A war is commencing? I think I had also heard about this before in my previous life, Han Feng thought. Back to the chat group, Glasses Man spoke up. If Uncle Lu's guess is really true, then we really have to start taking measures to save ourselves. There are already some owners in the neighborhood who have run out of food because they did not hoard enough. Moreover, we don't have a confirmed time of arrival of the support resources from the government. I think we should start organizing ourselves first and help those owners who are facing difficulties. Then, to add a dramatic effect, Glasses Man continued in a high-pitched voice, suggesting that the owners with ample food supplies should donate some of it to support the other owners who had run out. As a way to show his commitment, he was willing to start. Glasses Man was willing to donate half of his food supplies, and whoever needed it, at any time, should come looking for him. Hearing this, the crowd began to whisper among themselves. And from the looks of it, everyone was moved by Glasses Man's act of kindness and generosity. Wu Kuanyan deliberately singled out Li Hyona, asking if she intends on helping. Brother Jiang was right. Everyone in our neighborhood should help each other out to try to get through this crisis together. We can't just let those families starve in such a cold weather. Everyone, you can count me in on the donation as well. So what about you, Li Hyona? Will you be donating too? Upon reading the message, Hyona's face turned ugly. She was pissed, calling Wu Kuanyan a crazy bastard. There were so many people in the chat group, yet he had to ask her, "Is it because I rejected you before?" Hyona took on a sorrowful look and apologized, saying she didn't have any spare food supplies at home. Hearing this, one of her bootlickers immediately came to her defense, questioned why Wu Kuanyan had to ask Hyona. She didn't even have enough for herself like she said. Why don't you ask someone else? Wu Kuanyan replied that he didn't know, and he was just hoping that everyone would unite and help out one another. But if they can't guarantee true unity among themselves, then he won't be donating. What Wu Kuanyan said wasn't a lie. After all, no one wanted to become a sucker. Hearing this, the crowd fell silent for a while as everyone contemplated on their next action. Seconds later, a tenant among the crowd shouted, telling everyone that he wished to donate. Hearing this made others join in, donating all sort of things they can offer. Medicine, clothes, food, warm water, and stuff like that. Glasses Man expressed his thanks in place of the poor owners. Then, he suggested they appoint someone to be in charge of keeping the supplies gathered due to their quantity. And just like that, the interim owners committee was formed, and at the head was Glasses Man. They were to be an interim emergency committee that was responsible for supporting and planning of the donated supplies. Han Feng couldn't help but laugh. He remembers this event happening as well in his previous life. And if Han Feng recalls correctly, the interim committee was just a scheme to take the resources of anyone naive and foolish enough to believe in them. The days rolled by, and just like that, they were 6 days into the icy apocalypse. It was July 19th, and the temperature outside had already dropped to -40 degrees. The central heating system was no longer in working condition due to the extreme weather. Everyone thought of ways to keep themselves warm and maintain their body temperature. It was the same as his previous life. And this was just the beginning, because the situation will only continue to get worse. But all these did not affect Han Feng. His heating system had enough to last for years. Han Feng was playing a video game, and in front of him was various snacks and drinks. A glass of refreshing Coca-Cola and an enticing cake were even part. It was as if the world outside was just an illusion. Han Feng was engrossed in his game until his phone rang. Picking up the call, the caller told Han Feng he was the person in charge of Block 8 of the building. And Han Feng, being the owner of apartment 1801 and part of Block 8, should head down to the basement car park to shovel snow outside. When Han Feng arrives, he should also sign in as everyone on their block did. Han Feng listened while he leisurely enjoyed his drink. However, upon hearing that he had to shovel snow outside, he was instantly annoyed. You see, the snow outside at this moment was so heavy that it would be considered suicide to use the means of manpower to clear it. About 30 minutes later, Han Feng, with a dejected attitude, arrived at the first floor's main lobby. The only reason Han Feng decided to join the shoveling team of his block was because he didn't want to have a fallout with his neighbors. He decided that it was best to lower the possibility of his neighbors finding out about his secret hoarding. However, looking at the pile of snow outside which had already sealed up the first floor entrance, everyone was amazed at the level at which the snow had piled up to. Their effort yesterday in clearing the snow outside was for naught. Seeing this, they eventually decided to open the door first, just to have a feel of what they were going to deal with. A fatty with an orange scarf called out to Han Feng to offer a helping hand in opening the door. Although Han Feng hated every moment he spent there, he approached the door anyway. Then, on the count of 3, the 3, with a considerable amount of effort, forcefully opened the door. Immediately upon opening, the massive blizzard that swept the entire area gave everyone the chill. They would have immediately gotten a frostbite if they hadn't had heavy clothes on. Everyone had to even close their eyes because of the extreme wind rushing inside. Han Feng began to shiver profusely under the intense cold. They might even die or get serious frostbite if they go out there. With the intense weather outside, only an idiot would go out to shovel snow. At that moment, someone came in, and upon hearing the person's voice, Han Feng was startled and immediately recognized the voice without looking behind him. Of course, it was none other than Li Zi, who walked in, calling everyone a coward. What everyone needed was an imposing attitude to do what's needed to be done. Han Feng had an incredulous look when he saw Li Zi, who was dressed as if it was a normal winter outside. He then tells Li Zi not to act brave because the snow outside wasn't a joke. They should try waiting it out until the snowstorm stops. But Li Zi, being his usual self, scoffs at the idea. He took a long drag of his cigarette, then dived right into the snow with his self-proclaiming imposing attitude. Li Zi rushed into the pile of snow as everyone watches. Seconds later, the only thing visible was his shaped path created when he decided to flirt with death. Li Zi was less than 30 seconds inside the pile of snow when he cried repeatedly for help. 2 neighbors offered their assistance in dragging his freezing body out. Li Zi's face was blue as he coughed violently. They quickly shut the door tightly after. At this moment, Han Feng asked with concern if Li Zi was alright. But there was no reply as Li Zi shivered uncontrollably. Seeing this, Han Feng told everyone to call it a day. They had no way of knowing when the snowstorm will stop. So he suggested that they go back, look for the person in charge at the building's car park to sign their attendance. It was evident that the current degree of the snowstorm can no longer be solved with manpower. Back inside, the tenants had used the building's car park as a meeting ground for everyone. At this moment, Glasses Man tried to calm and assure the worried tenants about the need to be patient. The snow had indeed become too heavy to clear at the moment, so their only option was to wait for the snow to lighten up. Then, they will proceed as before. Also, the basement car park would be used as a station point to collect their donations. On the other hand, Han Feng, witnessing the commotion, had an annoyed look on his face. He was waiting in line to sign the attendance sheet, and upon seeing Glasses Man, he wondered if he was the person named Zhang, the one that spearheaded the interim owners committee to scam its donors. At the same time, Zhang once again thanked everyone for their donation. Zhang continued that he honestly didn't expect so many owners to donate their resources. Their generosity would help anyone in need or facing any difficulty in these hard times. Again, Glasses Man thanked the donors in place of their helpless neighbors. Hearing this, everyone was all smiles, thinking it would be a smooth sailing from this point forth. They began to compliment each other as some commented that it was the right thing to do. They need to help each other in this difficult times. As long as they're united, they would be able to get through this crisis. Hearing this, Han Feng sighed in a mocking demeanor. He silently thought, warning everyone to just wait. The snow was not going to end, and very soon they were going to regret their actions. After they were done with the sign-in, Li Zi, who was still shivering, told Han Feng he was heading upstairs first. Hearing this, Han Feng replied that he understood, but at that moment, a familiar figure caught his attention. In front of him was no other than head nurse Jean, who was preoccupied with maneuvering through the crowd with her stuff. She was carrying a few boxes when she was pushed by someone unintentionally. But luckily for her, Han Feng caught her before she fell. Nurse Jean opened her eyes and was surprised to see Han Feng. She recognized Han Feng immediately upon seeing him, and her immediate question after was directly about Han Feng's leg. Nurse Jean questioned if Han Feng's leg was already healed. Hearing the question, Han Feng let go of Nurse Jean, pointing his hands everywhere as he quickly made up an excuse on the spot. Han Feng claimed he had an incredible recovery speed since he was young, so a broken ankle is nothing to him. He had recovered in just a few days. Hearing this, Jean Jian, although she might be a head nurse, but due to her innocent and gullible nature, she believed Han Feng on the spot. Her eyes beaming with excitement as she exclaims how awesome Han Feng's situation was. Han Feng offered to carry the boxes for Nurse Jean, but she replied that it was fine. Han Feng still insisted as Nurse Jean commented that the boxes were very heavy. "Don't worry, I'm strong and capable. You can take this as a form of a thank you for helping me with my bandages at the hospital," he said. Hearing this, Nurse Jean agreed. Han Feng almost fell on his knees when she handed them over. The boxes were indeed very heavy, so Han Feng asked what was inside. Nurse Jean replied that they were mainly medical supplies, and she was donating them to the committee. Seeing that Han Feng was struggling to walk, Nurse Jean, with her warm smile, asked to carry them, because it looks like it was too heavy for Han Feng. But Han Feng said that he didn't feel like he's carrying anything at all, so it was fine. Hearing this, Nurse Jean replied that she might look small, but she is actually stronger than most guys. So Han Feng shouldn't push himself too hard just to help her. Curious, Han Feng asked if she had always been strong from a younger age. Not really. There's really a reason behind it. Nurse Jean said this with a sad demeanor, recalling something. But upon seeing Han Feng's curious stare, she decided against saying anything. She apologized, saying that it was nothing serious worth mentioning. It was just something she actually couldn't explain anyway. At that moment, Nurse Jean recalls never asking Han Feng's name. "Han Feng. My name is Han Feng." Hearing this, Nurse Jean also introduced herself, mentioning that her name was Jean Shui. "It's a pleasure to meet you," she said. Seeing Jean Shui's radiant smile, Han Feng began to blush like a cherry tomato. Jean Shui asked what Han Feng does for a living. "Oh, about that. I'm unemployed." Hearing this, Jean Shui was a little taken aback. Seeing this, Han Feng asked what was so surprising about an unemployed person. Before Jean Shui could explain herself, someone bumped into her from behind, causing her to crash into Han Feng. Her bouncing melons were the first to make contact. And immediately as Han Feng felt those heavenly twin beauties, their degree of softness made Han Feng's eyes bulged out as he stares at them with an undivided attention. Jean Shui quickly retreated, apologizing as usual. Han Feng replied that it was fine. After all, it wasn't her doing. Unbeknownst to the two, Hyona was passing by, and she immediately spotted Han Feng. Seeing a possible threat, Hyona called out to Han Feng, asking why she wasn't informed that Han Feng was at the car park. Hyona then quickly rushed and grabbed Han Feng's arm to control the situation. Also, she deliberately hugged Han Feng's arms tightly to her 38D melons, not knowing she had been beaten in that department from that point forth. Hyona asked Han Feng if Jean Shui was his friend. At that moment, before Han Feng could even get a word out, Jean Shui had already retrieved her boxes from Han Feng. and was leaving with an embarrassing look, as if she was caught doing something she shouldn't. She told the two to continue chatting while she head to the committee station. There was no need to disturb Han Feng any further. Jin Shui thanked Han Feng and proceeded to say that she could carry the boxes by herself for the rest of the way. So with those rushed words, Han Feng could only reply with an okay. Jin Shui rushed out of there like it was a fire drill. Staring at Jin Shui's hurried pace, Han Feng questioned Hyona why she came over to interrupt them. Hearing this, Hyona feigned a bright smile and replied that she just wanted to say hello. She only came to the car park to receive supplies. But when she saw Han Feng, she wanted to ask him why he didn't contact her like he said he would. I became very worried that something might have happened to you. Han Feng awkwardly scratched the back of his neck and smiled nervously, saying he was just about to send Hyona a message. Hearing this, Hyona straight out called Han Feng out on his lie. She continued that she just saw Han Feng chatting happily with Jin Shui just now. Then, with a pleading gesture and a warm smile, Hyona asked Han Feng if he had any spare food supplies in his apartment. If he has, can he share some with her because she had almost run out of food? Han Feng suddenly smirks when he heard this. He told Hyona that he didn't have much food left, but he was willing to share some with her. However, Hyona still hadn't replied to the message he sent a few days ago. So how about it? You want to come to my place and accompany me for a few days? Han Feng asked this with a smug look. Upon hearing this, Hyona was speechless. She was shocked by Han Feng's newly found boldness. Hyona got over her initial shock and told Han Feng that she didn't understand what he meant at that time. But if Han Feng wanted to have a chat with her, he could do so online. Hearing this, Han Feng spared no time with her anymore and began to leave, saying Hyona looks like she wasn't on board with the idea. So he was heading back to his apartment. Hyona's face turned ugly when she heard this, but seeing that Han Feng wasn't kidding around, she immediately grabbed Han Feng's jacket and asked him to wait. She proceeds to say that recently, she feels like Han Feng had changed. Is Han Feng doubting her feelings about him? He should know that she had always been very serious about her feelings towards him. It's just that she doesn't want anyone to think she is only with him because he is rich now. So can Han Feng give her a little more time? Hyona asked this with her usual cute, pitiful, sad face that always works on her bootlickers. Knowing exactly what Hyona was trying to do, Han Feng contemplated on what to do. If he hadn't already died once, he would have believed her. Han Feng really wanted to tear off Hyona's ugly mask off right now and be done with her. Just rip the bandage off, but that would be too easy and unsatisfying. Also, if he didn't find the identity of the man behind Hyona, then... Wait, why do I have to look for him? Han Feng at that moment suddenly had an idea. A brilliant one. He just needed to do exactly what he did in his previous life, and Hyona will bring over his boyfriend again. All Han Feng needs to do was wait patiently and prepare for it. So with these thoughts, Han Feng changed his strategy. He told Hyona that he was just teasing her. This revelation startled her for a brief moment. So Han Feng grabbed her by the arms and told her that he was just joking around, waiting for her reply. But now that he knows it, he will deliver some food supplies to her by tomorrow. Hearing this, Hyona praised Han Feng, saying that he was the best. Hyona quickly made the move to leave first, satisfied that what she wanted was accomplished. She waved goodbye, telling Han Feng that she was heading back first. If Han Feng wants to talk to her about anything else, he could do it online. Hearing this, Han Feng just told her to take care as he also waved her a goodbye. As Hyona turned to leave, she couldn't help but smile mischievously from ear to ear, pleased with herself. On the other hand, Han Feng also did the same as he watched Hyona's retreating figure. So 2 days slowly dragged by at a snail's pace, and the snowstorm outside hadn't shown any signs of stopping. If anything, it was getting worse by the day. But this didn't matter to Han Feng. He didn't give a shit. Back in his apartment, Hyona had been blowing up his phone non-stop, asking what Han Feng had been doing. Is he going to deliver the supplies like he said he would? Why was he not replying her? The messages just kept coming in. However, Han Feng didn't pay any mind to it. In front of him was a deliciously homemade dish. As he took a bite, Han Feng was in cloud nine, savoring the taste. Blissful and absolutely delicious. That's what he thought. And the weather was too perfect for such a nice and warm meal. While eating his warm meal, Han Feng explained that the numerous experiments over the past few days had allowed him to confirm two things. The first was that the meat could not be grown indefinitely. It had a natural limit to which it could be expanded. And regardless of the attempts, he was unable to make a full piece of meat grow any bigger than what it already was. However, during his experiments, he found out something interesting, a way around it, a loophole to grow the meat infinitely. And it was only possible if certain criteria were met. Holding a piece of meat with chopsticks, Han Feng explained that he would use half of the harvested soybeans to grow new seedlings, while he consumed the other half. So with this method, he always had a continuous supply of soybeans. Now, he found a way to apply a sort of similar process to the meat. When Han Feng cuts the meat into 2 pieces, then tries to grow them, each piece could grow back to its original form, a full-size meat. So under the 2 kinds of light, half a piece of steak with a few soybeans can produce a full piece of steak. With this realization, Han Feng conducted numerous tests after the success, compounding the effect. So using this formula, he will have an infinite supply of soybeans and meat. Feeling proud of himself, Han Feng was in cloud 9. He needn't need to worry about running out of supplies and having nothing to eat in the future. Meanwhile, on his television, a news reporter was still downplaying the severity of the situation. It was August 2nd, the 19th day of the snowstorm, and I'm currently on the Bodu Hithi Island in Maldives, which was 78 kilometers from the equator, and the average temperature here has already dropped to minus 42 degrees, the reporter said. The entire island was almost completely buried under ice and snow, and even the ocean was freezing up at such a fast speed that could be observed with the naked eye. However, according to experts' readings, the thickness of the ice layer has already reached 55 centimeters in depth. And from this current analysis, it was confirmed that the disastrous situation near the equator was pretty much the same in every country. Han Feng was still in his usual clothes inside his warm and comforting apartment, holding and enjoying a glass of red wine. He laughed internally, knowing full well that the reality of the situation was far worse than what the media was reporting. Suddenly, a shockwave startled him, felt like a huge earthquake. The glass of wine shook in his hand, spilling the content. Han Feng immediately went to his window, pushed back the curtain to take a look outside. Staring at an explosion outside, the city was in chaos. It was the 7th explosion in the past few days. Han Feng was curious as to what was happening out there. With his apartment fortified like a turtle shell, he was not worried about his safety. Just then, a loud vibrating noise startled him. As Han Feng gazed up at the sky through his window, he saw several military helicopters in the air. Han Feng was surprised and also a bit fascinated. It was his first time seeing a military helicopter, let alone this many at once. Damn, so many helicopters, he exclaimed. He pulled back his curtain and checked the homeowners chat group on his phone. Han Feng knew that the situation outside would undoubtedly cause a huge commotion among the residents. And indeed, in the underground parking lot, it was as Han Feng thought. The homeowners were desperately trading for necessary goods and food supplies, and this led to many of them taking this opportunity to take advantage of others, which had also inevitably led to several conflicts. Even the ones who had donated their supplies earlier were facing the same problem. At this moment, Glass's man and a couple others from the interim owners committee appeared. He told everyone present that any resident facing difficulties should go down to their station in the underground parking lot to receive necessary resources for free. At this time, Han Feng had also made his way back to the basement underground parking lot. And due to his comfortable life in his apartment, he was still not used to the weather outside. So even though he was wearing heavy clothes, Han Feng continued to shiver in the cold, and also sneeze heavily from time to time. It was way too cold for him. Han Feng thought that if it weren't for information gathering, then he wouldn't have come back to the basement car park. As he walked further, he saw several homeowners waiting impatiently in a queue for supplies. Han Feng was surprised to see that the interim owners committee was distributing food supplies to the residents. After all, in his previous life this didn't happen, and there was a rebellion in the neighborhood. And if Han Feng's memory serves him right, then it was indeed due to the committee. But this time around, they were giving away resources instead of scamming people. This means some aspect of the future has changed, and Han Feng wondered what was going on. Since information like this was primarily why he came down there, he decided to find out the real situation first. The panel showed a view of the chaotic distribution area from above, with people gathered around piles of supplies. And as Han Feng walked through the crowded area in the underground parking lot, he noticed that the number of residents facing difficulties was quite high, which meant that the committee got a lot of donations than what they got in his previous life. Staring at the distribution point from afar, a person in the line furiously shouted that he handed over several boxes of supplies at the beginning. But now he only got this much food. Glass's man, with a polite tone, explained that everyone got the same share as he was given. The fat man in glasses was not having it when he heard this. Frustrated, he held out the little supplies in his hand and exclaimed for Glass's man to give him back the resources he donated. Jiang still maintained his polite demeanor and smiled, apologizing that the resources could not be returned. The disaster was ongoing, and he hopes Fatty in Glasses can think of the bigger picture. Also, once the disaster was over, Zhang promised to pay Fatty in Glasses several times in cash. This frustrated Fatty in Glasses even more, who replied that no one knows how long the snowstorm will last. He just want his supplies back. But at this point, the crowd reacted to the actions of Fatty Man in Glasses, telling him to stop causing a ruckus. Their big brother Zhang already said he would compensate him when everything returns to normal, so why was he still bitching? He should stop being shameless for crying out loud. They even believe Fatty in Glasses never actually donated and just wants to get more resources. The crowd grew more agitated, and someone even yelled for Fatty in Glasses to take his share and leave, since everyone in the queue was waiting for their turn. Another voice told him not to embarrass himself, because supplies given out wouldn't be returned. The committee was already having a hard time, so why was he being such a pain in the behind? He should get lost. Han Feng observed the scene with a slight smirk. He knew there was no way the committee would let anyone take the supplies back, given the current situation. After all, those who put themselves on a moral high ground and criticized those who donated more, they really have no shame. Just then, someone spoke up beside Han Feng, unknowingly agreeing with his thoughts. The crowd was really shameless, he said, surprising Han Feng. This person was none other than Li Zi. Li Zi, with a tired expression, raised his hand and greeted Han Feng. He looked like he hadn't eaten in days. Han Feng responded with a smile, remarking how it had been a long time since they had last seen each other. How has he been? Not too bad. Not too bad at all, Li Zi said with a forced smile. He made mention that he was still surviving. But as he began to shake profusely, Li Zi blames his trembling figure from being flustered and powerless. Han Feng then asked him if his current situation was what he referred to as not bad. Li Zi explained that he had been surviving on water and minimal food for the past few days, so it's been a bit difficult if he was being honest. At that moment, his stomach grumbled loudly. Han Feng asked in shock if Li Zi really had no food left at this point. Yes, Li Zi replied. He told Han Feng that he thought of helping the poor neighbors previously, so he donated most of his supplies to the committee. But in the end, his food supplies at home ran out before the snowstorm ended, and the resources the committee was given out were very little. Li Zi continued that if he had known, he would have kept more resources for himself. Now, even if he made a scene to ask for his supplies back, everyone present would start making a fuss about it. Han Feng listened to Li Zi curiously. Then, with a sly grin, he called out to him. Han Feng put his right arm around Li Zi and asked if Li Zi could help him with something. Li Zi, with a curious look, nodded, wondering what it was. What favor was his brother asking? Han Feng then explained that if his brother Li does what he's about to ask of him, in return, he would give him 4 packs of instant noodles. This shocked Li Zi greatly, especially after listening to Han Feng's request. He questioned if Han Feng was really telling the truth. Han Feng nodded. Of course, he said. Don't think too much about it. I don't have much left in stock, but I can give you that much. Li Zi started crying, thanking Han Feng. He promised to never forget Han Feng's kindness. After all, he'd already figured out that his dear brother was just looking for an excuse to give him food. Han Feng reassured him, replying that Li Zi didn't need to be so polite. They were brothers and there was no courtesy needed. Li Zi grabbed Han Feng's shoulder, reassuring him not to worry. Still crying with joy, he promised that the small request was on him. Han Feng thanked him, mentioning that Li Zi could visit his house later to collect the food. Li Zi happily agreed, then said his farewell. He was going to collect his share of the resources being distributed first. So with that, he left. Han Feng, on the other hand, thought to himself that with a few packs of instant noodles and sausages, he would no longer need to personally come to the underground parking lot to gather information. And although he felt a bit guilty about taking advantage of Li Zi, it wasn't as important as being comfortable and lazy at home, eating good food, and playing video games. However, at that precise moment, someone loudly called out his name, catching his attention. And as he turned back, a flying slap came toward him. A woman in a red coat appeared and slapped the living daylight out of Han Feng. Hard. And this woman was none other than Li Hyona. Han Feng was taken aback, wondering what had happened. Hyona expressed her disappointment in him, loudly saying Han Feng had royally disappointed her. The scene was loud enough to garner the attention of everyone present. Hyona shouted, asking why his bootlicker had not been replying her messages. But Han Feng was still in a daze, shocked that Hyona just slapped him. Did she just slap me? With a murderous look in his eyes, Han Feng placed a hand on his red cheek as he stared at Hyona. This bitch actually dared to slap me? I haven't even settled her previous debts yet, and she has the audacity to slap me for no reason. Did she think I'm that easy to bully? A bootlicker? Han Feng remained silent and tried his best to remain calm as Hyona continued to shout at him. She questioned if Han Feng was deaf. Or was he mute? Did he not hear that his goddess was talking to him? After a brief moment, Han Feng sighed heavily, then apologized to Hyona. Han Feng thought of the bigger picture. He didn't need to ruin his plan before it even started. Han Feng replied that he had an unexpected situation, a complication that made him unable to deliver the supplies he promised. Hyona was shocked to learn that the supplies got stolen. Han Feng explained that he placed the supplies outside his door and went back inside his apartment to get his keys. But when he came back out, they were gone. Hyona then asked if Han Feng searched for it. Yes, he said. I did search for it, but unfortunately, I couldn't find any clues at all. Hyona proceeded to ask if Han Feng still had some supplies left. Han Feng replied that he didn't have much left. His current supplies would probably last him for a few days if he only eats one meal a day. Hyona only heard the portion she was interested in and got excited, exclaiming that it was great news. At this moment, her expression was that of a soul devourer. Her eyes were empty like the bottomless abyss, and not caring about anything or anyone other than herself. She told Han Feng that he could split his resources in half and share it with her. That way they can both get through the disaster together. He just needs to eat one meal every 2 days and he will be fine. Hearing this, Han Feng was speechless. He couldn't even begin to imagine how shameless Hyona was, to even be capable of saying such words. Then, as a sly grin formed on his lips, he remembered. Oh, that's right. In her eyes, I am just a tool for her to use when needed. Her worthless bootlicker, Han Feng thought. He agreed to Hyona's request, saying that he did promise her after all. They would split his resources equally. Hyona immediately started playing nice, thanking Han Feng. She also told Han Feng to deliver it to her apartment because she will be waiting outside her door. Han Feng agreed to this, adding that they should do it at night, and he would send her a message when he was done packing. Satisfied with this, Hyona turned to leave, reminding Han Feng that she'll be waiting on his message. Also, Han Feng should head back soon so he doesn't catch a flu. After all, he needed to be able to deliver the supplies. Sure, wait for me tonight, Han Feng replied with a wave of his hand. Meanwhile, outside, the snowstorm was still getting worse by the minute. And back inside, Hyona was blowing up Han Feng's phone, and same as before, Han Feng was neither replying her messages nor picking up her calls. At this moment, she was waiting impatiently by her door. Hyona wondered if Han Feng wouldn't show up again. So as she stares at the elevator which had stopped working, then up the flight of stairs, Hyona was contemplating if she should climb the flight of stairs to Han Feng's apartment. Few seconds later, Hyona decided to do just that while internally cursing at Han Feng. If it weren't for the supplies, I wouldn't be looking for this bootlicker, she thought. After a few steps, Hyona was trembling all over as she took a deep breath. She was tired, and after starving for a few days, she only had little strength left. Almost there, she said, encouraging herself as she continued forward, step by step. As she got closer to her destination, she noticed that the emergency lights up ahead were broken, plunging that entire section into darkness. She also heard sounds up ahead, and this made her question aloud if someone was there. So as Hyona continued to stare up the flight of stairs in the dark, unsure whether to return or continue, she heard the sound of something being dropped, and before she could see or figure out what it was, a loud bam rang out. The emergency lights turned on at that moment. And from the looks of it, it seems that the lights was not broken, just off momentarily. With the lights back on, Hyona's current condition wasn't particularly pleasing to see. Her entire figure was covered with flour. She shouted, calling Han Feng's name. Han Feng, who appeared immediately at the scene, apologized to Hyona. He explained that he fell asleep and was in a rush down the stairs when he saw her messages. Due to this, he ran into a railing and dropped the flour he was carrying. Hyona was furious, asking if Han Feng was a pig. How come he can't even do such a simple thing like carrying a bag of supplies properly? Feeling disgusted with her situation, Hyona tried removing the pieces of the black polythene in her hair. Han Feng, on the other hand, just stared at her with a smug look on his face, satisfied that what he planned was executed perfectly. Han Feng specially prepared that flour to use on her. He then offered the remaining supplies to Hyona, who readily took it. And as he opened it to check its content, she was displeased to find out that all the food inside were moldy, like trash that was not edible. Han Feng, scratching the back of his head nervously, said that he had to carefully eat to keep this leftovers in stock, but couldn't preserve them for a longer time. That's why they look like that. Hyona picked up a piece and asked if the supplies was even edible. It was so dirty. Hearing this, Han Feng asked her to give it back if she dislikes and didn't want it. But Hyona quickly pulled away with the bag of supplies in her hand, saying she never said anything about not wanting it. This action didn't surprise Han Feng, who just stared at her expressionlessly. Internally, he laughed. So this is the goddess that I was pursuing with all my might, he thought. Hyona then took out a half-eaten apple and commented that although the surface of the apple had turned black, the inside should be fine, and she should be able to eat it after she'd peeled it with a knife. Then, she requested for the rest of the flour too. Hyona was excited that there was still half of it left. Amused, Han Feng just watched her. After all, from his perspective, the supplies were garbage and he never even resulted in eating such garbage in his previous life. He was sure of Hyona upsetting her stomach for a few days if she does eat the garbage he gave her. Also, the current temperature was so low that showering in this weather was equivalent to flirting with death. So this meant that the flour would be on Hyona for a while. Han Feng thought of this as he turned to leave. On his way, he felt something odd. It was as if someone was watching him. No, actually, someone wasn't just watching him, but also following him. So he immediately changed his route and decided to enter a floor to apprehend the culprit. As soon as he passed through the door, he hid behind it and waited patiently. Then suddenly, the shadow of the pursuer appeared at the door. Seconds later, a pair of boots followed. Han Feng quickly took action and grabbed the person by the jacket, then yanked the person on the floor. Seeking death, he shouted, and with a raised fist, Han Feng immediately halted his actions, startled. It was a girl, a young girl at that. Hey, are you following me? What are your intentions? Han Feng questioned, but the girl just stared back at him without uttering a word or making a sound. Realizing that the girl had no intention of answering him, Han Feng thought a little scare would be enough to get her to talk. So he put on an act of an old creep and said in a deep voice, "Oh, you don't want to say it, right? If you don't tell me, I'll strip you naked." However, he was a little disappointed that this did nothing, as the girl continued to stare at him blankly. Han Feng soon gave up and got up, realizing that the young girl might be clueless and doesn't even feel threatened with his act. He told her to forget what happened, and this will also be the only time he'd let her go scot-free. She should just go home and stop playing pranks by spying on people. So as Han Feng took a step forward, he was, again, surprised when the young girl grabbed hold of his jacket. Turning his head, he questioned what her deal was. What did she want? But as she still chose to just stare at him, Han Feng told her to stop staring and just say what she wanted. Otherwise, he would leave. He didn't have the patience or the luxury of trying to figure out why she would spy on a complete stranger up the flight of stairs in the middle of the night under such weather. This time around, the girl just pointed in a direction ahead of her, and again, without uttering a word. "Do you want me to come with you?" Han Feng questioned, and the girl replied with a slight nod. And with this, Han Feng followed her. And soon they came to a door which could be opened automatically, provided you've been authorized. Also, at the top right corner was a working surveillance camera. Seeing all this surprised Han Feng greatly, who couldn't help but wonder what was going on. Inside the apartment, although spacious, was untidy, with open boxes, clothes and other stuff littered everywhere. "Did you prepare all this?" The girl nodded again. It was in that moment that Han Feng came to the conclusion that the young girl might have known about the snowstorm, just like him. So he asked the young girl if she knew that there was going to be a snowstorm. To this question, the girl nodded again. Then, she finally spoke up. She said she knew there was going to be an ice age based on the calculations and result on the data she had. She then pulled her monitor on display to let Han Feng have a look. Seeing the chat ID in the homeowner's chat group, Han Feng immediately knew who she was. So with a surprised look, he asked for a confirmation if the young girl was indeed mysterious person in the chat group. And as he got his affirmation, Han Feng was amazed. "But why did you bring me to your apartment? Did you bring me here just to talk about that?" Hearing the question, the girl just pointed to her numerous surveillance screens. And as Han Feng also turned to take a look, it was something he never could have imagined. On the screen were surveillance on his hoarding activities. Every single one, from the elevator to his apartment door, including the delivery and conversation with Li Zi. Everything he did was recorded in real time. At this moment, Han Feng felt a bit violated. His entire effort to hide his activities were a mere joke in the eyes of this little girl. "Have you been spying on me?" he questioned like it wasn't obvious at this point. Without hesitation, the girl nodded again. At this moment, the young girl had taken off her clothes, and what she currently had on was only her undergarment. Han Feng was dumbfounded, clueless as to why she would undress in front of a stranger. Then he began to blush in embarrassment, and in a panicked voice he shouted, "Hey, why are you taking off your clothes suddenly?" Hearing this, The girl simply replied in a calm tone that she was feeling hot. No, that's not what I meant. What I meant to say was stop. Stop taking off your clothes and put your pants back on. At this point, it was evident that the young girl lacked the necessary social skills to behave or talk normally in front of other people. She got into comfortable clothes seconds later and began to use her computer. And as for Han Feng, he was still trying to process everything that has transpired so far. And after a few moments in thoughts, he asked, "Were you spying on me because you became suspicious of my behavior of hoarding supplies before the snowstorm?" And to this, the girl nodded. Han Feng then asked, "So approaching me earlier and monitoring me was mainly to confirm whether there is a possibility of cooperation between us?" Another nod followed when she heard the question. And with that, Han Feng then asked for clarification. What did she mean by cooperation? Hearing this, the girl simply put down her computer, got on fours on her sofa, and walked past Han Feng to the other end. Han Feng immediately panicked upon seeing this, and asked in a panicked tone what she was doing. The girl wheeled some sort of box at the other end of the sofa, totally clueless about personal space. Her actions were completely like that of a child. She then asked Han Feng to teach her how to operate a generator. So after what seems like forever, Han Feng successfully taught her how she could operate it on her own. Then, he asked her if there was anything else she needed help with. Hearing this, she simply pointed in the direction. Han Feng taught her how to use the geyser device. You will get hot water by adjusting it in this way, but remember to close the valve after use, he said. Next was to properly pack her foodstuffs into her freezer. Raw meat must be placed in the freezer, and it must be unpacked. You are being too reckless. Han Feng, struggling with the boxes, asked her to not just watch but offer a helping hand. When they were done, they moved to the kitchen. Be sure to pay attention to safety when connecting gas, and read my steps carefully. Check if the meal is ready. If it's green, it's ready. Only when there is enough gas can the fire be big and the dishes cooked out be delicious. So, with the meal prepared and ready, Han Feng told her to always eat while the meal was hot under the current weather. Suddenly, all the frustration Han Feng had been feeling about his current situation finally got to him. So as he smashed the table in front of him in frustration, he couldn't help but feel like a babysitter. Gosh, I feel like I'm a full-time babysitter. Your self-care ability is too poor. But to his surprise, the girl just stared and agreed with him. Seeing this, Han Feng immediately said that he was just kidding. He began to eat his meal while simultaneously crying inside about how tired he was. This girl seemed like a full-time job, so he decided to address the situation before things got out of hand. Han Feng turned to her and said, "Let me make this clear first. I will go back after eating." However, he was surprised to see that the girl had fallen asleep immediately after she finished eating. "Wow, even I can't fall asleep while eating," he said in disbelief. Han Feng carried and placed her sleeping figure on the sofa, then covered her with a blanket. After that, he got his jacket and quickly made his exit, commenting that the experience felt like he was raising a baby. A while early the next day, Han Feng, who happened to be asleep, heard a knock on his door. When he opened his door, it was none other than the young girl. In front of her were some boxes she brought for Han Feng. Han Feng thanked her for her generosity, but also figured out that she needed something from him as well. The girl also happened to have wheeled her generator there as well. So she asked Han Feng to teach her how to operate it once more. They went to her apartment, and after a few days of contact, Han Feng was sure that the girl who lived upstairs from him was an absolute idiot in life. A lot of common sense was also very lacking, and this made living with her a nightmare. But at least she seemed to want to learn about life. But the problem was that Han Feng kept being dragged to her home every day to teach her, like, everything. Her cooking skills, although extremely poor, seemed to have improved. But even with this kind of meal, many people would still rush to eat it. But then again, under normal circumstances, I guess even dogs wouldn't eat it, he thought. It was in this moment that Han Feng finally realized that he hadn't asked for her name. So when he did, she replied that it was the evil king's true eye envoy, like some video game character. Hearing this, Han Feng questioned himself why he even asked. After all, this girl seems like a handful, and apart from having keen observational skills and being smart with computers, she seems like a total airhead when it comes to having survival skills. Meanwhile, at the underground parking lot, it was absolute chaos. Everyone was fighting each other for resources. And from the looks of it, the committee's stability in maintaining order had evaporated as the homeowners tear each other apart for whatever resources were there. Each homeowner's eyes sparkled fiercely with fighting spirit. Though ragged and emaciated, they showed no trace of fear, and were armed with iron rods and kitchen knives, as they fought each other to death for what little resources were available. Dark blood splattered on the clothes and the shoes of Glass's man as a neighbor nearby was smacked on the cheek. The entire parking lot was like hell on earth. And Glasses Man, who happens to be the only person there, not fighting for resources like the rest, just watch everything unfold expressionlessly. Knowing he needed to take action to control the chaos, Glasses Man took out a megaphone, turned it on and caused a loud noise that drew everyone's attention momentarily. The noise was so deafening that everyone covered their ears. After taking a deep breath, he spoke up immediately. "Have you guys had enough? Have you beaten each other enough?" And as he said this, he helped the guy who was smacked on the cheek from earlier to his feet. Then he questioned the crowd. "Don't you think it's ridiculous that you all are beating each other to a pulp because of the last few supplies?" Hearing this, the fatty in glasses from earlier retorted, calling Glasses Man out. "You still have the nerve to say that? It was you who proposed the donation of supplies. And now, my family only received a pack of instant noodles to survive on for a few days." Another added, agreeing with what Fatty in Glasses said. "Yes, if we don't grab the resources available now, we'll starve to death." When Glasses Man heard this, he replied in a convincing tone. "Well, it seems I have to sort it out for everyone then. The distributed supplies are not enough and the donated supplies are also running out, so even if we grab the last bit of supplies, it still wouldn't be enough to last long. So, just like I said earlier, it's ridiculous. Do you guys deserve to starve to death? Think about it carefully. Who caused this situation? You!" The person directly in front of him replied from the crowd. Hearing this, Glasses Man just continued calmly, answering that it wasn't him. And since everyone seems to have forgotten, he would have to help refresh their memory. A loaf of bread that originally cost a few yuan was raised to dozens or even hundreds of yuan by those who had ample supplies. And as he said this, he took a piece of bread on the ground and crushed it in front of the crowd. In order to squeeze you dry, a loaf of bread is even divided into 1/5 or 1/10 for auction. Finally, they succeeded in making a fortune from the disaster, and all at your expense. And not only did you spend all your money on this food, but also started an internal conflict over the last few supplies. Isn't this ridiculous? They are the ones who have more supplies but never donated. They are also the ones who maliciously raise prices. And in the end, everyone currently present in this parking lot are the ones who needs to starve to death. Is this fair? Isn't uniting during this snowstorm the most important thing for us to do? If it is, then why don't we do just that? Why don't we go up there and get back the supplies that belong to us? When Glasses Man finished his speech, a brief and complete silence ensues as everyone thought it over. He's right. It's not fucking fair. Why do they get all the benefits while we have to starve to death? That's right. At this point, the crowd was slowly being swayed by Glasses Man. All that was needed now was a little nudge to direct them towards the other homeowners with resources. And that's what he did seconds after. It's all their fault. They made us suffer like this. Immediately after those words were said, the crowd was completely united in attacking the homeowners they sold their supplies to, or any homeowner suspected to have kept their supplies and never donated. Damn it, not fair. We have to get our share of the supplies back. Yes, just take back what belongs to us. Satisfied with the current development, an obvious smile formed on the lips of Glasses Man, who had, once again, successfully convinced the crowd to do his bidding. But at this moment, Li Zi, who happens to be among the crowd, gathering information for Han Feng, turned his head from side to side, and foresaw the enormous shit show that was heading towards some of the homeowners upstairs with resources. These people have gone absolutely crazy, and he needed to notify his brother immediately, he thought. So with a serious look, Li Zi took out his phone and texted Han Feng. Meanwhile, the snowstorm outside had not even slowed down a little. It was as bad as before, and could only get worse and worse. However, inside Han Feng's apartment, he was completely passed out at this moment as his phone dinged a few times. So, as he woke up to check the messages, he wondered if it was from Li Zi. And indeed it was. Li Zi warned Han Feng of what has transpired in the underground parking lot. "Brother, something bad has happened. These people had gone crazy," he said. "They're planning on raiding the homeowners upstairs with supplies." Curious, Han Feng asked who Li Zi meant by they? And who? That guy named Zhang. He is inciting the owners to rob other people's supplies. They are picking the locks of every apartment. Reading this, Han Feng immediately got up from his sofa, scared shitless. He then asked for more details, like if they had already started or if they're armed. "Yes, they are all armed. Hide if you can, but don't confront them head on." Han Feng replied that he understood. And Li Zi should also be careful. Han Feng quickly went to check his door locks to make sure they were completely secure. Then, he went by the window to close the curtains. Han Feng didn't expect things to turn out like this, and although he's got 2 guns to deal with the crisis, it would be troublesome if this happens to be an organized action, because once his supplies are exposed, he would face every crazy neighbor. And if that happens, he's afraid that everything he'd hoarded would be eaten till there's nothing left. In short, he had to make preparations first. Han Feng grabbed some tools, 2 fire extinguishers and a long cable, and immediately head for his door. He attached the cables to the doorknob and at the same time, completely insulated it with the help of a duct tape and an insulator. He also placed the 2 fire extinguishers near the door. So as Han Feng began to uncoil the cable, the lights in his apartment went off. In fact, the entire neighborhood was plunged into darkness. Soon, the neighbors began to complain, questioning each other if they had electricity. Now, with water and electricity cut off, and air conditioning or any heating systems no longer functioning, it was genuinely cold enough to kill. The homeowners suddenly turned to the property management team to complain, but soon found out that they had no signal. They also found out that the buildings around them were also plunged into darkness. Han Feng observed everything outside through his window. He knew that the snowstorm, together with the overload of electricity for heating, would eventually cause an inevitable power outage. In addition, the snow and low temperature outside made it impossible to repair the equipment. Han Feng decided to use his home generator he had in advance. So with maximum effort, Han Feng refilled his home generator with gasoline. Han Feng also knew that the power outage and internet outage may be permanent. And when the other homeowners finally realized that the electricity would no longer be restored, panic would surface, and their panic may lead to more serious riots, and then, inevitably, absolute chaos where the entire neighborhood would plunge into a scene similar to the law of the jungle. Survival of the fittest. And that's when the real hell would begin. Half an hour ago, Hyona had been fortunate enough to find someone to feed her. At this moment, she was impatiently munching on a bowl of instant noodles. The guy explained to Hyona that he bought all the supplies from the homeowners in the group chat at 50 times the market price. And those poor idiots wouldn't shut up about how good of a deal it was for them. He spent more than 500,000 yuan on these supplies. He also put some of the supplies up for auction, and those poor people rushed to buy from him, so he made a small profit in the end. The guy then touched Hyona's cheek and asked her, "How about it? Are you willing to follow me?" Knowing it was time to put on an act, Hyona nodded in agreement that the guy was right. Seeing this, he thought that as long as he has supplies, he could do whatever he wanted with Hyona from now on. But at that moment, he heard noises from outside his apartment door. Then, soon after, he saw that someone was trying to pick his door lock. The guy stood up, frustrated, and wondered just who could be making noise outside his apartment in the middle of the night. He was totally unaware that the neighbors had all decided to raid his supplies at this moment. He soon heard the homeowners murmuring from the other side of his door, plotting about how to break into his apartment, and if it was indeed the apartment of the person who bought all their supplies. When the lock-picking seems not to be working, they decided to kick the door open. The door eventually gave way, freaking the guy out, who stared nervously ahead in disbelief. And at the door were the homeowners with their hungry faces and weapons. The scene shifts to the outside world, where the snowstorm was still the same, and hadn't stopped, nor had the temperature showed any signs of not dropping any lower. It was pretty much the same, give or take. Meanwhile, back inside Han Feng's apartment, Han Feng, with maximum effort, had successfully gotten his generator working with several cables connected to it, which was currently powering his entire apartment. His generator was an indoor one and had a soundproof container, so it was conveniently silent and didn't garner the attention of anyone outside. And in order for his apartment to remain unnoticed, Han Feng also turned off all the lights in the apartment. However, his current predicament was at his door. Han Feng was trying desperately to turn his door handle into an electrifying conductor. And after all his hard work, Han Feng was puzzled and disappointed to find out that there was no power when he ran a simple test to check. Strange. Why is there no power? He questioned himself in bewilderment. But at that moment, his setup exploded in his face. Luckily, the explosion wasn't massive, so Han Feng was fine seconds after. The cable fell on the ground, emitting visible charges as the smoke settles. Han Feng picked up the cable, blew the smoke off it, wondering how the setup was difficult, when it seems pretty easy in the videos he'd watched before. It would be great if there was internet, he thought. A knock on his door suddenly sounded, startling him. Wondering who it might be, Han Feng peeps through the hole in his door, and he was surprised to see a familiar height and stupid hair. His words, not mine. Han Feng questioned the girl what matter he had with him. Hearing this, the girl simply answered with one word. Help! Han Feng thought the situation was troublesome, considering he was busy at the moment. Han Feng reached for his door handle and was about to open his door, but he immediately halted his actions, recalling a similar encounter that led to his death in his previous life. He suddenly let go off his door handle after a considerable thought. Then he said hesitantly, "Well, I got the news that some owners started breaking into houses and stealing supplies. So, go back quickly, I won't open the door for you." Hearing this, the girl sighed heavily, then proceeded to knock on the door. And after a while, she stopped knocking when she realized that Han Feng was really not going to open the door. Left with no choice, she sat on the cold, hard floor behind the door, shaking profusely. She tried to hang in there, doing what she can to not freeze to death. Then, she heard murmurs not far on her left. It was some homeowners discussing the urgency to raid the current floor they were on before the others got there. One of them wondered aloud how many residents were even home on this floor, but another retorted that it didn't matter. "Who cares? We will just raid them one by one." A hand reached from the corner, and as they came into view, it was indeed the homeowners who were raiding other residents for their supplies. One of them commented that it seems that they were in luck, because no one had raided this floor yet. They took a moment to assess the situation, trying to figure out what apartments probably had residents. "The two households over there belong to us, so let's try the rest." They got to Han Feng's door, and got their crowbar ready to budge it open. "Hello, is anyone home? Hello? We are here to deliver supplies." Behind the door inside the apartment was Han Feng, who was sitting on the floor with his hand tightly covering the girl's mouth. Immediately after, a loud rattling sound continuously persisted outside Han Feng's door as the intruders tried to force the door open. Han Feng tried to reassure the girl to not be afraid. "His door was reinforced," he whispered. But from the looks of it, the girl was not the least bit panicked. The door handle was also forcefully tried several times, but nothing. "How come this door is so strong? Even the door handle can't be broken by kicking." "You're right, big brother. Why don't we break into the house next door first?" With no other choice left, they agreed and decided to mark Han Feng's door for later. When Han Feng heard this, he was relieved they finally gave up. Also, he thought of how he was fortunate to focus on reinforcing his door and handle when he had the chance. Back then, when he suggested that the constructor should add a 5 cm steel plate inside his door and reinforce the handle. The guy was puzzled, and even asked if Han Feng was hiding from debt collectors. At this moment, his eyes suddenly widened when he realized he might have suffocated the girl. "Sorry, it's okay now. I was afraid they would notice that there were people at home, so..." Han Feng was cut off as the girl thanked him and replied that it was fine. Han Feng and the girl remained where they were for a while, and after what seemed like forever, Han Feng told the girl that he believes the homeowners had left. Then, he went back to work, trying to get his electrocuting project to work. "Wait till I fix this thing, and if anyone dares to kick my door again, I'll electrocute them to death," he said. A bit puzzled with what Han Feng was doing, the girl asked. "It is a defensive measures against electric shock," Han Feng replied. But then he remembered that the girl didn't even understand basic survival needs. How could she understand what he was doing? "Oh, that's right. You still won't understand even if I tell you. I don't even understand it myself. Why this damn electric shock device is so difficult to use." Han Feng questioned himself in frustration, but what he never expected was what happened immediately after. The girl spoke up, explaining what he was trying to accomplish to him. "The anti-theft device uses the difference between electric current and voltage," she said with a knowing look. "Do you know?" Han Feng asked in bewilderment. Hearing the question, the girl simply nodded and replied that it was very simple if you know what you're doing. She continued, explaining the procedure to Han Feng. After power off, wrap the bare wires of the electric wires around the door handle to insulate them. Then connect the ground wire of the distribution box to the door handle. Then finally, turn on the power again. When Han Feng turned the power back on when he was done, he tested it, and it was a success. "Wow. It worked. It was really successful. How do you know this?" "The evil king's true eye has the ability to see all the truth in the world." Immediately upon hearing her response, Han Feng wondered why he even asked. When he was done, he carried the remaining cable and his toolbox, and told the girl that if she needed his help settling in momentarily, she should just tell him. Han Feng said this, expecting a reply, but when he got none, he told the girl he was asking her a question. The girl just unpacked her stuff hidden underneath her jacket and replied that the evil king's true eye will reside here. The girl's reply initially didn't register in Han Feng's mind, so when it finally did, Han Feng shouted, asking the girl what she meant by what she just said. "You must be kidding." "Absolutely not. You're not going to reside here," he said. Unbeknownst to Han Feng, the cable coiled on his left arm fell right on his feet. And in the midst of all his shouting session, he unknowingly took a step forward, trying to approach the girl. His feet got trapped in the coiled cable, causing him to trip over, crashing headfirst on the table in front of him with a loud bang. As the dust settles seconds after, Han Feng commented that the fall hurts like hell. Then, almost immediately, he again commented that the fall didn't hurt as much as he thought it would. The body, which was supposed to be aching as a result of clashing into a table, felt completely fine. It was as if Han Feng just fell on the floor rather than a table. Han Feng's hands were glowing purple, but he didn't seem to have noticed. To be exact, his attention was preoccupied with his coffee table in front of him. Huh? My coffee table, he murmured. Han Feng got closer and picked up his coffee table, which, at that moment, looked like a cloth. It seems that the table's molecular structure had changed drastically, and it was in this moment that Han Feng also noticed his purple glowing hand. Huh? Purple light? Could it be that this purple light turned the coffee table into this? Even the toolboxes and these scattered things. Indeed, it was as he said, everything that had a direct contact with his hand faced the same outcome as his coffee table. Han Feng picked up the hammer in the toolbox, but soon found out that the hammer was flexible and bending like a lightweight rubber. In simple words, this purple light can make objects soft? Han Feng wondered in amazement, but he immediately remembered that he wasn't alone in his apartment. That's right, he had a guest. Oops, I forgot there's someone else at home. Turning his head to face the girl, he thought nervously as he began to sweat bullets. On the other hand, the girl watched the entire scene without uttering a word like she always does. She was confused and speechless about what she'd just witnessed. The girl continued to simply stare at Han Feng for a considerable amount of time, silent and expressionless. Then, suddenly, she got up with her laptop in hand, her eyes sparkling with excitement and wonder. Is he also the messenger chosen by the evil king's true eye? She questioned herself with an evident curiosity. And Han Feng was dumbfounded with her sudden behavior, because it was not a typical behavior any person who'd witnessed such a weird and freaking scene will naturally exhibit. But this could be a good thing that could work in Han Feng's favor. He quickly got his act together, improvised by striking a pose with his jelly-like hammer in one hand and the other on his face, and said, "Yes, that's right. I am also a subordinate chosen by the evil boss, so this strange phenomenon often occurs." Inwardly, he thought the girl had a very strange way of thinking, so he believed he could get away with it. But what happened after left him in a bit of a pickle. The girl simply stretched out her hand, and as Han Feng, with a confused demeanor, did the same. She told Han Feng that since they were both messengers chosen by the evil king's true eye, then they should support each other, and the current resting room they were in should be shared. Room sharing? It took a moment for Han Feng to realize that what she meant by the resting room was his apartment. Han Feng sighed helplessly with his head and eyes lowered. And before he could finish explaining himself as to why he was not having any roommate, the girl had already reached the door to the other room behind Han Feng. And accompanied with a loud thud by the shutting door, Han Feng's eyes widened when he realized that the girl had already left and was inside the other room behind him. "Hey, I haven't agreed yet. Do you really think this is the evil king's lair?" he said. "Oh, forget it." Han Feng decided to let her be. His immediate priority was his purple glowing hand a while ago. So as he stares at the jelly-like hammer in his hand, he wondered silently. What was that purple light just now? Can it make things softer? It seems that I have more than those two kinds of light, but if there are others just like this purple light that I hadn't discovered, then I wonder just how many there are. Anyway, I should investigate the purple light first. Han Feng closed his eyes and tried to summon his purple glowing hand, but nothing. He then began to recall, trying to analyze the situation that led to that outcome. The purple light appeared when I was tripped by the wire and about to hit the coffee table. Recalling all this gave Han Feng an idea. So as he held on to the wires, Han Feng tried to remember the feeling he had at that time. The feeling of being in a dangerous situation. And just like that, Han Feng was stunned to see his hands glowing with purple light. It's out. It actually worked? Just recalling the dangerous situation just now, the purple light appeared? Han Feng said this, a little taken aback. At that moment, something else also got his attention. Wait, does this purple light also have an effect on wires? That's right. In his hand, the wires had also turned into a jelly-like substance. With this new development, Han Feng knew that the purple light might have a large range of things it can affect. And there might be more to it than just making things soft. So, Han Feng immediately heads to his kitchen, deciding to try it on something else. Han Feng grabbed a large kitchen knife, closed his eyes and prepared himself to summon the purple light. Seconds after, he succeeded in his summoning, and the purple light immediately took effect, softening the knife. Whoa, it works on steel too, and the texture is like jelly. he commented in amazement. So, after a while, Han Feng had successfully tried the purple light on various items he could think of, such as his fork, spoon, a glass cup, and many others. After all this, he realized that apart from turning things to jelly, there was no other changes. And the longer the purple light was used, the more the object will be softened. This effect was too useless and could not help him in any way, he thought. But then, he suddenly had an enlightenment. Han Feng thought of mixing two kinds of light, just like he did with the red light. Then he might achieve an unexpected result. Han Feng summoned his green light in his right hand, and with the purple light on the left hand, he tried to forcefully change the texture of his jelly-like spoon, but it resulted in a failure. So he took the kitchen knife and with effort he tried it in a different way. Han Feng expanded both light around the entire knife. The results was a success. And not only that, because the kitchen knife didn't just change back to its previous state, but was hardened and refined to a degree that it was unbelievably sharp. This surprised Han Feng greatly. Staring at the items on the table, Han Feng gave it another try. And after several attempts, he had confidently confirmed a theory he thought of. So that's how it is. If the two kinds of light are mixed, they can change the toughness of matter. And the hardness is a bit exaggerated. This new development gave Han Feng an idea. A very bold one. Meanwhile, outside his apartment, on the flight of stairs, two homeowners who had recently raided for supplies were discussing whether to hand them over like they're supposed to. The one behind asked curiously, "Hey man, you're not really planning on handing over the looted supplies soon, are you?" "I don't even have enough to eat myself," the other replied. "If we hand them over, they have to share it with the women and the old people." "Why?" "You're right. But if we do this, we must keep this a secret. Otherwise we'll be in trouble if anyone finds out." At this moment, the one ahead told the other to look behind him. Puzzled, the other questioned what he was referring to as he curiously turned around. When he did, his expression immediately changed, with his flashlight illuminating the entire area. The thick, concrete wall behind them was sort of moving, and this could be easily spotted as the 18th floor written on it was moving as well. The wall is creeping?" he said. Suddenly, a human face appeared on it, and as the form became clearer, it came really close, about a breath away, from the frightened homeowner, who was about seconds away from wetting his pants. The figure took the shape of a ghostly figure. "There is a ghost on this floor." Scared shitless, the two simultaneously said this, shaking profusely, and immediately made a run for it with their supplies. On the other hand, the supposed ghost on the wall was struggling to free itself because it was finding it hard to breathe. On the other side of the wall was Han Feng, who was struggling to get a grip on hardening the wall. Due to the size of the wall, Han Feng was finding it difficult to merge the two light together. When he finally succeeded in covering the entire section of the wall with the two light, they fused together naturally. Then, after a few seconds of mixing both lights with the jelly wall, it hardened immediately after completion. Han Feng was worn out, panting like he'd run a marathon. His next step was to test its durability. So he took out a long mallet, thinking that it was time to check the results of the hardening. Han Feng raised his long, heavy hammer, and with a fierce determination in his eyes, he struck the huge hammer on the wall. He then continued to repeat the process over and over and over again as the sounds echoed through the heavy snowstorm outside. A while later, Han Feng, exhausted and with his trembling hands, laughed in joy. The results were promising, because after he had constantly beaten the wall, not even a piece was broken off. Meanwhile, in the underground parking lot, the guy from earlier brought in the supplies he'd raided. With a nervous smile, he scratched the back of his head and apologized, saying that many homeowners were basically out of food, so these were the only supplies he collected. At that moment, someone grabbed his shoulder, surprising him, and before he could get a word out, he was forcefully pinned to the ground. The person responsible for his subduing was none other than Jin Qinwen. And in a cold tone, Jin Qinwen loudly asked him to disclose where he hid all the food he stole. "Hid? What are you talking about? Everything I stole from the other homeowners are here." As the crowd just simply watches the entire exchange, the guy, clearly in pain, answered as he shakes profusely. "Stop lying to me," Jin Qinwen said. "I saw you take 3 big bags just now, but you only handed in 1. Then, you must have seen it wrong. I swear, I brought everything." The guy stuck to his story as Jin Qinwen added a little pressure to his arm, intensifying his pain. "It seems you intend on not saying anything, right? Then I'll just have to beat it out of you. Maybe then, you'll behave yourself and tell the truth." Gritting his teeth in frustration, Jin Qinwen clearly had enough of the guy's pretense, and was about to carry out his threat when someone cut in at that very moment, surprising him. And this person was none other than Glass's man, who gently grabbed his arm, signaling him to halt his actions. Jin Qinwen, a bit puzzled, questioned Glasses Man why he was there. But Glasses Man just simply told him to let the guy go first. If you have any questions, they can talk about it. But this guy hid everyone's food. Jin Qinwen retorted, still a bit puzzled. Glasses Man replied that he knows. He knows everything, so he should just leave it to him. Hearing this, he agreed without any hesitation. Then he let go of the old guy immediately after, commenting that he was only doing this for Glasses Man's sake. Glasses Man extended his hand, offering the guy a helping hand. "It's okay," he said. So with a warm smile, Glasses Man continued. Then, almost like magic, the guy brought in the other 2 bags of supplies a while later from wherever he hid them. The guy apologized to Glasses Man, explaining that there were 5 people in his family, and the food they share were really not enough, but Glasses Man once again cut in, giving the guy his rations for the day. He told the guy that his family needed it more than he does. And this, of course, shocked the guy greatly. He asked why Glasses Man was doing this. What will he eat? Rules are rules. Whatever is collected must be handed in, and then a fixed quota is given according to the number of people. But I also understand your difficulties, so you can quickly take this back to your family. Hearing this made the guy emotional, nearly bringing him to tears as he began to shake. He was grateful for Glasses Man's generosity. So as he was leaving, he loudly said to Glasses Man that from now on, if Glasses Man has any problems, anything at all, he should just tell him Old Wong, and he will do everything in his power to help. Glasses Man replied with a laugh when he heard this. He then said to Old Wong that if he happens to encounter any difficulties in the future, letting him know will be the right thing to do. He then turned to the crowd with the 2 bags of supplies in hand. "Everyone, please come receive your rations for today and go home as soon as possible." Hearing this, the crowd, grateful and amazed by Glasses Man's behavior, agreed and did as he said. So as the crowd gathered around, Glasses Man handed the supplies to the Zhan brothers, who asked him curiously, "Mr. Zhang, how did you get him to hand over the hidden food?" "Yes, how did you do that? And he was so willing all of a sudden too. Also, why did you have to share your rations with him?" Maintaining his smile, Glasses Man replied that the fact of the matter is, what he really did was nothing special other than made the guy understand the truth. This only piqued the brothers' interest some more, so they simultaneously asked what the truth was. Glasses Man pushed up his glasses and replied that in the history of the country, there have been several riots and conflicts caused by conflicts of interests between different classes. But this nature will be defined as social collective behavior, and as long as they are not caught on the spot, the participants will not be convicted. So I just told him that if he breaks the rules, the group will not accept him and he will be just an outcast and a thief with no one to turn to if he needed help. And if anything were to happen to him, no one actually knows whether the law would settle the matter when the disaster is over. But before that, they will face revenge from the owners whose properties were robbed. Hearing this, everyone was surprised and, once again, amazed at Glasses Man. "Oh, I see it now. So that was it." Uncle Lou, who was resting in a corner not far away, heard the entire discussion and thought to himself that Glasses Man may have a point. But among those rioting groups, there is often a leader who directs the actions. There will always be heroes and villains in troubled times. And this guy, Jiang Shueyo, was no ordinary guy. Meanwhile, on the 18th floor in Han Feng's apartment, things were progressing as it was previously shown. After sorting out the effectiveness of the purple light on the wall, Han Feng had shifted his focus to his glass window. And with the same process of hardening, he was now checking the toughness of his glass window. Han Feng had struck the glass window repeatedly until he was out of breath. And from the looks of it, the glass was as tough as the hardening wall, because Han Feng had not made a crack on the glass after his repeated attempts. So as he stared breathlessly at the heavy hammer in his hand, Han Feng thought that now that the whole apartment has been strengthened, and the hardness has been confirmed, his next step should be. His thoughts were immediately cut off by a sudden knock on his door. Curious as to who it might be, Han Feng headed to his apartment door in a careful manner. He needed not to have a similar incident as earlier. He also even thought that it might be another homeowner coming to steal his supplies. But as he peeps through the hole in his door, he was surprised to see none other than Miss 38D Melons and Crazy Curves, Lee Hyona. And what was more important was that the current situation was identical to the scene from his previous life that led to his death. It had the same settings. Indeed, this was it. This was the time Han Feng met his end. Hyona, shaking profusely, told Han Feng that it was her. "I have thought it through these days." Hyona read her script, identical to what she said in Han Feng's previous life. "I cannot let you down. Only in times of trouble can one understand true love. and only those who truly love me will give me their all unconditionally. If you don't believe me, open the door and touch my heart." This, of course, made Han Feng recall everything that happened at this point in his previous life. It's exactly the same words as that day, he thought. That means that, beside her, that man is also outside the door. Finally, I can finally get what I have been waiting for. I just need to shoot these two bastards to death. Han Feng quickly left his apartment door, rushing to get his rifle. But as he got closer, within a touching distance, he halted in his tracks. Wait, there's a power outage now. The enemy is in the dark, and I'm in the light. If I can't kill them with one strike, I might get killed again. If I use the electric shock, then I have to trick them into holding the door handle at the same time, which is impossible. And I'm not sure how effective this electric shock is. Thinking of all this, Han Feng tried to calm down. He had been waiting for this moment, and finally, it was here. He needed to calm down and think this through. But first, he had to sort out the current situation about the light. So Han Feng quietly turned off his generator. Then, he closed his eyes with his hands leisurely resting on the heavy hammer's handle. Focused. And as he calmed himself, he thought, the biggest threat to me now is not Lee Hyona, but the man hiding in the dark. So if I go out there, I have to instantly locate him and also give him a fatal blow in the process. This might be to my disadvantage, because if I make one wrong move, it's over. Okay, so how can I determine his location in advance in the apartment? I remember the guy should be hiding in the corner behind my door, and that place is a blind area. In my previous life, the attack came from this direction, so it's probably here at this spot, although it will take some time. But it might work with a bit of luck. Han Feng quietly and carefully activated his purple light as he touched the wall. Meanwhile, outside his apartment's door, Hyona, on the other hand, wondered why there was no response. So she asked again in a hopeful manner, "Han Feng, are you still there? Please open the door." Han Feng, the guy who waited patiently in the blind spot with his iron bat, asked Hyona, "Hey, is this guy worth our efforts?" "Yes," Hyona replied. He still had some supplies left, and it occurred to me a while ago that he had bought a truckload of goods the day before the disaster. Hearing this made the guy smirk. He was clearly pleased to hear this. "Oh, then this guy is enough for us to eat for many days." Unbeknownst to him, a portion of the wall not far away behind him, covered with purple light, began to move. Then, something also began to form immediately after. So, little by little, the form took shape, and as it did, it took the shape of a hammer. But at this moment, the guy heard some sound, so he whispered, asking Hyona if she'd heard something. "No, I didn't hear anything." "What sound?" "I seemed to hear something behind me." As he said this, the guy turned his head to take a look behind him. And as he did, what followed immediately after was a massive smack on his cheek as a lot of blood splashed from his mouth. He may have lost some teeth too. Accompanied with a loud bang, he crushed heavily on the ground in an instant, letting go of his iron bat. Hyona, shocked, was momentarily speechless seeing this, and as she got her act together, she asked the guy what was wrong. But as the guy laid on the floor, trembling all over and unable to respond, Hyona told him not to scare her. What was wrong? In this moment, Han Feng's apartment door opened with a click, and as Hyona turned to look, she was met with a fire extinguisher. Han Feng released the visibly white gas in the fire extinguisher directly on Hyona's face as she screams in pain like the siren of the Pacific she was. With her eyes closed, Hyona, shaking profusely, begs for Han Feng to stop. She was finding it hard to breathe, but as her dramatic plea fell on deaf ears, Hyona's eyes bulged out a little as she began to suffocate. Fortunately for her, the gas in the fire extinguisher stopped seconds after. Hyona took a couple steps back, and when she did, she started to cough loudly, over and over again until she heard someone groaning in pain beside her. She turned her head slightly and was surprised with what she saw. Hyona's boyfriend, who was brutally battered and shaking uncontrollably, turned out to be the guy she received help from earlier. All the food he managed to deceive and buy from the other homeowners were taken away when his apartment was raided. Left with nothing to eat, he and Hyona targeted Han Feng, thinking he was an easy prey. However, the current situation they were in was totally something none of them expected. Hyona was in a predicament at the moment, not knowing what to do when the guy, with about a dozen of his teeth knocked out, pleaded for her to save him. But Hyona just simply stared, speechless. She had no idea what to do in that moment. After all, she thought what was required of her was to make Han Feng open his apartment door, and he would have taken care of the rest. But at that very moment, suspicious hands reached for her from the shadows. And as the hands tried to grab hold of her, Hyona fearfully stepped backwards and fell on her behind with a loud thud. Han Feng narrowly missed her as he only managed to grab a few strands of her hair in his attempt. Hyona, on the other hand, got up in a split second and bolted like her life depended on it. And given the current situation, it was. She shouted for help as she ran as fast as her legs could carry her. Han Feng just stared at her in frustration. He was a bit angry at himself for his slip-up. And as Hyona's figure disappeared from the corridor seconds later, he was taken aback about how quick she was. Hyona's escape was even faster than a fire drill. The guy she left behind also tried to get on his feet, alarming Han Feng. He kicked the guy in the stomach. "Who gave you permission to get up?" "Who?" he asked. Han Feng raised his leg and was about to continue his assault when the guy started to vomit, pleading for him to wait. He should wait for a moment. Did Han Feng know who his father was? "If you dare to touch me again," he said, "I will." Han Feng punched the guy in the face, cutting him off in the middle of his threats. Then, he kneed him on his chin with an uppercut. "You think you can threaten me in a time like this? I don't care who your dad is. After all, it's you I'm hitting, not him." The guy immediately raised his hand, and again, pleaded for Han Feng to wait. "Wait a moment, big brother. I have no grudges against you. Why do you?" He was cut off again with another punch in the face. Han Feng spared him no words as he got on top of him and started punching him repeatedly. Realizing that Han Feng was dead set on killing him, he asked why. Why was he trying to kill him? Was his life so worthless in his eyes? Han Feng continued with his assault, and didn't even stop when flesh blood continued to drip from his raised fist. So when he eventually halted his actions, the guy's face was bloodied and beaten so badly that he could barely see or talk. His shaking body also intensified. But Han Feng neither cared nor did he want it to stop. He grabbed the iron bat initially intended for him, and as he walked up to the guy, he started to cry, realizing that his permanent end was near. His last request was for Han Feng to give him a reason. Why was he really doing this? Reason. Han Feng said this through his clenched teeth. "Stop pretending already." Without any hesitation in his movement or decision, he swung the iron bat directly on the guy's head, deleting him. His blood splattered on the cold floor, and the scene was similar to the treatment Han Feng received in his previous life. Han Feng, breathing rapidly, commented that in his previous life, did the guy ask why when he killed him? Suddenly, when the adrenaline subsides and the realization of what he had done hit him, he covered his mouth in attempt not to vomit. But that was unsuccessful, as seconds after, he knelt on both knees and vomited all the content in his stomach. At this moment, he heard something behind him, and as he turned to have a look, it was none other than his roommate, the evil king's true eye. Upon witnessing the scene in front of her, the girl just bent down, touched the pool of blood with her finger, and with an expressionless look, asked Han Feng if he needed any help. The scene shifts back inside Han Feng's apartment a while later, where he sat across from the girl, who was busy eating. Han Feng felt uneasy as he contemplated, thinking about the girl's behavior. Such a horrific scene, but she was not afraid at all, he thought. In fact, it felt like it was nothing new to her. This girl is a little scary. It's better not to let her stay in my house. Han Feng tried to convince her that people may come back for revenge at any time, and she will be implicated if she stays in his apartment. Upon hearing this, she simply replied with an "oh," then continued with her drink. Han Feng wanted to know if she agreed with his reasoning or not. After all, she was doing this for her own good, he said. The girl just straight out rejects the idea and replied that she would rather stay. And this pissed Han Feng off greatly as he gritted his teeth in frustration. He tried once more, reminding the girl that it was too dangerous to stay in his apartment. There was a high chance that they would die. The girl just placed the drink she was enjoying on the table in front of her, and got up. She told Han Feng not to worry because she, the evil king's true eye, will help him. She then turned to leave, commenting that the evil king's true eye's energy was running out, so she needed to go into hibernation. Han Feng grabbed her arm and told her to wait a moment. She shouldn't keep trying to evade him with her immature remarks. He was talking to her about real issues. Her attention fell on her arm grabbed by Han Feng, and as she stared back at him, she told Han Feng that she promised to help him. She then grabbed her door handle and opened the room she'd been staying in. Whatever is inside changed Han Feng's expression to the look of absolute shock. Meanwhile, back at the underground parking lot, the crowd had queued up for their rations for the day, and among the queued crowd was none other than Lee Hyona. Hyona waited patiently in line till it got to her turn, and as she received her rations, she stared at it in thoughts. She waited for her boyfriend all night, but he never came back. She was also wondering what exactly happened. From her perspective, the guy was fine, then he suddenly collapsed. Was it Han Feng who did it? Did he set up a trap in advance? But what I care more about is when Han Feng opened his apartment door. There was a faint glow and a warm current in his apartment, indicating that he had something to generate electricity. Did he prepare for the snowstorm in advance? It is possible that he also prepared a lot of supplies. Damn it! Damn you bastard! He secretly made cold weather preparations without telling me, and gave me unwanted garbage. I need to find time and a way as soon as possible to check the situation at this bastard's home. In thoughts, Hyona suddenly bumps into someone on her way. The person turns in her direction and asks her to wait. And as Hyona turns around, he asked, "It's Hyona, right? Lee Hyona." At this moment at the underground parking lot, Hyona shielded her gaze from the blinding flashlight as the guy excitedly offered her a place to warm herself up. "A couple people and I have a fire pot in the lobby of Building 5, he said. "Would you like to join us and warm yourself up?" Upon hearing the question, Hyona thought of the guy being one of her many bootlickers and also probably had bad intentions. So she turned around and refused the offer on the spot, claiming she can just go to her apartment and warm herself up. But thanks for the offer. Suddenly, the guy grabbed her arm and told her to wait. Then, deciding to offer her another enticing offer, he tried again, claiming he had a lot of food there as well. "Just come to my house and stay with me for a few days, and I will take care of you." He closed the remaining distance between them and whispered that Hyona should just think about it. She could live comfortably from this point forth if she comes with him. "After all, I have always liked your type." Hearing this made Hyona feel creeped out and annoyed. To her, the guy was just spouting nonsense endlessly. So, with great effort, she freed her arm forcefully and loudly shouted for the guy to get lost. "Who does he think she is? And who cares about your garbage food?" The guy was stunned for a moment, but seconds later, he grabbed Hyona's hand, and in anger, told her to stop pretending. "You're shamelessly going around, claiming supplies. Do you really think no one sees you? Now, you think you can pretend to be a member of the property management committee? Believe it or not, I will expose you." Hyona had nothing to say to this and demanded that the guy let go of her hand. He was hurting her. But at this moment, the other homeowners nearby heard what the guy said and began to badmouth about Hyona, who immediately noticed this and was displeased. So, in anger, Hyona also smacked the guy on the cheek with her food, loudly shouting for the guy to let go of her hand. The guy's eyes bulged out as she stared at her with murderous intent. "You bitch!" he shouted with his flashlight raised, intending to rearrange Hyona's facial features with it. But what happened after was a resounding bitch slap across his face. The slap was so massive and so intense that his eyes rolled, and seconds after, he was thrown several distance away into a wall. The person responsible for the slap shouted that the guy should be ashamed of bullying a defenseless woman in public. This commotion drew the attention of the homeowners present, who curiously questioned themselves what happened, and if it was indeed a person who flew by just now. But upon seeing the guy trembling all over on the floor, some wondered if a fight broke out, while others suggested they call Glasses Man to resolve whatever it is that just happened. Nurse Jean, responsible for the assault, asked Hyona if she was okay. "Are you hurt or feeling unwell?" Seeing the strength of Nurse Jean, Hyona raised her hand and nervously replied that she was all right. "Thank you," she added. With a warm smile, Nurse Jean offered her business card to Hyona, adding that if she ever feels uncomfortable or have any discomfort anywhere, she can come over and take a look. "Oh, no thank you." Hyona rejected any assistance offered, covering her face with her scarf and turned to leave, surprising her helper. Unexpectedly, the guy, who was presumed to have been dealt with, grabbed hold on the scarf around the neck of Nurse Jean and pinned her forcefully on the floor. "Another fucking bitch," he said. "Mind your own freaking business. Believe it or not, I'm going to kill you." With a raised fist, the guy shouted, blinded with an uncontrolled rage. But before his fist could descend on his attacker, another hand reached out and grabbed him by his heavy jacket. Then, with great force, he was smacked on the cold, hard floor. And for the second time within a few minutes, the guy was trembling all over. The person who intervened this time around was none other than Li Zi. Li Zi had a cigarette in his mouth, and as he stared at the guy with hollowed eyes, he made mention that the most disgusting men in his life so far were the ones that lay their hands on a woman. Does he want to die? As the guy tried to get back up, Glasses Man appeared at the scene, demanding for everyone to give way. "What's going on?" he asked. The homeowners around saw him and was relieved by his presence. As soon as the question was asked, the guy spoke up before anyone else. "Mr. Jiang, this woman is claiming supplies. I saw her hanging out with the rich second generation who was driving up prices before." Hearing the accusation, Hyona immediately retorted that she didn't do no such thing. "How dare you? A jerk who beats a woman? Wants to complain like some victim. In a flash, Li Zi raised his fist behind the guy in anger. And before he could take action, he was surprised to see Glasses Man grab the guy by his jacket and questioned him with a serious expression. What do you think of the Property Management Committee? Protecting the vulnerable groups and ensuring that everyone has enough food to eat is our duty and responsibility. The guy nervously apologized, saying he was wrong and it wouldn't happen again. It was obvious at this point that the guy was part of the committee. Glasses Man let go of him and said that the next time he should just leave. He approached Li Zi and the head nurse, apologizing for scaring them. Sorry for scaring you too, he said. Anyway, are you two really not going to consider what I said before? Li Zi immediately turned and left the scene, saying he had no interest in gang robbery. He would rather starve to death than join Glasses Man and his committee. This sudden behavior startled both Glasses Man and Nurse Jean, who turned her gaze towards him, and with her usual warm smile, apologized. I'm sorry, Mr. Jiang. I still can't accept this method, she said. However, if you have patients that need my medical assistance, then I can still help. Hearing this, Glasses Man thanked Nurse Jean for her offer. He then sighed heavily as he stares at the two departing figures. But at this moment, Hyona called out to him from behind. So with a puzzled look, Glasses Man turned to her as she asked if he could join him. With a seductive demeanor, Hyona grabbed Glasses Man's arm and closed the distance between them. Actually, I have always admired you, she said. Unfortunately, I never had the chance. But as of now, everything is different, so we have a lot of time. Unexpectedly, Glasses Man rejected Hyona's advances, surprising her greatly. Because, for the first time in her life, a man questioned her usefulness and didn't immediately lust for her. Glasses Man politely put some distance between them and asked with a smile. Miss Lee, did you misunderstand? He questioned. I asked them to join me because they are useful people. Obviously, one of them can fight, the other can cure diseases. What can you do? I'm sorry, but you're not worthy of my winning over right now. Glasses Man said this as he turned to leave, leaving Hyona absolutely dumbfounded. But what Glasses Man said about not being worthy made her suddenly think about Han Feng's apartment. Hyona believes that with this information, she could change his mind. So her next words made Glasses Man stop in his tracks a few distance ahead. Glasses Man turned his head slightly and looked at her from the corner of his eye when she made mention that she happens to know where they could find supplies. Lots and lots of it. And all in one place. So how about it, Mr. Jiang? Meanwhile, as the scene shifts to Han Feng's apartment, we finally see what surprised him when he opened the door earlier. Whether it was fate or mere coincidence, the girl happened to be the person responsible for emptying the supermarket earlier during the end of the world. Her ability was a space type. At this moment, she was trying to take something Han Feng requested from her alternate space. Around them were many failed attempts. Han Feng, on the other hand, waited impatiently as the girl pulled out a giant doll. Seeing this, Han Feng shouted, annoyed, "Isn't this a model from a clothing counter? How does it have anything to do with what I just described?" To put it simply, the girl had the ability to store things in space. She can open a black hole in her chest and suck in everything she sees. But it's easy to put things in, but hard to take them out. Her accuracy in finding things is very low, and it seems that she has yet to fully master her power. Han Feng took a good look around, and told the girl that his house will be full before they find what they are looking for. But as he continued to watch her take things out one after another, countless questions filled his mind. What is the inside of your black hole like? Why is it so hard to find things? It's a virtual space, right? Or has it been transferred to some other place? Hearing all these questions, the girl simply replied that she hadn't explored her power yet. But one thing she is sure of is that the space is vast. This made Han Feng more curious, so he asked if he could stick his head in the space and take a look. With this approach, I can even help you look for it. The girl had no objection when she heard this. So, as he brought his head closer, he thought that the girl's hands were moving around so naturally, so it shouldn't be a big problem. Then, seconds after, he closed his eyes and plunged his head in the other dimensional space. Inside, Han Feng slowly opened his eyes, and as he took a look around, the scene in front of him shocked him greatly. The dimensional space was indeed as vast as the ocean, and inside were countless things floating. Han Feng couldn't help but laugh nervously. You are indeed a supernatural being who emptied out all the supermarkets in the East District overnight, he thought. But isn't this like looking for a needle in a haystack? Unexpectedly, Han Feng's eyes suddenly bulged out, and seconds after, they started watering. This was because there was no air in there. He started to struggle desperately. Han Feng thought he was going to die, but luckily he managed to pull himself out at the last moment. Gasping for air, Han Feng crouched down as tears flowed from his eyes, nose and mouth. Why didn't you tell me in advance that there was no oxygen inside? My skin feels like it's going to swell and break, and I feel like all the water in my body is being drained. The girl replied that she didn't know, and it was obvious since she could not enter. All she knows is that her hands had not been injured. The girl still continued to pull stuff out until she finally got what she was looking for. It was a black box. Han Feng exclaimed in excitement when he saw it. That's it. It actually exists. Unexpectedly, Han Feng heard the girl said she had found the others. Then several boxes fell in front of him, shocking him greatly. Meanwhile, as the scene shifts to the flight of frozen stairs of the apartment complex, on one floor after another, silent footsteps could be heard approaching the 18th floor. The homeowners, geared with their melee weapons, finally made it to their desired floor. But as they started to climb, step by step, the two guys that encountered a supposed ghost on this very floor started to shake uncontrollably. Obviously, they were still traumatized by that experience. In a shaken tone, the one behind the two straight up said he doesn't want to run into that mysterious creature again, while the other with the flashlight told the leader that the particular floor they were on was very weird. Did he really want to go there? Hearing this, the leader of the group couldn't help but smile in a mocking manner. It's the 21st century, he said, and you two still believe in ghosts and gods. He then turns to face them and continue with a stern tone. Mr. Jiang let us investigate first because he trusted us. We cannot let him down. It turns out the three were sent on a reconnaissance mission on the orders of Glasses Man. The two replied that Glasses Man might have just been deceived by Hyona, and everything she said was probably just a lie, so why risk encountering something strange on this floor? Stop spouting nonsense, the leader shouted, finally having enough of the two. They were supposed to trust Mr. Jiang's judgment, finish the work quickly and return as soon as possible. Unbeknownst to the three, their actions were being observed by Han Feng and the girl in real time. With the aid of a drone, the two quietly watched the three argue about their current predicament on whether to proceed forward or not. Sure enough, they came. Fortunately, surveillance was arranged in advance. Han Feng then tells the girl to begin the second phase of their plan, and with a detonator in hand, he continued that he would go ahead and light the ignition while the girl set everything in motion after he's done. The evil king's true eye simply nodded. Han Feng, with an intense focus, stared at his digital pocket watch in his hand, knowing full well that his timing had to be exact. If everything goes as planned, they would be able to get rid of the three homeowners without leaving the apartment. On the other hand, as the three guys made their way forward, the leader asked the two behind him whether they could also hear the noise ahead of them. Hearing this, they frantically replied that it could be the ghost they mentioned earlier. Suddenly, several blinding bright lights illuminated from the darkness ahead, and before they could even process what was going on, several toy cars, strapped with multiple fireworks, instantly flashed forward and leaped from above as they stared up in confusion. Toy cars? It wasn't until a toy car was a breath away from the leader's face did he realize the gravity of their demise. However, it was too late at that point, because seconds after, a deafening explosion sounded, accompanied with their loud cries. As it subsides, the three men laid on the staircase, shaking and coughing profusely. One even complained that his eyes were hurting so much that he couldn't open them. From the looks of it, they only received minor injuries from the explosion. However, they soon found out that another wave of assault was looming above them, quite literally. With the aid of a drone, another ignited explosive was directly above them. Realizing this, the three, although brutally battered and emaciated, made a mad dash down the flight of stairs, running away like it was a fire drill. Han Feng and the girl watched as the drone followed behind, quickly chasing them in the air. With a countdown timer of 22 seconds, the girl waited for the go-ahead from Han Feng to drop the explosive. Not yet, he answered. I want you to go closer and throw it directly in between them. I'm going to teach them a lesson this time. With 15 seconds left, they waited for the perfect opening to make the drop. Unexpectedly, the leader had enough, and in anger, he started swinging his crowbar aimlessly at the drone. Han Feng immediately shouted for the girl to be careful. They shouldn't let the drone get damage. After all, that drone was the only one they had. The drone maneuvered all the attacks as the guy continued to curse, swinging his crowbar over and over again. But under such tight space, the guy luckily managed to land a hit on the drone, chipping a piece of its propellers and setting it off course. With only 5 seconds left, the girl told Han Feng that she was finding it difficult to control the drone due to the damage it received. Han Feng retorted, shouting that she just needed to control it for 5 seconds. However, with 3 seconds left, the drone crashed throughout a window. And with just a second to spare, It managed to make it high above the building, detonating the explosive with a massive fireworks. However, with the right propeller damaged, the drone was heading down to a possible crash landing. Han Feng told her to quickly find a stop above ground before it crashes. The girl was able to successfully find a window of a floor within their building to land the drone. Han Feng quickly grabbed his jacket, put it on, and was ready to head downstairs. "I'll get it right away," he said. "This drone is so important to us." But before he could head outside, the girl said abruptly that there was a body in the stairwell of that floor. Curious, Han Feng came to have a look. He told the girl to zoom in a little closer to have a proper look. And as she did, he realized that the body was none other than Li Zi's. Han Feng stared at the screen in shock, wondering why he was there. Why did he fall there? He questioned. Then it occurred to him that Li Zi might have been robbed by the homeowners. Anyway, he couldn't watch him die. He opened a small wooden cabinet and took out a key. Closing it, he told the girl that she shouldn't open the door to anyone under any circumstance. He had a spare key and would be back soon. Han Feng also picked up something else and began to examine it. But at that moment, a shadow casted on his figure that drew his attention. Looking up, the girl had a communication device in her hand. She told Han Feng what it was and handed it over. Han Feng thanked her. He quickly got up, and after thoroughly checking his handgun, he hoped of not having to use it. Han Feng was ready to head outside to retrieve his drone and help Li Zi. With extreme caution and nimble movements, Han Feng descends the staircase with a flashlight in hand. He was very mindful not to make a sound, and also checks in with the girl on every floor he reaches. So far, the 17th and 16th floor was safe. However, the 15th floor had security. As Han Feng descends to the 15th floor, he finally began to feel the cold. Having been in his warm apartment all this time, he hadn't gotten used to the cold like the other homeowners. He lazily thought that according to the drone's measurements, the outside temperature was currently at -49.8 degrees Celsius. Without protection, humans would freeze to death in half an hour. So, he needed to resolve Li Zi's situation as quickly as possible because it wasn't looking good. From the earlier feed of the drone, it looked like Li Zi's got a few minutes if not attended to. Meanwhile, as the scene shifts back to the underground parking lot, the leader of the reconnaissance mission reported everything he and the other two encountered at the 18th floor. He warns Glasses Man of the things he should be careful of if anyone happens to go up there. Glasses Man, meticulous as ever, wrote everything down and calmly thanked the three. "Okay, I understand," he said. "Thank you for your hard work." He then tells a committee member to give them 3 sets of thick clothes first. When he was done writing all the details, he took out 3 instant noodles and handed it to them, saying that his committee would never unfairly treat those who have made contributions. With these rewards, the 3, with an overly excited demeanor, immediately thanked Glasses Man for his generosity. It was at this moment that Hyona, with a somewhat tired expression, pitifully asked Glasses Man if she could now join the committee. But unexpectedly, Glasses Man bluntly replied with a no. Hyona hadn't proven herself. Not yet, at least. With a calm and resolute gaze, Glasses Man continued. "First of all, we still hadn't confirmed whether this report is related to everything you said earlier about your friend. Second, if Uncle Lou hadn't seen people transporting supplies with his own eyes before this icy apocalypse, I wouldn't have believed you at all." He turned his gaze to Jean Qinwen. "We will soon go to that floor and take a look. And give Miss Lee another tool." Jean Qinwen agreed and left to get Hyona a weapon. Glasses Man leisurely motioned to Hyona that at present, it didn't matter whether her news is true or false. What he hopes for is that Hyona can demonstrate her self-worth in the following actions, because that would reveal her real purpose. But before Hyona could get a word out at this precise moment, she spotted someone approaching. So as she turned her head slightly to take a look, it was none other than Jean Qinwen, who had brought a metal pipe for Hyona to use as a weapon. Without any hesitation in her movement, Hyona grabbed the metal pipe and said she understood what she needed to do. Giving out a calming smile, Glasses Man was delighted hearing this. With everyone armed with their axes, kitchen knives, iron bats, and other melee weapons, Glasses Man said, "Everyone is an important resource of our team. Please be sure to pay attention to safety when you go up." So with that, they all matched forward with a common goal. On the flight of stairs, several footsteps reverberated throughout the silent cold. The homeowners, led by Glasses Man, seemed to found a new sense of camaraderie. Although questionable, they all believe in Glasses Man to the point that many would risk their life for him. After a couple steps, the group encountered someone lying on the floor, passed out and on the verge of freezing to death. Seeing this, Jean Qinwen alerted Glasses Man of the scene ahead. It was Li Zi, and the group recognized him immediately. Jean Qinwen took out a flask containing hot water and poured it in Li Zi's mouth. As the hot water rushed down his throat, Li Zi's eyes widened in shock. Hot, hot, hot. At this moment, Li Zi was fully awake and his expression showed no sign of his earlier situation. When he finally noticed the people in front of him, his expression suddenly changed to that of irritation. Glasses Man said nothing as they both just briefly stare at each other. Still momentarily shaken, Li Zi got up, and with his eyes leisurely closed, he curses at his rotten luck. Jin Qinwen couldn't take Li Zi's cold shoulder towards Glasses Man and loudly shouted, "Li Zi, what's your attitude? Mr. Jiang saved you, and you can't even say thank you?" Hearing this, Li Zi nonchalantly wipes the drool from his mouth and simply replied with an, "Oh." He then continued that they should stop pretending to be some kind of heroes. If they want to thank you, then they should first thank all the homeowners whose supplies they robbed. Jin Qinwen was pissed when he heard this. He was practically fuming at this point. "You bastard." He was seconds away from launching at Li Zi before Glasses Man intervened, halting his actions. Then, with his usual smile, Glasses Man spoke in a polite tone. "Brother Li, I really want to invite you to join us. Only if we unite together can we get through the cold weather together." However, it seems that whatever Glasses Man was selling, Li Zi wasn't fucking buying any of it. He replied with an evident disdain in his tone. "So annoying. I've said so many times that I will never join your group." Jin Qinwen then asked if Li Zi was trying to save face in front of everyone present. He was shameless before, so what's the point of acting different now? Li Zi turned to leave, repeating himself that he would never join their committee. But when he saw the look on Jin Qinwen's face, he questioned if he planned on forcing him. But the next moment, a hand suddenly rested on his shoulder. So as he slightly turned around, Glasses Man spoke up. "Brother Li, do you have any misunderstanding about us? We just want you to contribute a little so that those disadvantaged groups can have more hope of survival." Hearing this, Li Zi pointed an accusatory finger in Glasses Man's direction and said with disdain, "Mr. Jiang, don't think I don't know what you're thinking. You only give those old guys a meal every 3 days. What's the difference between that and waiting to die? Besides, I have no father or mother, so I won't fall for your tricks." Unbeknownst to everyone present, Han Feng was on a staircase ahead, silently listening in. Hearing that Glasses Man only gives the old people in the group 1 meal every 3 days, Han Feng knew that it meant that Glasses Man didn't want to take care of them, although he needed them. He was just creating an illusion of caring for the elderly as a means to an end. That's right, the property management committee takes in the old, weak, sick, and disabled in order to attract young people. And if this continues, conflicts will break out within the committee sooner or later. At this moment, Jin Qinwen, barely able to contain his anger, grabbed the collar of Li Zi's shirt, together with his scarf, and shouted, calling Li Zi an ungrateful bastard. "In a word, are you going to join or not? If not, get out. Don't block our way." Li Zi just stared at Glasses Man's lackey without uttering a word. Then suddenly, he headbutts him heavily in the face. Jin Qinwen fell to the floor, clearly in pain. But it wasn't just him, because at this moment, Li Zi, shaking profusely, reaffirmed his earlier decision of not joining their committee. And there was nothing they could do to convince him otherwise. With this new development, the other homeowners, with their melee weapons, took a few steps forward, unsure whether to attack Li Zi. Meanwhile, Glasses Man, disappointed in Li Zi's actions, asked why he was so against them. He then gave a slight nod, signaling the homeowners to attack Li Zi. Seeing this, they quickly cornered him. But this didn't deter Li Zi. After all, being in business with gangsters before the end of the world, he had seen and dealt with a much scarier situation than what he was currently in. He leaned against the wall with his shaking body and loudly shouted for the homeowners to come at him. Come on. He was not afraid of any of them. Han Feng saw this and gritted his teeth in anger, wondering what action he should take. Oh no. Brother Li was in such a bad state that he will collapse soon. I have to go help him. No, they have too many people. What can I do even if I go? Han Feng contemplated for a while, then reached into his pocket for his gun. With his gun in hand, he was unsure whether to step in now or wait to see how things would develop a little bit further. On the other hand, Li Zi, trapped like a cornered rat, wouldn't shut up, but continued to antagonize the homeowners. Come on, if you want to do it, hurry up. But suddenly, he noticed something from the corner of his eyes that drew his attention. Accompanied with a deafening bang, the audible sound of Han Feng's gun discharging rang throughout the entire stairwell. And for a brief moment, the shockwave from the muzzle blast was quite noticeable, and so was the recoil when the bullet was discharged. The entire area immediately became eerie quiet, as the only sound followed shortly after was a bat being dropped by a frightened homeowner. But as the scene pans to the crowd, their faces showed similar expressions. And it was the look of undisguised fear. Even Glasses Man, their leader and instigator, was not brave enough to step forward, but remained completely silent in the background. As the pin-drop silence from both sides stretched out, we see that amidst the frightened crowd, Jin Chin-won got the worst of it, because the shot fired was centimeters away from making him the intended target. Sitting on the cold, hard floor, he was seconds away from wetting his pants. When the crowd at the background on the staircase below, unable to see anything ahead, curiously asked what the sound was, the ones in front, with widened eyes, answered absent-mindedly that it was a gunshot. Hearing this, some began to question how it was even possible for someone to have a gun at a time like this. Seriously, you guys aren't kidding, right? Then, almost immediately, the crowd's murmurings grew louder as Han Feng shouted for them to pipe down. "Quiet," he said. "No one is allowed to move without my permission." At this moment, Han Feng had descended the stairs and was currently right next to Li Zi with a flashlight in one hand and the gun in the other, his gaze full of hostility. And the homeowners, seeing this, slowly backed away a couple steps and pleaded for Han Feng not to shoot. Meanwhile, Li Zi, who had recognized Han Feng earlier, thanked him. Of course, Li Zi, being the one responsible for getting Han Feng a gun, was not surprised. Han Feng assured Li Zi that there was no need to thank him. After all, he was simply repaying him for his help till now. As the frightened homeowners were left speechless, Glasses Man just quietly observed the scene. His calm and calculated demeanor hinted that he was plotting something. And amidst the staggering crowd behind him was Hyona. She was once again surprised by Han Feng's resourcefulness, and was also wondering when and how the hell did Han Feng got a gun. Han Feng even had left his apartment, which was rare nowadays. Without taking his eyes off the homeowners, Han Feng took out his key and said, "Brother Li, this is the key to my apartment. Take it and let's move back up slowly." Hearing this, Li Zi nodded slightly. He took the key in surprise and said nothing. However, the homeowners, who were currently torn, whispered to Glasses Man for his orders. They were contemplating on whether to attack Han Feng when he least notice or do nothing. But before Glasses Man could get a word out, another warning shot rang out, startling and frightening them even more. "I told you all not to move." Han Feng spoke with a stern look. Then, he ordered them to drop their weapons and get down on the ground. Without any hesitation, the crowd immediately obliged. They quickly got on their knees and dropped their weapons on the floor. "Brother Li, let's go. Whoever dares to move, I won't hesitate to shoot." Han Feng kept his gun aimed at the homeowners as he and Li Zi slowly climbed the stairs backwards. And as soon as they put a significant distance between themselves and the homeowners, they suddenly bolted for the 18th floor. Staring up the stairwell, the crowd didn't follow, but they could clearly hear the rushed footsteps above. Glasses Man got up and calmly asked the crowd if any of them knew of Han Feng. Hearing this, Hyona, desperate to join the committee, immediately got to her feet and mentioned Han Feng's name. She continued, saying that she was certain Han Feng was taking Li Zi to his apartment upstairs, and that was where they were heading earlier. Suddenly, Glasses Man's lackey grabbed hold of Hyona's jacket and loudly shouted in anger, demanding why Hyona didn't tell them earlier that Han Feng had a gun. Hyona simply replied that she truly didn't know until now. She was clearly alarmed with Jin Qinwen's hostile attitude towards her for something he wasn't responsible for, and before things could escalate, Glasses Man intervened, telling Jin Qinwen to forget it. He believes Miss Li won't lie to them. Hearing this, Jin Qinwen was a bit surprised but did what he was told anyway. Then, he loudly tells everyone to think about the scene they just witnessed. Han Feng even has such important weapons, so how could he be without supplies? Also, Han Feng might be the one who drove up the prices of stuffs earlier. The crowd foolishly got riled up upon hearing what Glasses Man said. Seeing the angry mob, Glasses Man had a gut feeling that Han Feng was most likely the same person Uncle Lu mentioned a while ago. The more he thought about it, the more he became certain of it. But at this moment, Jin Qinwen standing next to him asked with some concern, "Brother Jiang, are we still going according to the original plan? What if he shoots at us?" A confident smile suddenly crept on Glasses Man's lips. From what he observed, killing them was not Han Feng's goal. If Han Feng dared to kill someone, he would have done it just now. Even though the threat was certain, he wanted to avoid killing anyone if necessary. And about Han Feng's apartment, Glasses Man just don't believe they could stay in the room forever. They had time and number on their side, so all they needed was to be smart about their actions. Glasses Man turned to the furious crowd and reassured them in a calm and polite manner. "Everyone, please listen up. Our plans have changed. Let's go back and prepare safety measures before coming back. Our enemy is currently well equipped, so we need to be cautious. Meanwhile, at this time, Han Feng and Li Zi had successfully made it to the 18th floor, and were currently heading towards apartment 1804 as soon as possible. When they got to his apartment, they had no idea whether the homeowners were following behind. Han Feng quickly guarded their rear as Li Zi tried to open the door. However, his hands were trembling, so he took longer than necessary. Li Zi quickly apologized. "Sorry bro," he said. "My hands are shaking so much due to the cold." Han Feng told him not to panic but should take his time. From the looks of it, no one seems to be chasing them. Shortly after, Li Zi was able to insert the key and unlock the door. However, the warm breeze that hit him immediately upon opening the door left him speechless. His expression felt like he was having a stroke. "So warm," he thought. Han Feng told him to quickly get inside, to which he agrees. Inside, Li Zi took a look around, and upon seeing the radiator, then the generator, Li Zi couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. But what really took his breath away was the numerous supplies in the apartment. Staring at Han Feng's storage room, Li Zi had numerous questions racing through his mind. But the first was how. How did Han Feng really manage to do this? Turning his gaze towards the person in question, Li Zi asked what exactly was going on in Han Feng's apartment. Hearing the question, Han Feng was not surprised. He was actually expecting this sort of scenario. After all, it was only natural for Li Zi to be curious and ask what was going on. Han Feng replied that it was a long story, but before he could continue any further, the two immediately noticed a door in front of them slowly creak open, and seconds after, the young girl came out, questioning Han Feng where the drone was. It was in this moment that Han Feng remembered about the drone. With an incredulous look, he replied that he had forgotten, and with what transpired outside, it was only natural for him to forget. However, when Li Zi heard this, he inquired about it. 2 long hours later, Li Zi, with his mouth full of food almost every second, got a summary of the story so far. Han Feng deliberately left out his and the little girl's abilities, and his regression a secret for now. Li Zi replied that he was truly amazed with his brother. Han Feng was way too awesome to actually predict this disaster in advance, and to even do this much preparation, which was needed by the way. It seems that studying hard and knowing the current state of the world was indeed useful. Hearing this, Han Feng just gave an awkward laugh and apologized to Li Zi for not roping him in sooner. He was previously worried about the information of his supplies being leaked, so he never told his brother the truth. Hearing this, Li Zi put down his chopsticks on the table, got up, and surprised Han Feng by formally thanking him. Li Zi bowed and sincerely said that if it weren't for Han Feng, he would have definitely starved to death by now. For Han Feng to treat him in this way was already extremely benevolent of him. Seeing this, Han Feng was left speechless. He reassured Li Zi that he had helped him a lot in the past. Anyway, he should continue eating and shouldn't worry about the supplies in stock. There was plenty for the 3 of them. Li Zi began to tear up, deeply touched by Han Feng's generosity. Then, he soon started crying like a child, commenting that Han Feng was truly a good guy, and he was honored to be his brother. On the other hand, the girl just enjoyed her drink and watched the entire scene expressionlessly. When Li Zi was done crying, the conversation dragged on as usual. But then, he remembered and started to update Han Feng about the situation outside. According to Li Zi, the situation in their complex was currently different now. Everything had completely shifted for the worse since his last update. Li Zi asked Han Feng if he recalled their last conversation before the power supply was cut off. And to this, Han Feng nodded slightly. Li Zi continued that since that day, Glass's man had armed the committee and had been going around, floor by floor, stealing supplies in the name of collectivism. There were those who followed him. And of course, there were others like him that disapproved his actions, refusing to follow his lead. Anyway, after some people left the group, Glass's man seemed to not be too concerned about it, like it was nothing worth mentioning or noticing. However, behind everyone's back, he sent his lackey, Jin Qinwen, together with some other homeowners to take care of them. His reason was to reduce the threat against them. Hearing Jin Qinwen's name, Han Feng asked if he was referring to the older brother of the university twins. That's right, they studied so much that their intelligence has gone back to their mother's womb. Han Feng realized that it was due to such underhanded tricks that the committee suddenly developed quickly in the shortest possible time. With everything in the building being under the control of the committee, under the leadership of such a scheming fellow, it seems that Glass's man won't be easy to deal with. Li Zi agreed with Han Feng, adding that, as the saying goes, evil has its retribution. He then asked Han Feng to guess who they have the balls of steel to try to rob. Curious and impatient, Han Feng wondered who it might be. With a knowing smile, Li Zi mentioned the name Li Zhenghao, the boxer that was once the middleweight champion. And with that, a new character with a terrifying strength had been introduced. When Han Feng heard Li Zhenghao's name, he was momentarily at a loss for words, because everyone knew how strong he was. Being a lone wolf, Li Zhenghao wasn't outclassed or outmatched in any way, so how can the other homeowners compete? Wouldn't the people on the committee be badly beaten? Han Feng, genuinely perplexed, asked in a somewhat nervous, yet knowing tone. Exactly, right? But this Zhang guy still wanted to save face at a time like that and refused to admit defeat. So, under the instigation of the persistent Zhang, these homeowners who were initially scared to fight were instantly filled with fighting spirit and continued their one-sided beatdown with Li Zhenghao. In the end, they were all defeated, beaten so badly beyond recognition by Li Zhenghao. For a strategic and meticulous person like Glasses Man, this overwhelming defeat was a bad move for him. And it seems that his actions was to either subjugate Li Zhenghao through brutal force, or remove the threat he poses completely before it becomes too powerful to ignore. However, these actions unknowingly led to the rise of Li Zhenghao. He also gained a group of followers because of this incident, and two of them were very famous. The first henchman was Zhang Yangyu, a former fan of Li Zhenghao. I heard that he has been fighting in black boxing for a few years and is famous for his speed. The other was Jin Zhongzai, and he too was a fanatical fan of Li Zhenghao. It is said that he was born with supernatural strength and is as strong as a beast. Li Zhenghao, relying on the prestige of these two henchmen, formed a force in our community. And this group of people really hate the hypocritical Zhang Shueyo. In order to divert the conflict and avoid further humiliation and beatdown, Glasses Man is now eyeing Han Feng's supplies. Li Zi continued that Glasses Man would try every possible means to steal these supplies to save the face he'd lost. You know, like some sort of redemption. Hearing this, Han Feng added that if what Li Zi said was the case, then his decision to win him over was just a spur-of-the-moment one. That's right, and I believe he would use that to affirm his stance to rob you. Before I fainted, I wanted to come upstairs to tell you that they were coming to rob you. Han Feng held his chin in deep thought. He now realized how it was no wonder Zhang Shueyo wants to win over his brother Li. It seems he was not having a good time at the moment, and desperately needed a henchman who was decent when it came to fighting. This was to increase his might and give the other homeowners a chance to compete if it comes to it. As the group continued to chat, a sudden click at the door drew their attention. Li Zi, clueless as Han Feng, wondered anxiously what it might be. Someone is coming. The little girl took out her phone and showed the two the live surveillance footage. In the footage, all the homeowners had gathered at Han Feng's door, and Glasses Man was quietly issuing orders to them. They came well prepared and even brought ballistic shields with them. Seeing this, the two immediately panicked. Han Feng quickly told the girl and Li Zi that he was going to electrify the door. But the moment he was about to head for the door, the little girl held his jacket to stop him. Han Feng halted in his tracks and turned to question what the problem was. With a slight hesitation, the girl replied that she smelled sulfur. Sulfur. But at this moment, before the three could figure out what was going on, a deafening explosion rang out shortly after. And with it, a massive quake that made the two and the girl tremble to the ground and on the table respectively without any resistance. Han Feng gritted his teeth and covered his right ear. How dare they try to blow me up? When the three gained their bearings, the girl explained that the unwanted intruders were using local blasting explosives, which were not very powerful but effective in getting the desired job done nonetheless. Curious, Han Feng asked how she knew all this. She simply showed him the surveillance. What a bunch of bastards! Li Zi cursed loudly. However, Han Feng noticed a familiar figure among the crowd, a figure he couldn't ignore. Of course, this person was none other than Li Hyona, who was, at this very moment, detailing everything she saw and knows about Han Feng's apartment. Oh, so it was you who brought Zhang Shueyo here. Seeing Hyona, Han Feng was a bit regretful for allowing her to escape. He was too preoccupied at that time in eliminating the immediate threat and cutting off Hyona's support to deem her of being a threat also. But it seems letting her live was definitely a mistake he intends on rectifying when he gets the chance. Han Feng warned Li Zi to stay away from the door. He took out a plug and inserted it into a socket in one swift motion. And what followed after was a loud piercing scream at the other side of the door. At the other end of the door was a male homeowner electrocuted to a charred stake, his face highlighting the agony before his death. Seeing this scene, the others, especially Glasses Man, were frightened and dumbfounded, and they were having second thoughts in approaching the door. He took another bundle of the local blasting explosives and handed it to his loyal lackey, Jin Qinwen. Install the explosives at the junction of the door and the wall, he said, and try 2 packs this time. Jin Qinwen nodded slightly, and with extreme caution, He managed to do exactly as he was told. At a safe distance, the explosives detonated with a massive boom. And with it, rocks and sand were flown everywhere. However, Han Feng's door and walls were intact. The only damage was a few cracks. The group, hiding behind their ballistic shields, were completely astonished. Mr. Jiang Jin Qinwen called out. It still didn't explode. Obviously, he could see the result for himself. Glasses Man, momentarily speechless, didn't reply and took a moment to silently assess the situation. He knew the explosives themselves were certainly fine and not the issue. It seems that this Han Feng guy had taken some precautions in advance. In a calm tone, he told Jin Qinwen to use 3 batches of explosives together this time around. And he should designate a precise place to blow it up properly to avoid damaging the entire floor. If there is still no movement, keep adding more. We must seize his apartment and everything in it today at all cost. Although his demeanor was calm, Glasses Man was growing more and more anxious with this outcome. Back inside the apartment, Han Feng and Li Zi had managed to barricade the door with anything they could get their hands on in their immediate vicinity. Sofa, table, wardrobe, barrel, chairs, and even a television. Seeing Li Zi using a television, the two suddenly laughed at the idea, but their laughs were soon overshadowed by another extremely massive, deafening explosion. It was too loud that the two couldn't help but covered their ears in pain. Han Feng shouted, asking if Li Zi also feels that the explosions were getting louder and louder. However, Li Zi couldn't hear a word Han Feng said and shouted for him to repeat himself. A while shortly after the explosion, everything quieted down, and Han Feng's hearing returned to a somewhat normal state. But he immediately began turning his head from right to left and left to right, questioning what the cracking sound was. Their gaze instinctively shifted to the door with terrified expressions itched on their faces. Fuck, the wall. The wall is cracked, Li Zi shouted in panic. Quick, let's get something else to block the door. Something bigger. Han Feng saw the extent of the cracks and knew that if the explosion continues like this, the cracks will only get bigger and bigger. And at that point, barricading it would be pointless. He told Li Zi that there was no point blocking the door at this point, but they should quickly move everything away because he had a solution. Hearing this, Li Zi pointed out that the stuff placed at the door were a lot and it would take a considerable amount of time to move them all. By then, another explosive might be detonated and they could get hurt if they are too close. The little girl suddenly appeared in front of the two and calmly stated that she would remove everything. Hearing this, Li Zi started scolding her. Are you kidding me? He shouted. Listen, little kid. Hurry up and go back to your bedroom and hide. As he said this, the girl ignored him, raised her hands, and opened her dimensional space as Han Feng just watched quietly without uttering a word. The moment Li Zi saw this, he subconsciously took a step back, questioning and cursing with a look like he had eaten a huge pile of shit. Damn it, what is that? In a few seconds, everything was sucked into her alternate space, clearing the path. So with everything gone, she motioned for Han Feng to take over. So scary. Did you suck it all in? Li Zi still couldn't believe what he was seeing and immediately started pleading not to be sucked in like the stuff earlier. He would rather die in the hands of the homeowners outside than to be eaten without any trace. However, his fear was soon replaced by another surprise that left him utterly shocked. Li Zi couldn't help but shout as Han Feng dashes towards the door with his purple glowing hand. Poor Li Zi felt like he was having a heart attack and demanded an explanation, but he was also ignored by Han Feng. Placing his purple glowing hands on the door, he knew that he must first soften the wall similar to his previous actions, and see if he can reshape it. But he needed to be careful when it came to controlling the range, otherwise the hardening process will be extremely difficult and there wasn't much time either. Han Feng studied the process carefully, and the moment the integration started, he noticed right away without difficulty. He immediately added the green glow, and shortly after with maximum effort, the door and wall was good as new. The method worked and eased his doubts and worry. He was unsure whether the purple light, together with the green light, could also fix damaged things. The result was a success, meaning that they could not only strengthen but also repair. On the other hand, Li Zi was losing his marbles at this point, but he kinda got the gist of what was going on. Sure enough, bro, I'm not insane, right? Is this magic? You have superpowers, don't you? Hearing this, Han Feng felt a headache coming on. It felt good and liberating being unrestrained and to be able to use his power freely and openly. But the consequences and the pain of having to explain was annoying. Han Feng was about to explain himself when the girl suddenly spoke up, telling the two to get down and cover their ears. Although they were prepared this time around, the deafening sound made Han Feng and Li Zi scream like children while the child among the three was handling the situation like an adult. When the chaos subsided, Han Feng was shocked to find out that the wall at the lower level had cracked again. and this time with much severity. What? I just strengthened it. Why is it cracked again? The girl observed the surveillance outside and noticed that Glasses Man had altered his strategy. He intends to blow up a specific area, which was the ground level of the wall rather than the entire section of the wall together with the door. In the live footage, a massive local blasting explosives laid directly at the door, seconds away from detonating. Han Feng, sweating bullets, gritted his teeth in anger. He knew that in this situation, no matter how he fix it, it would be completely useless. The current explosive was the biggest one yet, and considering what the previous one did, the wall would not be able to hold for another round of repair. He turned to face the two and said with a fierce look in his eyes, "I have a dangerous idea. Are you willing to believe me for once?" The two readily agreed. After all, it's not like they had any other option at this point. Whether to block or to do something, it's all up to Han Feng. Han Feng stood tall and determined, his demeanor like that of a person with an insane yet a brilliant idea. "Okay, then do exactly as I say." And just like that, a few seconds passed, and what followed immediately after was a deafening explosion so massive that rocks and sand flew everywhere at the entrance of the apartment. The whole floor shook violently as a result for a few seconds, before gradually returning to calm. Also, the entire section of the wall around the door was completely shattered, leaving visible and numerous cracks too chaotic to ignore. The upper section of the door creaked open marginally. Then, accompanied with a resounding thud, the entire frame, together with the massive door, fell over like a fallen domino. Observing the scene with keen interest were the homeowners at a safe distance. The moment the door fell, they began to slowly approach the entrance of the apartment. Jin Qinwan was the first to speak up when they were about to enter, cautioning everyone to be careful and check every corner. And to this, the homeowners agreed without any objections. But the moment they entered the apartment, they started rampaging everything in sight. And this made Glasses Man remind them again about the need to be cautious and careful, because their enemy might launch a sneak attack. They were then told to check the kitchen first for supplies. But upon a thorough check, they found nothing. And not only there, but the living room also. "Mr. Jiang, there is no one in the living room, and there are no supplies either." Jin Qinwan approached Glasses Man with a box in hand, stating that the only thing they found was this box of seeds beside some garbage in the kitchen. Hearing this, Glasses Man exclaimed in disbelief, his voice tinged with evident disappointment. Obviously, Hyona became the target of everyone's disapproving stare. Jin Qinwan, who never liked Hyona in the first place, shouted, asking if she's been lying to them all along. At this point, Hyona was at a loss for words, momentarily speechless, dashing her gaze from side to side to find everyone, including Glasses Man, staring at her like they wanted to skin her alive. She replied nervously that she didn't lie. Everything she said was true, and Han Feng must be hiding everything in his room. Meanwhile, the homeowners searching the rooms finally reached the last room unchecked. But the moment the guy reached for the doorknob, the other told him to be careful. "Yeah, I know, I don't want to get shot," he replied. When the door slowly creaked open, the guy was about to stick his head to have a look inside. Unexpectedly, what happened immediately after was a sudden slap of the cold surface of the ballistic shield warming his cheek. Apparently, Li Zi had opened the door and stumped on the tactical shield the homeowner was holding, cursing loudly. The two homeowners got trashed to the floor as a result. Han Feng stepped out, silently following behind Li Zi's lead. And with a cold yet warning stare, Han Feng raised his gun and took aim. When the other homeowners saw this scene, they immediately raised their ballistic shields and hid behind them with terrified expressions etched on their faces. With two down and immobilized by Li Zi's sudden outburst, the others were hiding scared. Han Feng fired a shot at the shield and loudly shouted, telling the unwanted intruders to get the fuck out of his apartment. Otherwise, they shouldn't blame him for being ruthless. Ruthless? Have you ever been polite before? Glasses Man asked in his usual calm and reserved demeanor. You've hoarded supplies and disregarded the collective, causing many residents to suffer and starve. We are here as of now to seek justice. If you still have some conscience in your heart, hand over the supplies. Only unity can help us defeat the suffering and hunger in this apocalypse. Han Feng remained silent, not uttering a word after Glasses Man's bold declaration. He knew this fucker in front of him was just speaking in a righteous manner, but he was actually blackmailing people morally, trying to look like a saint as he manipulates everyone to do his bidding from a moral high ground. But it's no use talking about this now. These people are just a bunch of hungry wolves, desperate to vent on a target. And I am the target of venting as at this moment, but as long as I handle it properly, I may become a guide. After this observation, Han Feng spoke up, shouting and matching their anger. What bullshit are you spouting? Are you fucking blind? Which eye of yours saw that I had supplies at home?" Hearing this, the homeowners began to doubt themselves. After all, the facts were there for them to see. But before anyone can dwell deep into what Han Feng had just said, Hyona loudly retorted. "You must be hiding the supplies," she said. "Last time I was here, you even had heating and lights in your room." Hearing this, Han Feng and Li Zi stare at each other in confusion. Their feigned expressions were that of absolute disbelief. Like, "Yeah, this bitch is crazy." Hyona continued, threatening the two to tell the truth unless they wished to die. However, she was immediately forced to shut the fuck up as Han Feng fired another shot. Only this time around, it was aimed directly at her. Luckily, she was unharmed as the bullet only managed to crack the glass of the ballistic shield. Han Feng called Hyona out, saying that she's got some nerve spouting shit when she knows exactly what she did. "If you hadn't tricked me into exchanging supplies for seeds, I wouldn't have ended up like this," Han Feng furiously declared. Everyone, once again, turned to Hyona with accusatory stares when they heard what Han Feng just said. Jin Qinwen didn't give her a chance to explain or refute and questioned in his usual loud tone. "Are you fucking playing with us?" No, I really didn't lie. I'm telling the truth. You have to believe me." After a long silence and careful observation, Glasses Man stepped forward and took control of the situation, telling everyone to keep a level head and not argue pointlessly. He has a simple solution. A slight smile crept up on his lips as he points at the remaining room left unchecked, telling the two guys earlier to go take a look. The two guys were absolutely terrified with this order. Obviously, they were afraid of getting shot. But Glasses Man proceeded to ask Han Feng if he would refuse this simple request. Surprisingly, Han Feng, still maintaining her stern look, gave the go-ahead. The two went in the room, and as expected, they found nothing. Well, nothing of importance from their perspective. Only the little girl and some garbage. When the girl stepped out of the room, she stared at the crowd in confusion. Then, her expression gradually morphed to that of absolute terror. She rushed and hugged Han Feng, feigning the attitude of a helpless child. "Big brother," she said, "I'm hungry and scared." "Don't be afraid," Han Feng replied calmly. "I will find food for you once they leave." Han Feng's tone became gentle, trying to reassure her. The act drew the attention of everyone and shifted their previous anger to that of frustration. "Damn, I've been busy for so long and this is it? Where are the stuff? The supplies? Where are the supplies?" Glasses Man turned to Hyona and in a calm demeanor, asked for an explanation. Although Glasses Man's tone was relatively calm, Hyona instinctively knew the anger laced in them. Everyone turned to Hyona, expecting her to explain. Glasses Man continued, pushing all the blame on Hyona. "Given how things have turned out, you have to give us all an explanation." Brief murmurs ensues as everyone agrees with Glasses Man, pressuring Hyona for an explanation. Unsure what to say as a form of an explanation, Hyona began to stutter. I really didn't lie to you. I saw it with my own eyes." Inwardly, she wondered what went wrong. How could this happen? Could it be that Han Feng is behind this? Yes, it must be him. He is the one who made me like this. Hyona clenched her teeth so tightly that the flashlight in her hand was practically shaking. Although she didn't understand what was going on, she was certain about one thing. She was being played and Han Feng was lying somehow. Thinking fast, Hyona rushed towards Han Feng with her flashlight in hand, and the moment Han Feng noticed her approaching, she flashed the light on Han Feng, temporarily blinding him. Luckily for Hyona, she managed to skillfully disarm Han Feng before he even realized what was happening. Seeing this, Li Zi shouts for Han Feng to be careful, but it was too late. Hyona points the gun at Han Feng and loudly questions where he hid the supplies. Everyone watched the scene silently as Hyona continued. "You must have done something wrong. Tell everyone the truth, or I will shoot." "The truth? Bitch, please. The truth is, you have swindled me of all my supplies." At this point, Hyona was desperate, frustrated, and beyond angry, shaking all over. "You lying, deceitful bastard. I will kill you if you don't tell everyone the truth." But at this very moment, a metal stick was perfectly thrown, knocking the gun out of her hands. Luckily, it didn't go off. Hyona was immediately restrained, and as she pleaded to be let go, she yells that she wasn't lying. Everything she said was true. However, her plead fell on deaf ears as the two guys restraining her shouts for her to shut up and quit with her pointless movement. The gun fell a few distance away from Han Feng, but the moment he reached for it, a hand unexpectedly got hold of it first. Of course, it was none other than Glasses Man. The two got back up, staring at each other with different expressions on their faces. The underlining fear on Han Feng's face was evident, and Glasses Man just watched expressionlessly. This somewhat awkward, yet undeniable tension between them stretched on for a while before Jean Qinwen's loud voice rang through. "How dare you lie to us, you rotten bitch!" he shouted. "I foolishly believed you, letting you lie to us all, including Mr. Jiang." Jean Qinwen raised his metal bat and was about to smash Hyona's face in. But before that could happen, Glasses Man grabbed his hand, stopping him. "Enough," he said. "The committee is not a violent group, and this is not a place of execution. Even if she deserved to die, we must give her at least one chance to reform." Hyona's face turned ugly as Glasses Man placed the gun under her chin, mocking her. Turning his head slightly, his attention shifted back to Han Feng. "Mr. Han, I'm sorry about what happened today." As he turned around to face Han Feng, he handed over the gun as well. And in his usual, reassuring tone, he continued auspiciously. "We are all victims, and I will give you an explanation later." Han Feng was momentarily taken aback by the fact that Glasses Man was willingly giving him back his gun. "Well, if that's the case," he said nothing, reached and grabbed hold of the gun before looking up. "By the way, I congenially invite you to join the committee. You don't have to answer now, think about it first. Tell me your thoughts when you come to collect supplies tomorrow." And with that, Glasses Man and his goons left the apartment in an ostentatious fashion, leaving the three watching their departing figures in silence and with mixed emotions. As Li Zi turned his gaze towards Han Feng with a worried expression evident on his face, he questioned him if he was all right. Han Feng, with his head lowered, said nothing and seemed to be momentarily absent-minded. Lifting his head back up, he finally let out a heavy sigh of relief, clearly exhausted with his eyes barely opened. Han Feng then slumped casually into a sofa as the scene shifts to a different apartment a while later, clearly with a much more relaxed setting. Yawning deeply, Han Feng visibly relaxed, extremely pleased and drained from all the roller coaster of intense performance earlier. Apparently, the three had moved to the apartment of the little girl, set up a heating system, got the lights back on and the necessary electrical appliances running with the help of the generator. Li Zi took a good look around and was impressed. "I didn't expect this little sister to have her own apartment above you, brother." "That's right," Han Feng replied. "It's big and spacious, and much more comfortable than my apartment. Also, it was all thanks to her that our performance earlier was successful without a hitch." Han Feng held his phone. A slight smile tugged on his lips as he genuinely remarked that the little girl's Oscar-worthy performance was the only reason they could pull off such a convincing act. We're then introduced to a flashback of the time Han Feng laid out his plan to the two. First, he told the little girl to store all the supplies in his storage room into her alternate dimension. However, she should also remember to leave behind some wrappers and rubbish to create a sense of normalcy during this apocalypse. Basically, she shouldn't store anything unnecessary in the remaining rooms and should actually try to create the mess in her apartment when he first paid her a visit. Han Feng's next instruction was for Li Zi. Turning his gaze towards him, he ordered for Li Zi to quickly open the windows. They needed to lower the temperature inside the apartment ASAP. This made Li Zi curious to the point that he couldn't help but ask what exactly Han Feng was trying to accomplish. Han Feng simply laid out his strategy that they needed to make the appearance of the apartment and themselves seem like they had run out of supplies for a long time. This would convince the homeowners, who had used all their energy to tear down the door, end up with nothing. Back to the present. The three enjoys a lavish meal as Han Feng points out that since Glasses Man had made a big deal out of this situation but ended up empty-handed, it would definitely stir up some conflict within the committee eventually. And in that situation, everyone would start pointing their fingers at the weakest person at fault to carry the blame. Obviously, Li Hyona would definitely become such person for her misinformation. Also, since Han Feng had a gun for protection, the homeowners who still harbored ill intentions towards him would naturally back off. Li Zi pointed a finger at Han Feng and stated worriedly that the homeowners under the committee was so many. So it wasn't exactly safe even if Han Feng had a gun, right? A perfect example was how Han Feng was disarmed by Hyona, and the gun, unexpectedly, landed in the hands of Glasses Man later on. Hearing this, Han Feng nodded slightly, agreeing with Li Zi's concerns, but also added that that situation was the worst-case scenario and it was highly unlikely to repeat itself. Besides, he continued, after getting the gun, Glasses Man would probably resolve the situation peacefully in order to maintain his image he'd worked so hard for. Li Zi then asked what if Glasses Man did the opposite and decided to shoot them instead. That wouldn't have happened since there was only one bullet inside the gun, and I already shot it as a warning beforehand. Li Zi's eyes lit up with joy when he heard this, finally piecing together what Han Feng had been trying to tell him. He called Han Feng an awesome little brother. Li Zi finally understood that Han Feng purposely allowed for his gun to be taken. Han Feng confirmed this indirectly by stating that his actions could just be considered as part of the plan. like a sort of contingency in case Glasses Man decides to keep the gun in the end. As the two listened silently, a little impressed, Li Zi relaxed and stated casually, "Well, it seems that from this moment forth we just need to pretend to be suffering while secretly enjoying our carefree lives." Hearing this, Han Feng disagrees. On the contrary, our main mission from this point forth should be how to bring down the committee. We need to completely destroy this organization, otherwise we would just be harboring a dangerous enemy as a neighbor. We can't be constantly looking over our shoulders, hoping not to be discovered while patiently waiting for them to eventually perish. Meanwhile, as the scene shifts to the underground parking lot, the committee was distributing rations for the homeowners at this time. A member loudly shouted for everyone to queue up properly, and under no circumstance were they allowed to cut the line. And as usual, Glasses Man distributed the supplies personally, clearly pleased with the praise he receives whenever a homeowner thanks him for their rations. However, unbeknownst to everyone present, two male silhouettes, under the cover of the dark, quietly managed to evade the security and slip behind the oblivious Glasses Man, who was still diligently handing out supplies with a large amount of goods stacked nearby. And a few distance away, two guys, obviously part of the security detail, were chatting as they made their way towards the distribution center. One was holding a flashlight and the other carrying a box. The guy with the box questioned his companion if they had checked the door where they keep the supplies. Of course, the other replied, reassuring that the door and the entire perimeter has been thoroughly checked and was secured whenever he stepped out. As the two said this, they casually passed by Li Zi and Han Feng hiding nearby. It seems that they were completely oblivious to their figures kneeling against the cold, hard floor, their bodies tense about the possibility of getting caught. Li Zi leaned slightly towards Han Feng and whispered something. Han Feng, with his usual calm but sharp demeanor, stroked his chin thoughtfully, as if calculating their next move. Li Zi explained the current layout of the apartment building, stating that according to his investigations, the first 4 floors had been cleared out. The 5th and 6th floors were occupied by the staff of the committee and their family members. And as for the 7th and 8th floors, they remained guarded, so he hadn't been able to access them. He speculated that the warehouse they were interested in was probably located on the 7th or 8th floor. Armed with metal rods, Li Zi strategized their next move. Since there are guards on the 5th floor onwards, Li Zi decided to head up first and distract them. Then, Han Feng can take the opportunity to knock them out with his metal rod. Also, he reminded Han Feng to refrain himself from using his gun unless it's absolutely necessary. The sound of a gunshot would obviously alert the homeowners of the committee. Han Feng nodded silently, ready for the task ahead. As Li Zi and Han Feng cautiously climbed the dimly lit staircase, they readied their weapons as they got to the 5th floor. They scanned their surroundings for any signs of movement but found nothing. Li Zi whispered in confusion, wondering aloud where everyone had gone. Perhaps they were taking a break for lunch, Han Feng suggested. Realizing that no one was on the 5th floor, the two then proceed to the next floor and immediately noticed that no one was on the 6th floor either. Nonetheless, Han Feng reminded Li Zi to be cautious and careful. They eventually reached the 7th floor, halting in front of the marked floor. Han Feng questioned whether the supplies were truly stored on these 2 upper floors. Li Zi hesitated, admitting he wasn't entirely sure with the current situation. The two entered the 7th floor, and as Li Zi cautiously peeped around the corner, his frustration grew. Li Zi was truly baffled that there were no guards in sight. He muttered about how strange the situation was, not knowing whether to be glad or troubled that they hadn't encountered not even a single person. They moved cautiously through the dimly lit hallway, flashlights in hand. Li Zi suggested they split up to look around first, instructing Han Feng to take the right while he covered the left. He should call out if anything suspicious happens. Han Feng nodded in agreement, gripping his weapon tightly. And as he progressed a bit further, Han Feng let out a quiet sigh, reflecting that he had expected to be fighting all the way up to the current floor. But the present situation was good as well. After all, they were there to scout this time around, then probably engage in a full confrontation later. Another flashback shows Han Feng calmly explaining how they were going to take down the committee. "There's too many people in the committee and we won't be able to win with just the 3 of us," he said. "If we want to bring them down, we need to start from the inside." Li Zi then asked how they could accomplish that. Staring at the little girl with a devious smile, Han Feng replied mischievously, "From what I can see, the committee is an organization that's held together by supplies. As long as we can find the warehouse where they are keeping their supplies, then all that's left is for the evil king's true eye to go and empty it out. The committee will be done for immediately." Back to the present, Han Feng cautiously looked around, remembering what he thought earlier inside their new apartment. He thought finding the supplies was the easiest task, but considering how they've managed to get this floor without any trouble. He's wondering how the hell they were going to find the exact room where the committee keeps their supplies. He also needed to be on guard for anyone that might come up. Just as his thoughts wandered, he froze, his eyes widening in surprise. In the distance, Li Zi was calling out to him, his silhouette barely visible in the dimly lit hallway. Did he actually find it? Han Feng wondered. Seconds after, Han Feng, with a bewildered expression, questioned after a slight hesitation. Brother Li, I'm just gonna say it. The two were in front of a door with a warehouse label on it. They wrote the name down and displayed it so obviously. It has to be a trap, right? Han Feng asked. Li Zi shared his doubts, clearly unsure as well. He stared at the door and responded with skepticism, wondering if it might actually just be what it seems. The committee's storage room. What was even more shocking was the fact that the key was left inside the keyhole so considerably. Han Feng pointed this out, noting how unusually lax the security was. Li Zi, holding the flashlight firmly, suggested that they may have just forgotten about it. Anyway, they'll know once they open to take a look, he added confidently, moving closer to inspect the door. But the moment Li Zi raised a hand for the doorknob, Han Feng quickly stopped him, shouting for him to wait. He pointed out the obvious setup around the key. There were thin wires wrapped around the key and the door handle, clearly a trap. A typical one, actually. Li Zi leaned in for a closer look, and upon doing so, he noticed the setup and muttered about how elaborate and suspicious the mechanism looked. With this new development, Han Feng urged them to be extremely careful. After all, they even managed to get their hands on explosives. Who knows what's behind the door? At this moment, Han Feng recalled the encounter with the two guys earlier, mentioning something suspicious about the warehouse door. He speculated that their conversation might have been a hint about the trap they now faced. Li Zi nodded in agreement, acknowledging Han Feng's sharp observation. That makes sense, brother. Han Feng then emphasized about the importance of not rushing into anything. They shouldn't touch anything arbitrarily either until they first figure out what's inside the warehouse. Any drastic moves needed to be put on hold now that they know the warehouse location. They can take their time to discuss how to open the door when they return next time. Han Feng suggested they proceed cautiously to check the other floors. Hearing this, Li Zi agreed with a serious expression. As the two walked through the dimly lit hallway, their flashlights illuminating the path ahead, a sudden voice echoed from the side as a door was immediately opened nearby. Apparently, the two committee members were there to check on the supplies in the warehouse. The two pairs stared at each other in confusion at first. Then, seconds after, Han Feng and Li Zi bolted through the corridor as the two homeowners followed in tow, shouting for them to stop. Without hesitation, they pressed forward even further, their flashlights sweeping across the cracked walls and damp floor. As Han Feng and Li Zi navigated the dimly lit hallway, one of the guys caught up to them, and with a raised metal pipe, he suddenly launched at Li Zi from behind. Han Feng saw this and immediately warned Li Zi to watch out. Unfortunately, it was too late for Li Zi to dodge or block the attack. So, with swift and nimble movement, Han Feng raised his arm and blocked the incoming strike. Seeing this, Li Zi cursed loudly as he counterattacked. Without hesitation, he landed a powerful kick in the homeowner's groin, which sent him flying a few meters away. He yelled for Han Feng to run, then followed seconds after. They exit the floor, shut the door behind them with a loud thud, then using a metal rod, they immediately barricade the door. Seconds after, the homeowners on the other side of the door tried desperately to force the door open. Han Feng shouted, questioning Li Zi as he grabbed his injured left arm. Didn't you say there won't be anyone on this floor when they are distributing supplies? Li Zi replied that he had no idea. Besides, he hasn't been able to enter the 7th floor previously. They turned to descend the staircase but quickly noticed the presence of someone approaching from below. Crap! Someone's coming. Left with no other choice, Han Feng suggested they proceed upstairs where there should be less people. Hearing this, Li Zi readily agreed. They soon reached the 8th floor, and as they entered and found no one in the hallway, they immediately barricaded the door. It was in this moment that Li Zi noticed Han Feng's discomfort. Pointing to the obvious, he questioned if he was alright. Han Feng, clutching his arm, muttered through his gritted teeth that his arm was probably fractured. Despite the pain, he suggested they find a secure place to rest first before his situation worsened. But at this moment, Li Zi noticed the door behind Han Feng slowly and quietly creak open. Shaking profusely, his face suddenly twisted in fear as he warns Han Feng, pointing to the creepy shit behind him. When Han Feng heard this, he curiously tried to turn around, wondering what's behind him that's made Li Zi look like he was wetting his pants. However, he was caught off guard as a strong hand clamped over his face, muffling his exclamation of surprise. And before he could react, he was violently pulled into the dark room, his legs flailing helplessly in the air. Accompanied with a loud thud, Han Feng slammed onto the cold hard floor as the door was slammed shut immediately after. And as the sudden impact made his body tremble slightly, he wondered what the actual fuck was going on. After all, a second ago he was pondering over where he could hide with Li Zi, and now he was being trashed across a room of an apartment. So with great difficulty, he raised his head slightly to see who attacked him. Han Feng crouched on his elbow and took a good look at his attacker as Li Zi shouts from the other side of the door. He also hit the door continuously, asking if Han Feng was okay. If he should just hang in there and wait for him. He would come to rescue him right away. At this moment, the mysterious hooded man asked Han Feng what he and Li Zi were doing on this floor. When Han Feng heard this question, the smug look on his face deepens. He simply replied that they were just here to collect supplies. Unexpectedly, the guy simply closed the small distance between them and casually stepped on the fingers of Han Feng's fractured arm, crushing them under his heavy boots. The smug look on Han Feng's face immediately vanished as an ear-piercing scream reverberated through the entire apartment. "You think I'm a 3-year-old?" the mysterious guy questioned. "You guys deliberately avoided the 5th and 6th floors, so you should have some understanding of the committee, right?" The face of our mysterious attacker turned out to be a bearded, white-haired man probably in his late 30s. His eyes was devoid of any emotion as he stared down expressionlessly at Han Feng. Han Feng realized in that moment that this bearded guy had been keeping an eye on them somehow. So he asked if the guy had been following them all this while. Following? The guy was somewhat puzzled with Han Feng's sudden conclusion. Did he honestly believe that there was no one guarding the upper floors starting from the 5th floor? When the guy said this, he motioned for Han Feng to take a look behind him. And as he did, his eyes widened in absolute disbelief. He was truly stunned as a bead of sweat rolled down his cheek. In front of Han Feng's widened eyes were the brutally battered homeowners of the committee responsible for guarding this floor, specifically the warehouse. And it seems they were knocked out as well. Was this guy the one who fucked all these people up? Seeing this changed Han Feng's attitude real quick. But they were suddenly interrupted by the other homeowners who had finally caught wind of the situation. Their shouts came from the hallway outside, and judging from that, it seems that Li Zi was discovered immediately and chased after. As the group outside wondered where all the homeowners on guard duty was, someone suggested they search every apartment. Han Feng heard all this and realized that Li Zi might currently be in a tough situation. It was unfortunate, but there was nothing he could do about it as he thought it over. Anyway, the bearded guy also heard the commotion outside and took it as the time to bounce. Han Feng got up, surprised and confused as the guy calmly heads towards the window. And as a gush of cold air rushed inside the apartment, the window was opened effortlessly. Han Feng quietly stared at the bearded guy, stunned upon realizing the ludicrous exit he intended to pull off. "You do realize that this is the 8th floor," Han Feng stated. "What are you gonna do? Jump?" Unexpectedly, that's exactly what the guy planned on doing. And to answer Han Feng's question, he pointed out that technically, the jump would be similar to a leap made from the 4th floor since the snow was now between the 3rd and 4th floor. The bearded guy then got on the frame of the window and continued nonchalantly. "With the snow as a buffer, this height is nothing. So, it's entirely your choice to follow me down there or be beaten to death." Before Han Feng could decide, the sudden commotion at the door drew his attention. And by the time he shifted his gaze back towards the window, the bearded guy was gone. Staring at the window curiously, Han Feng wondered if the guy actually plunged to his death. Knowing this, he didn't have the luxury to ponder on the choice any further as the homeowners finally broke the door to the apartment. Han Feng quickly made his way to the frame of the window, and as he stared outside below, the homeowner barged in and dashed towards him. Han Feng, left with no other choice, decided to take the plunge head first. On the way down, he activated his purple glowing hand to cushion his fall. He strategized to immediately soften a specific portion of the ice and snow into a jelly-like substance before impact. Fortunately, he was able to do exactly as he intended, although his landing wasn't nearly as fancy as the other guy. Anyway, when the white-haired guy heard the loud thump behind him, he turned his head slightly, a little impressed that Han Feng actually made the jump. On the other hand, Han Feng, in a scruffy and awkward fashion, rushed out of the snow with a look like he'd eaten a huge chunk of shit. The homeowners came to the window and was shocked that Han Feng survived the fall, and not only that, there was another person with him. The guy, under Han Feng's confused gaze, rushed towards a window nearby, breaking the glass skillfully and effortlessly with his elbow. He made his way inside the apartment complex as Han Feng watched the entire scene motionlessly. The only thought on his mind was who the hell this guy was. Anyhow, he followed seconds after and quickly rushed inside as well before the homeowners made their way to that floor. Shortly after this panned out, the homeowners, right on cue, barged into the apartment on the 3rd floor with their metal pipes and knives, expecting to find the 2 escapees. When they found no one, and no traces of their escape either, they decided to report what transpired to Glass's man. Meanwhile, in an apartment on an unspecified floor, the white-haired man and Han Feng gathered around a fire they set up for warmth. Beside them was what looks like the frozen corpse of the apartment owner. For a while, the two remained silent as Han Feng continued to stare at the bearded guy nervously. Inwardly, he thought the guy was pretty cool and very capable. Recalling what transpired after they made their way inside the 3rd floor of the apartment complex, Han Feng knew that if it weren't for the bearded guy, he might have been discovered shortly after the fall. Apparently, the bearded guy forcefully grabbed Han Feng and suggested they make their way to the 5th floor. His reason was simple and thoughtful. Obviously, when the homeowners upstairs catch up with them, they would definitely think that they were continuing to flee downstairs, so there was a high probability that there was an ambush waiting for them. The guy said this as he dragged Han Feng by the collar of his jacket. But in that moment, Han Feng was struggling to breathe due to that treatment, although he agreed to follow the guy's lead. Unexpectedly, Han Feng, who didn't quite believe what the guy said, deeming it against logic, actually turned out to be proven as the correct decision. Some of the homeowners did indeed rush downstairs for an ambush as a very few went to the 3rd floor. The bearded guy suddenly asked Han Feng if he was scared, pulling him out of his thoughts. And although Han Feng said nothing, trying desperately to mask his emotions, he wasn't scared but was extremely nervous. The guy soon realized that Han Feng was actually uncomfortable. "Don't worry," he said. "It's just a dead man." Han Feng was a bit taken aback and nervously asked why the bearded guy was helping him. "Helping you?" The guy repeated, genuinely confused. "I'm contemplating on whether to kill you right now. The reason you're alive is mainly due to the fact that you guys didn't fall for that idiotic and obvious trap on the 7th floor. It shows that you two still have some brains and weren't fooled by hunger. So, how about you tell me everything you know about the committee? Of course, you can also choose not to tell me. This way, I can have an extra meat shield." Han Feng gritted his teeth in anger, powerless in this situation given the gap in strength between them. And although he has a gun, he also knows that if he makes the wrong move, it could be his permanent end like the guy beside them. Han Feng thought that judging from the guards the guy knocked unconscious, he was either there to steal supplies or he had a grudge against the committee. And it seems he and Li Zi's presence just so happens to disrupt his plans. Based on these thoughts, Han Feng decided to ask directly, "Consequences be damned. Do you have any grudge against the committee?" The guy held his bearded chin and replied, his demeanor like he never truly thought of such a question. "Well, you can say something like that. After all, if it weren't for that cunning Zhang guy hiding." The guy suddenly stopped talking, and this prompted Han Feng to inquire what secret Glass's man was hiding. Han Feng lost his shit and shouted for the bearded man to spill the beans. But he just smiled at the idea. Seems Han Feng had forgotten who he was shouting at. Nonetheless, it's obvious that Han Feng really knows Glass's man, and there seems to be some connection between the two of them. As the bearded guy stood up, towering over Han Feng, he immediately kept his pie hole shut, realizing that his sudden outburst had just revealed his hand. Suddenly, the guy started to give off a terrifying and suppressing aura as he demanded Han Feng tells him all the information related to the committee. Either that, or Han Feng becomes the second dead body in this frozen apartment. At this point, Han Feng was scared shitless. But once again, the choice was entirely his to make. This took a while, and it seems that within that time, Han Feng had already made his choice. Thus, in a convincing manner, he recounted his version of the story to the bearded man. Han Feng spoke passionately, lying by omission and merging his story with half-truths. He also exaggerated just enough to have a dramatic effect, concluding the story that Glass's man came to his house with explosives and took away his woman and supplies. To show sincerity and credibility, he even took out his gun and placed it beside him. Han Feng then stated that in a desperate attempt to get his revenge on the committee, he even got himself a gun but later realized he couldn't deal with them with just this weapon, although he had once used it to protect his life. Inwardly, he hoped the half-truths and the gun could be somewhat credible enough to convince the man in front of him. The bearded man momentarily closed his eyes and let out a heavy sigh, stating that a broken pistol was nothing to the committee. And the best proof of his assumption was the fact that Glass's man didn't even keep the gun but gave it back. He sat back in his seat and continued that Glass's man also doesn't see Han Feng as a real threat, hence why he simply let him go, and also wasn't forceful about convincing Han Feng to join the committee. Oh, well, Han Feng was a bit speechless, unable to rebut. Nonetheless, it seems the bearded man believed what Han Feng said. Han Feng, at this moment, got his curiosity piqued about what the bearded man said about the gun. So, of course, he asked why the guy believes Glasses Man didn't want his gun. After all, having a gun in this icy apocalypse is a clear indication that you're not a person to be messed with. I believe there are only two possibilities, the bearded guy deduced. The first and obvious one is that it's just a show to maintain his leadership position. A ruse to portray himself as a capable and magnanimous person in the eyes of his people. The second is that Glasses Man has a more powerful weapon or an arsenal. Anyway, so you brought your brother to the 7th floor to deal with Zhang Xueo? Well, yes. Without him, the committee would be more in line. In fact, the committee's original intention was good. At least it actually kept some people alive. But Zhang Xueo's ideology had made everyone feel that whoever is worse can live more comfortably. Even after the end of the world, these people have lost their conscience and cannot be able to integrate into their current society normally. Therefore, the committee must be destroyed. A brief silence ensues as the bearded guy pondered over Han Feng's words. And after what seems like forever, he got up and simply replied with an, "Oh, I do agree that the committee is ruined. But, so what? This world is a place where the strong prey on the weak. And although I hate Zhang Xueo, your idea is also ridiculous. You do realize that the community will eventually end up with looting and fighting if your idea is actualized." Han Feng countered with a question of his own, inquiring if the bearded man had ever thought about what the community might become if left unchecked. The guy casually approached a room inside the apartment and replied under Han Feng's confused gaze that they should ask a third person for their opinion. He then slowly creaked the door of the room open, revealing a person hiding in the dark. Unexpectedly, a bag was suddenly hurled towards his face. The guy, unfazed, simply and effortlessly tilted his head to the side as the bag whooshed past him. He then countered with a heavy and decisive fist at the silhouette hiding in the dark. And the figure, with great effort, blocked the incoming fist with her hands, surprising the bearded guy. That's right, this person turned out to be a woman. And although she blocked the attack, her hands were still trembling under the weight of the force of the punch. When the guy tried to retract his fist, he was, once again, stunned to realize that it was locked in a tight grip. So he raised his other hand high in the air and swung precisely towards the head of his opponent. In an unexpected turn of events, the hand halted about a hair's breadth from its intended target when Han Feng's voice broke through the intense exchange. He was a bit unsure, asking if she was Nurse Jean. Han Feng was truly stunned when it turned out to be her, head Nurse Jean of the city hospital. What was she doing here? Nurse Jean, equally surprised, wondered the exact same thing when she stared curiously at Han Feng. A brief moment later, Nurse Jean was tending to Han Feng's broken arm, and while she was at it, she apologized for eavesdropping on their conversation earlier, although she didn't mean to. You see, I received some supplies from Grandpa Li and came to check up on him. But when I entered the apartment, I found out that he had passed away. It was in this moment that I heard the sound of someone prying the door open from behind. This startled me and I subconsciously hid in the room. Han Feng simply nodded as the bearded man approached them. With his usual expressionless face, he stated that Nurse Jean knowingly or unknowingly contributed to Grandpa Li's death to some extent, and her selfless dedication is just a joke. Unexpectedly, Nurse Jean agreed, and although she deserved to be scolded as well, she does not regret it. Her involvement might be called selfless, or heartless, or cruel, or whatever, but the fact of the matter is only by saving more people can they survive during this apocalypse. Seeing how resolute and determined Nurse Jean was, under the bearded guy's intense gaze, he said nothing. Or to be precise, he knew that whatever he said wouldn't make a difference in her eyes. Nurse Jean draped her medical kit bag over her shoulder as Han Feng asked her a question. He wanted to know whether her current access to the apartment floors, her ability to move in and out of the apartment complex was entirely arranged by Glasses Man in advance. Nurse Jean confirms this, replying that Glasses Man did indeed give her the pass, and also gave her a lot of supplies, which she had no reason to refuse. Nurse Jean also added that in the past few days, Glasses Man had been kicking out many sick elderly people, and unfortunately, Grandpa Li was one of them. By the time she found out about this, it was too late, and Grandpa Li was gone. The three stared at the frozen corpse as the bearded guy stated coldly that he would probably do the same thing if he was in Glasses Man's shoes. After all, with one less person to eat, the committee can last longer. Hearing this, Han Feng, in thoughts, disagrees. He held his chin and stated that his brother Li said a new and formidable force had emerged in the community. And obviously, they are in opposition to the committee. It is very likely that Zhang Xueo is anxious to eradicate that new force. That is why they abandoned the old, weak, sick, and disabled, leaving the supplies to the young and strong. combined with the fact that he casually used bombs to get supplies. There is a possibility that he was going to war with this new force. The three came to this obvious conclusion given the information gathered. Han Feng sighed heavily and got up from his seat, stating that if that's the case, then he has to find those weapons Glacial man is hiding. When Han Feng said this, the bearded man questioned him that even if everything they deduced is true, so what? And does Han Feng plan to find those weapons alone? Given if there is a weapon depot to begin with. Also, if he does find it, then what? With a determined look, Han Feng replied that he doesn't want to be bullied by the committee in the community. So, as long as he can find the weapons depot, he would be able to deal with it. The bearded man just stared silently at Han Feng for a few moments, before casually walking away. He stated that if Han Feng wants to die, then he should go for it. After all, his life had nothing to do with him. He approached the apartment window, moved the heavy curtains to the side, and offered some piece of advice. In this end times, Zhang Shueo's committee is only a very small force. There will be more fighting for survival in the future. In a world where the strong prey on the weak, the one who survives to the end is the winner. When he said this, he opened the window and a cold and chilling wind rushed inside the apartment the next moment after. Anyway, he took his leave as the two watched silently. The next moment, Nurse Jean turned towards Han Feng, and with her usual demeanor, she asked Han Feng if there is anything she can help him with. Han Feng smiled nervously and refused her help. He didn't want to drag her into this, given the enormity on what might happen to what she's got going on if things go south. Don't say that, Nurse Jean said earnestly. If your judgment is true, then the whole community is in danger. Moreover, your supplies and woman have been taken away by Zhang Shueo. I am so angry just listening to it. This sudden outburst from Nurse Jean freaked and surprised Han Feng at the same time. However, when he saw the same resolute and determined expression on her face, he was momentarily speechless. Han Feng gave in seconds after. He thanked her and said he actually had something to ask her. And with that, the scene shifts to the underground parking lot. At this moment, Jin Qinwen was questioning the two homeowners who encounter Han Feng and Li Zi on the 8th floor. Are you sure the other person is Han Feng? The guys confirmed that it was indeed Han Feng the day before. They won't make a mistake about this sort of thing. During this conversation, a figure approached from a distance that immediately drew everyone's attention. Of course, it was none other than Han Feng, who confidently strode in with his bandage arm and all. The scene then shifted to a frozen dimly lit hallway on an unspecified floor seconds after, where a loud and painful screams reverberated throughout the entire area. Of course, these unrelenting screams were from none other than Han Feng, who was, at this very moment, struggling desperately to endure the incessant assaults from Jin Qinwen. With his hands and body securely bound, Jin Qinwen kept lashing out, kicking Han Feng in the gut repeatedly. Mr. Jiang was magnanimous enough to let you off once before, but it seems you're nothing but an ungrateful thief. How dare you try to steal our supplies? I'll cripple your other hand too. See if you dare to steal again. Jin Qinwen raised his cold metal rod, intending to follow through with his threat. But fortunately enough for Han Feng, a homeowner barged in at this moment and urgently informed Jin Qinwen that something had happened. So Glacial's man is asking them to gather upstairs. Hearing this, Jin Qinwen reluctantly left the scene as Han Feng let out a heavy breath, relieved with the fortunate moment of respite. Han Feng laid there quietly and unmoving, patiently waiting for them to leave the floor. And after what seemed like forever, a sudden green glow started to radiate from his body. Han Feng laid on his back a few seconds after, and finally activated his green glow. Only this time around, it wasn't just his hands, but all over his entire body. After Han Feng healed all his wounds, his next step was to go find the committee's armory. He knew he couldn't delay any longer, and this current moment was probably his best opportunity to do so. Anyway, with the help of his purple glowing power, Han Feng managed to easily break free from his restraints the moment he was fully healed. Flexing his injured arm, Han Feng felt that his fractured arm was completely healed, but the treatment was so exhausting that he almost fainted. This prompted a sudden decision to find some time to study the fixed point of his recovery ability. Otherwise, it would be annoying if it happens every time he tries this recovery process. But at this moment, several sudden footsteps outside drew his attention immediately. And as the door to the apartment slowly creaked open, someone was trashed inside with a loud thud. On the other hand, Han Feng, at that very moment, had the ropes back around his body and was pretending to be unconscious. The two homeowners resumed their conversation and left shortly after. Han Feng suddenly opened his eyes the very moment the door was slammed shut. And as he turned towards the person lying next to him, he was curious to know who it might be. Brother Li, he murmured in complete shock. That's right, the person lying next to Han Feng was a brutally battered and barely conscious Li Zi. It seems he got the worst of the beating compared to Han Feng. Li Zi woke up shortly after with a handprint on his cheek. It seems that Han Feng had to give Li Zi a heavy slap to wake him up from his unconscious state. But what's even more surprising was that Li Zi actually thanked Han Feng for the slap, stating that the bitch slap successfully did the trick. However, he continued, "If there is a next time, please slap the side that is not swollen. Currently, I have no feeling on the left side of my face." Han Feng, a bit impatient, asked Li Zi what happened on his end when they got separated. Through his muffled groans, Li Zi recounted everything that transpired. Apparently, when Han Feng was dragged into that room, the homeowners in the committee started banging the hallway door open shortly after, and from the looks of it back then, they were seconds away from barging in. I had no choice but to remove the lock on the door of the power distribution room and hide in. And as a result, I found out that there was a big hole inside which seemed to lead to a very strange place. Thinking that those bastards would open the distribution room sooner or later, I crawled down along the wires. I thought it would lead to the parking lot on the underground first floor, but it turned out to be the second underground floor. Even though there was no one there, what I found was so many boxes, and each one was sealed tightly. I opened the boxes in front of me and found that they were all filled with sausages. Each sausage was as thick as my forearm. I was just about to take one out to check when I heard a slight noise behind me, and by the time I reacted, I was already awakened by your slap. But I finally understand why this committee is so arrogant. There are piles of sausages, and each one is this long. Li Zi even began to illustrate with his hands to emphasize the size of the sausages he saw. But Han Feng, a bit skeptical, asked Li Zi if it was really ham sausages he saw, because if the committee really had so much food, why would they use so much resources such as bombs to try to steal his supplies? Something wasn't adding up. So Han Feng asked Li Zi if he saw any indication on the packages that implied that it was ham sausages. Li Zi scratched the back of his head slightly and replied, a bit embarrassed all of a sudden, "No, there are no words on it, but the shape was exactly the same as a sausage. Now that I think about it, I have never seen one that big." Han Feng had always felt like something was not right, but a sudden realization made him question Li Zi. If it had occurred to him that that room could be Zhang Shueyo's secret warehouse? Li Zi was stunned when he heard this. "What?" he shouted. "Then what do you think those huge sausages are?" Before Han Feng could reply, the two heard the homeowners approaching the room they were in. They were also surprised that Glasses Man was suddenly anxious for them to get rid of Li Zi. Didn't he always want to win him over? A bit petrified, Han Feng and Li Zi stared at each other, totally caught off guard with this sudden news. Apparently, Glasses Man was anxious to silence Li Zi, and Han Feng by extension. So, as the door creak opened seconds after, the two homeowners were puzzled to find it empty. "Huh? Where are they? Did we enter the wrong apartment?" Hearing this, his companion stepped forward from behind and asked if Li Zi was properly tied up. Of course, the other replied, "Okay, then check under the bed." Unbeknownst to the two, Han Feng and Li Zi, with reddened eyes and a thirst for revenge, slowly emerged from the door behind them. Li Zi immediately launched towards the homeowner closest to them as Han Feng made a mad dash towards the other. A few moments after, they managed to knock the two homeowners unconscious and tied them up. Han Feng stated that since Glasses Man badly wants Li Zi dead, they have to go back to that room and find out what exactly are inside those boxes. This made Li Zi ask what they should do with the boxes when they finally know what's actually inside them. Also, if they are really important supplies, there are dozens of them in there. So how are they going to move them? "Don't worry, I have made arrangements," Han Feng reassured Li Zi as the two left the apartment. "Let's go and meet up with the evil king's true eye first." Anyway, speaking of the little girl, she suddenly contacted Han Feng through their communication earpiece device. She told Han Feng that a sister of his had arrived at the apartment door, wanting to be let inside. Apparently, Han Feng had sent Nurse Jean to that apartment, but for some reason, he suddenly sensed the little girl's hesitation, so he asked what was wrong. The little girl replied that the lady at the door had come to Han Feng's apartment before and even stole his gun, threatening to kill him, so she wasn't sure if it was okay to let her in. As Han Feng thought over what he just heard, a grim realization immediately dawned on him. Holy shit, this description perfectly fit none other than Li Hyona. Han Feng shouted repeatedly into the communication device, telling the little girl to not open the door under any circumstance. The person at the door was Li Hyona, not the sister who was there to pick her up. There was a few noises at the end and soon the communication ended. Damn it! Han Feng was unsure if the little girl received his message or not, and he couldn't get hold of her again at present. He told Li Zi that Glasses Man's secret warehouse had to wait, because they needed to go check up on the evil king's true eye first. So with that, they quickly left that particular floor to the immediate other. When they slowly opened the door slightly, they found no one in sight in the dimly lit hallway, but they could clearly hear the noises a few distance away. Curious, Li Zi wondered aloud what was going on. Why was it so noisy? On the stairwell, the injured, women and the elderly homeowners were instructed to buy Jin Qinwen to go upstairs from the left, while the others should take their weapons and gather in the basement. Holding a butcher's knife firmly, Jin Qinwen continued in a deep voice. If they were to attack us, all our supplies would be snatched away, and my parents and children would starve to death. We must stop them from coming in at all costs. When Han Feng and Li Zi, hiding nearby, heard what Jin Qinwen just said, they were a bit puzzled. Han Feng whispered to Li Zi, asking if Jin Qinwen was referring to Li Zhenghao and his crew. Li Zi replied that he wasn't sure, but the current situation was working in their favor. They should quickly wear a mask and try to blend in with the crowd. And that's exactly what they did shortly after. Fortunately enough, they were successful in blending in with the crowd with little effort. But at this moment, there was a sudden commotion ahead that drew everyone's attention, including them. In front of Han Feng and Li Zi's shocked gazes, a homeowner was brutally knocked over onto the cold, hard stairwell without any resistance. Gripping on the railing of the stairwell was a member of the committee's archenemy, Zhang Yangyu. He was also holding a long metal pipe, and beside him was Jin Zhongzai. The two confidently stepped forward in an ostentatious fashion, a malice aura radiating from them in waves, and their presence commanding an overwhelming fear that runs shivers down everyone's spine, including Han Feng and Li Zi. Sadly enough, the scene shifted to Li Hyona, who was still standing behind the door of the little girl. Hyona pricked up her ears at the door, but she still couldn't hear any movements inside the apartment. She was sure of this and even began to question if Han Feng really moved there. Unexpectedly, someone called her name that immediately prompted her to look forward. When she did, she was surprised to see Nurse Jean, who obviously questioned what she was doing there. Hyona gave a nervous laugh and replied that she came there to find something to eat. Looking for something to eat? Nurse Jean repeated curiously, then wondered why she brought so many people along. That's right, behind Hyona was a massive crowd of homeowners of various ages. Hyona reaffirms her earlier excuse and curiously asks what Nurse Jean was doing there. I'm here to treat someone. Nurse Jean replied calmly, but Hyona's sudden expression made her question if she had a problem with her treating people. Hyona didn't reply but skeptically wondered if Han Feng was sick. No, she immediately reassured herself. And as she remembers Nurse Jean and Han Feng's familiarity and closeness with each other back then at the underground parking lot, she deduced that the two seemed to know each other extremely well. This gave Hyona an idea. So under Nurse Jin's curious gaze, Hyona began whispering something to the homeowners behind her, which made them suddenly stare at Nurse Jean in a weird way. She subconsciously took a step back and nervously warns the two guys advancing cautiously in her direction. What are you trying to do? Mr. Jiang gave strict orders to everyone not to disturb me while I'm working. Unexpectedly, this statement only managed to convince Hyona of her idea even more. Apparently, Hyona's plan is to use Nurse Jean to force Han Feng's hand. She firmly believes that as long as Nurse Jean was caught and held as hostage, Han Feng wouldn't refuse to open the door. Ignoring Nurse Jin's warning, the two men apologized and grabbed her arms, and firmly secured them behind her back. At this point, Nurse Jean had had enough, so in a calm yet threatening tone, she demanded to be released immediately, or else she shouldn't be blamed for being ruthless. Of course, the two didn't listen, so in one swift, fluid motion, she forcefully freed herself and grabbed the two effortlessly by their arms, and slammed them into each other. They collapsed to the ground, groaning in pain as Hyona and the crowd of homeowners behind her stared with widened eyes, speechless and stunned with Nurse Jin's monstrous strength. The crowd, together with Hyona, took a couple steps in retreat as Nurse Jean did the opposite. Their fear were clearly evident on their faces. I don't care what you guys are here for, but please don't disturb me while I'm working, Nurse Jean stated calmly but firmly. Hyona was momentarily shaken at this point, but she quickly recovers and silently pulled a knife from the pocket of her jacket. And with a shout, she lunged at Nurse Jean, calling her a monster. Her sudden scream was followed up with a wild diagonal slash on Nurse Jin's subconsciously raised arm. Unfortunately for Hyona, her attack only managed to slice through Nurse Jin's jacket, missing her arm by mere inches. With this failed attempt, Hyona stumbled back cautiously, warning the rest to be careful. The woman in front of them was insanely strong. As the commotion escalated, the door to Han Feng's apartment suddenly creaked open, drawing everyone's attention. But what happened next was so freaking weird that it left Hyona and her comrades scratching their brains. trying to make sense of it. Under their stunned and frightened gazes, their melee weapons suddenly began to tremble violently, and as the air crackled with an unforeseen force, all the weapons were yanked from their hands abruptly, flying toward the open door as if pulled by an invisible vortex. Inside the apartment, a swirling portal shimmered into existence. This was obviously the force emanated from the dimensional gate, activated by none other than the evil king's true eye. Hyona and her comrades stood frozen, staring at the door in utter disbelief. Suddenly, the little girl began to form intricate hand signs with her fingers, her movements deliberate and precise. She looked eerily focused, reminiscent of a jujitsu-type shit from a popular anime. Subsequently, the dimensional gate suddenly surged with an immense power, and the pull from it also increased massively, sucking everything in its vicinity. At first, the swirling vortex only managed to pull the clothes of the homeowners, but shortly after, it became so intense that the homeowners themselves were being sucked in against their will. "There's a ghost!" Someone screamed in disbelief. Chaos ensued as the homeowners panicked, their cries for help filling the hallway as they scrambled to grab onto anything stable. Meanwhile, in the dimly lit underground parking lot, Li Zhenghao and his crew wreaked havoc, throwing punches and smashing anyone who dared to cross their path. The entire scene was chaotic, with the sounds of bones being crushed, fists being thrown everywhere, and groans of pain echoing throughout the entire basement. Amidst this madness, not far from the earlier scene, Han Feng and Li Zi were being chased in a hot pursuit by an enraged Jin Zhongzai. Han Feng, panting excessively, glanced back at their pursuer and stated breathlessly that he only managed to land a single punch on the big guy. "Is there really a need to keep chasing after them? A single punch, you say?" Li Zi shouted between breaths. "That one punch you just casually mentioned seems to be extremely heavy." Behind them, Jin Zhongzai's swollen face was twisted with rage. His left cheek, puffed up from Han Feng's earlier punch, Jin Zhongzai roared, his voice shaking with fury. "Bastard! I'm gonna fucking kill you!" Recalling the incident, Han Feng felt smug. To think his punch, reinforced by his purple light, would be so powerful in a desperate situation filled him with immense satisfaction. Unexpectedly, some of the homeowners in the committee, amidst the chaos, noticed that Han Feng and Li Zi had escaped, so they also gave chase. Li Zi cursed loudly at their rotten luck. On the other hand, Han Feng's expression grew grim. He knew their imminent end was inevitable if they're caught for the second time. A plan was needed, like ASAP. Suddenly an idea struck him. He told Li Zi that they needed to split up. Li Zi should go pick up the evil king's true eye while he distracts them. They'll meet at the agreed spot later. Li Zi hesitated slightly, his worry evident. He questioned Han Feng how the hell he was going to pull that off. "Don't worry," Han Feng assured him. "I will think of something." The two ran off opposite each other. Spotting a nearby half-assed frozen car, Han Feng wasted no time garnering everyone's attention. He quickly made his way on top of the frozen car, flashlight in hand. Han Feng raised his flashlight high in the air, illuminating the dimly lit basement. "Listen up, you fucking idiots," he shouted, his voice cutting through the chaos. Then, with a cocky grin, he raised his middle finger to the crowd and bellowed, "I was one of those people who raised the prices of supplies earlier. All of you peasants can freaking starve to death." The crowd collectively froze for a moment, their faces contorted in absolute disbelief and unsuppressed rage. "Is this guy fucking serious?" Someone snarled. "He's too damn arrogant," another added. "Kill him. We must kill him and chop him up into pieces." The crowd instantly turned into a furious mob, suddenly united by a common enemy. They surged forward in Han Feng's direction with evident murderous intent. Han Feng bolted on top of one car to the next, his mind racing. He deduced that the entrance and exit of the underground parking lot might be closed by metal doors, but once the pressure of the accumulated snow behind these doors are released, then his thoughts were cut off abruptly as a punch suddenly came rushing in from his left, making him drop his flashlight. Han Feng was hit squarely in the chest with a force so powerful that he lost his balance, and was trashed across the remaining space, crashing and denting into a rolling shutter with a deafening bang. Gritting his teeth, Han Feng got up immediately, although his entire body was trembling. In front of him was the furious mob, and in between them was Jin Zhongzai. For a big guy, he sure is fast. He locked eyes with Han Feng. "Damned bastard," Jin Zhongzai cursed, vowing to follow through with his earlier threat. Han Feng winced in pain, his chest throbbing, but he acted decisively. Placing his right hand on the rolling shutter, he focused his purple light energy into the cold, unyielding metal gate. And in just a few seconds, the rolling shutter suddenly began to glow faintly with a purple color, its surface softening under the influence it holds. Murmurs and confusion erupted from the crowd, mainly wondering what the shining purple light was, their curiosity and fear also evident. But unexpectedly, the glowing purple light suddenly disappeared. Wait, it's gone. The crowd stood frozen, momentarily stunned by what Han Feng just did. With an air of defiance, Han Feng challenged harshly. "Come at me again, you fucking bastards." The next moment, the rolling shutter quivered violently, looking like it was about to explode. And that's what happened seconds after under the crowd's shocked gazes. Chaos erupted as a heavy snowstorm burst through the shattered metal gate, and the howling wind carried the ice and snow, flooding the immediate space in an instant. Jin Zhongzai, being part of the few close to the metal door, cursed loudly before he was swallowed up by the ice and snow. An avalanche! Someone screamed in terror as the crowd, panicked and scared shitless, scrambled away like sewage rats. They ran desperately for their worthless lives, but it was obviously too late at this point. The snow moved too quickly, consuming everything and everyone in its path. A few managed to find a safe place to hide before everything was swallowed up. For a moment there was silence. Then, a hand suddenly emerged from the suffocating blanket of ice and snow. Of course, it was none other than Han Feng. He coughed for a few seconds, his breath ragged as he pulled himself out of the pile of ice and snow. Snow clung to his clothes as he stood, staring down at his trembling hands, his mind racing. After destroying such a large metal gate, he realized that he was actually not tired at all. Is it because I am getting more proficient with my ability? Suddenly, a familiar sound came not far from him. Are you waiting for your death or something? He turned his gaze to the direction of the sound and was speechless to see the bearded guy from before. He was squatting not far beside Han Feng, watching him intently. Han Feng frowned slightly, a bit puzzled. He had a feeling that the bearded guy has been watching him all this time. A few distance not far away, a homeowner interrupted the two by alerting the others that the avalanche had stopped. Without hesitation, the bearded guy grabbed Han Feng by the jacket and dragged him out of the snow before he could even protest. They made their way to a corner of the first floor. Han Feng, a bit out of breath, questioned who the bearded guy really was, and why was he helping him. The bearded guy closed the distance between them until he was towering Han Feng with his usual expressionless face. "Li Zhenghao. I am the one called Li Zhenghao." Han Feng subconsciously took a step back in shock and fear, his eyes narrowing as he stammered a little, repeating the name. "So you're Li Zhenghao, the one who's been fighting with Mr. Zhang?" Li Zhenghao, with a confident grin, extended his hand to Han Feng. Han Feng was clearly surprised by this sudden gesture and asked Li Zhenghao what he was doing. "Cooperation." "What? Didn't you reject me previously?" Han Feng asked. Li Zhenghao just replied that he changed his mind. Han Feng raised an eyebrow and smirked slightly. "You suddenly changed your mind? What? Are you trying to trick me?" Li Zhenghao chuckled, his sharp eyes glinting. "It's just a matter of two parties taking what they both need. And I always find straightforwardness the best strategy. So, are you in or not?" Han Feng was momentarily speechless, but his expression suddenly turned serious. He knew if he can get Li Zhenghao to help him out, then the success rate of taking down Glasses Man will be even higher. Han Feng lets out a heavy sigh and agreed to the cooperation. Although doubts lingered in his mind, he met Li Zhenghao's gaze with a serious and resolved demeanor. The two had the same goal, so they can work together. He firmly stated and eventually shook Li Zhenghao's hand decisively. Meanwhile, as the scene shifted back to the underground parking lot, the temperature on this unspecified level was currently at -2 degrees Fahrenheit. And on this level were several heavy convoys. Although they appear to be half-ass frozen, they seem to be working perfectly. Jin Qinwen approached Glasses Man and informed him that all the vehicles were ready. They can now go and call the others. "Alright," Glasses Man replied. "Go and inform them that it was time." But at that moment, Jin Qinwen, with a worried look, notified Glasses Man that the snow had managed to break through the metal door and had infiltrated the first underground level of the basement. Also, the temperature keeps dropping, and everyone was scattered all over the place. Then, he leaned in close to Glasses Man and whispered that Han Feng and Li Zi had also escaped. This updates didn't trigger Glasses Man at all. In his usual calm and calculative demeanor, he replied that it didn't matter at this point. None of the updates stated was going to mess with their plan. Unbeknownst to the crew, their discussions and actions were being observed by Li Zhenghao and Han Feng not far away. Seeing all these militarily convoys, Han Feng was puzzled and shocked as to how and when all these vehicles pulled up in their complex. Li Zhenghao calmly explained in a whisper, "These people must have come from outside. And I overheard Jiang Shueyo talking about relocating residents." "Relocating? Relocating where?" "It's a frozen wasteland out there." Han Feng frowned, his expression turning serious as he whispered back with a reply. Well, why not just ask them? Li Zhenghao said this as he swiftly got up and silently made a mad dash forward. He also told Han Feng that Glasses Man would be left for him to deal with. Han Feng was a bit taken aback when he heard this. What's with the sudden rush, he questioned. But by then Li Zhenghao was gone. Glasses Man loudly announced for everyone to get ready to head upstairs to pick up the others. It's high time they left. Suddenly, in an unexpected turn of event for them, one of their huge flashlights shut off abruptly, then gunshots followed. Someone amidst the crew shouted, asking what was going on, while another replied that they've got intruders. A hooded guy among them grips his massive bat in one hand and a flashlight in the other, and shouts for everyone to stay alert, and under no circumstance are they allowed to get separated. Unfortunately for him, he became the first target. In front of his widened and panicked eyes, Li Zhenghao was upon him in a flash, and as he grabbed his face, this guy knew he was a fucking goner. Almost immediately, he was smashed heavily onto the cold hard floor before the two guys close to him even noticed. They opened fire in the direction they thought Li Zhenghao was, but unfortunately for them, they guessed wrong because in the opposite direction, Li Zhenghao was upon these two in an instant with a raised fist. And in one punch, the guy was knocked out and trashed into the other guy like a bag of sand. Jin Qinwen shouts for the others not to spread out but gather around and protect Glasses Man. But in that very moment, a gun was pressed to the back of Glasses Man's head, and a cold, commanding voice followed, telling him to freeze. This person with a gun was none other than Han Feng. Glasses Man remained calm, his voice steady despite the barrel of the gun pressing coldly against the back of his head. I've been waiting for you for a long time, Mr. Han, he said, his words laced with a hint of anticipation. Han Feng's eyes narrowed, his tone serious. You knew I was coming. Glasses Man nodded slightly, unfazed. Of course, he replied calmly. It was at this moment that Jin Qinwen noticed that Glasses Man was being held hostage at gunpoint. But under his panicked gaze, Glasses Man waved at him that he was fine. Glasses Man calmly elaborated that he knew that Han Feng was the one who'd stockpiled a mountain of supplies before the whole frost apocalypse even hit. At first, he thought Han Feng was one of their contacts, but it turns out he was just wrong. Glasses Man slowly reached into his pocket and pulled out a satellite phone. He then tells Han Feng to take a closer look at the bottom of his gun. Han Feng's eyes dropped to the bottom of his gun with a clenched teeth. His expression shifted. A taping device? He muttered, a hint of disbelief in his voice. Although Han Feng immediately figured out when Glasses Man did this, he was surprised that he was able to pull this off and annoyed about the fact he just found out. Glasses Man smirked, relishing in Han Feng's glaring oversight. He questioned Han Feng why else he gave back his gun. Obviously, he knew what he was up to, and even if he didn't, what can Han Feng do about it now? He'd outplayed his hand and he lost. Han Feng, with a nervous realization, wanted to know what Glasses Man meant by their contacts. Who was he picking up? And what for? Han Feng's expression darkened, and his grip tightened on the gun as he pressed it toward Glasses Man. Glasses Man spread his arms and tried to reason with Han Feng. But Han Feng immediately told him to relax. After all, if he wanted to deal with him, he would have done it already. Glasses Man tried again. You're a smart guy, Mr. Han. I'd like you to join us. As you can see, as long as we keep sending people to them, we can survive and thrive. Hearing this, Han Feng flashed a mocking smile, his eyes narrowing with disdain. You want me to be your pawn? He sneered. Sorry, but I refuse. That's a shame. Glasses Man replied with a heavy sigh, his expression unreadable. Suddenly, Han Feng was interrupted by a sharp sound not far from his side. Turning his gaze in the direction of the sound, a man clad in a military outfit and heavy gear came to view. The moment he realized he had been spotted, he clutched his semi-automatic rifle tightly and sprang into action. Han Feng's eyes widened in shock when he saw this guy, and immediately knew he was a special op. The guy took a stance and readied his aimed weapon in Han Feng's direction. And without hesitation, Han Feng immediately bolted to find cover as the guy opened fire. Bullets whizzed past him as he moved swiftly, trying to evade the shots. Behind him, two guys with similar outfit emerged from their hiding spots to assist. As the sound of gunfire filled the entire space, Li Zhenghao managed to grab Han Feng's jacket and yank him to his side in the nick of time before he was riddled with bullets. Han Feng, a bit shaken by the entire experience after his adrenaline had worn off, asked what Li Zhenghao was standing there for. They needed to get the hell out of there. But Li Zhenghao told Han Feng to chill. Yeah, they're special ops, but it's just 3 of them. So dealing with them shouldn't be a big issue. As the 3 special ops cautiously advanced forward in their direction, Li Zhenghao whispered to Han Feng that he would distract them while he finds an opening to attack. What? Han Feng's expression was incredulous. Li Zhenghao shouldn't make jokes like that. The enemy have rifles, you know. But before he could drive his point home, Li Zhenghao shifted his stance, and seconds after, he charged head-on, moving with lightning speed. When the three special ops guys saw this, a chaotic scene immediately erupted as a series of gunfire was discharged. However, Li Zhenghao, with swift precision and nimble movements, skillfully reads the enemy's movements and move accordingly, leaving afterimages and marginally missed bullets in his wake. The dude looked like a man on a mission, and the moment he got within their immediate vicinity, he pulled out a concealed truncheon and engaged the soldiers, dodging bullets and delivering swift blows, using the environment to his advantage. The air was filled with the sounds of punches, gunshots and shouts as the fight raged on. Li Zhenghao fought fiercely, determined to create a diversion for Han Feng. Han Feng, on the other hand, watched Li Zhenghao fight with unmatched skill and precision with widened eyes and curse under his breath. It was clearly obvious at this point that there was absolutely no way this dude was normal. Meanwhile, as the scene pans back to Glass's man's side, he told his crew that there was no time to wait for the others. They will just drive straight up there to grab them instead. Han Feng watched the unfolding scene and slowly made his way behind the convoy. He silently activated his purple glowing hand and extended them toward the floor. Almost immediately, the purple energy swamped the entire area around the back of the heavy truck, softening the floor it had spread out to. The right back tire of the heavy truck sunk into the floor and got stuck the moment it tried to move. Glass's man and the others inside felt a jolt, and as the heavy truck struggles to move forward, Glass's man asked Jin Qinwen what was wrong. But his lackey, confused, tried to steer again but suddenly stopped. Realizing the crux of the problem, Jin Qinwen muttered with widened eyes that the right side of the vehicle seemed to have sunk into the ground. Glass's man saw the scene through the rear-view mirror on his side in disbelief. His first thought was that the ground was collapsing, but that was obviously not the case. Subsequently, Han Feng moved to the left side of the vehicle, his mind racing. He analyzed the situation and noticed that if the purple light is used too much, the range of area affected shrinks, and it wasn't able to sync both sides of the wheels. Without warning, a guy suddenly opened the back left door of the vehicle and hurled a grenade toward Han Feng. With a smug smile, he gave Han Feng a farewell respect and quickly closed the door. As the grenade heads towards Han Feng, time seems to have slowed down significantly as he felt his life flash before his eyes. In the air, the explosion erupted in a flash, sending a shock wave through the air in all directions as Han Feng was thrown several meters away. The force of the blast was so massive that the ground shook violently, creating a cloud of dust and smoke. And amidst the debris was Han Feng's shattered body with lifeless eyes. The scene then pans to nothing, and as Han Feng slowly opened his eyes, he saw a familiar face staring back at him. Still a little drowsy, he felt a tickling sensation over his body. It was cool and refreshing, and felt great. Han Feng didn't want this amazing feeling to stop and kept muttering to keep at it. It wasn't until he felt something massive licking his face before he fully opened his eyes. Han Feng found himself staring directly at a sheep as huge as a horse, its long and large tongue inches away from his face. It was only then that Han Feng realized that he was back to his goat dreaming space, and only this time the entire experience felt bizarre. Before he could react, the huge sheep quickly wrapped its tongue around him, lifting him off the ground with ease. Then, a familiar bright green light slowly emerged, and shortly after, the entire tongue was glowing with the green light. And with it, Han Feng's body suddenly turned severely damaged, and also miraculously began to heal as his eyes glowed with the green light. The scene quickly shifted back to the underground parking lot, where Han Feng, at this very moment, laid unconscious on the floor, glowing all over with his usual glowing green light. As both his mouth and eyes glow with the green light, his entire body seems to be healing in real time as well. However, he appeared to be in a subconscious state like he was sleepwalking. Meanwhile, the heavy truck managed to move slightly from its initial spot. Jin Qinwen tightened his grip on the steering wheel and glanced at Glass's man in the co-pilot's seat. "Good thing this car has a lot of horsepower," he said, his voice filled with relief. "Otherwise, we really might have been stuck." Suddenly, a hand appeared from the side mirror, glowing with a bright red light like hot magma, and before Jin Qinwen could react, the hand slowly moved. And with its movements, the entire side of the truck completely disappeared in real time, revealing none other than Han Feng. The red light disintegrated the heavy metal into nothing. "You damn monster!" Jin Qinwen raised his gun and aimed it at Han Feng, his voice seething with rage. Han Feng stood still, his expression vacant as his eyes shimmer with an eerie green glow. For a moment there, he just stares at the dude trembling all over with his gun still aimed at him. he suddenly grabs it with his glowing red hand, causing the panicked lackey to pull the trigger. Fortunately for him, he uses the disintegration effect of his glowing red light to destroy the shot fired and the gun simultaneously. However, the effect didn't stop there but extended and spread, destroying most of the fabric on Glasses Man's loyal lackey. And this absolutely freaks the living shit out of him. Glasses Man and the grenade guy from earlier quickly got off the car and bolted as the effect continued to eat away the car as well. At this moment, Jin Chinwon was completely exposed, and immediately began to feel the severity of the extreme cold of -2°F. With half of his clothes gone, he starts to tremble violently. You see, the disintegration effect of the glowing red light amplified the severity of the extreme cold in that short period of time. So as Jin Chinwon tried to ask for help, his time seems to be almost up, because shortly after, he freezes all over, and his widened eyes felt lifeless. When Jin Chinwoo, his twin brother, saw this scene, he flipped, livid. Yeah, the guy completely lost his shit, and all he saw was red. He grabbed a metal pipe from the vehicle he was in, and bolted towards Han Feng like a madman. Jin Chinwoo cursed, raised the metal pipe in his hands, and swung it at Han Feng's head with all his might. But this version of Han Feng was instinctive and just too OP. He noticed the attack and swiftly counters with his glowing red hand, disintegrating the metal pipe in his opponent's hand to just a tiny piece. Jin Chinwoo's eyes widen in disbelief, realizing the kind of monster he was up against. And it seems his revenge had to be put on hold too. Not far from them, Glasses Man and his escaped companion looked back at the unfolding scene with incredulity. "Quick, go upstairs and call for reinforcements," Glasses Man commanded urgently. Back to Han Feng, he ignored Jin Chinwoo and began moving toward the vehicle he came out from, his hands completely engulfed with a deep purple glowing light. Seeing this, the two guys in the vehicle were seconds away from wetting their pants. And instead of running for their worthless lives, the one on the right suggested they run Han Feng over. Han Feng placed his hands on the heavy truck in time before anything else, and extended his purple glowing light. Soon, the heavily armored vehicle was immediately surrounded in a soft, swirling purple glow, and the vehicle seemed to be melting. The two homeowners inside began screaming in panic as the purple light intensified. They tried to get out, but it was too late. Their cries grew frantic as the entire structure of the vehicle seemed to dissolve under the relentless power of the purple light. Suddenly, out of nowhere, someone shoots at Han Feng, but luckily, the guy was a lousy shooter and the bullet only managed to nick his cheek. Then, right on cue, Han Feng's ability instinctively shifted to the glowing green light and heals his cut in an instant. Conveniently enough, the lousy shooter was out of bullets. Han Feng's attention also shifted to him and his companion. Seeing this, the two ran away as fast as they could, because in this case, their lives depended on it as Han Feng was right on their tail. Again, out of nowhere, several shots fired halted his pursuit. Han Feng halted in his tracks when two special ops opened fire at him. Apparently, their priority also included the protection of Glasses Man's men. But unfortunately for them, this encounter was going to be their last because Han Feng was not going to run away from them like before. Witnessing the scene unfolding not far away, Li Zhenghao was puzzled. He initially thought Han Feng was in trouble, but that seems not to be the case. However, his slight distraction created an opening to which his opponent tried to exploit. Li Zhenghao effortlessly evades the attack, and all the while, he was preoccupied with the thought of trying to figure out what exactly Glasses Man was up to. When the scene cuts back to Han Feng, he was effortlessly evading all the shots fired, and was gradually closing the distance between himself and his opponents. He had shifted his ability to his purple light at some point, and without warning, he activated it and placed his hands on the floor. The glowing purple light immediately surged forth, and in a blink of an eye, the two special ops were trapped, confused about what the actual fuck was happening. They were unable to move their feet, and the entire experience was similar to being trapped in a quicksand. In their moment of distraction, Han Feng made a mad dash towards them and swiftly grabbed their firearm. When the two tried to shoot him, he switches his purple glowing hand to a red one, and just like earlier, the disintegration effect kicks in, and the shots fired, together with the rifles, were destroyed instantly. But before the disintegrated fragments of the rifles and the bullets could fully dissolve into nothing, he uses the effect of his green light, which represent the evolution of matter, to halt the disintegration process. Then he finally adds the purple glow to join the disintegrated fragments and change the shape of the object he was currently holding. The two special ops were still trapped and could only watch as Han Feng raised the weapon in his hand, launched towards their frightening and trembling figures expressionlessly. And in one swift motion, he slashed their necks as blood splattered everywhere. Their lifeless body fell to the ground as Han Feng stood there, spent. He remained motionless as Jin Chinwoo creeps up behind him for round two. Han Feng's vision became blurry, and before Jin Qinwu could even strike him down, he fell on his own. Han Feng passed out and was completely defenseless and utterly at Jin Qinwu's mercy. With a crazed expression, Jin Qinwu wasn't going to pass on the opportunity to enact his revenge. He even made the statement that Han Feng reaps what he sows, before shouting that he's a monster and needs to go to hell from which he once came from. Fortunately, Li Zhenghao appeared in the nick of time to land a powerful elbow punch to his face. The force of the punch trashed him across the small space there, his body mangled as if struck by a truck. Li Zhenghao grabbed the unconscious Han Feng and noticed he'd just passed out with no injuries. This guy just acted like a madman just now. Did he lose control? Li Zhenghao's voice was filled with concern, and the situation earlier was too chaotic to fully comprehend. But in that very moment, he heard something that instantly drew his attention. Li Zhenghao quickly regained his composure and left the scene with Han Feng and his captive without a second to spare. His body moved with swift precision. Shortly after, Glasses Man, together with his reinforcements, each carrying ballistic shield and a metal pipe, slowly emerge in full combat mode. He announced the need for caution, and they should first join up with the 3 soldiers. However, he was shocked to find out that they've been sent to meet the King of Hell long before he even came back. Also, there were 2 bodies, so where was the other one? The other homeowners replied that they couldn't find him, but he was probably dead like the 2 in front of them. A damage assessment informed Glasses Man that his loyal lackey, Jin Qinwen, froze to death, and only Jin Qinwu and a few others trapped inside the car were still alive. Mr. Grenade Guy clenched his teeth and asked Glasses Man what they were going to do now. The soldiers are dead, and they don't know the location of the base camp. The plan has failed. Glasses Man calmly replied, his voice filled with uncertainty. He told everyone to head back to their respective homes. They will regroup later. The scene shifted to a dark room, where a bucket filled with burning books was placed in the center. The flames flickered, casting tiny shadows on the walls. Suddenly, Han Feng woke up with a loud shout. Grenade! His voice, filled with urgency and warning, echoed throughout the entire room. Han Feng laid on the sofa, a blanket draped over him. His voice was weak and strained, barely audible as he looked around, confusion on his face. So with a puzzled expression, he wondered why he wasn't dead and where he was. Li Zhenghao took a drag of his lit cigarette and asked Han Feng if he was back to normal. This statement confused Han Feng even more. What do you mean, back to normal? And come to think of it, weren't we in basement 2? How did we get up here? And why am I not injured? He even looked down at himself in disbelief. Li Zhenghao, clearly irritated, gave Han Feng a sharp look over. You don't even know it yourself. Then how am I supposed to know? Anyway, he continued, facing Han Feng, his eyes cold and hard. Regarding Jiang Shueo's plan, I do have a general idea. But as for the specifics, I believe this guy can fill us in. Beside him was the special op, securely bound by ropes as blood oozed from his mouth. The dude looks like he was seconds away from shitting himself. With his hands leisurely placed in his jacket pockets, Han Feng got up and slowly approached the scene as Li Zhenghao continued his brutal interrogation. You said the base sent you to conduct a transaction with Jiang Shueo, right? What kind of transaction was it? The guy replied with a shaky voice that the transaction was to exchange weapons and food for the residents in their apartment complex. For what? Why do you guys need the residents for? Han Feng asked, his voice loud and impatient. With bloodshot eyes and a few broken and missing teeth, the guy trembled all over from fear and pain as he replied that they needed the residents to help build their base. Huh? Han Feng narrowed his eyes and spoke coldly. In this situation, rather than reducing the number of people, you guys are trying to expand your forces. Han Feng leaned in with a face that shows that he wasn't buying whatever BS the guy was selling. Did he take them as idiots? Was he fooling around with them right now? Swallowing hard, the guy immediately panicked and desperately tried to reason with them that what they were doing wasn't anything bad. It's all for the sake of rebuilding civilization and saving humanity. But at this moment, before he could continue, Li Zhenghao grabbed his middle finger and forcefully bent it downward, breaking it. A loud crackling sound filled the room, followed by a sharp, ear-piercing scream. Li Zhenghao then asked what will happen if they don't complete their task. What if they failed the mission? The guy groaned in pain, shaking profusely. He replied that the base will send more people over. Li Zhenghao then leaned in close to the right side of his face and asked his next question in a cold tone. Will there be any superhumans among them? The guy's right eye immediately widened when he heard this question, and in a trembling voice he tried to play dumb. He replied that he didn't know or understand what Li Zhenghao meant by superhumans. Han Feng stood nearby, watching everything unfold. He grabbed his chin and thought to himself that judging from the guy's reaction, it wasn't impossible for his base to have superhumans among them. And based on what the guy's base was currently doing, if there were superhumans, they were most likely to be enemies for sure. But his thoughts trailed off, and it seems that a few minutes had passed because as he stares at the current lifeless state of the guy in the chair, the sight was very gruesome. With several of his teeth missing and broken, blood gushing out from his mouth and where his eyes used to be, and with multiple stab wounds all over his body, he concludes that Li Zhenghao was way too cruel. Han Feng looked at Li Zhenghao, who had just finished his torturing session, and stated that there was really no need to kill the guy, especially in the manner he did. Li Zhenghao scoffed and asked after a brief silence, "Do you really believe in his bullshit about saving people?" He then turns in Han Feng's direction, pointed his small knife at him, and warned Han Feng not to go around having any illusions. The base shit was nothing more than just a new faction, and who knows what they were even planning to do. Their choices were to either get rid of them, or leave this place and find a new place to settle down. Han Feng understood and nodded slightly after a brief silence. He replied that he will go back and discuss it with his people. As Han Feng silently and cautiously made his way to the stairwell, we find out that he was currently on the 4th floor. So as he descends the flight of stairs, he seems to be deep in thought. From what he'd witnessed, Li Zhenghao was a man of great potential. But he knows nothing about what the people on his side does. Who knows what they are capable of? If what the Special Forces soldier said was true, finding another foothold elsewhere might be the safest option. Han Feng went back to the underground parking lot. He crouched down next to one of several frozen cars lined up, and swiftly moved to the next, scanning his surroundings. Turning his head from left to right and right to left, he wondered where the few military jeeps and forklifts were. Suddenly, Han Feng heard footsteps heading his way, so he clutched his weapon tightly and prepared himself. But the moment he moved in to take action, he was surprised to find no one. Han Feng immediately realized in that very moment that he'd fell into a trap. And at the same time, someone suddenly appeared from behind and was closing in on him extremely fast. Han Feng also sensed this and swiftly turned around, only to see a fist heading straight for him. So with quick reflexes, he activated both his purple and green glowing light around his entire left arm, and effortlessly blocks the punch. The force of the collision was obviously massive, but surprising enough, Han Feng didn't feel any pain at all. He felt nothing. He didn't expect the combination of the two lights to have such an effect, and be this effective as well. He immediately drops his metal rod and activated the same combination on his other hand for a full-on confrontation. But before things got heated up, Li Zi appeared at the scene and shouted for them to stop. They're on the same side. Han Feng and Nurse Zhan were equally surprised with their clash the moment Li Zi shone his flashlight on them. A while later, Han Feng finished narrating what happened and asked for their input about searching for a way out of the neighborhood. Li Zi's face darkened when he heard the full story. He loudly cursed Glasses Man for using people to exchange for supplies. On the other hand, Nurse Zhan felt a little conflicted. She thought sending their neighbors to an establishment with a higher chance of survival wasn't a bad thing. Han Feng wasn't surprised by Nurse Zhan's obliviousness, but Li Zi, on the other hand, was mind-boggled. Han Feng pointed out that the soldier's statement about helping to build a base were just empty words. After all, if it was really a good thing, then wouldn't Glasses Man himself have gone there for shelter? Why would he need military escorts? Han Feng led them to a bulldozer nearby as he continued to explain that at present, there are so many things they don't understand. It's difficult not to believe what their enemies say, but they can't fully trust what they say either. They don't even know if there is really a base out there. Han Feng walks up to inspect the heavy vehicle as Li Zi asks a daunting question. What were they going to do if more people really comes there? That's something to worry about in the future, Han Feng replied calmly. If we can't find a transport vehicle, we've got no other way to leave this place. Han Feng asked them to check the heavy vehicles around to see if they can find anything useful. Li Zi found 2 jeeps ahead and decided to go check it out. Nurse Zhan also moved to the back to check there. Inside the bulldozer, Han Feng was surprised to find the keys missing. But before he could make sense of the situation, Li Zi shouts for him to come over. When he did, he was stunned to see a huge weapon box filled with guns, rifles, grenade, and all type of shit. Seeing so many weapons, Han Feng suggests they keep them, especially the 2 handguns because they might be useful in the future. Li Zi nodded in agreement. As Li Zi calls the 2 women over, Han Feng stared at the current melted state of the truck and wondered if it was truly done by him back then. Anyway, they spot the 2 women at the other end of the basement and wondered what they were doing there. Han Feng suggests they go check it out. When they got there, Han Feng, like the rest, had no idea of the massive entrance behind and wondered why there was such a huge cloth covering the wall. And there seems to be some kind of noise coming from the other side. Han Feng asked the little girl if she happens to have a huge flashlight in her alternate dimension. Of course, she replied with her usual tone. With less difficulty, she managed to get it out and turn it on, illuminating the entire space. On the count of 3, the group pulled down the large curtain cloth, revealing something that stunned the 4 into silence. They remained frozen, staring at the massive pathway within the solid ice and snow. Now, they can be sure that there's definitely a base somewhere. And this massive, well and carefully constructed tunnel also proves that these people were not as simple as they initially believed. To be able to secretly dig such a large underground passage under the noses of the community was quite impressive and a bit scary now that Han Feng thinks about it. He suddenly thought of the special op and the information they managed to squeeze out of him. If what he said was just the tip of the iceberg, then their neighborhood was not safe. Not even a little. As the group made their way inside for a close-up inspection, Li Zi suddenly called out for them to come take a look at something. With evident curiosity in his eyes, he ran a hand over a pipe system attached to the wall within the entrance tunnel. But the moment Han Feng saw what Li Zi wanted to show everyone, he stated objectively that the system looks like a drainage pipe in the community. Han Feng also spots the little girl silently moving further within the tunnel, so he casually grabbed her by her hair. "Hey, where do you think you're going? It's too dangerous." The little girl said nothing, but the moment Li Zi saw this, he was momentarily stunned. He told Han Feng to let go. Anyway, they couldn't just proceed further within the tunnel without adequate preparation. So the group decided to go back first and come back when they do. A while later, with the convenience of the Evil King's True Eyes alternate dimension, the group managed to grab all the necessary gear they could think about under such short notice. After a thorough check over, Han Feng was sure that together with the weapons they found earlier, they were enough. "Oh, and before I forget, give me some food seeds and a piece of raw pork." The little girl managed to successfully take out the desired items. But as she hands a gun over to Li Zi, she noticed Han Feng staring at her. So she asked if there was anything else he needed. "No, not really. We're just going to explore the route this time. If there is any emergency, we will return in time." Inwardly, Han Feng was a bit pleased with her improvement. It seems the little girl had become more and more proficient in using her abilities, and can now easily and accurately find items from her alternate space without any fuss. Before leaving, Han Feng made mention that the room they were currently in was quite secluded, and no one would come there in a short time. The two should wait there for them till they get back. Also, he had reinforced the walls and doors, so even if they are discovered, they shouldn't be able to break through in a short time. On his way out with Li Zi, Han Feng reminded them that it wasn't safe to stay outside for a long time, and suggested the need to go back inside. Nurse Jean remained silent as the little girl assured Han Feng not to worry. She, the Evil King's True Eye, will protect his apostle. This response stunned Nurse Jean. Speechless, she stared at the little girl in disbelief. Anyway, Han Feng and Li Zi made their way down the flight of stairs, then down the underground parking lot, and finally at the entrance of the massive tunnel. Han Feng silently assessed their current predicament. Under the current circumstances, the threat they face was not only from Glass's man, but may also come from that tunnel. And since the community was no longer safe, why not try to find another survival point through that tunnel? After a brief survey, the two entered without a backward glance. Inside the frozen and eerie tunnel, Li Zi comments that he initially thought that the tunnel would be warmer since it was underground, but it was just as cold as if they were up there. Han Feng agreed, and he uses a shovel to check the current state of the soil. He stated that the soil was all frozen, so it was only natural for the tunnel to be cold as well. Also, they don't know when the construction of the tunnel was even made. Li Zi insisted Han Feng take the lead while he followed behind. 15 minutes later, they made their way up through a narrow path. Then 30 minutes later, they entered the city's underground sewage system, spanning across the entire city and was connected in all directions. So, after another 30 minutes of exploration, they found a manhole with its ladder intact. The two made their way up the ladder, but as Li Zi tried to open the cover, it didn't budge. He informed Han Feng that the manhole's cover seemed to be pressed down by the snow, and there was no sign of looseness at all. They got back down and continued their exploration until they arrived at a junction with two passageways. Of course, this predicament prompted Li Zi to begin his usual story narration about a similar encounter. Once, he said calmly, "I was wandering around underground and couldn't tell which direction I was going." Before he could continue, Han Feng immediately pointed to his right and explained the reason for his choice. He used the distribution of water pipes to conclude which side was more likely to be a path that led to a residential area above. Li Zi had no objection, so he went along with Han Feng's choice, exploring as they made their way deeper. He saw something a few distance away and called out to Han Feng to come take a look. Fortunately enough, The two happened to have found a map of the entire sewer distribution system. Using the map to track their movements and current location, they found out that they were in the basement of a nearby community, and a gymnasium was just ahead. But in that moment, they heard the sound of a vehicle not far away. Han Feng told Li Zi to turn off his headlights as he did the same. They moved closer in the direction of the sound of the heavy truck a few distance away. The tires of the truck came to view as it sped up even faster. The scene then pans into full view, revealing two heavy convoys speeding through the large section of the sewage system. Their headlights illuminated the entire passageway, and the sounds of their engines echoed loudly as they sped past Li Zi and Han Feng's hidden silhouettes. Li Zi noticed the direction in which the two convoy was heading, and stated that it was in the direction of the Hanqing neighborhood. Han Feng agreed and added that it also looks like a military truck, probably an accomplice of the three soldiers who came to their neighborhood. So in other words, these trucks are also used to transport personnel to repair that base. Maybe we can find out if we follow them, but it will be easy to be discovered if we follow them like this. Han Feng spoke in a calm tone as he turned on his headlight. Li Zi, feeling smug, stated that there was no need to follow those cars. He had a back door, so he led the way to another manhole. When they got there, he explained that a year ago, there was an old lady in a residential complex in Seoul who fell into the sewer in their community and was rescued by him. Hearing this, Han Feng asked if he can still remember the place where it happened a year ago so clearly. "Of course I can," he replied confidently. "I was a top student in high school because my memory was pretty good." Li Zi climbed the ladder, got to the top, tried and failed miserably to open the cover, which was almost frozen over. Han Feng lets out a regrettable sigh when he realized it couldn't be open. Then, he suggested that Li Zi try again from the front. There may be a little deviation, so they went to the front and check again. He checked the first, it didn't open. The second was the same. And the third, well, it also yielded the same results. Han Feng even asked if it was okay after changing to several places. Were they even in the same location? Anyway, on the fourth try in another location, the cover finally opened, making Li Zi teared up in relief. He silently removed the lid of the manhole, turned off his headlights, checked his surroundings and came out. The moment he did, Han Feng followed. The two were at Seoul's community underground parking lot. "You see, I've already said that I know everything about this place," Li Zi proudly stated as he helps Han Feng out of the manhole. He also made a mental note to later find the grandson of someone named Lao Wang. Han Feng immediately signaled him to pipe down. They weren't alone in the basement. The two silently made their way towards the source of the sound they heard, hiding behind the frozen parked cars. Up ahead, Han Feng's eyes widened slightly when they encountered a dead body. And from the looks of it, it seems that there was a fight in this residence as well, and it hadn't been long since it happened apparently. They managed to get as close as possible, and from the view, they knew the group were creating another massive tunnel similar to the one at Han Feng and Li Zi's residence. The homeowners seemed to be working under the threat of the two special soldiers supervising them. One of the special soldiers cursed under his breath, stating that they were called there to guard the place they were before the tunnel was even completed. And apparently, there was not even a decent meal in that crappy place. The other agreed, adding that the reason for their misfortune was because they were in the assault class. Han Feng heard their exchange and deduced that the people in this community were also most likely being controlled by these soldiers. Suddenly, the ground began to shake violently. Li Zi pointed at the scene nearby and told Han Feng to take a look. One of the soldiers shouted for the homeowners to run away from there. The tunnel was about to be opened. Most of them managed to get away in time, but those on top of the scaffold couldn't, and was blown away together with the rocks and sand like they were nothing. Anyway, as the dust amidst the fallen debris gradually began to settle, a glowing green eye came to view. And upon a closer look, a bulky soldier who happens to be a superhuman came to view, specifically a strengthening type. "Damn, is that hulky thing even human?" Li Zi asked Han Feng with an incredulous look. Han Feng said nothing, but the expression on his face showed a thoughtful and apprehensive look. No wonder this massive tunnel popped up under our neighborhood without anyone noticing. It turns out this was their means of creating it. But it's way too dangerous to stay here. If we're discovered, we will surely be done for. As one of the special soldiers approached this bulky green-eyed fellow, who had been drooling at the thought of having something to eat, he demanded for some snacks. The special soldier explained that the tunnel hasn't been cleared up yet, so why would there be any snacks? This response, of course, did not sit well with our hulky fellow, who clenched his teeth so tightly that veins popped out on his cheeks and forehead. Infuriated, he smashed the floor repeatedly like a child throwing a temper tantrum. But the powerful force in his actions sends massive shockwaves throughout the entire floor, sending debris flying and forcing everyone to scramble for cover. Before the scene could escalate any further, the special soldier shouted for the hulky guy to stop. Is he planning on burying everyone here? Han Feng and Li Zi took cover behind a van. Realizing the danger, Han Feng took this as their cue to leave. He signaled with his hand for Li Zi to retreat. The two began to crawl back from where they once came. But due to the dust from the wreckage around, Li Zi accidentally inhaled some of the dusty smoke, and suddenly sneezed so loudly that it echoed throughout the entire underground parking lot. With wide eyes and a grim realization, Li Zi's expression instantly showed how he royally fucked up. Han Feng was equally surprised as the two immediately made a quick dash for the manhole. In that moment, the two got spotted, and as Han Feng urged Li Zi to hurry inside, the hulky guy was ordered to catch them. Inside the tunnel, Li Zi apologized to Han Feng for his slip-up. He just couldn't hold it in. Han Feng just straight up tells him to quit whining and run, because the big guy was hot on their tail, and not only that, he was catching up, like really fast. How the hell is this big guy moving so fast anyway? Before the two could max out their speed to try to open the gap, the big guy placed his hands on the ground, and a sudden massive force gathered underneath them. With the least bit effort, he slams his hands onto the cold, hard floor. And just like that, a powerful shock wave surged through the floor of the tunnel, wrecking the entire passageway. Fortunately, their escape route wasn't completely cut off. Han Feng told Li Zi to go ahead. He will stall the big guy for as long as he possibly could. He activated his purple glowing hand and placed both hands on the ground. As the purple glow spread out and took effect, the big guy tried to move but immediately found himself trapped. He suddenly sank midway, surprised. The big guy stated with a look of apprehension, "You're actually a superhuman too. If I can capture you, then..." His words were immediately cut off as Han Feng added the green glowing light. Unexpectedly, this fusion between the purple and green light made the big guy scream in pain. Apparently, his legs were being crushed underneath the broken floor. He placed a hand on the wrecked floor and tried to restore it back to how it previously was, only to find out that the collapsed passageway ahead was the only place restored. Han Feng wasn't having this and kept the big guy trapped. Realizing what Han Feng was doing, the big guy was infuriated even more. He loudly called Han Feng a bastard, adding that he was going to kill him. So as the big guy tried to gain the upper hand in their tug of war, Han Feng, sweating profusely, felt himself losing. His control over the floor was gradually slipping away. Obviously, this meant that the big guy was about to break free, and that was bad for them. With the way restored, Li Zi saw Han Feng in danger and decided to go back to help. But what can he do exactly? That's when he saw two metal pipes on the floor not far from him. Han Feng noticed that the big guy seems to be getting weaker, and deduced that if he continues to do what he was currently doing, he should be able to completely trap this big fatty in that spot. But out of nowhere, someone suddenly rushed past him. Obviously, this person was none other than Li Zi, who made a massive leap within that tight space, and with his metal pipe raised, he declared his intention to help his brother. So with a dull bang, the metal rod made direct contact with the big guy's head. For a moment there, the entire place suddenly fell silent, and you could even hear a pin drop. Han Feng, with his mouth wide open, stared at the scene in absolute disbelief, and you can almost see something suddenly snap inside the big guy. This is bad. With bloodshot eyes and clenched teeth, he was absolutely pissed. The big guy lost it and roared like a wild animal. He was going to bury Li Zi and Han Feng. The big guy freed himself and chased the two like a crazed juggernaut. And true to his words, he decided to bring down the entire section of the tunnel. So as Han Feng and Li Zi run desperately for their lives, Han Feng questioned Li Zi why he didn't leave when he told him to. Li Zi replied that he wasn't a deserter. He couldn't leave his brother behind, especially if he's in a life-and-death fight. The section of the tunnel eventually gave way and crumbles, sending countless debris crashing down. Amidst the rubble, their coughs echoed throughout the darkness. And as the dust began to settle, Han Feng helps Li Zi to his feet, checking if he was alright. It seems the force of the collapse threw the two forward. Anyway, Li Zi, still catching his breath, was relieved that they finally managed to shake off that oversized meatball. Concerned, he wonders if the big guy won't suddenly break out from the rocks again. Han Feng observed the situation and replied that even though the big guy won't be able to free himself for a while, they really need to get out of there quickly before the situation changes. Also, they needed to figure out where exactly they were. Hearing this, Li Zi confidently tapped his chest and declared that Han Feng shouldn't worry. In terms of navigation, his sense of direction was impeccable, and he also had an excellent memory. The underground map they encountered earlier had already been imprinted in his mind. With a grin, he assures Han Feng to relax and leave everything to his big brother to find a way out. As Li Zi dusted himself clean, Han Feng just stared at him as he continued to run his mouth. Li Zi confidently leads the way through the tunnels, urging Han Feng to keep up. After 10 minutes, they found themselves at a junction. But when Li Zi spotted a sewer system similar to their neighborhood sewers, he was convinced the exit was in that direction, and definitely close nearby as well. 20 minutes pass, and the sight of more pipelines reassures Li Zi that they are nearing their neighborhood. It was undoubtedly just right ahead. However, after 40 minutes of wandering, doubt starts to creep in. Li Zi was puzzled and found the whole situation strange, because according to his memory map, they should have reached the exit by now. Han Feng, on the other hand, was exhausted. He knelt down, realizing that despite Li Zi's confidence, they might actually be lost. In that moment, Han Feng felt a gush of wind on his face. He shifted his gaze almost immediately in that direction as Li Zi continued to run his mouth. Han Feng pointed in that direction, said nothing, and started heading in that direction. Li Zi noticed Han Feng's strange behavior and asked where he was going. The moment they arrived at the destination, the two stared ahead in shock. They found a way out of the tunnel, but it seems to be some sort of a gaping hole caused by the blizzard that must have blew in from above. Anyway, there was also light seeping through the massive hole, although dim. Hopeful, Han Feng stated that they might be able to finally get out of the tunnel. Li Zi, eager to climb out of the tunnel, smiled and asked Han Feng what they were waiting for. They should climb up there to check the situation immediately. Han Feng was again speechless. As they began climbing, Li Zi warns Han Feng to be cautious of the slippery surface. And although it made their ascent difficult, the two carefully made their way up, their grip unsteady but determined. Reaching the top, they finally emerge from the underground passageway. The snowfall has lessened significantly, giving them a clearer view of their surroundings. But what greeted them was a frozen wasteland, once a thriving city, now an icy ruin. The sight leaves them momentarily speechless, realizing just how much the world has changed. Cautious, Li Zi was the first to jump down. And the moment he did, he quickly assessed the frozen ground and told Han Feng that it was safe so he can join him. The snow on the ground had hardened, but their movement might be a bit tricky, so he still needs to be cautious. As Han Feng scans the desolate landscape, he suddenly recognizes a familiar structure. The frozen ruins resembled the Dingfeng building, a landmark. This building was recognized as the tallest structure within a 5-kilometer northward of their neighborhood. At that moment, realization hit the two like a thunderclap. If the Dingfeng building was here, then they've been heading in the wrong direction all along. Their escape route wasn't leading them to safety, but rather taking them further away from where they needed to be. On the desolate landscape, Han Feng illustrated their current situation on the ground, explaining everything in great detail. Happy Community is located within the South 3rd Ring Road of Hanchuan, a country-level city. At present, we are almost at the city's North 4th Ring Road, and given the current situation, the tunnels are no longer an option, so the only way to get back to the community is to walk above the icy ground. Fortunately, the snow on the ground seems to have hardened enough. We have to go through the relatively high Jingshan area to get back. But factoring our estimated journey and predicament, it's impossible for us to complete the journey in one day. Hearing this assessment, Li Zi suddenly got on his feet and reassured Han Feng not to worry. He has connections everywhere. When they get to Jingshan district, he will use some of these connections to ensure they're welcomed. They will eat delicious food and enjoy hot drinks, lie down for a while, and then they'll continue their journey. And as always, Li Zi top it off by bragging about how he conveniently used to walk on this kind of icy environment often. It's not as troublesome as Han Feng made it out to be. Speechless, Han Feng just watched as Li Zi walked off in his usual confident strides, only to sink midway inside the snow seconds after. Seeing this, he quickly went and helped him out, advising they move slowly and cautiously because it's quite slippery under the snow. As he said this, he observed their surroundings and noticed that the snow was getting heavier by the minute. It seems they needed to find a place to stay for the night. Shortly after, the two had managed to enter the frozen ruined city without any mishaps. However, as Han Feng, cautious due to Li Zi's previous encounter, used a metal rod to check the path ahead, his buddy Li Zi, who obviously never learns, just kept yapping all the way without a care. He reminded Han Feng that another 3 kilometers like this and then, voila, they will be able to reach their neighborhood in no time. Just another estimated hour or so and it will be all over. Li Zi finally got himself a metal rod as the two walked side by side. They eventually felt the freezing cold a while later. And as the two were shaking profusely, Han Feng stated through his clenched teeth that the snow was getting heavier. They had to hurry up, otherwise they might freeze to death. Li Zi was a little doubtful about the thought of freezing to death, because from his point of view, they made sufficient preparations before heading out. But just then, they noticed something ahead that shut Li Zi up real quick. Ahead of them were two frozen guys who seems to have also made sufficient preparations when they weren't ice lollies. The irony was not lost on the two. However, this was also a good opportunity to loot for supplies. And that's exactly what they did immediately after. 2 shovels, 2 trekking poles, 2 flashlights, gloves, boots, ropes, but nothing to eat. It seems that these 2 ice sculptures relied on their outdoor equipment as a means to go out and search for supplies. But there was a sudden snowstorm, and unfortunately, they couldn't find a suitable shelter, so they froze to death. And speaking of snowstorm, the current one was too strong. So Li Zi suggested they rest for a night in the Jingshan Villa area ahead before they continue. Otherwise, they would probably freeze to death outside like those two. Han Feng agreed, informing Li Zi that he was thinking the exact same thing. And just like that, the two matched off after taking the essentials they needed out of the loot. The snowstorm was gradually picking up, and they were getting desperate in search for a suitable shelter. Luckily, they came across a villa on a hill not far from their location. And due to the convenient location on the hill, the villa area had not been swallowed up by the heavy snow. They took a moment to observe the villa but never spotted any movements or lights inside any of them, although they don't know what had happened to the people inside, if there are any, but they were in need of a shelter and had no choice but to approach. Just then, they noticed someone approaching them as 2 silhouettes came to view. Han Feng smiled and asked Li Zi in a mocking tone if this was the connection he mentioned. Because surely it couldn't be, right? Li Zi scratched the back of his head and replied that wasn't entirely sure. He suddenly rushed ahead, telling Han Feng to wait right there while he personally go ask. Han Feng refused and tried to warn him about the possibility of encountering an enemy, but Li Zi was already gone at that point. This idiot, it was not a good thing that 2 people suddenly appear at this time, he thought as he cautiously approached. Han Feng's eyes suddenly widened the moment he got closer. Up close, he saw that Li Zi was held as hostage by 2 strangers. With Li Zi at gunpoint, and another aimed at him, Han Feng was told not to move. He did as he was told but slowly reached for his gun carefully tucked behind him. Unfortunately, the guy, the fatty one, noticed and fired a warning shot. "Stop with the fucking tricks and be still. I remember telling you not to move." His partner saw him all worked up and patted him on the back. "You're a fucking tiger," he said. "If he's injured, will you carry him up the hill?" The guy replied he saw something shady. He believes Han Feng was not honest and seems to be hiding something. He approached Han Feng and asked him to take out whatever he was hiding. Han Feng hesitated for a moment, assessing the situation. If he retaliate now, his healing ability might be enough to take a bullet, but what about Li Zi? He would definitely die. So reluctantly, Han Feng handed over his firearm, and seconds after, they were led up the hill in handcuffs. On the way, the two were in between the 2 guys, the fatty leading the way while the other lagged behind. "I was wondering how someone would dare to wander around at a time like this. It turns out they have guns. Fortunately, I was careful," the fatty added as he turned his gaze in Han Feng's direction. "Otherwise, I might have fallen into the hands of this kid." Han Feng put on a bright smile and stated politely that since they had taken all of their supplies, there's no point keeping them, right? So why not just let them go? He was told to stop worrying about those useless ideas. They have their reasons for taking them captives. Li Zi asked Han Feng what useless ideas he was insinuating. Han Feng whispered that they might be kept as backup food. Hearing this, Li Zi immediately got scared shitless. He told Han Feng not to scare him like that and silently began to cry. Han Feng kept observing the surroundings and was a bit marveled. The location on the hill and the one-way path was convenient enough. This place is indeed an excellent place to have. It took a while, but they eventually got to their destination on the hill. And when they did, the guy took a remote button and pressed it. Then almost immediately, the iron gates automatically opened, impressing both Han Feng and Li Zi greatly. Han Feng's impression was mainly about the fact that these guys still had electricity. However, the moment they entered through the electric iron door, he noticed that the power was out in the small buildings around, so it's even more impossible for the entire place to have power. This meant that the source of electricity must be coming from a generator or something nearby. Also, judging by the current state of the buildings, they seemed to be small villas that had just been built. They continued to walk forward until they saw something that startled the two yet again. Up ahead was a frozen luxurious mansion, and from the looks of it, it seems to be well maintained, although the surroundings looked a bit unkempt. Actually, the entire villa area seemed to be like a project, like a private resort or some shit that no one ever got to enjoy. But how did these two do it? How did they manage to get their hands on such a place, because it doesn't look like theirs? Thinking of all these, Han Feng grinned from ear to ear. If they can defeat these 2 idiots and take over this place, with his abilities and the Evil King's True Eyes dimensional space, they can transform this place into a fortress. This was perfect. The guy behind saw Han Feng grinning and smacked the back of his head. What the fuck was he grinning about? They were going to finish digging this place for them. The fatty added that after Han Feng and Li Zi finished digging, they would not only let them go, but also give them supplies. Han Feng felt the two were lying but still asked them like an idiot. Are they really telling the truth about letting them go when they're done digging? Of course we're telling the truth, but don't play any tricks. Otherwise I won't show mercy. The taller guy heads inside and tells the fatty to keep watch. He was gonna rest for a while. Fatty agreed, but the moment his partner shut the door behind him, he cursed. Apparently, that guy knows how to enjoy himself and give him orders. His attention shifted back to Han Feng and Li Zi. Hurry up and get to work, or you'll be doomed, he shouted impatiently. But before Li Zi could make a harsh remark, Han Feng politely pointed out that they were still handcuffed, so how can they work? Unexpectedly, the guy wasn't having it. He loudly told the two to pipe the fuck down and just dig. He wasn't going to fall for their bullshit. Left with no choice, the two got inside the pit and started shoveling. Under such temperature, their bodies were definitely not going to hold out for long. However, their entire hard labor was under a close watch. Doubtful, Li Zi questioned Han Feng whether they would really be let free after they finished this work. Han Feng replied that he didn't know, however, they should just keep working for now. In that very moment, not far ahead, he noticed something strange that he couldn't ignore. A closer look shows several frozen corpses buried under a heavy pile of snow. This is bad because it seems that those two were planning of not letting them go all along, but rather working them to death or putting a bullet in them the moment they were no longer useful. Whispering, Han Feng quickly drew Li Zi's attention over there as well. And for a moment there, Li Zi was puzzled, wondering what the matter was. What had alarmed Han Feng all of a sudden? But the moment he saw and realized the numerous corpses under the heavy pile of snow, his reaction was that of someone whose soul had suddenly left his body. Han Feng saw his reaction and immediately hushed him up. He needed to keep his voice down and not make any noise. Li Zi asked what was going on. Could it be that they killed all those people? It's possible, Han Feng replied and continued in a whisper. So we can't just sit here and wait for death, otherwise the same outcome will happen to us. He leaned in close to Li Zi's ear and whispered that he had an idea. And after the two went over the details, they started quarreling, cursing, and exchanging callous words that drew their target's attention. Apparently, Li Zi had already shoveled his side in the pit, but Han Feng keeps shoveling onto his shoveled side. Han Feng replied that it was none of his business. He is just shoveling the snow like he's told, so Li Zi should do the same. The guy came around and pointed his gun at them. He asked what the argument was. Han Feng looked at Li Zi with disdain and asked the guy to please judge for himself. All he'd been doing was help shovel the snow, but Li Zi still blames him for not shoveling properly. Li Zi counters, stating that Han Feng was just spouting nonsense, and if he dares spout any more stupid shit, he would fight him. Seeing this, the guy had enough and turned to leave, stating that they could argue as much as they want, but the moment they're done, they would have to finish shoveling before it gets dark. If they don't finish the shoveling by then, he will shoot them both without hesitation. Unbeknownst to him, two pair of laser-focused eyes zoomed in on his back like Yautja stalking its prey, and what followed was the sudden, silent, and cautious appearance of a shovel behind him. Then a dull bang sounded, and what transpired was obviously not hard to guess. The scene shifts to the lounging room inside the mansion, where the other guy was lazing on a dark chaise beside a heater, enjoying a magazine with salacious images of women. He was practically drooling and totally oblivious to everything around him that he didn't even notice anyone entering the room. It wasn't until a flashlight and a gun was pointed right in his face did he finally realize what had happened. Han Feng and Li Zi sneered and in a mocking tone, apologized for ruining his good mood. With the role reversed, the two were handcuffed, and as they knelt silently on the floor with their head lowered in fear, they recounted why and how they came to this villa. Apparently, the two were debt collectors and they came there to collect a debt from someone who was staying in this establishment. Li Zi then asked about the corpses buried under the pile of heavy snow. Did they kill those people? No, the two immediately panicked and replied that they had nothing to do with those dead people. They didn't know what happened either. Oh, so that's how it is. You guys really didn't kill those people outside? Han Feng asked them with a forced smile that didn't reach his eyes. The two saw this as their lifeline and reassured Han Feng that they wouldn't do such a thing. Han Feng played along and stated casually, "It seems that you guys are not some vicious people. In that case, you two are free to go." Hearing this, Li Zi couldn't believe what he was hearing. So he asked Han Feng if he truly believes what these two just said. Was he really going to let them go? Certainly. Han Feng stated with a creepy smile that suggested otherwise. Apparently, what Han Feng conveniently left out was that the two were free to leave only in their boxers. And from the looks of it, they wouldn't even make it down the hill before they freeze to death. Anyway, Han Feng casually waved them off. But as Han Feng mocked them to hurry back home to put on some clothes so they don't freeze to death, Li Zi thought his brother was a real devil. But with that encounter behind them, Li Zi asked Han Feng what they should do next. Is there a need to ask? Han Feng stated in a serious tone. Of course we need to go back. I originally planned to go into the tunnel to take a look and then come out as quickly as possible. But I didn't expect to encounter these series of incidents which had delayed our return for so long. I don't even know what the situation back in the community was at the moment. However, I really hope everyone we cared about is safe. The scene finally shifts back to the community, and the snowstorm seems to be the same as usual. Inside the apartment the group seems to be staying. Nurse Jean expressed her worry. Han Feng and Li Zi still haven't returned after so long, and she hopes nothing unexpected had happened. The little girl told her not to worry, because Han Feng was an apostle chosen by the evil king's true eye, so he wouldn't die so easily. Li Zhenghao sighed softly and stated that it was pointless to worry about them. Instead, they needed to worry about themselves and their current situation first. He really feels nervous and uneasy. After Han Feng entered the tunnel, there had been radio silence, and then an army suddenly came out of the tunnel shortly after, including a terrifying guy who could control the earth. To make matters worse, Glasses Man seems to have a good relationship with them, and now everyone in the community had been subdued, making them absolutely obedient to this army. At present, they had become public enemy of the entire community. Li Zhenghao gave a slight chuckle, took out a cigarette, lit it, and then continued. He urged Nurse Jean to understand their situation clearly. Glasses Man was probably mobilizing people to look for them as he speaks. Also, those homeowners are so stupid and too naive. Do they really think that the army was there to save them? Right now, I'm afraid I won't even know how I was sold until I die. The little girl, tired and sleepy, stated that whether the homeowners believed the army could save them or not was no longer important, because even if they have doubts, they couldn't do anything now. So choosing to obey will increase their chances of survival. After all, that was the nature of humans. In these sort of situations, we are creatures of habit. She immediately lost consciousness the moment she eventually dozed off. Nurse Jean got up and placed a blanket around her. She warns the little girl about the need to cover herself with a blanket when she sleeps in order not to catch a cold. Li Zhenghao also got up from his seat and briefly glanced at the two without a word. He found it to be really troublesome staying with them. After all, in his eyes, they were nothing but a burden. He approached the apartment window and stared at his reflection with evident annoyance, recalling a memory about his fighting days. A younger Li Zhenghao was in a ring with his opponent as a right hook punch was thrown at him. His coach yelled for him to dodge the punch. He didn't teach Li Zhenghao to just stand there in the ring and get beaten. The right hook punch hit the young Li Zhenghao squarely on the left cheek. Then he fell to the floor. Seeing this, his coach yelled for him to stand up and keep fighting. How much effort had he spent on him? Did he still want to go back to his old life? He was not qualified to fall, so he needed to stand the fuck up. However, young Li Zhenghao wasn't able to do it. Unable to get back up, the referee declared his opponent as the winner by a knockout. Back to the present, Li Zhenghao snuffed out the cigarette butt on the glass window, then turned towards the two and informed them that they needed to get ready to move to another place. The army was checking every apartment in the building by the minute, so it was dangerous to stay in one place for a long time. But at that very moment, a dull bang reverberated through the apartment that made Nurse Jean and Li Zhenghao halt in their actions. They stared at the reinforced door as another dull bang sounded. Only this time, the door was blasted away like it was just a mere cardboard. Dust from the fallen debris briefly clouded the entire space as the three watched with different expressions. Li Zhenghao's face was that of an eerie and a serious expression. Nurse Jean was that of bewilderment. And as for the evil king's true eye, she was drooling and could barely keep her eyes opened. Li Zhenghao wondered how they were discovered so quickly. Unexpectedly, what he heard next made him question himself why he even suggested working with Han Feng in the first place. Sitting in front of him, the little girl just rubbed her tired eyes with a nonchalant demeanor, and even asked the two if it was time to eat. A hand suddenly gripped the frame of the door. Then our familiar drooling hulky simpleton enters the apartment in a menacing dramatic entrance. There is indeed someone in here because I smell a living person. Meanwhile, as the scene shifted to the underground parking lot, specifically near the entrance of the tunnel, a few guys of the army in league with Glasses Man were diligently packing stack of boxes containing the supposed sausages Li Zi found in the secret warehouse. The moment they were done, the supervisor reported to their boss that the inventory and headcount were complete. They had a total of 87 refugees and 126 boxes of food supplies. The boss, clearly scar-faced on the right eye, commended his men for a job well done. With the loading complete, they should transport everything back to base. The lackey agreed to do just that and leaves. The scar-faced boss took a drag of his cigar the moment his attention shifted back to the person sitting right across from him and urged him to continue what he was saying. The 3 members of the party he sent out earlier to assist him. Where are they? This person, who was none other than Glasses Man, replied that the matter with the Scar-Freak's men had nothing to do with him. They were killed by a guy named Han Feng. Scarface questioned what kind of person could take out 3 members of his special forces. Glasses Man better have a solid reason, even if he was lying. Glasses Man stated almost instantly that Han Feng was a superhuman with superpowers. A lot of his people, including himself, had seen him use this power. It's some sort of purple light that had the ability to melt metals. Anxious and a bit desperate, Glasses Man got up from his seat and reminded Scarface that he had been listening to his plans, preparing all those sausages, which all of them, by the way, was made with. But before Glasses Man could finish his statement, he was suddenly silenced with a simple gesture from Scarface. He placed a finger on his mouth and coldly warned Glasses Man that some things should be left unsaid. Hearing this, Glasses Man continued, informing Scarface that he was currently out of options. And besides, there was no reason for him to lie to his benefactor. Scarface got up and placed a hand on Glasses Man's left shoulder. He appreciates his effort for providing them with so many food supplies. And as far as he's concerned, Glasses Man was already considered as one of their own. And he doesn't kill any of his own men without a good reason. But about this Han Feng person, I will send someone to go find him. Then we can question him face to face. I really hope you're not lying to me. So, with that, the scene cuts back to our drooling hulky simpleton, who questioned which of the 3 people inside the apartment was Han Feng. Li Zhenghao quickly grabbed the little girl by the collar and pulled her close, warning Nurse Jean to stay away from the hulky freak. Something was not right about the guy. Not only did he instantly destroy the door that has been reinforced by Han Feng, but he was also giving off a stench like a wild beast. He was definitely not human. Li Zhenghao's years of fighting experience was telling him that the fellow in front of him was dangerous. They needed to run like prompto. Li Zhenghao attempted to break the glass window with his elbow, but it didn't budge. He even felt a surge of pain. Li Zhenghao wondered why the glass window was so hard, and the little girl explained that Han Feng had reinforced it. Clutching his slightly injured arm, Li Zhenghao told the 2 to escape while he hold off our hulky simpleton. But he was shocked to see that Nurse Jean had already approached the big guy, trying to reason with him that there was no one named Han Feng in the apartment with them. So it seems the big guy had made a mistake. Like a naive simpleton he is, the big guy was momentarily speechless. But when he thought it over, he realized that maybe, just maybe, he might have made a mistake. He even apologized as he stepped out of the apartment. Seeing this, Nurse Jean lets out a sigh of relief as Li Zhenghao and the little girl watch the entire scene silently. Unbeknownst to the 3, the big guy left the apartment to check its number, not to leave as the 3 initially thought. Realizing apartment number 1804 was the right number all along, and he hadn't made a mistake as he's led to believe, our big idiot was enraged and just burst back inside the apartment like a raging bull. Apparently, the big guy's absolute bottom line was being lied to. He smashed the apartment floor in a crushing manner like he wanted to bury everyone inside right then and there, declaring that if Han Feng doesn't show his freaking face now, the 3 should prepare themselves to meet the king of hell. Seeing that shit had hit the fan, Li Zhenghao opened the glass window, and before the 2 women could comprehend what he was trying to do, he grabs them by their jacket and throws them out with all his might. In the air, Nurse Jean wanted to question what Li Zhenghao was doing, but there wasn't any time for that or warn him of the big guy being right next to him before freefall kicked in. Back inside the apartment, Li Zhenghao turned to face our angry big fellow who was about to smash him down into a meat paste. It's unclear whether Li Zhenghao managed to dodge or not, but as the 2 women began to fall, a massive shockwave blew out the pile of snow on the apartment window. Now, just a few minutes ago, before everything transpired the way it did, a short distance elsewhere, Han Feng and Li Zi were traversing on the snowy landscape to that precise location, having the time of their lives. They shouted with excitement, enjoying the thrill of the ride. Han Feng even complimented Li Zi on his ingenuity with this snowboard idea. He now has a whole new level of respect for him. Li Zi laughed, and being the guy that he is, he couldn't just shut the fuck up and enjoy being complimented. No, he had to ruin it by reminding Han Feng that he used to negotiate billion-dollar deals, and also often accompany clients to ski resorts. Anyway, they happened to arrive in Happy Community, specifically their apartment complex, at the exact moment the 2 women were about to free fall. The 2, excited to be back, moved cautiously as Han Feng suggests they find a window to sneak back inside. But at this moment, they heard a loud boom from above. Confused, they raised their heads as Han Feng questioned what was going on, and in mid-air, the little girl quickly thought of a way to cushion their fall. She opened her alternate space and released countless pile of folded cloths. The idea worked out as the two crash-landed onto them like a freaking meteor, creating a deep pit as the heavy snow made a massive splash everywhere upon impact. Han Feng and Li Zi had to even dive away for cover. But as the dusty snow settles, Nurse Zhan and the little girl seems to have landed safely, but looks totally wrecked by the fall. Han Feng rushed over to ask if they were all right. What the hell happened? Nurse Zhan explained that a huge human monster suddenly broke into the apartment, in search for him. But her words were interrupted as the little girl announced that the human monster was upon them. Just then, another heavy splash of snow happened right beside them as someone also crash-landed. Staring blankly at the dusty snow created, Han Feng wondered who or what it could be. Seriously, can't they catch a freaking break? But before he could contemplate any further, Nurse Zhan grabs him and the little girl by the jacket and dragged them along as she bolted away from there. She informed Han Feng that the huge human monster was coming. Of course, our hulky simpleton heard this and declared that he was a good baby, and they are the monsters. Seeing the familiar big guy catching up, Han Feng freaked out as the little girl urged Nurse Zhan to run faster. She can do it because the crazed mad dog was catching up. But as she kept urging Nurse Zhan that she can do it and should run faster, the head nurse got fed up. Frustrated, she questioned if the little girl wants to run by herself. If not, she should pipe the fuck down. Han Feng, on the other hand, wanted to run on his own two legs, so he broke free in that very moment and started running even faster than the head nurse. But with the big guy right on their tail, Nurse Zhan and Li Zi urged Han Feng to think of something. Han Feng was wondering what the hell he could do when the big idiot shouted that he was hungry. He was gonna crunch on their soon-to-be broken bones like some snacks. This obviously gave Han Feng an idea. He halted in his tracks and told the rest to go ahead. He's got a way to deal with the musclehead behind them. He rummaged through his pocket and took out a small sack of soybeans. With a mischievous glint in his eyes, Han Feng encased it in a green glow and offered it to the big guy. He threw the sack of soybeans into the big guy's mouth. The idiot kept drooling as he munched on them. He even stated that it was delicious. Han Feng, on the other hand, thanked the big guy and apologized for his poor hospitality. However, Han Feng's plan was not entirely altruistic. The soybeans instantly sprouted from the big guy's mouth, causing him to tremble. His screams of agony muffled by the freshly grown soybeans sprouted in his mouth. The entire scene felt like some shit straight out from a horror movie. But luckily enough, the soybeans only sprouted from his mouth, so the musclehead didn't die although he was heavily injured. Then, with trembling hands, he yanked the sprouted soybeans out of his mouth in one swift motion as dark blood spewed out like a fountain. Mad as hell, the big guy roared, calling Han Feng a bastard. He was gonna smash him into meat paste when he get his hands on him. But unexpectedly, to the big idiot's shocked expression, Han Feng and his entire family was gone, disappearing without a trace. And this left the brute momentarily speechless. He then started stumping on the snow like he was having a temper tantrum, calling Han Feng a fucking coward who only knows how to run. Shortly after, the rest of the crew rolled in, armed to the teeth. An order was immediately issued, instructing Team 1 to go after Han Feng and his family, while the rest locked down the perimeter. The moment these orders were given, the soldiers immediately started to move accordingly. Then, our scar-faced commander finally showed his face, reminding his soldiers that the world was now filled with ice and snow, so Han Feng and his family won't be able to get far. The only thing they could do was to hide in the nearby buildings, hoping not to be found. He then approached the big guy, and upon seeing his condition, asked if he was badly hurt. The big brute simply showed the commander the fresh soybean plants, and replied honestly that he just ate the beans Han Feng threw into his mouth. Then all of a sudden, these plants grew out from his mouth. Scar-faced inspects the fresh soybean plants and found this surprising discovery interesting. After all, with Han Feng's ability, they might be able to solve their food shortage problem. He took out his walkie-talkie and barked an order for his men to bring out the prisoner from upstairs. Meanwhile, in a ruined building a few distance away, Han Feng, together with his family, were holed up inside this building in silence. Han Feng turned to face the two women and questioned what happened. Why wasn't Li Zhenghao together with them? Hearing this, Nurse Zhan calmly recounted what happened during their time away. It was shortly after Han Feng and Li Zi went inside the tunnel. A group of soldiers suddenly came from the tunnel to their residence, and Glasses Man immediately brought all the homeowners under him to their side. But the soldiers must have heard about Han Feng from Glasses Man. That's definitely the reason they sent that hulky freak in search of him. That human juggernaut easily destroyed the door that Han Feng reinforced and barged in like a raging bull. Cutting in, Han Feng was shocked when he heard this news. He questioned how it was even possible, because even a bomb wasn't able to blast that door open. Anyway, Nurse Zhan continued, stating that after the big guy's appearance, and in order to save them, Li Zhenghao stayed behind to stall for some time. At the moment, they don't even know whether he was alive. After a careful consideration, Han Feng made his intentions clear. He coldly stated that a dead person could not be brought back to life, so they can't let Li Zhenghao's sacrifice go to waste. They must escape from happy community. Hearing this, the two women immediately voiced their dissatisfaction. Nurse Zhan stated that what Han Feng just said won't do. They can't just abandon Li Zhenghao like that. Then, the little girl added that they needed to go back and save Li Zhenghao when there is a chance that he was still alive. Li Zi agreed with the two women. He calmly placed a hand on Han Feng's shoulder and stated that Li Zhenghao was their brother now, and as brothers, they need to be loyal to each other. Han Feng sighed helplessly and replied that the issue wasn't about going back, but if they were to face that monster again, there was no guarantee that they will survive. Anyway, as the scene cuts back to the army, the prisoner in question, Li Zhenghao, was brought in front of Scarface as ordered. Scarface took out a megaphone and called out to Han Feng. He announced that they found an injured person who happens to be his friend, and they have already treated and bandaged his injuries. Commander Scarface continued by stating that he already knows Han Feng is nearby. They don't have any malice towards him, and what happened previously was a misunderstanding. But at this moment inside the ruined apartment, Nurse Zhan was desperately trying to break free from Han Feng and Li Zi's grasp. Hearing that Li Zhenghao was alive, she wanted to go save him. Han Feng tried to calm her down, reasoning with her that the commander was probably lying. And besides, going down there was practically signing her death warrant. Meanwhile, Li Zi, puzzled, was wondering why Nurse Zhan was so strong. How was it possible that two guys can't even restrain her? The little girl approached the window, and as she stared down at the crowd below, she told the rest that the captive was indeed Li Zhenghao. Scarface declared his intentions, stating that their organization needs a talent like Han Feng. As long as he is willing to join them, his wife, his kid, and his brothers will all receive the treatment of an official. Hearing this, Nurse Zhan's priority changed real quick as the three questioned Han Feng simultaneously if he had a wife and a kid. Han Feng, incredulous, answered that he doesn't. He doesn't even have a girlfriend, let alone married and having a kid. Meanwhile, at this moment below, everyone was silent, waiting to hear if Han Feng would answer or show himself. But nothing. Scarface turned towards Li Zhenghao and questioned him if his good brother really doesn't care about his life. Li Zhenghao scoffed at the absurdity of the situation. A smug smile tugged on his lips as he replied that, in all honesty, he only met Han Feng a few days ago, so why the hell would that guy care about his well-being? Commander Scarface was infuriated with this news, although he found it ridiculous. After all, who in their right mind would risk their life to protect a woman and a kid in league with another man they just met? This stupid act had even made him grossly miscalculated and misunderstood the situation. Scarface smacked the back of Li Zhenghao's head like he was scolding an insolent child. And to make matters even worse, Li Zhenghao corrects the angry bastard that those two he saved wasn't even Han Feng's wife and kid. They were just homeowners Han Feng met just a few days ago. This news was like spitting in the old fucker's face. What a waste of time and effort. Cursing, he kicked Li Zhenghao to the ground, then loudly tried another approach in reasoning with Han Feng. He stated that there was no reason for Han Feng to risk his life for a bunch of strangers he just met a few days ago. If he's interested in women, then he can have his pick of the countless women they have at their base. Now, Han Feng was the one being restrained because apparently he'd lost his mind and was currently thinking with his lower head. He suddenly had this ridiculous idea that surrendering wasn't such a bad idea after all. With great effort, Li Zi tried reasoning with him not to be so lecherous. He needed to calm down. And besides, that old bastard was definitely lying to him just like he tried with Nurse Zhan. He was right, going out there was definitely signing a death warrant. Seeing the grown-up acting like 3-year-olds, the little girl told them that they weren't reliable. None of them could be trusted in saving Li Zhenghao, but she has an idea on how to do it. So are they going to help out or not? Dumbfounded and curious, the three asked simultaneously how she intends on saving Li Zhenghao. Anyhow, back to Li Zhenghao, Scarface placed a foot on his injured and bandaged arm with irritation. He tried to pressure Li Zhenghao to speak up and try to convince Han Feng. Normally, under such circumstances, how is it possible that they still remained quiet? Seems that Han Feng is a really cautious person. Hearing this, Li Zhenghao questioned if it wasn't simply because Scarfaced has an aura of a bad guy. With the way things are, it's impossible that they have enough food to feed so many people, but they are going around searching for residents to take in. What exactly are they trying to do? Feeling smug, Scar-Faced replied that saving people was their responsibility. And selfish bastards like Li Zhenghao wouldn't be able to understand noble sentiments. Knowing full well that Scar-Faced was spouting lies, Li Zhenghao immediately called him out on it. Scar-Faced crouched down beside Li Zhenghao and stated that he will be dying soon anyway, so he will let him on a little secret. He yanked his head back by the hair and leaned in. In the current state of the world, which creatures are most common? So much so that eating them is still not enough to kill them off. Li Zhenghao connected the dots, and a look of horror immediately washed his face. So, it is as I suspected, you guys are gathering homeowners for... But before Li Zhenghao could finish, a gun was stuffed into his mouth. Scar-Faced coldly stated that only the living needed to consume food to survive. But as for the dead, they must become the food. Just as he was about to pull the trigger, something dropped from the sky, followed by another, then another, garnering everyone's attention and prompting them to look up. When they did, these things turned out to be cigarettes, candies, booze, canned foods, even fresh veggies, rice, and some meat. Things that had long disappeared from the world since it got frozen. Seeing such priceless items, all the soldiers, including the big guy, rushed towards the items like a clan of crazed hyenas. They truly lost their minds over the items, ignoring their commander's orders when he told them to get back into their positions. They shouldn't cause any disorder and should get their heads straight. He even fired a warning shot to grab their attention, but his men still ignored him. Realizing his men were not heeding his command, he clutched his gun tightly, turning his head from left to right and right to left, knowing full well that once the team was in disarray like the enemy wanted, they will definitely launch an ambush. Obviously, the old bastard was right on the money because in that very moment, he heard the noise of something moving in the building beside him. And before he could figure out what it was, a freaking bulldozer suddenly emerged from the building. And behind the steering wheel was none other than Han Feng, who yelled that it was their time to fight back. Now, let's go back a few minutes that led to the bulldozer escape strategy. The evil king's true eye laid out her plan in her usual bizarre language, declaring that she would first sprinkle some alluring fodder from the sky to attract all the starving sheep. Fortunately enough, Han Feng understood and had gotten used to the little girl's strange way of speaking, so he interpreted whatever she said to Li Zi and Nurse Jean in a way he understood. Anyway, about what the little girl said earlier, what she meant by sprinkling some alluring fodder was throwing down all kinds of food and supplies to create chaos amongst the soldiers below. She then continues that Han Feng will then attack the gathered sheep with his metal beast form, while breaking through the flock of sheep and rescuing the one that had lost his way, and finally bring them to their new homeland. Han Feng explains that the little girl probably means he, Han Feng, will be responsible for breaking through the soldiers by using a vehicle to save Li Zhenghao, and also bring everyone along later on so they can escape together. Li Zi comments that the plan sounds solid and seems like a great idea, but Nurse Jean, on the other hand, was curious as to how Han Feng understood the little girl. He simply answered that he'd had a lot of practice, and all that practice had perfected his understanding. His little boasting session was cut short when the little girl loudly ordered everyone to start moving according to her enlightenment. Hearing this, the three were momentarily speechless. Han Feng moved closer and grabbed the ridiculous hat on her head, wanting to know something. Keeping aside how simple and crude the plan is, and the fact that whether the soldiers will be attracted by the things she throws or not, he would like to know how they were going to get a vehicle. It was then that the little girl revealed that she picked up some of the vehicles back at the underground parking lot. And just like that, we're back to the present, where Han Feng was currently having fun wrecking everything in his path. Initially, he was skeptical about the whole bulldozer thing, but now that he's operating this heavy vehicle in real time, it really felt good to drive. Now, they can even the fight. Fortunately enough for the soldiers, the bulldozer didn't land on top of them, although it did splash heavy snow in several directions, including theirs. Han Feng saw the soldiers beside the vehicle and immediately made a sharp right turn on the spot before deciding to move through them, killing some in the process. But what's even mind-boggling was amidst all this chaos, the soldiers who were being bulldozed were more concerned about the food and supplies than their lives. Scarfaced saw the vehicle heading in his direction and immediately ordered the big guy beside him to block it. So under Li Zhenghao's shocked gaze, this brute actually stood firm and spread his arms to block a freaking bulldozer weighing about 180 tons. Like seriously, was he that stupid? He even claimed that there was no one or anything stronger than him before trying desperately to stop the bulldozer. Han Feng saw this scene and was amazed at the sheer stupidity. To think someone would be willing to compete in strength with a machine of this caliber. Again, was he that stupid? Or was there something wrong with his brain? Han Feng floored it close to the max as the big guy tried to match reality. Of course, he failed spectacularly, and was doing a reverse side flip like a seasoned veteran moments after, before crash landing headfirst in the snowy ground. It seems this guy has like 9 lives and his existence was becoming insufferable. Seeing the current state of the big guy, Scar-Faced placed his heavy right leather boot on Li Zhenghao's head and aimed his gun at him. He warned Han Feng to stop if he didn't want his friend to die. However, under such heavy noise and earmuffs, Han Feng didn't hear a word that Scar-Faced said. He just laughed and showed no sign of stopping. Realizing this, Scar-Faced was shocked with widened eyes. Although he had a shred of doubt on whether this threat would work, he really didn't expect this outcome. Did Han Feng really not care about Li Zhenghao at all? He is truly a ruthless person. Scar-Faced dived to the side at the last moment he realized Han Feng truly had no intention of stopping. On the other hand, Li Zhenghao screamed in pain the moment he was being swept away. And by the time Scar-Faced got up, the bulldozer had already zoomed past him. Li Zhenghao initially thought he was done for, but was surprised the moment he realized that the right section of the bulldozer's blade had become incredibly soft like a pillow. Obviously, this was Han Feng's doing. He managed to use his purple glowing light to soften that section. He also told Li Zhenghao to hold on tight, he was going to floor it to the max. However, the moment the bulldozer didn't change direction, but seems to be heading straight into a building, Li Zhenghao loudly questioned where Han Feng was going. Did he not see the freaking building in front of them? Obviously, the moment the bulldozer neared the building, it made a sharp right turn and stopped. And the very second it did, Han Feng shouted, informing the rest to hurry up and rush inside. Li Zi grabbed the little girl's hand as the three, with great effort, jumped from the building onto the bulldozer. At the same time, bullets rained in their direction without reservation. But the entire stop lasted about a minute before the heavy vehicle sped right back into action, with Scar-Faced and his men right behind them of course. Their bullets whizzing through the cold wind with a shitty efficiency. The sudden shift in momentum turned the entire escape strategy from Happy Community into a high-speed chase. And the ground filled with ice and snow became more convenient for the bulldozer than the heavy armored cars behind. Scar-Faced ordered his men to continue firing, and under no circumstance can they lose them. They mustn't let them escape. But the soldier in the driving seat beside him informed him that the piled-up snow was too thick and the tires were losing their grip, so they can no longer speed up to the max. Hearing this, Scar-Faced cursed loudly. He wondered where the group managed to get their hands on a freaking bulldozer when their base only has a few of them. But he was left speechless the moment he learned that the bulldozer was apparently one of their very own, and was previously used by their advance party. Seething with rage, Scar-Faced bit into his cigar as veins bulged out on his face. He ordered his men to follow their tracks and keep chasing no matter what. They must find them, but at that moment, their path was suddenly being attacked with numerous items, which left Scar-Faced cursing again with a bewildered expression. These items rained from the sky like a meteor shower, hitting and denting the hood of the heavy armored cars. The vehicles were forced to make an abrupt stop when they saw that their path had been fully blocked with gas tanks, furniture, kitchen appliances, tables and chairs, television, and whatever you can name. It's probably among them. Scar-Faced got out from the car, questioning where all these things suddenly came from. Meanwhile, the person responsible for the blockage was currently closing her pocket dimension in which all those items were pulled from. When she did, she declared that the army should despair before her power. She then sneezed heavily to end the scene in a dramatic fashion. A while later, the group finally left Happy Community in Hanchuan City. But apparently, their journey hadn't been comfortable. And this was mainly because they've been crumped inside the bulldozer's tiny operating space like sardines. Han Feng, silent and a little grumpy, wanted the little girl, who had fallen asleep, to not drip her freaking snort on his head. Li Zhenghao thanked the group for saving him. Li Zi wanted to drive the bulldozer, and Nurse Jean questioned where they were going now that they've left their community. Han Feng replied that he and Li Zi found a pretty good hillside villa earlier. He was preparing to move there and wanted to know what the others think. Hearing this, no one had any objections. And given the situation, what other option do they have? In that moment, a beeping sound had been going off excessively, warning the group about the pending lack of fuel. Nurse Jean informed Han Feng of this glaring issue. But the very moment she did, the bulldozer stopped moving, and seconds after it shuts down. Han Feng asked the little girl about the oil she'd stored in her alternate space. She gave a clipped answer, opened her alternate dimension, and started rummaging through the items stored like crazy. However, in front of everyone's shocked gazes, she took out several bottles of cooking oil instead of diesel oil. At this point, it was obvious that the little girl had completely misunderstood the type of oil Han Feng asked for. Han Feng was on his last nerve as he stared dejectedly at the 7 bottles of cooking oil. It had been a while since he asked for the fuel, and the little girl hadn't been able to find any. She tried again, fumbling excessively, but still couldn't find them. Growing impatient, Han Feng asked what was going on. After all, the little girl was now capable of taking out whatever she desired from her alternate space, given it's available in that separate dimension, of course. So what seems to be the problem now? In that moment, the little girl finally understood the crux of the matter. Apparently, she had thrown all the fuel, together with the fridge, sofa and generator out when she formed the blockade earlier. The rest instantly freaked out when they heard this. A year's worth of fuel that Han Feng had painstakingly stored, and this little brat threw them away like they were nothing? Hearing this, the little girl tried to make up for her mistake. She took out a gas tank and sheepishly informed Han Feng that they still had a bit of natural gas. Would that be able to work? Han Feng grabbed his messy hair in frustration and stated that he will be the little girl's disciple if she could start a freaking bulldozer with natural gas. Reading in between the lines, she then took out her next item, a bucket of the black coal substance Han Feng had long considered as trash, a product of his numerous failed experiments. Seriously, what was he supposed to do with them? But in that moment, an idea struck him like a thunderclap. You see, during his experiments, the soybeans which turned into an unknown rock substance similar to coal which were flammable meant that maybe, just maybe, the meat that also turned into an unknown black liquid could also be flammable as the rock substance. Before Han Feng's mind could wander off with numerous speculations, he immediately requested for an empty metal bucket and a piece of meat from the little girl. So, in that tiny cramped operating space, Han Feng placed the empty metal bucket in front of him and started the meat transformation. The rest curiously watched as Han Feng effortlessly used his green glowing hands to transform the meat into a black goo substance. He smiled, knowing full well how difficult it was to successfully produce a desired item using the green glow. But an entirely opposite and separate matter when failing on purpose because it was way too easy. However, in that tiny cramped space, the rest covered their nose in disgust and backed away as far as they possibly could from Han Feng and his metal bucket of stinking liquid. Li Zi questioned Han Feng what it was. Han Feng rummaged through his jacket pocket silently, and after taking out a lighter, he answered that it was a small experiment of his. He lights the lighter on the piece of goo stuck on the tip of the metal bucket, and the results were just as he suspected. They were flammable. Han Feng smiled excitedly as his hopes became more evident. Li Zhenghao caught on what Han Feng was planning, and calmly asked him if he was perhaps trying to replace the fuel with this black goo. Han Feng simply replied that they wouldn't know if they don't try. And besides, they have no other choice anyway. Well, apart from getting off the vehicle and traveling the rest of the journey on foot. Han Feng proceeded with his plan after gathering enough of the black stinking liquid. He poured it into the fuel tank, and to everyone's astonishment, it actually worked. The bulldozer was fired up, and Li Zi couldn't stop praising Han Feng like he was some idol or something. Han Feng, basking in this praise, told the group that the key to all his amazing deeds was being low profile. On the other hand, Li Zhenghao was amazed that the whole thing actually worked out. He continued to stare at Han Feng with a dumbfounded expression, wondering what other secrets he might be hiding. The rest of the journey continued without a hitch but at an incredibly slow pace. And this was primarily due to the snowstorm picking up. The snowfall became heavier and the wind became stronger. The group had been on the road for hours, and on the way, the little girl opened her alternate space and asked Nurse Jean if she wanted some snacks. This immediately lights her mood. And the moment she took out some various type of snacks, she questioned Nurse Jean which kind she wanted. Seeing the numerous varieties of snacks, Nurse Jean was amazed and thanked her. Li Zi also wanted some when he saw this. But it was in this moment that Li Zhenghao connected the dots about the mysterious supermarket robbery. And based on the almost infinite number of items she'd stored in her alternate space, Li Zhenghao couldn't help but ask if the little girl was the person responsible for the mysterious supermarket heist. The evil king's true eye nodded slightly to this, shocking Li Zhenghao yet again. In that moment, Han Feng informed everyone that they were almost there. Right ahead was the hillside villa he mentioned earlier. So, when the rest saw the scene up ahead, Nurse Jean was amazed at the sight. Li Zi urged Han Feng to floor the bulldozer up the hill, but Li Zhenghao and the little girl just observed silently. Excited, Han Feng stepped on the accelerator, and that's when a loud boom immediately sounded. The engine had exploded, and the smoke and flames escaping from the exhaust fumes were incessant. The bulldozer became a worthless piece of junk, destroyed beyond repair in the current weather. Everyone felt dejected, dreading their next course of action. It didn't take a genius to figure out that they had to finish the rest of the journey on foot. And although climbing the short hill was a hustle, it shouldn't have been tedious if the snowstorm wasn't such a bitch at the moment. They could freeze to death before they even reached the villa. Nonetheless, the group had no choice. They bit the bullet and proceeded up the hill with groaning and freezing muscles. They even passed by the two half-naked guys from Han Feng and Li Zi's earlier encounter, who were now frozen into ice lollies. The group eventually reached and entered the villa. And as astonishing as it seems, Nurse Zhan actually carried the little girl all the way inside. Inside, everyone was freezing to death, shaking profusely and in urgent need to warm themselves up. It didn't take much time to get the fireplace started. So, with the heating system out of the way, the group gathered around the fireplace, ecstatic and relieved to have survived this grueling journey and life-threatening escape. The entire experience demanded a lot and almost did a number on them. However, Li Zhenghao, true to his nature, had already made a personal assessment of the villa's location and found it to be in a good place. The wind blows the accumulated snow downhill, so there won't be any snow on the hilltop. Also, due to that, the houses in the villa district won't be submerged by the snow. And most importantly, it would be extremely difficult for anyone to climb all the way up the hill. The villa and the entire hillside can easily be guarded and exceptionally hard to get attacked. Anyway, given the perfect situation the villa is located, Li Zhenghao asked the group if they were planning to use the place as a long-term base. His question was left unanswered when a sudden noise made him shift his gaze from the window, only to see that the group had already started furnishing the place, moving the furniture, setting up a generator, a television, and even a game console. Excluding Li Zhenghao, the rest were busy and hadn't even heard a word he said all along. Li Zhenghao realized this, and simply whispered for the group to pretend he hadn't said anything. Anyway, in the villa's basement, Han Feng was fortunate to find an already installed generator. To be honest, he didn't expect the little brat to throw away their generator like some garbage. But fortunately enough, the villa's previous owners prepared a generator and fuel beforehand. Otherwise, they would have been in trouble. He easily kick-started it up, and just like that, there was electricity. Li Zi screamed and teared up at the sight of this. Han Feng came back to the living room and asked if anyone was hungry. In fact, why don't they have a feast to celebrate? But the moment he said this, the little girl took out a bathtub heater. She walked up to Han Feng and asked if he could teach her how to use the device. At the mention of heater and bathtub, Nurse Jin's eyes immediately lit up like stars. She quickly stopped whatever she was doing and explained her sudden joy. It wasn't that she was interested in showering in and of itself, but her joy stems from the fact that she hadn't taken a bath since the snowstorm started. And now she has a chance to finally do so. All the talk about Nurse Zhan taking a bath made Han Feng heat up like a steam engine. The idea was too intoxicating not to imagine or ignore. Thinking of this, the horny bastard immediately gave a mischievous grin and a thumbs up, stating that he will set it up right away. Han Feng and the little girl headed to one of the many bathrooms in the villa, only to find it completely frozen inside. The little girl asked Han Feng if they could still use the water heater given the current state of the bathroom. Han Feng explained that the water pipes were frozen, and the already installed water heater seems to be broken as well. He then headed inside the shower to check the situation there. Inside, the water pipes were also broken as expected, but they could still have a bath as long as there was a bathtub, and luckily enough, there was one. The next step was for the evil king's true eye, who had already opened her alternate space, to pull out a high-power heating rod. When she effortlessly did seconds after, the two finished the setup. Then, slowly but surely, the ice and snow in the bathtub began to melt. However, the process was just too slow, and the little girl agreed with this observation from Han Feng. Although it had taken quite some time for the ice to melt, the water was basically still cold as fuck. Seriously, how long was it going to take to heat up? As Han Feng said this, he placed his hand inside the water in the bathtub to feel the temperature. But something unexpected happened. Han Feng suddenly felt a jolt of electricity on his fingertips. Alarmed, he pulled his hand out immediately and cursed, informing the little girl that there was an electric leak. He also noticed the faint red glow that enveloped his hand. It seems something suspicious was at play, and the strange and sudden development left Han Feng speechless, questioning how it's even possible and what exactly happened. Apparently, the cold water was now miraculously warm. Han Feng stared at his hand and wondered if the red glow had always had such an effect as well without his knowledge. Anyway, the water in the bathtub was ready, and the entire room was soon heated up. The women were the first to call dibs, so as Nurse Zhan undressed, she was ecstatic to finally have a bath after such a long-ass time. The little girl asked her why she seemed so excited. It was just a simple bath, but from the looks of it, Nurse Zhan didn't even realize it until it was pointed out. The little girl then took out a bath salt and asked Nurse Zhan which fragrance she liked. She also had every brand of shampoo, conditioner, shower gel, skincare essential oil, and a moisturizer. Surprised, all these luxury items made Nurse Zhan beam with more excitement. She hugged the little girl tightly and replied that she liked them all. After the two settled and relaxed in the bathtub, Nurse Jean teased the little girl for her petite frame and cuteness. The little girl told Nurse Jean not to treat her like a child. She was 21 years old. At first, Nurse Jean didn't think much about it, but the moment realization dawned on her, she freaked out. Seriously, was she really 21 years old? Because she sure as hell doesn't look like it. And apparently, neither can the word little girl. So how about glasses girl? Anyway, she replied Nurse Jean that her evil king's power allows her to preserve her youthfulness. Gullible as always, Nurse Jean was nearly convinced when she heard this. But Glasses Girl stated that she was lying. She simply has a baby face, hence why she looks younger. But with her face and frame, it wasn't just the level of looking younger anymore. Meanwhile, Han Feng happens to be right outside the door, eavesdropping. He couldn't believe that the middle school girl was actually 21 years old. That's just too ridiculous. But just then, Li Zi showed up abruptly, asking Han Feng what he was doing over there. They should go play some games. Han Feng's awkward and embarrassed reaction made Li Zi rushed over and questioned whether his little brother was peeking. Han Feng denied this and replied that he was simply passing by. This won't do, Li Zi stated. A true man will look openly and without fear. Allow me to demonstrate. Han Feng practically had to drag Li Zi away when he tried to enter the bathroom to illustrate what he just said. The creepy bastard stated that he suddenly felt like playing games. And that's what the two immediately did, with Li Zhenghao watching silently from the couch. To think these two were in the mood to play games in such a situation, he stated incredulously. Han Feng questioned why they wouldn't be in the mood to play games when there's food, water, and electricity. Li Zi even invited Li Zhenghao to join them. After all, they were going to stay in this villa for quite a long time. If they don't look for some form of entertainment, they will be bored to death. Han Feng asked Li Zhenghao if he plans on staying, or was he going to look for his subordinates. Li Zhenghao remained silent as Han Feng continued. He was aware Li Zhenghao's background was not normal, but he, Han Feng, just wants to live a carefree life, and as long as Li Zhenghao doesn't drag him and the entire group into any of his troubles, then he was welcome to stay at the villa for as long as he wants. Han Feng's chat with Li Zhenghao almost led to Li Zi's death in the game, and he wasn't having that. He shouted for Han Feng to focus, practically waving his hand to get his attention. Meanwhile, Li Zhenghao still remained silent, contemplating over something. When he was finally resolved, he decided to tell the group about his real identity. Li Zhenghao started to explain that he was specifically in Happy Community to investigate superhumans. But the moment Li Zhenghao tried to continue, Han Feng unexpectedly interrupted him. He didn't want to hear none of that shit. Not about Li Zhenghao's real identity, the reason he came to Happy Community, what he hopes to achieve, his problems, none of it. He'd already stated that he didn't want to be dragged into his mess. And he meant that shit. Li Zhenghao just stared at Han Feng for a while, and after seeing his resolve, he lets out a heavy sigh and replied that he understands. He got up and left the room, adding that when his arm heals, he will leave and won't tell anyone about their little group, so Han Feng shouldn't worry. Furious, Li Zi told Han Feng to be serious. He almost died because of him. Han Feng apologized and promised to play better in the next round. Just then, the two women walked in, refreshed and smelling amazing. Now, it was time for the guys to have their bath. Li Zi wanted to conserve water and suggested they bath together, but Han Feng didn't want to bath with another man. In the bathtub, bubbles appeared suddenly, and Han Feng asked Li Zi if he also thinks the bath water smells really nice. Li Zi simply replied that he just farted, leaving Han Feng speechless. After Han Feng was forced to take a bath together with Li Zi, the group celebrated with a long-awaited feast, then a good night's sleep after that. For the next few days, Han Feng strengthened the walls, the roof, and the fences of the villa. For the top floor of the villa, Han Feng also modified it into a sauna. Now he can use the sauna as a spot to observe the situation at the bottom of the hill. In that moment, he noticed someone coming up the hill. The person collapsed on the frozen ground shortly after. When they brought the guy inside and laid him on the couch, Li Zi informed Han Feng that he knew the guy. Apparently, the guy was Brother Chong, who works for Director Liu. He also added that Han Feng had met the guy before. Doesn't he remember? The guy who got his gun for him. It was in this moment that Han Feng remembered. The guy woke up, a bit puzzled that he was still alive, and where the hell was he? Li Zi, a bit startled, called his name. But the moment Brother Chong saw the infamous Big Mouth Li, he asked why he was there. Li Zi nervously waved his hand and told Brother Chong to calm down first. Brother Chong's gaze shifted to Han Feng, and he instantly remembered him, but not in name. Han Feng introduced himself, and the moment the two sat close to Brother Chong, they wanted to know what happened. Brother Chong explained that a few days ago, their office got ambushed by a group of soldiers, and a lot of his brothers were either hurt or dead. Even Director Lu was. The moment Li Zi heard Director Lu's name, he got up and asked what exactly happened to him. Brother Chong continued that Director Lu followed Han Feng's advice and stocked up a huge amount of supplies in advance. And the supplies were enough for them not only to get through the snow crisis, but to also help hundreds of residents. But a few days ago, a group of soldiers suddenly appeared. And not only did they steal their supplies, they were also going around killing the residents. To protect everyone else, Director Lu brought his gang to fight back. This led to most of his brothers either ending up getting injured or dead like he said earlier. Director Lu got shot in the leg and captured not long after that. In the end, everyone dispersed and agreed to meet at a specified location where the reserve supplies were kept. And apparently that location was one of the villas in this area. This explained why he suddenly appeared at the foot of the hill. Brother Chong was obviously planning to meet up with his companions. Li Zi suddenly grabbed Brother Chong's shoulders, desperately wanting him to confirm that Director Lu was still alive. Brother Chong, startled by Li Zi's reaction, stated that as far as he knows, it was obvious that the soldiers were trying to capture Director Lu alive. Hearing this, Li Zi seemed satisfied and relieved. He continued, stating that if it wasn't for Director Lu, he might have been dead long ago. Li Zi wants Brother Chong to take him along to rescue Director Lu. They needed to save him together. Hearing this, Brother Chong questioned Li Zi if he was crazy. Did he know how many people that group had, and how many guns they possess? With just the two of them, it was impossible to save Director Lu. Although the odds were heavily stacked against them, Li Zi didn't care. He placed an arm around Brother Chong's shoulders and told him to cheer up. As long as there was a sliver of hope, they cannot give up. He will fight alongside him forever. Brother Chong's face looked like he'd eaten a huge chunk of shit when he heard this. After all, if the infamous Big Mouth Li wants to plunge to his death, then he should go ahead. But why the fuck does he have to bring him along? In that moment, Li Zhenghao interrupted the two. He asked if they were talking about Director Lu from the Uprising Volunteer Group. Surprised with this sudden question, Li Zi replied with a question of his own, asking if Li Zhenghao knows of Director Lu. Li Zhenghao explained that previously when he was fighting in the underground boxing arena, Director Lu was the one who paid his ransom and brought him out of that hellhole, allowing him to regain his freedom. So, if they were going to save that same man, then they can count him in. Li Zhenghao tore up the bandage on his right arm and continued in a cold yet determined tone. He still had quite a few brothers in the city that he could call upon, and he was sure they would come to help them out. It was in this moment that Brother Chong remembered who exactly Li Zhenghao was. Pointing a finger in Li Zhenghao's direction, Brother Chong was practically shouting, informing the rest that Li Zhenghao was the wild dog of the boxing arena. He was actually the legendary wild dog with 30 consecutive victories. Han Feng couldn't suppress his laughter when he heard the nickname, making Li Zhenghao feel embarrassed. That nickname was during his boxing career, so there was no need to bring it up now. Li Zhenghao introduced himself to Brother Chong and stated that he should address him as such, not by his nickname. Li Zi, on the other hand, couldn't stop teasing Li Zhenghao, adding that his new brother was so loyal. With him on their side, they can surely save Director Lu. Meanwhile, Han Feng watched the entire scene in silence. He was actually surprised that Director Lu was really a righteous guy, that all the guys in the villa were eager to try to save him. He won't look good if he doesn't go along with the group, right? However, this rescue operation was too dangerous, and his own life was still more important to him. Han Feng spoke up, stating that there were also people after him too, so he won't be joining this time around. Li Zi was stunned to hear this, but Han Feng was firm in his decision. It was better he doesn't join, but in order to save Director Lu, he can provide some supplies that can help them out. Han Feng guided Li Zi and Li Zhenghao away from Brother Chong to have a private chat. He informed the two about the need to protect Glasses Girl and his secret. Shortly after, he offered Brother Chong a bowl of instant noodles which the old guy munched on dreamingly. Han Feng even told him to eat slowly, and it seems they would not be having a feast like they usually do. Otherwise, Brother Chong would be suspicious about them. After eating, Han Feng showed the guy his room, making sure to only place the most basic items inside. Nothing too extravagant. Brother Chong thanked Han Feng for his hospitality. He even went as far as providing him with his own room. With enough needed rest, the group was refreshed and ready to head out. 3 fully loaded guns, 3 backpacks stuffed with numerous rations, and a whole lot of cigarettes. Brother Chong was not surprised with the numerous stuff in their possession. After all, this was expected from the guy who knew about the snowstorm in advance. Han Feng could understand why the group needed guns and compressed biscuits, but why the hell do they need so many goddamn cigarettes? Brother Chong explained that money was obviously not useful outside, and when major factions are exchanging supplies, cigarettes had become a solid currency of exchange. The The three geared up and head outside. Outside, they said their goodbyes to Han Feng, promising to come back for sure. Brother Chang, deeply moved by Han Feng's generosity, bowed in respect and thanked Han Feng and his wife, promising that their uprising volunteer group will definitely repay this favor in the future. The moment they left, Nurse Zhan turned towards Han Feng and questioned if he was truly not married. Han Feng replied that he wasn't. Then, who was the wife that Brother Chang just mentioned? Glasses Girl figured it out and told Nurse Zhan that Brother Chang was referring to her. This left Nurse Zhan completely speechless. Her previous accusations suddenly evaporated. Nurse Zhan, clearly shy all of a sudden, stated nervously that it was a misunderstanding, right? Han Feng has to explain it clearly the next time this matter pops up. Meanwhile, this strange demeanor made Han Feng and Glasses Girl wondered what was wrong with Nurse Zhan. So, after that encounter, the group installed a better surveillance at the foot of the hill. Han Feng also installed some cameras on the path up the hill as well. And in order to have access to the situation around the villa, he didn't leave out the villa's perimeter. The moment they finished, the three resumed their carefree daily life until the day a sudden nightmare occurred. Nurse Zhan shouted from the kitchen, and the moment she rushed out with a knife like a mad woman, she told Han Feng that something bad had happened. Han Feng quickly got up from the couch and asked what it was. Nurse Zhan, with widened and desperate eyes, told Han Feng that they only had a cabbage left. Han Feng also freaked out when he heard this nightmare news. He asked Glasses Girl how many more vegetables and fruits they had left. Obviously, a lot, she replied in her usual calm tone. But as she pulled out all the remaining veggies and fruits, Han Feng freaked out even more. This wasn't a lot. Didn't she emptied an entire supermarket? So why were there fewer veggies and fruits left? Glasses Girl replied that she didn't like vegetables, so she only took some of them casually. However, there were so many cucumbers, so Nurse Zhan asked her why. Glasses Girl simply stated that she liked cucumbers. The crux of the matter was that they had been using supplies carelessly without generating any of them back. If this goes on, they won't have any of these stuff to eat in the future. On the other hand, Han Feng can only produce wheat, soybeans, broccoli, and meat at the moment. All the other veggies and fruits ended up being failures. They only have one cabbage left, so they needed to figure out how to produce more. The moment Han Feng picked up the cabbage, Nurse Zhan urged him on, adding that their future happiness depends on him, so no pressure. Han Feng went to the living room, sat down with the last cabbage in hand, and tried to reproduce more cabbages. He activated his green glow and silently prayed to God to succeed. His first attempt was obviously a failure. Cursing, he tore his second piece and tried again, the same results. Han Feng tried again, then again, and again, and again, but the result was still the same. The two women watched as he moved on to chilies, then potatoes. But in the end, the results were still the same. Han Feng felt his luxury and carefree life collapsing. Why was this happening? He did not succeed even once. Nurse Zhan rushed over and cautiously asked Han Feng if he was alright. Han Feng lost it, shouting that they won't have any more veggies to eat in the future. They were done for. Completely done. Nurse Zhan was aware of this, but did Han Feng really need to exaggerate it this much? Glasses Girl chimed in that very moment, stating that there was still a lot of cucumbers left. Did Han Feng want to give that a try? And also, no one was going to die from not eating vegetables anyway. But if it's about vitamins, she pulled out a bottle of vitamins from her alternate space and stated that she had a lot in stock. This left Han Feng absolutely speechless. Nurse Zhan suggests they try growing their own vegetables instead. But due to the weather outside, how are they going to grow them? Nurse Zhan elaborates that she had experience growing some vegetables out on her balcony before the snowstorm. So as long as there was sufficient light and proper temperature, they can grow them indoors. First, they need a balcony vegetable rack, soil, and nutrient fluids. And on top of that, they need LED lights to provide enough light. Han Feng praised Nurse Zhan for her farming expertise. However, how are they going to get all these items? As he said this, their eyes lit up with realization. Of course, they have a human storage system. The two turned towards Glasses Girl and asked if she has all these items. Luckily enough, she did. But the only thing left was the soil. Han Feng and Nurse Zhan went outside to shovel snow, hoping to dig faster than the fallen snow. However, the ground was completely frozen solid that Han Feng couldn't dig at all. Seeing this, Nurse Zhan tried her shot, believing her abnormal strength would be enough. The shovel unexpectedly broke at the precise moment she tried to shove it inside the frozen ground, sending the blade flying in Han Feng's direction. She questioned Han Feng what they should do now that things had gotten complicated. It was too cold outside, so Han Feng suggests they go inside first, then think of something. When they entered the living room, Han Feng asked Glasses Girl how many growing containers she'd made at present. The two were surprised that the girl hadn't been slacking off. Around her were numerous plastic growing containers neatly done. Han Feng praised her for working so hard. Inwardly, he knew that although they don't have any flowering pots, with these many plastic bottles, it would be enough to do the job all the same. Nurse Zhan teased the girl for being so capable, but she had an issue for being treated as a child. Anyway, didn't they go out to dig for soil? Where is it? Han Feng explained the ground was frozen solid, so they can't dig through it at all. Glass's girl suggests they use heating rods to melt the frozen ground. They can just insert the heating rods into the frozen ground. However, there was a limit to the heating effect. If there was only a way to instantly melt the ice. This statement made Glass's girl recall what she saw in the bathroom with Han Feng. In an awkward manner, she declared that it was time for the apostle in charge of bathwater to use his true power. This jogged Han Feng's memory about his experience in the bathroom. You see, previously when he was trying to heat up the bathwater, the red glow suddenly appeared and the water got heated instantly. If he can figure out the principle behind activating the red glow in such effect, he should be able to melt the frozen ground outside. Han Feng placed his glowing red hand into a bucket of water, and 20 minutes later, nothing. Nothing was working and he couldn't figure it out at all. What a failure. He tried to recall the details involved back then and the difference from now. That's when it hit him. Could it be because of the electrocution? He asked Glass's girl if she had anything that he could electrocute himself with. The girl simply took out an extension board and added that Han Feng should just connect it to a power source, stick a hand inside, and just like that, it would be able to produce an instant death effect. Hearing this, Han Feng, annoyed, protested. He wasn't trying to delete himself. Back then, he was electrocuted and accidentally heated up the bath water, so he wanted to recreate the exact scenario. The girl then took out a low-voltage self-defense electric baton and handed it to Han Feng. Although Han Feng took it, he was a little hesitant because he recalls an electric baton being really powerful. Was Glass's girl sure it was just a slight numbing effect? Yes, she replied. A basic electrocution that isn't that powerful and very safe. Hearing this, Han Feng took the plunge and switch on the electric baton. The electricity fused with Han Feng's glowing red hand, and just like that, the bucket of water was instantly heated up. Han Feng made an expression during the entire process like he was having an orgasm or some shit. Back on the courtyard outside, Han Feng did the whole process again. And although he had yet to understand the principle behind it, he was fine with it as long as it works out. When his glowing red hand activated and was placed on the frozen floor, Han Feng electrocuted himself without hesitation. And just like that, the entire frozen ground melted, forming a shallow pit. Han Feng grabbed some of the cold soil and shouted in excitement. They finally got soil. They filled and prepared the numerous plastic bottles with soil, and now it was time to grow the vegetables. Glass's girl had a lot of different seeds and wanted to know which ones Han Feng planned on planting. Everything. Han Feng planned on planting everything, of course. Nurse Zhan was quick to point out that the temperature in the house wasn't that high. And there were many vegetables that they won't be able to grow due to this. She pointed out some vegetables and added that they don't require high temperatures, so they would try planting that for now. As expected from a farming expert, Han Feng praised her again. Anyway, the two went to the basement and created the setup. And although they already placed 4 furnaces in each corner, Nurse Zhan wasn't sure the temperature was high enough. If the temperature wasn't high enough, the seeds will not sprout. However, if Han Feng's green glow is effective on these seeds, he can make them grow immediately. He wanted to give it a try, and since they have a lot of seeds, it wouldn't hurt to do so. Han Feng took a bottle, enveloped it in his green glow, and controlled the rhythm of energy output. When the time was right, Han Feng went all in, and just like that, they sprouted neatly. Afterwards, he used his green glow on various seeds, and although some resulted in a failure, by continuously using new seeds, he managed to make tens of vegetable sprouts in the end. But in just a few days, these vegetable sprouts died due to the cold. Even with 4 furnaces, the room's temperature only managed to settle around 10 degrees. Nurse Zhan informed Han Feng that they needed to think of a way to increase the room's temperature to at least 20 degrees. Han Feng suggests they add another 2 furnaces, but Nurse Zhan argues that there was a limit to what the furnaces can do if they don't improve the heat preservation of the room. The issue was that, in the entire villa, the basement was already the best heat preservation room. Obviously, the deeper they go underground, the better the heat preservation would be. However, they can't just dig and create a deeper basement, right? Han Feng just said this casually, but Nurse Zhan took his word literally. She told him it was no problem and this matter should be left to her. She was confident in her physical strength. It seems Nurse Zhan was really planning to dig the hole, with or without anyone's help. Han Feng activated the red and green glow simultaneously, and stated that he wanted to use the effectiveness of his glowing hands against stones. If they don't work out, then they can proceed with the hard way and dig themselves. To his knowledge, the green and red glow were useless against stones, and the purple glow could soften it. So he softened the floor and tried cutting through. But the floor was now like mud and was still hard as a stone. Han Feng then tried to rearrange the order and combine all three glows, changing the rhythm of energy output, but they all resulted in failures. Throughout his failures, he noticed something. You see, meat failures always resulted in a black sticky liquid, and plant failures resulted in a black solid substance. But when it comes to stones, they don't have any changes. Maybe it was the difference between organic and inorganic matter. After a few days of repeated failures, Han Feng got angry. In his frustration, a miracle happened. Han Feng never expected that when the intensity of the red glow went past a certain threshold, it could shatter stones into fine sand. It seems Han Feng's hard work these past few days had been worthwhile. He placed his red glowing hands on the hard floor and fully released the red glow, expanding the range of scope as much as possible, trying to see the kind of effect it will have. The floor suddenly cracks, and a close-up view showed the concrete rocks turning into fine sand. The result was a success, and the depth of the effect wasn't bad either. But Han Feng was already drained after just one try, and he doesn't even know how many times he would be able to do this draining labor a day. Nonetheless, he pushed forward. So, after that development, he was put in charge of digging the hole, while Nurse Zhan was in charge of transporting the shattered rocks outside. About a week later, the two created a new basement tens of meters below the previous basement. They had dug out a new basement around 20 square meters, and after some remodeling, the underground greenhouse was finally completed. The two high-five each other, showering themselves with compliments. It had been a long and hard journey, but they pushed through to the very end. Han Feng stared at the vegetable sprouts, inwardly delighted and anticipating what's about to happen next, which, by the way, was his favorite segment these past few days. Staring at Nurse Zhan's ass. Apparently, the creepy fucker had been enjoying the sight of Nurse Zhan's ass wiggling from side to side every time she climbs the stairs back to the surface. Nurse Zhan, unaware of this, stated that if everything goes well, they will be able to harvest those vegetables in 2 months' time. Han Feng replied that they took too long to grow. He thought more than 2 weeks had passed since they made the decision to grow their own vegetables. The vegetables that they had stocked ran out long ago, and they had already been eating broccolis for the past 4 days. Han Feng recalls the unpleasant taste and fed-up feeling of eating broccolis. If he has to continue eating that for another 2 months, he doesn't think he can live with it. Staring at his hand, he pondered silently. The green glow can produce broccolis and make seeds sprout. Maybe it can speed up the vegetable's growth. Just then, Nurse Zhan turned in his direction and suggested they plant some beans sprout as well. They can probably eat those in 3 days. Han Feng didn't get the chance to answer when Nurse Zhan unexpectedly lost her footing and drops butt first directly onto Han Feng's widened gaze. The whole thing happened so suddenly that he didn't have the time to react before getting a first-class feel of Nurse Zhan's ass on his face. Nurse Zhan kept apologizing the moment the two got out, and Han Feng had to hide his bleeding nose in embarrassment. He waved the matter off, assuring Nurse Zhan that he was fine. But driven by innocent curiosity, she asked Han Feng if he was bleeding. Hearing the question, Han Feng, knowing full well his nose bleeding was for all the wrong reasons, told Nurse Zhan that there was really no need even though she was, well, a nurse. She wanted to take care of his bleeding nose, but he kept insisting he was fine. The two came to the lounging room to find the lights out. But what really piqued their immediate interest was the strange diagram on the floor with lit candles and a laptop, placed at the center, showing the surveillance footage of the villa. At the helm of this weird shit was Glasses Girl, who was doing some strange dance like she was performing some voodoo-type shit, reciting some gibberish about the evil king's true eye descending to the world in an omnipotent form to help her in her challenging mission. Normally Han Feng understood her usual horseshit, which didn't make any lick of sense by the way. However, this time around, it feels different and quite frankly, freaky. Han Feng gave her a slight knock on the head and asked what the hell she was doing. Was she sick in the head? Glasses Girl replied that she was performing the summoning ritual for the evil king's true eye. She pointed to the surveillance footage on the laptop and explained that one of it had lost its function, so she was getting ready to summon another. Han Feng felt at ease the moment he understood that all this weird shit was simply about a faulty CCTV at the foot of the hill. Glasses Girl frightened him for a second there, portraying herself as some cult freak. Anyway, back to the issue at hand. You see, on this hillside villa area, one side was a cliff, and the other side has the only path to travel up the hill. So as long as the group installs CCTVs on the path up the hill, they will be able to see anyone that's making their way up. The only problem was that the CCTVs often malfunction easily due to the snowstorm. Seriously, just when will this damn weather end? The moment Nurse Zhan and Han Feng ski down to the foot of the hill, They quickly found the damaged CCTV and was in the process of changing it when suddenly, a deafening sound echoed from afar, sending a faint tremor up the mountains. Curious, the two wondered what the hell that loud sound was. Han Feng stood directly on top of the ladder, trying to get a better view of the situation. But he could barely see anything under the current weather. As he climbed down, Nurse Jean questioned if he saw or knew what was going on. Han Feng replied that he didn't know and wasn't sure what it was either. But what he was sure of was that there were definitely people over those hills, and there might even be dangers nearby. Also, a huge amount of mist suddenly appeared from over there, so they should finish up quickly and bounce as soon as possible. The next day, afternoon. At the beginning, Han Feng didn't really pay any mind to what happened at those hills. After all, the only thing on his mind was how to speed up the vegetable's growth. At the new basement, Han Feng started with sprouting the seeds first. Unfortunately, it didn't work as expected, and the rhythms used for this certain purpose tend to not work on others. It seems he can only figure everything out anew. Rhythms and all. 30 minutes in and Han Feng got nothing to show for it despite all his effort. He grabs his head and exclaimed in panic. Why was this happening? But during his brief meltdown, he noticed something peculiar. All the vegetables that were in direct contact with the green glow had died, whereas the vegetables on the other side which he didn't have contact with had grown a lot. Staring at his glowing green hand, he wondered if the sprouted vegetables only needed a very faint and weak green glow to speed up their growth. Han Feng spared no time and immediately started exposing the veggies to a very faint and weak amount of his green glow. Surprisingly, his guess was proven right. So after another 30 minutes of the veggies being exposed to the faint traces of the green glow, they stopped growing. Han Feng was unable to fully grow the vegetables in one go, so he decided to be there every day to perform the same process. And just like that, 5 days passed by like a bullet and the results for all his efforts finally paid off. In his hand was a fully grown cabbage, but what's got him all excited was how big it was. Anyway, while Han Feng was gushing about his huge cabbage, Nurse Jean and Glasses Girl noticed how odd the rest of the veggies had grown. The shape of the fully grown radish even made Nurse Jean question if what she was seeing wasn't real. Was Han Feng sure there wasn't any problem with these vegetables? Glasses Girl even added that the shape of the tomatoes were also terrible. However, the worst one was the green cabbage in the corner, which was equivalent to the size of a massive pumpkin. Seriously, are green cabbages normally that big? As the three stared at the abnormally huge cabbage in confusion, Nurse Jean suggested that maybe the cabbage might be a new breed. Other than the cabbages, the other vegetables look weird. Worried, Han Feng wondered if there was some problem with his green glow. But then he thought, who cares? With the kind of situation they were in, as long as the vegetables were edible, it was fine. Nurse Jean picked up some of the radishes and told the two that they would be having a radish pork rib soup and tomato beef stew for the day. The very second the meal got served, the three ate till their bellies couldn't take anymore. All the busy work for 2 weeks was definitely worth it. Suddenly, Glasses Girl stated that she wanted to eat strawberries and honeydew, so they should plant some fruits too. Han Feng playfully grabbed her cheek and reminded her of what she said weeks ago. If Han Feng remembers correctly, Glasses Girl said eating vitamins was enough. Hearing this, Glasses Girl was quick to suggest that Han Feng and Nurse Jean eat the vitamins, while she, the apostle of the evil god, eat strawberries and honeydew. Nurse Jean interrupted the two and pointed to the leftovers. There was so many left, so she asked if the two were also done eating. Almost immediately, the two shifted their gazes elsewhere and offered excuses. Han Feng stated bluntly that he was sick of it, while Glasses Girl stated that she never liked cabbages anyway. Han Feng remembered Li Zi at this moment. He was certain that, if his brother was there, he could finish all the food by himself. Anyway, it's already been 2 weeks since Li Zi and the others went down the hill, and Han Feng wondered how they were doing. The compressed biscuits that he gave them must have been finished by now. Sighing heavily, he hoped they were safe. Just then, a sudden explosion sounded that shook every hill in that vicinity, along with the villa the three were in. Glasses Girl made a comment, not making any direct sense as usual. And apparently, the current explosion marked the 6th day they heard a similar sound at the foot of the hill. Nurse Jean wondered what's happening over there that was causing all these explosions, whilst Han Feng neither bothered to wonder nor wanted to know. Whatever was happening over there was none of his business, and theirs as well. He relaxed lazily in his chair and reminded the two that the explosions only happens once a day anyway, so it won't affect them much. 3 days later, the intensity of the explosions had become more severe and the number of times wasn't any better. Cursing, Han Feng held his head in frustration as the villa shook violently like there was a slight earthquake. As Nurse Jean and Glasses Girl kept on eating their meal like it was just another Tuesday, Han Feng was at his last nerve. The explosions had been happening for tens of times that day non-stop. So, driven by curiosity, anger, and annoyance, Han Feng decided to check out what exactly was happening that was triggering all the explosion. He set up a ladder and climbed to the frozen roof of his villa. There, he took out a pair of binoculars and saw another round of explosions already set in motion. Seeing this, Han Feng was now puzzled and genuinely curious as to what the hell was really going on over there. In that moment, another series of explosions sounded. Narrowing his eyes, he took another look, but only saw the explosions with a clearer view. Then a thought occurred to him. Wasn't the person afraid of revealing his location by causing such a huge commotion on the hills? And although there was still quite a distance at the moment, if the person were to bomb all the way over to his place, it would be troublesome. Han Feng's gaze shifted toward the villa. He didn't even know if the villa he'd strengthened could withstand such an explosion, and he wasn't confident in finding out. Also, the villa's walls seemed to be a bit too short and thin, so he should probably strengthen it a bit more. Han Feng dragged the two women outside and shared his thoughts and worries with urgency. He explained that although he doesn't know what's happening out there that's causing all those explosions, he had decided to make the walls of the villa taller and thicker, just in case their vicinity gets hit with an explosion. Hearing this, the two women were on board. But Glass's girl wanted to know what they were going to use to construct the walls, because she didn't have any cement in her storage space. Han Feng just smiled and assured Glass's girl not to worry. With the stones and sand from digging the new basement, they already have materials that were readily available for use. First, they will pile up the stones and sand, then pour some water over it. And once the water freezes, it will become a wall. To test how strong the wall was, Han Feng smacked the damn thing with his shovel, and there was barely a scratch. The temperature was so low at the moment that an ice wall filled with stones and sand might even be stronger than a cement wall. So, with that enlightenment, the three went all out in making the walls of the villa thicker and taller. When they run out of stones, they tore down the villas next door and used them to complete the wall. After 3 whole days, the giant ice wall was now completed, and the three, especially Han Feng, felt more at ease. With such a thick ice wall, they can rest easy for now. Just as they were about to head through the entrance of the wall, another huge explosion sounded that literally knocked Glass's girl off her feet. The two women quickly headed inside while Han Feng, again, climbs to the roof of the villa. There, he was shocked to see the sheer destructive power of the current explosion. This time around, it was so massive that he didn't need his binoculars. The dark smoke was evident enough. And what's more, it seems to be getting closer and closer to his villa. For a close-up observation, Han Feng took his binoculars and silently watched the chaos nearby. These bombardments were starting to feel like a damn noose that was gradually tightening around his neck, and he was pondering if he should get involved. After all, his peaceful life was being threatened. But it seems his decision must be put on hold because another explosion just occurred. Only this time, it was extremely close to the villa, just a few meters away. Although the explosion wasn't that massive like earlier, it was enough to blow up a nearby villa, sending debris flying in several directions. And one of these many random directions was his villa. Luckily, the ice wall stood firm, stopping these projectiles in their tracks. But just as Han Feng was admiring this handiwork, one of the projectiles flew past him, narrowly missing him by just a hair's breadth. Han Feng's eyes widened in shock when he realized just how close he was to being hit. For a moment, his mind went completely blank, his heart pounding. That projectile didn't just graze past him, but actually nicked the right side of his head, taking out a few strands of hair in the process as blood trickled down his cheek. Han Feng quickly scrambled down from the roof, still in disbelief. Fortunately, they built the ice wall in advance. Otherwise, it would have been dangerous just now. He rushed inside the villa, urgency in his voice. He informed the two women of the artillery fire and the need to quickly make their way inside the new basement ASAP. The three huddled in the new basement for exactly half a day before venturing back to the surface. On the second night, as Han Feng was taking a bath, the area was suddenly hit by another round of explosions, startling him. He quickly grabbed his towel and rushed back to the lounging room, his voice frantic as he yelled that another round of bombardment was taking place, so they need to head back inside the new basement. The next morning on the third day, Han Feng's worst fears were confirmed as the villa next door was blown up, and a huge debris struck the ice wall, shaking the entire structure. In the afternoon on the fourth day, Han Feng was caught in the most awkward situation possible. He was in the middle of taking a dump when the bombardments came again. Cursing under his breath, Han Feng could only wince at the sound of several explosions echoing at a nearby distance. These unexpected interruptions were really fucking with his peaceful life he envisioned. On one encounter, Glass's girl, who also needed to use the bathroom, walked in and upon seeing Han Feng sitting there, immediately covered her nose and told him to make it quick. She needed to use the bathroom. Han Feng, clearly embarrassed, murmured in a low voice, informing Glasses Girl to knock next time before entering. At this point, the bombardments had become a daily problem, and a constant source of irritation for Han Feng and his family. He couldn't stand it any longer, and he sure as hell wouldn't continue living this way. Pissed off, he decided to do something about it. He changed into his gear, cursing repeatedly. Han Feng donned on a heavy white uniform, and as he checked his weapons, his frustration only deepened. The thought of how he's been hiding in the new basement for the past few days got his blood boiling. He can't eat well, drink well, sleep well, or take a shit without those fucking bombardments threatening his life. He was done, and this harassment needed to end. Han Feng's tone hardened, and a sinister grin formed on his face as he fully geared up. He vowed to find the freaking lunatic bombarding them every day, and why. He waved the two women off and left the villa, promising to be careful. He would be right back so they shouldn't worry. Strapping on his ski, Han Feng effortlessly made his way down the hill. But as he descended, something caught his eye. He stopped, narrowing his gaze at the ground below. There was a hole not far from where he stood, a result of the bombardments. Han Feng approached the spot, scanning the debris around him. As he picked up a piece of torn cloth, his mind raced. The torn cloth looked like a military uniform. Maybe the explosions a few days ago was related to the army. He suddenly thought about Scarface and the hulking brute. Could it really be that group of people? As Han Feng continued further down the hill, his thoughts grew darker. There were so many corpses along the way. It seems the previous battle must have been brutal. For safety reasons, Han Feng decided to climb up a small ice hill and observe the situation ahead first. After some difficulty, he reached the top, panting heavily. Taking out his binoculars, he surveyed the area. His gaze locked onto what appeared to be a massive military facility with a huge cave entrance. Han Feng focused, his eyes narrowing in disbelief. Cursing, he spotted the two cannons that had been bombarding him and his family. As Han Feng observed further, he noticed some soldiers surrounding the entrance of the cave, their movements cautious and suspicious. He wondered why they were being so sneaky. Wasn't the cave their base? So why were they fighting? Was it an internal conflict? Han Feng had all these questionable thoughts without a clear answer. The soldiers suddenly opened fire from two sides the moment they entered the cave. Unexpectedly, a massive surge of energy wave erupted from the cave's entrance, and all the soldiers were violently thrown out by the force of this energy blast. Han Feng watched in shock as a soldier was tossed so far that he came flying toward his position. As the soldier hurtled toward him, he dove to the side, narrowly avoiding a collision. The unfortunate soldier crashed to the ground with a loud thud. Han Feng scrambled to his feet, quickly drawing his gun as he approached the fallen soldier. When he saw the soldier's body, he grimaced. The poor guy had been completely crushed to a meat paste. Obviously, there was no need to pull out his gun, the guy was super dead. Tense and worried, Han Feng pulled out his binoculars to get a better look at what had just happened at this underground facility. Moments later, a group of people emerged from the cave, and to Han Feng's surprise, it was a woman with a long white hair, accompanied by two children. One of the kids, the female of the two, was holding a bazooka and was also armed with several other destructive gear. Puzzled, Han Feng wondered if they were a family of three. And if they were, why the hell were they just casually walking out without any regard for their safety? He scrutinized the woman with white hair, trying to get a read on her when suddenly she stopped. Her gaze shifted directly toward him. In an instant, their eyes met, and she even smiled at him. A cold, knowing smile that made his heart stop for a moment. Han Feng's mind raced. Had he been discovered? Impossible, he reassured himself. He was hundreds of meters away. It must have been a coincidence. There was no way she was smiling at him, right? Han Feng kept reassuring himself, believing that it was a bit absurd to be discovered at this distance. Or so he believed, because the next moment, the pink-haired girl raised her bazooka, and with a menacing smile, she aimed it in Han Feng's direction and opened fire. The summit of the hill where Han Feng was hiding was blown up. As he narrowly escaped this unexpected life-threatening situation, he was still reeling about the fact that the woman really did discover him. How did she do that? This family of three were really strange and dangerous. He needed to hide further away for now, and then decide what to do based on how the situation develops. But then he heard noises above. Wondering what those noises were, Han Feng still not dared climb back up to check. But as the scene shifted to a nearby hillside from Han Feng, the remaining soldiers who luckily survived after being blown away were now desperately trying to lose the white-haired woman and the two kids. But even under the relentless discharge of their firearm, the three caught up to them with ease. And before the soldiers knew what was happening, the ice and snow beneath their feet shifted, and they were suddenly being dragged down the hill where the three waited patiently. With the ability to control ice and snow, the young blonde had his hands buried in the ground, and the moment he pressed down forcefully, a massive avalanche was suddenly triggered, burying the remaining soldiers. Unfortunately for Han Feng, he happens to be hiding in the path of the snowslide, and by the time he realized this, it was too late. Han Feng got buried along with the soldiers, and the avalanche snowballed downhill until it was eventually stopped by a frozen dam. The dam stood firm as all the chaos subsided, and for a while, the entire frozen valley was quiet. Only occasional echoes of the aftermath was heard. Suddenly, a faint red glow was spotted on the snow a few distance near the dam. Then several other red glows emerged as they intensify, forming a white mist on the spot. Han Feng coughed repeatedly as he walked out of the mist, dragging an unconscious soldier by the leg. As he headed towards the dam, he thought of how close he was to getting smothered to death. He also noticed how fortunate he was that the dam stopped the avalanche. Otherwise, who knows how much further he would have been pressed down by the snowslide. During that instant where he was buried by the snow, he saw those three standing on top of the hill without a care. Han Feng wondered if they had the ability to control ice and snow. His gaze shifted to the unconscious soldier behind him, hoping that he might be able to provide some useful information when he wakes up. In one of the few mini watchtowers on the dam, Han Feng dropped his gear on the wooden table after tying the guy up. He crouched down beside him and woke him up. As the guy slowly opened his eyes and realized the situation he was in, he started pleading for Han Feng not to kill him. He will tell him everything he wanted to know. Hearing this, Han Feng grinned. He thought of so many interrogation methods and hadn't even used any of them, and this guy had already given up. He sat down on a chair and told the guy to relax. He wasn't going to kill him as long as he tells him everything he knows about the woman and those kids. He will even let him go if the information is useful. The guy freaked out and started rambling that those three were simply inhuman. They know ice magic and can release energy waves, and can also cause explosions. Han Feng had to literally drop his foot on the guy's head to shut him up. He told him to start with the woman, then the kids. The bastard should tell him about them one after the other, not the convoluted mess he just spouted. The guy calmed down and explained that the woman can release energy waves, and she was the one responsible for the energy blast that blew them out the cave. The girl has some sort of explosion magic that can turn anything into a bomb. And the person responsible for the avalanche was the blonde boy who has the ability to control ice and snow. The three of them are simply not normal humans. They are superhumans. Magicians, no. Monsters. Han Feng thought the guy was being too outrageous. But then again, as he stared at his hand, he felt that he didn't have the right to call them outrageous. Because it looks like there were many people who were similar to him, Glasses Girl and that hulky brute. Anyway, the last and most important question Han Feng wanted to know was whether the guy and his dead teammates were the people who had been bombarding the hillside villa region in the south for the past couple of days. The guy shook his head vehemently and replied that they weren't responsible for that. Their camp has long been taken over by those three monsters, and they were only there with reinforcement from headquarters to take back their camp. Han Feng realized that the numerous explosions that has been happening on the hills were just part of the battle. However, there were so many soldiers that died from the battle at the foot of the hill, and it was all done by that woman and those two kids. This also means the people responsible for bombarding his villa region were these three unhinged superhumans. Han Feng pressed the gun on the guy's forehead and asked for more intel. He doesn't even know them, so why were they bombarding his villa region every single fucking day? Upon hearing this, the poor fellow began to cry, stating that he was just a foot soldier and also didn't know the three monsters. Han Feng saw the honest and desperate look in the guy's eyes and sighed heavily. It seems the guy truly didn't know anything. In that case, forget it. He can leave. Relieved and grateful, the guy thanked Han Feng repeatedly, promising to never forget his kindness. However, the moment he ran out of the ruined building, he was suddenly hit with an energy projectile that literally turned him into a meat paste. Han Feng flinched at the sight, but immediately after, similar projectiles rained down on the entire dam in rapid succession like some sort of meteor shower. One managed to hit the mini watchtower Han Feng was in, but surprising enough, the ruined building withstood the attack. Han Feng had used the purple and green glow to reinforce a section the projectile was likely to hit, and from the looks of it, he guessed right. It was obvious that they weren't just firing randomly, but rather aiming specifically at the dam's location. They were already multiple hills away from them, so how on earth did they discover his location? Meanwhile, back at the entrance of the cave, the woman and the two kids were having a blast, quite literally. The boy covered his ears and praised her sister for being so skillful. Upon hearing this compliment, the pink-haired girl laughed and stated that it was expected. She had been practicing these past few days, so of course her skill had improved. The woman stared at a distance and informed the kids that after the bombardments, their target ability fluctuations did not disappear, but seems to have become stronger. The boy sat down and acted as if he couldn't believe what he just heard. If both the avalanche and the bombs were unable to kill the target, then he must be too powerful, right? The girl laughed and simply added that they had plenty of bombs, so that person will eventually die even if he is powerful. The woman pointed in Han Feng's location and instructed the girl to fire a few more bombs. If the target still isn't dead after that, they will have to chase after him. They can't let him escape. Otherwise, it will only attract more enemies. The boy reminded the two that the target wasn't even afraid of bombs and an avalanche. Will they be able to defeat him? Hearing the question, the girl patted his brother on the back and asked what he was afraid of. His ability was practically invincible in the snow. As the scene shifted back to the mini watchtower, Han Feng slouched in the wooden chair, exhausted. The bombardments had finally stopped, and if he hadn't strengthened the building in time, he would have been taking a permanent nap as a disfigured body parts. Han Feng got up, placed a hand on the window, and questioned himself what he should do next. Should he initiate and bring the fight to them even though he will be facing 3 superhumans? And if he were to choose the other option and run back home, they would probably be bombarding his villa region every freaking day. At this point, Han Feng had no choice but to think of a way to get rid of them. For the sake of a peaceful and carefree future he'd envisioned, nothing was more important. With his decision made, Han Feng spared no time formulating a plan, illustration and all. He knew there was a snowfield in the front section of the dam with hills on both sides. His enemy was a team of 3, and they all possessed special abilities. Everything the girl touches turns into a bomb, but Han Feng believes that the buildings that he'd strengthened should be able to defend against it. The woman, on the other hand, can produce powerful energy waves, and she can use it from a long range. This makes her slightly dangerous than the girl. However, the most dangerous one of the 3 was still the boy who can literally create avalanches. If he controls the snow from far away, he can just directly bury Han Feng and the dam altogether. If only Han Feng could proficiently use his rifle to hit a target from far away, then his means of long-range attacks wouldn't be so lacking. Obviously, he wasn't a professional sniper, and if the distance was too far, he probably won't be able to hit the target. If those 3 decide to hide on the hillsides of the dam, he won't be able to discover them in time too. Han Feng folded his arms and lets out a heavy sigh, contemplating on what other methods he could use to get rid of them. Should he try setting a trap on their usual path? But what's their usual path anyway? And besides, they had someone who could control ice and snow, so a trap might not be that effective. Perhaps he can lure them to the lower level of the dam, then open the gate to release the water deep underneath the frozen surface. If he managed to pull this off, he was confident his target won't be able to escape then. Han Feng made his way outside, then on top of the dam, and as he began to inspect the practical aspect in carrying out his plan, he pondered on how to lure his target to the lower level of the dam. If he were to go down there to lure them in, then who would open the gate? The gate was way too big, at least 7 meters tall. And from the limited knowledge he knew, he was aware of the fact that when fishing in the North Pole, the ice layer was around 2 meters thick, and judging from the height of the dam, the water underneath the ice and snow should be higher than the gate, right? Anyway, since he was unsure, it was better to just check it out. Han Feng used his red glow to melt the massive snow from the hangar where he stood. With the snow out of the way, he got a clear view of the gate below. Since his entire plan was banging on the hope that the water underneath the ice and snow was higher than the gate, Han Feng decided to weaken just a tiny portion of the gate to see whether any water would flow out. If none doesn't, then he was obviously screwed. Han Feng switched to the purple glow, and released just enough for it to trail down a corner of the massive gate until it eventually gathered at a section at the base. A few seconds later, that section at the base softened enough for the water pressure on the other side to force its way through. Seeing this, he quickly switched to his green glow and repaired that section. Han Feng was ecstatic, relieved and amazed that there was water. Now, everything was set, and all Han Feng needed to do was to wait patiently. If he managed to lure his target to the lower level, it would be a sure victory. It didn't take long for the woman and the 2 kids to roll in. They stop at a remote area close to the dam. The woman, Zhang Ruoqing, used her abilities to track Han Feng's location inside the second mini watchtower. The girl, Zixi, wanted to bomb it immediately, but Zhang Ruoqing stopped her. She wanted Yuani, the boy, to make the first move by burying their target under a pile of snow. But if Han Feng still managed to survive and try to escape, she can then have at it. Zixi reluctantly agreed as Yuani crouched down from where he stood. He placed both hands in the snow, and in less than a second, an avalanche began to take shape. It gradually snowballed into something massive, mimicking the previous one just a few hours ago. and it didn't take long for it to swallow the mini watchtowers, including the one Han Feng was in when it snowballed downhill. Just like earlier, Han Feng used his purple and green glow to continuously harden the walls, which were directly taking the full force of the avalanche. Han Feng grinned with a knowing smile as the three announced their presence in a spectacular fashion. Everything quieted down the moment the snowslide stopped, and Han Feng immediately used his red glow to remove the snow blocking his view. With that out of the way, he set up his sniper rifle, positioned himself to feel comfortable, and started searching for his target. It didn't take long for him to spot the three in his tactical scope. Han Feng first took aim at Zhang Ruoqing and fired without hesitation. A sharp sound was heard as the bullet whizzed through the air like a comet, heading straight at its target. Before the three could even grasp what had just happened, the bullet suddenly hit an invisible energy barrier, got deflected, and hit a nearby tree. The tree shook violently as the three instinctively turned their heads in that direction. Multiple sizzling shots were fired immediately after. But as all the bullets ricochet off the energy barrier, the three grew more confident and charged forward without hesitation. Since the avalanche wasn't able to destroy the building Han Feng was in, Zhang Ruoqing can only rely on Zixi for their next assault. Han Feng watched the three charged in his direction through his binoculars and was pleased. He had been waiting for them to make this exact move for some time now, and now he can proceed forward with his plan. He left the window, picked up the items he'd already devised, and tied them on his back. Then, using the wooden table he'd flipped to the side, he got the needed height to make his way to the roof of the mini watchtower. With the help of the wooden chair, Han Feng was able to successfully climb the table, crouch on top of it, and use his red glow to make a hole large enough to make his way on top of the mini watchtower. Out in the open, his next step was to antagonize them. So, thinking of all the vulgarities he can come up with after racking his brain, Han Feng loudly let them all out in a torrent. The three halted in their tracks very abruptly with an incredulous look on their faces when they heard everything Han Feng was spouting. And although whatever he said got heavily censored, it was blatantly obvious that he didn't hold back. Zixi was totally pissed off at this point, and was ready to obliterate Han Feng out of existence. But when she tried to raise her bazooka to take aim, she was surprised to find it missing. Zhang Ruoqing had already snatched it away from her without her knowledge, and the way she was practically shaking all over made Zixi and Yuani do a double take. The two had never seen her this pissed off as she cursed Han Feng profusely for calling her a run-through floozy. She fired the bazooka, then topped it off with her energy blast, wrecking the entire building to the ground. Suddenly, a figure parachuted out of the destruction and called Zhang Ruoqing a damned uggo, then mocked her as someone who was unable to clean after herself. The three watched as the figure descended below, declaring his intention to return so they should wait patiently. At this point, Zhang Ruoqing was infuriated beyond reason. All she sees was red, and she vows to kill Han Feng with her own hands. She grabbed Zixi and Yuani and descended below without a second thought. The moment they fell into the trap and made their way below, Han Feng, who had been hiding at the hangar all along, released his purple glow. As it trailed down a corner of the massive gate, he said his farewell to the three. The massive iron gate softened and the water pressure on the other side forced its way through. And just like that, a large amount of water gushed out like a leaky faucet. However, Han Feng wasn't satisfied. He deduced that one gate wasn't enough, so he needed to open a few more. In less than no time, he successfully managed to open 3 additional gates. Surprising enough, the pressure didn't drop as the water began to flood the entire channel. As for Zhang Ruoqing and the 2 kids, they chased the decoy aggressively, which led them a bit afar from the dam. They eventually caught up when it landed. But the moment Zixi tried to engage, Zhang Ruoqing stopped her, no longer blinded by rage. She used her superpower to confirm no fluctuation of abilities over where the decoy just landed, meaning their target wasn't there. Yuani was the first to hear a strange sound from behind and question what it was. But the very moment he turned to have a look, an unbelievable amount of water was heading towards them like a tsunami. They instinctively panicked, and although none of them knew how this sudden flood was possible, it didn't take a genius to know they've walked into a trap. Zhang Ruoqing instructed Yuani to use his abilities to move them away quickly. So he placed his hands on the snow, and a pillar made of ice and snow a few meters high erected underneath their feet. They remained on top as Yuani managed to ski it forward. Unfortunately, the flood was faster and soon caught up to them. Zhang Ruoqing used her energy barrier to shield them and instructed Yuani to move faster, but their current speed was the best he could manage. And besides, the surrounding snow had all been melted. There was not enough snow to use. Their situation turned extremely dire as the ice and snow pillar underneath them shatters after melting for a while, plunging them straight into the flood in a blink of an eye. But Zhang Ruoqing made a split-second decision before any of this could happen. She grabbed the collar of Yuani and the arm of Zishi, used her energy barrier to form a bubble around them before the flood inevitably outrun and completely submerged them, sweeping them away with the current with no trace behind. As of now, it looks like they've drowned. Han Feng stood on top of a hangar and watched how everything unfolded through his binoculars. It's a bit regrettable that his view was cut short by the hills, so he couldn't see the situation downstream. Nonetheless, he could confidently confirm his plan as a success, because even if the three didn't drown, they would freeze to death. Now, he can be at ease and go back to the cave to destroy all the cannons. Then his beautiful carefree days will be back in business. As he traversed through the snow, he fantasized on how it would be great if he could travel through it as if it was a flat land. With one slow step after the other, it didn't take long for him to make it back to the cave's location. And for protection, he armed himself with a semi-automatic rifle he picked up from one of the dead soldiers. Han Feng slowly approached the entrance of the cave with extreme caution. As he was about to enter, he reassured himself that there shouldn't be anyone inside, which is technically the case if he's going with his intuition. Han Feng hopes that there wouldn't be a group of soldiers who would suddenly appear out of nowhere and riddle his body with bullets. He activated his purple glow and extended it to take out the two cannons which were near the entrance. Enveloped with the purple glow, the two cannons became a puddle of metal. Han Feng stared at the sight and wondered if the cannons might explode after they melt. If they did, they might attract others and things would get troublesome. It seems he would just have to ignore the shells if there's no cannons. After all, the shells would be useless anyway. After dealing with the cannons at the entrance, Han Feng headed inside the cave, amazed at such a military facility as he kept wondering what could be inside. His eyes widened at the first sight he encountered. About a half a dozen cannons were arranged neatly on both sides of the cave with numerous artillery shells placed beside them. Han Feng was stunned as to how massive the cannons were. They were significantly bigger than the ones placed at the entrance. Luckily, the earlier bombardment at his hillside was from the mortars outside. However, if these huge weapons with its massive shells were to be used against him, then that's a level of calamity he definitely can't survive even if he hides in his new basement. And no matter how many times he strengthened the villa, it will still be blown to smithereens in an instant. These huge weapons felt like a noose around Han Feng's neck, and he couldn't allow this kind of threat to still exist. So he melted all of them without a second thought. He wiped the beads of sweat on his forehead, feeling a little at ease and quite proud of himself when he was done. But to his astonishment, there were actually so much supplies deep inside the cave, probably enough to equip a military troop. It's no wonder those group of soldiers tried so hard, even dying in the process, to get this base back. Obviously, Han Feng can't take all of these supplies with him, especially the firearms, and it's such a pity to leave them there. However, if someone else were to get their hands on them, it could end badly real quick. If only Glass's girl was there, she would be able to store everything inside her alternate dimension. And such a sight would be truly beautiful to see. Just imagining it even got Han Feng excited for no reason. He decided to go back to get Glass's girl. After all the supplies in the cave, from his perspective, will be safer in his hands than anyone else. So with that decided, he left the cave. But as soon as he did, several tiny rocks suddenly fell in front of him out of nowhere. Han Feng saw hands imprinted on them and immediately realized they've been turned into explosives. They detonated with a loud bang, creating a cloud of smoke. This kind of ability evidently belongs to Zishi, and if she was alive, the chances of Zhang rewatching and Yuani surviving the flood was also a sure thing. The three stood directly on top of the cave's entrance as Zishi mocks Han Feng for trying to kill them. Now, he was going to feel just how painful it is when he's blown to bits. Pleased with herself, she turned her head in Zhang Ruoqing's direction and asked her big sister to check if Han Feng was dead. Zhang Ruoqing closed her eyes and placed a finger on her forehead. When she opened her eyes, the expression on her face was that of shock. The moment the rocks exploded in a spectacular fashion, the semi-automatic rifle in Han Feng's hands got triggered and started firing uncontrollably, hitting the cave walls. Han Feng had retreated inside the cave as the dusty smoke starts to clear, totally enveloped with his green and purple glow. The way the rocks just exploded was actually terrifying, scaring him a little bit. But luckily for him, he was able to strengthen every fabric around him, making his clothes almost indestructible. This obviously saved his life. Otherwise, he would have definitely become a charred steak by now. Anyway, since the explosive rocks came directly from above, he deduced the three must be above the cave as well. He approached the walls at the entrance of the cave with his red glow already activated. A bit annoyed, he cursed and placed his hands on the walls. Those three shouldn't think for a second that just because they were able to ambush him while hiding, there was nothing he could do and would let it slide. The red glow quickly spread out and soon covered the entire entrance walls of the cave. It didn't take long for the walls to show cracks as tiny rocks began to fall off. Meanwhile, Zhang Ruoqing had felt the sudden increase in Han Feng's energy fluctuations from below and immediately knew that something was wrong. But it was too late at this point. The cracks had already become too massive that the red glow could even be seen underneath their feet. The structure shook and collapsed simultaneously, plummeting the three below before they even realized what was going on. Zhang Ruoqing, as always, managed to grab the two kids and cushion their fall before they could sustain any major injuries, even though their landing was still a bit painful. Zishi landed hardly on her butt while Yuani literally landed on his face. Zhang Ruoqing, who landed flatly on a huge rock, told the two to get up and run like their lives depended on it. Their enemy was right upon them. Han Feng took aim as the three tried their best to rush out of the cave as fast as they could. Since he wasn't an accurate shooter, Han Feng didn't target any of them specifically and started emptying his magazine. A bullet managed to hit Zhang Ruoqing in the leg, which caused her to stumble and fall. The two kids, on the other hand, were lucky and managed to climb the huge rocks in time, but fell on the other side of the cave's entrance with another painful landing. Zhang Ruoqing pleaded for Han Feng to wait, then surrendered seconds after. There was a brief silence between the two, and Han Feng was a bit skeptical. His gun was aimed at her when Zishi showed up and demanded for Han Feng to release her. Seeing Zishi made Han Feng recall the explosive power of those rocks she threw his way. Although they were quite strong, he still has his strengthened jacket to defend against it. Anyway, Han Feng was quick to notice that they were in a stalemate. If he were to shoot Zhang Ruoqing, then he might not be able to defend himself against Zishi's explosive rocks in time. And if he chooses to shoot Zishi instead, he would be wide open and attacked by Zhang Ruoqing's energy blast. On top of that, he also needed to keep an eye for a possible ambush from Yuani. Han Feng told the two that if he's being honest, there was no enmity between them. As long as they stopped bombarding his hillside villa, they could totally get along in peace. Zhang Ruoqing was clueless as to what hillside villa Han Feng was referring to, but Zishi, the one responsible for this misunderstanding, was stunned to realize what she had unknowingly caused. She asked Han Feng if he happens to be staying at the hillside villa he just mentioned. But this question only managed to piss Han Feng off. Like seriously, what the fuck did she think? If he wasn't being bombarded by lunatics like them every single fucking day, why would he bother dragging his ass over to this remote place to check out the situation? Did she think he likes the freaking non-ending weather and made his way there for a spring excursion or something? Zhang Ruoqing got the gist of the situation and turned in Zishi's direction. She asked her why she kept bombarding Han Feng's hillside villa every chance she got. Zishi, at this moment, was like a child caught stealing a candy. She stated her reason was quite dumb actually. To her, it simply felt good blowing things up, especially those hillside villas, and she felt uncomfortable not blowing things up every single day. Also, whenever she thinks of all those rich people who used to own and stayed in those villas, she just wants to bombard them more. Han Feng was incredulous. Was this little girl fucked up in the head? Anyway, now that the misunderstanding related to the bombardments had been cleared, Zhang Ruoqing asked Han Feng if he was truly not related to the soldiers that ambushed them earlier. This question only made Han Feng throw a fit, telling the lady to look at his appearance. Did he look anything like those soldiers they fucked over into meat paste? Zhang Ruoqing then asked why Han Feng suddenly showed up at the same time as them. To this, Han Feng just gave an awkward laugh and told her if she would believe him if he says it was just a coincidence, and he actually happens to be passing by. This time around, the brief silence was stretched till it became awkward. Zhang Ruoqing started crying as she apologized to Han Feng. It seems everything had been a huge misunderstanding. Han Feng wasn't buying her bullshit tears, and if she thinks just because she's crying, he will suddenly forgive them, then she's sadly mistaken. However, the reason she was apparently in tears was because her leg hurts. The scene shifts shortly after, and in one of the many rooms in the cave, Zishi treated her big sister's bullet injury, while Han Feng still had his firearm aimed at them. Yuani, on the other hand, was fast asleep without a care. Han Feng noticed that Zhang Ruoqing was way too calm when the bullet was being removed. If it was him, he would be screaming from the pain. Zishi was also very experienced with handling a bullet injury, and this made Han Feng conclude that their background wasn't as simple as it might seem. With her bullet injury treated, Zhang Ruoqing sat up properly and thanked Han Feng for forgiving their recklessness. They completely accept the suggestion he just made. Apparently, Han Feng had suggested a truce. They were to stop bombarding his hillside villa from that point forth, and he, in turn, won't disturb them any longer. Zishi wasn't exactly pleased with this new arrangement, but it wasn't like she had a choice since she was the person responsible for this entire mess. Anyway, to show their sincerity, Zhang Ruoqing added that as long as Han Feng needs supplies, He's more than welcome to take any of the resources in the cave. Zishi strongly disagrees to this. They were the ones who managed to steal everything inside the cave, so why should they give it to Han Feng? Zhang Ruoqing just gave her a stern look and told her to kneel down properly. If it wasn't for her being bored and bombarding Han Feng's hillside villa, will they have such a misunderstanding? Will she have gotten hurt? Zishi apologized and added that she was wrong. Zhang Ruoqing's attention shifted back to Han Feng with a polite smile. She also apologized on Zishi's behalf. She was being childish and was insensible, so she hoped Han Feng can forgive her just this once. Han Feng was genuinely baffled as to how this lady changed her demeanor so quickly, but what was seriously bugging him was how she seems to always know his location. He really wants to know how she did it. Zhang Ruoqing agrees to explain. However, since they've already reconciled, she would prefer if Han Feng lowered his gun. Zishi was fully on board with this request, but Han Feng wasn't having it. He still doesn't trust them. The two were a bit speechless with Han Feng's unwillingness to compromise. Regardless, she proceeds to explain as a way to build some form of trust. Zhang Ruoqing explains that it is actually a kind of superpower technique, and if Han Feng wants to learn, she can teach him. Han Feng was skeptical and a bit puzzled, so she went into details. Before the abnormal climate started, there were already people who possessed supernatural abilities, and they obviously called them superpowers. A superhuman emits fluctuations that are similar to a magnetic field, so as long as a person can sense these waves, they can determine the rough location of the superhuman. The two chatted for some time until Han Feng roughly knew how to sense superpower fluctuations of others. Since superpowers can grow stronger based on proficiency, Han Feng asked if it was possible to awaken new superpowers. Zhang Ruoqing replied thoughtfully based on what she knew. Thus, different kinds of superpower were not compatible, and one person could only have one kind of superpower. This got Han Feng's attention instantly. After all, his superpowers were the red, green, and purple glow. And according to Zhang Ruoqing's explanation, he has 3 kinds of superpowers. Han Feng wondered why he might be different as he mulled over what he just learned. It looks like he has to find some time to properly do some research. Han Feng got up and lowered his gun. He introduced himself as Zhang Ruoqing did the same. The two shook on it when Han Feng added that he was a normal office worker before the never-ending shitstorm happened. Zhang Ruoqing, in turn, replied that she was previously a teacher. She hopes they can cooperate well as of now. And since Han Feng had finally lowered his gun, there was something regarding the previous matter where he called her a run-through floozy and a damned uggo. How does Han Feng like to explain himself? Fuck, he had forgotten about that. Han Feng was in a bit of a pickle as the past came back to bite him in the ass. Zishi, on the other hand, was excited that her big sister hadn't planned on letting Han Feng off that easy all along, and apparently, she had imprinted her hand everywhere inside the room, turning the entire space into one massive explosive trap, waiting to be detonated. So what's she supposed to do? Blow the entire place up? Han Feng first tried to bluff his way out, asking the two if they're planning on dying together with him. Because if they were, then he's sorry to disappoint them that it wouldn't work. Their previous explosions can confirm that he wouldn't be injured, so do they think he would be scared? Inwardly, Han Feng believed that if there really were explosions all around him, he would probably be heavily injured even if he doesn't die. Zhang Ruoqing told Han Feng not to misunderstand. They have already reached an agreement for cooperation. She just wants him to explain the vicious curses he threw at her earlier. Han Feng tried to pull his hand away, but Zhang Ruoqing grasped it tightly. Then he feigned having no recollection of the vicious curses she was talking about. Han Feng scratched the back of his head and started flattering her, stating that someone like her who's graceful and wise, gentle and beautiful, radiant and brilliant, was the dream of all men. It must have been a misunderstanding. Flustered, Zhang Ruoqing questioned why Zishi had activated her ability. She shouldn't try to hurt Han Feng because he was an ally. Hearing this, Zishi was annoyed that they couldn't nuke Han Feng's ass. He was a stinky man, and shouldn't think that she will forgive him just because he praised her big sister a little. Han Feng quickly started flattering her also, saying she was so lively and adorable, innocent and romantic, which made her incredibly cute. Zishi's hostility did a quick 180 as she informs Han Feng for having good eyesight at least. But he should know that she won't be easily tricked by his flowery speech, even though he does indeed seems like a good guy. So for that, she won't continue to pursue his previous rude behavior. Han Feng and Zhang Ruoqing were both surprised about how Zishi was incredibly easy to persuade. Yuani was still fast asleep when Han Feng decided to take his leave. He will bring someone over for some of the resources in a few days and hopes they don't have any issue with it. The fuel for the generator at the villa was running out and needed to be replenished. Zhang Ruoqing's response and demeanor suddenly turned seductive. She informs Han Feng that he could do whatever he wants from where they were. Besides, it's already nightfall, so why doesn't he rest for the night and leave the next day? Hearing this, Han Feng scratched the back of his head nervously and comments on how she had planned things more thoroughly. But it's unclear whether he would have taken her on the offer before Zixi interrupted him, questioning with a furious gaze whether Han Feng plans on staying for the night. Han Feng quickly bolted out the door, informing them that he had some matters to handle at home. With Han Feng gone, Zixi wanted to know why her big sister didn't tell him about the matter they discovered regarding superpowers. Jiang Ruoqing simply replies that if she were to tell Han Feng about it now, then they would lose the leverage of him asking them for a favor in the future. She turned her attention towards Yuanyi and informed him that Han Feng was gone, so he can stop pretending to be asleep. Yuanyi immediately wakes up and stated that he hates talking to strangers. Jiang Ruoqing questioned him if there's been any changes to his body since he used his ability multiple times during the course of the day. Before he could give a reply, Zixi rushed over and started checking all over his body. She even went as far as stripping him but naked, before announcing whatever she was looking for was growing on his butt. Jiang Ruoqing tells Yuanyi that he's lucky it's on his butt, but for their own safety, they shouldn't use their abilities too much in the future. The scene outside shows that the snowstorm was still as shitty as always, and as Han Feng traversed through it, he feels extremely tired all of a sudden. There was also an intense pain in his chest like he was having a heart attack. Han Feng clutches his chest as he wonders what's going on. It's like he can't even catch his breath, and the pain is so uncomfortable. After dragging his body halfway up the hillside to his villa, he couldn't take it anymore. This won't do. Luckily enough, he recalls a hidden CCTV ahead. Han Feng spots the device with ease and starts waving his hand, frantically asking for help. The camera showed no indication that there was someone watching on the other side. Yet still, he continued to wave his hand, hoping he would be noticed. The living room of the villa was eerie quiet, and as the scene cuts to Nurse Jean and Glasses Girl, the two were fast asleep in their respective rooms. Since it was so late in the night, Han Feng deduced correctly that the two were asleep. So by the time they would notice what had happened to him, he would probably be dead. He was surely done for this time around. A strange transparent layer appeared on his heart as he drops to his knees, still clutching his chest. The pain was so intense that he soon falls to the ground and passes out. When Han Feng slowly opens his eyes and gradually regains his sight, he saw a blurry figure reaching for him. Han Feng's body instinctively reacted before he could even grasp the situation he was in, and in doing so, he fell off the bed he was in. It was then that he realized that he was back at the villa, specifically his room. As he wondered how, he also noticed that he was completely naked. Han Feng quickly ducks under the covers of his blanket and asked why he was naked. Glasses Girl remained silent and Nurse Jean was preoccupied in that moment. When she was done, she explained that she suddenly got hungry in the middle of the night and happens to see the CCTV screen when she came out looking for food. That was when she saw him lying unconscious in the snow, so she went down the hill and carried him back. And to help him quickly recover his body temperature, she removed all his clothes. Han Feng's body doesn't seem to have any injuries, so Nurse Jean asked him why he fainted at the bottom of the hill. Han Feng doesn't know either. He simply recalls having a sudden pain in his chest. Everything after that was a blur. Han Feng then narrated everything he encountered during his trip down the hill. After hearing him out, Nurse Jean wondered thoughtfully if it might be because of the cold weather or overworking, thus triggering angina. Glasses Girl gave Han Feng a thumbs up and called him awesome for being able to fight against 3 superhumans by himself. However, since he's also someone chosen by the Evil King's true eye, it's expected. Han Feng was annoyed that she was more concerned about trivial details instead of his health. But then he remembers the arrangement he'd made back at the cave. He informs her that she will follow him back there to obtain some resources. Hearing this, Glasses Girl attributed it as another campaign for their great evil king. Nurse Jean interrupted the two and gave Han Feng a stern look, informing him that he needed bed rest to avoid cardiac load. He also needs to take an ECG test daily until his medical assessment stabilizes. Nurse Jean then warns Glasses Girl not to disturb Han Feng for the next couple of days. So for the next 5 days under Nurse Jin's care, Han Feng pretty much recovered completely. In the sauna room, Han Feng was busy trying the superhuman tracking technique with little to no success. Glasses Girl reminds him that he had already been trying this technique for a few days now. Maybe he has long been abandoned by the Evil King's true eye. On the verge of a breakthrough, Han Feng needed to focus, so he told Glasses Girl to pipe down. That's when he sensed Nurse Jean in another room and wondered what she was doing in such a weird posture. Nurse Jean, who was currently using the washroom, felt strange. She felt like there was someone staring at her. Han Feng finally realized the perks of using the technique and praised it as divine. The scene cuts back to the military cave, and it seems a path had been cleared at the entrance. As the three made their way outside, Zhang Ruoqing initially thought Han Feng would return very quickly, but it's already been 8 days. Now, the three were waiting patiently for Han Feng's arrival. In that moment, Zhang Ruoqing sensed the fluctuations of 2 other superhumans beside Han Feng and informs the 2 kids. Zixi was shocked and thought it was impossible, but Yuanyi was unbothered. Since they were not fighting them, what's there to be afraid of? Han Feng and his family approached the 3 with bated breath. He greeted them and reminds Zhang Ruoqing of the reason why they came. He then properly introduced the 3 to Nurse Jean and Glasses Girl. The 2 politely offered their greetings. But the moment Zhang Ruoqing and Glasses Girl's eyes met, recognition registered between the 2. Glasses Girl quickly sat down with her back turned and stated that she shouldn't have come. Han Feng and Nurse Jean were puzzled as Zhang Ruoqing called Glasses Girl sister and questioned how she was there. This revelation shocked the rest into silence. Acting all cute and confused, Glasses Girl turned and told Zhang Ruoqing that she was mistaken. She just turned 12 this year. Zhang Ruoqing was excited as hell as she rushed towards her with wide-opened arms. Did her sister take her to be blind? Or did she not care about how worried she was when she suddenly disappeared from the research institute? As the 2 brawled playfully like kids, Zhang Ruoqing learned that her sister ditched her without any farewell to chase a dream of basically becoming a sloth. Glasses Girl asked for help, but the group were preoccupied at the moment, wondering how the 2 knew each other. However, the baffled expression on their faces showed that none of them had any clue. Back inside the cave's dormitory, the 4 still couldn't hide the incredulous look on their faces as they sat opposite to the supposed sisters. And after a weird awkward silence, Han Feng was the first to ask the obvious question, wanting to know if the 2 were really sisters. It was at this moment that we finally learned the name of Glasses Girl to be Qiuqiu. Zhang Ruoqing explained that Qiuqiu was her non-blood related sister from different parents. This revelation stunned the crowd of 4 into further shock, their gasps highlighting their disbelief even more. Zhang Ruoqing further explained that she was an orphan and was adopted when she was 11 years old. So Qiuqiu became her elder sister. They were inseparable back then, much closer than real sisters. Han Feng and Zixi rushed the 2 with the same question, wanting Zhang Ruoqing to confirm what she just said. Because no matter how they look at it, she should be the elder sister. Zhang Ruoqing gave a heavy sigh, already expecting this sort of reaction. After all, it was normal for anyone to misunderstand since her sister looks so small and adorable. But she's actually a year older than her. She even showed a photo of them when they were young. The moment the 2 saw the photo, Zixi started gushing about how cute and adorable they were, while Han Feng comments on how ridiculous Glasses Girl was. There was basically no difference from how she looked then and now. Also, if she's 21 years old, that means Zhang Ruoqing is only 20 years old. Han Feng couldn't help but notice how she grew up so fast. Zixi pointed at the 2 and laughed hysterically at the sight. Rather than sisters, the 2 look more like mother and daughter. She thought it was so funny until she saw the murderous look from the younger sister. Zhang Ruoqing then questioned her sister if she knew what happened after she left the research institute. Glasses Girl had no clue and wanted to know, but before Zhang Ruoqing could say anything else, she stared at Han Feng suspiciously. Han Feng urged her to just speak freely, but as he wondered why she suddenly stared at him like that, he realized that she didn't want him to hear about what she was going to say. Han Feng took the hint and told Nurse Jean to follow him. They were going to explore the cave to find any useful resources they might need. But before the 2 could leave the room, Glasses Girl got up and declared that the 2 shouldn't leave if they don't want to. After all, they were also companions chosen by the evil king's true eye, so they deserved to know about these matters related to her as well. Since Glasses Girl had made her decision, Han Feng showed a satisfied smile and agreed to stay, while Nurse Jean apologized for any inconvenience the 2 sisters might have for sharing their story. Zhang Ruoqing sighed heavily as she gave in to her sister's request, then briefly recounted everything that happened. She informs her that their research succeeded, but their professor got killed. Then the research institute got destroyed soon after. Han Feng finds the story to be way too brief. The very first sentence already had so much information, yet he couldn't make any sense of it. Anyway, Zhang Ruoqing was surprised to find out that her sister already knew. And although she was a little curious as to how, she also added that there were factions in the city capturing superhumans, and if they had revealed their identities, they might come after them. Surprised yet again, her sister already knew this as well. Then, in an almost desperate way, like she was eager to explain something her sister wouldn't know about, Zhang Ruoqing showed her the crystals grown around her neck, and informed the group that if a superhuman overused their abilities, the side effect crystals will grow on their body. However, they've been fortunate enough to have found a method to remove the crystals. Glasses Girl stared without any hint of surprise, and to her sister's dismay, she points in Han Feng's direction, and calmly tells her that the same thing grew on the clueless evil king's True Eyes disciple's heart a few days ago, but she helped him by removing them. Han Feng, visibly shocked out of his earlier thoughtful remark, wanted to know if Glasses Girl was really serious about something like that actually happening to him. How the hell wasn't he informed? Glasses Girl had no reply, and from the looks of it, it seems Nurse Jean was aware of this as well. On the other hand, Zhang, watching with a disappointed expression, realized that her sister might also know about the technique that allows superhumans to sense the fluctuation of other superhumans. Even though Glasses Girl replied that she didn't know, her sister refuses to believe this. Rather, she believes Glasses Girl is just saying that to comfort her. But she doesn't need to. It's impossible for her not to know about such a simple technique since she'd always been the genius of the two. Glasses Girl reiterate that she truly didn't know, and since her sister is just as capable as she is, she can teach her. Han Feng, still freaking out of his mind, cut in with his no-nonsense attitude, and told the two to stop talking in riddles. Can't they speak clearly without being all cryptic and shit? They need to start explaining themselves from the very beginning without their usual BS riddles. The two sisters questioned skeptically if Han Feng really wanted to know what he's asking. It was a hellish story if they were to start from the very beginning, so once again, was he sure? Han Feng replied that he was. After all, this was his opportunity to learn more about Glasses Girl. At that time, Zhang Ruoqing was 18, graduating with her degree, while her sister, with a year older than her, was also graduating with her master's degree. They were famous for being beautiful and genius researchers. Han Feng thought of how unrealistic that sounds, but said nothing as she continued. Anyway, 2 years ago, the research institute accidentally found a superhuman who was sealed within an ice due to her superpower. And a year later, they also unexpectedly gained superpowers, but then Glasses Girl suddenly disappeared. Then, at the beginning of this current year, the research institute succeeded in their man-made superhuman project. But a few months later, the professor responsible for the superpower research was murdered inside the women's bathroom. The professor dying in the women's bathroom piqued Han Feng and Nurse Jin's interest, but Zhang Ruoqing didn't elaborate on that matter. She continued that other researchers involved also started to either go missing or get murdered. And in the end, the research institute got destroyed, but the three of them managed to escape using their superpowers. Deep in thought, Han Feng wondered if the people who were after their technology wanted to monopolize it. Hence why they were killing everyone related to it, and even destroyed the research building. Surprisingly, from the information Zhang Ruoqing had gathered, there's an organization in the city called the Base, who had gathered quite a few superhumans. She suspects them to be the people responsible for the assassinations. Hearing about the Base made Han Feng wondered if they were the same one he faced a few months ago. Also, if the group of soldiers were the ones she fought earlier, then she might, at the very least, captured one of them as a prisoner for intel. Zhang Ruoqing spoke regrettably that they hadn't. They only managed to capture a minor captain, but from what he told them, he wasn't someone from the base, but from the uprising volunteer group. Han Feng, visibly shocked, questioned if he heard it right. Zishi cut in at this moment, stating that the prisoner once helped an entire neighborhood get through a disaster, but he was captured afterwards by the uprising volunteer group and became cannon fodder. Yuani agreed, adding that the prisoner also looked so cultured, refined, and very sophisticated. Anyone can tell he's a good person just by looking at him. Han Feng was left a bit confused because shit wasn't adding up. From what he'd experienced and heard, capturing people to use as cannon fodder was what Scarface and his base does, not the uprising volunteer group. And besides, Li Zi and the others weren't capable of doing such a thing. Also, how could the people from the uprising volunteer group look cultured and refined? They mostly comprises of gangsters after all. Han Feng wanted to know where this prisoner was, and where he was being held captive. It didn't take long for Zishi to lead Han Feng to the holding area in the cave where this sophisticated captive was held. She pointed to the prisoner in question, wanting to ask some questions, and surprise, surprise, this person turned out to be none other than the infamous glasses man, Zhang Xueyo. In response, Zhang Xueyo said he'd already told them everything that he knew. So when were they going to release him? He also added that the uprising volunteer group captured him and his friends, and for the sake of their survival, they could only obey their orders. He was actually a victim in all this meaningless violence. Glasses Man had his head lowered this entire time, so he didn't notice Han Feng's presence until he spoke up. He mocked the two-faced, conniving bastard about how he didn't expect the prisoner to be his sorry ass. So Glasses Man was a minor captain now. Then it seems his congratulations should be in order. Silent all of a sudden, Glasses Man just realized how screwed he was. Han Feng couldn't help taking a jab at the so-called great philanthropist of the icy apocalypse. Didn't he lead his little minions away from happy community for a better life? Where are they? And why was he locked up in a holding cell in the basement of a remote cave? Zishi was shocked to realize the two knew each other as Glasses Man replied Han Feng. To be honest, he also didn't expect Han Feng to be here of all places. Back then, for the sake of saving more people, he had no choice but to try to force Han Feng to hand over his resources. Glasses Man wasn't asking Han Feng to forgive him, but hopes he can understand. Han Feng, with his arms folded in disgust, was actually annoyed with this twisted logic. He questioned if it was his fault for not giving up his resources. Glasses Man gestured that he had been completely misunderstood about what he meant. Han Feng prioritizing his own safety in that situation was completely understandable, just like how he was left with no choice but to prioritize his own. Han Feng gave him a cold stare that basically highlighted that Glasses Man wasn't fooling him, so he should just quit with the acting. Besides, didn't he leave together with the people from the base organization, so why was he now pretending to be someone from the uprising volunteer group? He took out his handgun and pointed it at Glasses Man's head. This immediately shut him up as Zishi comes to terms with what she just heard. The supposed sophisticated prisoner was actually in collusion with their enemy this entire time. She got furious that Glasses Man lied to them. Glasses Man sighed heavily, as if the situation was nothing but an inconvenient misunderstanding once again. Technically, he hadn't lied. However, the entire situation was rather a long story, so he chose to skip some irrelevant details. It's true that he did join the base organization initially and was appointed as a minor captain. However, when their team was trying to encircle the uprising volunteer group, they got ambushed by them, which led to their surrender and their inevitable cooperation instead. Also, not long ago, the uprising volunteer group sent people to impersonate soldiers to try to take over this very underground storage. He was unfortunate to be one of them, but they were defeated very quickly and got captured. At this point, Han Feng just let the scheming fucker lay it out thick. He even urged him to continue with his bullshitting when he was done. But Glasses Man just gave him a helpless look and stated that there was nothing he could do when Han Feng had already chosen not to believe him. Suddenly, he was grabbed by the hair and smashed face first into the iron bars. Han Feng wasn't in the mood for his manipulating act. This is crappy, and he wasn't one of those retarded homeowners he duped like brainless cannon fodders. Severely bruised, Glasses Man still insisted that he wasn't lying. A sudden punch hit him squarely in the face that literally sent him flying in that tiny cell of his. Han Feng didn't hold back at all, and Glasses Man, for a few moments, had to take his time to get his bearings straight. He sat up, cleaned his bleeding nose, and reiterated his earlier words that he wasn't lying. He understands that Han Feng hates his guts, and it's completely reasonable not to trust him. But everything he said was true. Han Feng was aware of his past, and he's already a captive, so for the sake of his survival, he wouldn't dare lie to the people who could end him at any moment. In that moment, Han Feng finally reached his breaking point of listening to Zhang Shui's horseshit. He racks the slide to load the chamber of his gun, and aimed at Glasses Man with a hint of finality in his voice. Han Feng gave the poor bastard one last chance to come clean. He should spill the beans about everything he knew of the base organization, and not a single lie more. Glasses Man thought Han Feng didn't have the guts to pull the trigger, because he explained that he was captured by the uprising volunteer group not long after he joined the base. So he honestly didn't know anything of importance. The very next moment, a bullet closely whizzed past his ear that made him lose his composure. Han Feng kept the gun aimed at Glasses Man, and explained that the shot fired didn't kill him because he thinks there's still some value in him. However, if he still wants to gamble with his life by spewing more lies, he's effectively branding himself as worthless. Shaking all over, Glasses Man clutched his left ear in pain as he coldly stares at Han Feng, realizing he couldn't sweet-talk his way out of this situation. A while later, Zishi praised Han Feng as the two head back to the others. According to her, Han Feng was so cool when he dealt with Glasses Man. And upon hearing this, Han Feng, flattered, remarked that she was too kind. Zishi announced their presence the very moment they entered the room, but it seems everyone heard them entering and was staring at Han Feng expectantly. Han Feng gave a slight cough to break the awkwardness, then proceed to mention that his fellow happy community folks would never guess who the captive was. The moment Han Feng mentioned the name, Zhang Shuio, the two women couldn't hide their shock. Their reaction was evident for Zhang Ruoqing to realize that they knew the prisoner. And to confirm this, her sister recounted everything to her. Zhang Ruoqing was disappointed in believing Glasses Man's lies, while Yuani mentions how he always felt that good-looking guys were shady. Han Feng continues, informing the group that Glasses Man was actually from the base organization, and how this very underground storage belongs to them. But apparently, their patrol team always gets harassed by the uprising volunteer group. That's why they're building up forces to crush them. Nurse Jean wondered if Li Zhenghao was responsible for this. But Han Feng pointed out that, according to Glasses Man, Li Zi was the current leader of the uprising volunteer group. The two women couldn't believe their ears and voiced their absolute disbelief in unison. Honestly, Han Feng didn't believe Glasses Man either, so he beat the crap out of him. Zhang Ruoqing, who had been listening and piecing things together, was surprised that the group were also familiar with the uprising volunteer group. Glasses Girl confirms this and once again filled her in on the details. After listening, she was amazed that they've actually been through a lot within just a few months. Han Feng added another intel from Glasses Man. Apparently, the base organization was currently occupying the international airport with about 1,000 soldiers. They've been searching for able people and resources throughout the entire city. The young ones were assigned to their military and provided with normal food. But the ugly women, old and dead people are secretly processed into food to the rest of the ordinary residents. Upon hearing this, Zhang Ruoqing and the two kids look like they might throw up. As they comment on how disgusting and inhumane the entire thing was, Zishi was ready to go full kamikaze and nuke them up. Han Feng noticed something odd. Nurse Jean and Glasses Girl weren't surprised at all. It was as if they already knew about this. Nurse Jean confirmed his suspicion, mentioning that Li Zhenghao already told them about this. Low-key, Han Feng was butthurt that he wasn't informed as well, forgetting that he explicitly told Li Zhenghao not to inform him about nothing concerning the base organization. He got up and warned the group that once the base was done conquering the uprising volunteer group, they could focus all their manpower on conquering this very underground storage. The villa they were hiding in wasn't far from the storage cave as well, so they might get exposed too. In order to not let the base have their way, Han Feng plans on sending some weapons and equipment to support the uprising volunteer group. He asked if the rest had any issue. Everyone, mainly Glasses Girl, was fully on board with this suggestion. Back at the artery chamber, Han Feng instructed Glasses Girl to store all the cannons and their shells in her pocket dimension. They were going to nuke those bastards to smithereens. Glasses Girl spared no time emptying the entire chamber into her alternate space, surprising the two kids. Zishi was amazed on how awesome Glasses Girl's ability was. But this was expected from her big sister's older sister. The moment Glasses Girl was done, Han Feng dragged her from one room to the next, instructing her to empty all the armory, fuel, and rations they could find. It didn't take long for Glasses Girl to complain about being full. She felt like puking, but Han Feng didn't even pay any attention to her situation. He was more concerned about what else he might have missed. Just then, a military storage box was suddenly dropped not far beside him. The item inside was about a dozen military walkie-talkies with a communication distance of 30 kilometers. Now the group could communicate freely in the future. Anyway, Glasses Girl had an issue when Han Feng tried to store the last box in her pocket space. She complained that there was no space, but Han Feng wasn't having it. Meanwhile, the situation at the uprising volunteer group was becoming worse with each passing moment. Their enemy had surrounded them. Li Zhenghao was nowhere to be found. And currently, the leader, Li Zi, seems to be unwell. Li Zi had already made it clear that he was unfit for the leadership role, but Brother Chong kept urging him that he could do it, and just needed to calm down. However, the situation just got incredibly worse when a guy rushed inside the room with a terrible news. He announced that the people from the base organization had tied some of their people to their armored vehicles as meat shield, heading right towards them as he speaks. Back outside the chilling cold, this indeed seems to be the case, as someone loudly declared that the uprising volunteer group should surrender. Otherwise, they will start shooting. They also had thermal imaging with them, so they already know where they're hiding the moment they came. Then, the barrel of the tank was suddenly aimed at a building, followed by several shots fired in rapid succession. Inside the tank, it was evidently true that the thermal imaging of the tank was working. But these base organization military were totally bluffing about knowing where the uprising volunteer group were hiding. On their way there, they hadn't seen anyone with their thermal imaging, and were even beginning to question if their enemies were really hiding nearby. Anyway, before reporting in, the other guy told the driver, his patrol partner, to stop spouting his nonsense. They were there to do what the captain ordered. So if he said the uprising volunteer group was in that area, then they must be there. He then gave a status report to their captain that the 4th squad didn't find the target. Captain Zhao, who happens to be scar-faced, issued the order for the men to follow the original plan. They were to go on the next street and continue searching. With that command issued, Scar-faced also checked the status of the 1st and 2nd squad. The 2 squads reported that they too didn't find the target. Anyway, at the back of the armored truck, a mysterious young man asked Scar-faced if he was unable to apprehend the uprising volunteer group. The guy's demeanor carried an air of superiority as he continued. Captain Zhao previously let a superhuman escape and got punished by the commanding officer. Now, he can't even deal with a bunch of normal humans. Scar-faced, visibly annoyed, calmly explained that where they currently were was an old district, so the buildings are all cluttered together, making it impossible to find the rebel group quickly. But as long as they continue to shrink down the area they're encircling, those rebel group won't be able to escape. The guy just grinned and told Scar-faced that there was no need for him to explain the situation to him. He got out of the truck and informed the two he was done playing with them. As he walks away, he lit up his cigarette with a tiny blue flame on the tip of his finger, then wished the captain the best of luck. He hopes he can complete his mission this time around. Back inside the truck, the driver questioned his captain who the arrogant guy was. However, Scar-faced simply answered that the guy wasn't human, then proceed to order all the squads to shrink down the surrounding area thoroughly. Every building and basement must be carefully checked. They all replied that they understood. Then, as the scene cuts back to the hillside of Han Feng's residence, Han Feng and Glass's girl, with the aid from Yuani, found a way to traverse through the snow very quickly. The two even had chairs to make themselves comfortable while the poor kid was used as a transportation tool. Han Feng praised him for how convenient his ability was. In less than no time, the three were already entering the city downhill. And in that moment, Yuani recalled how he was baited into his current predicament. Apparently, Han Feng traded a few of his fresh meat and vegetables for Yuani's help, deeming it a small effort on the little guy's part. Back to the present, Han Feng, using his binoculars, deduced that they would arrive at their destination once they make a left turn and cross 2 more streets up ahead. Upon arrival, the three stood at the entrance of the sewers, the exact place he and Li Zi exited a few months ago. Han Feng added that the sewers leads directly to their district, if anyone know the route. Yuani uses his abilities to help them make their way inside. Inside, Han Feng told the two to follow him closely because the sewer paths were very complicated, so it was very easy to get lost. After making their way right below the district, he warns the two of the danger ahead and to prepare for any possible ambush. The three moved cautiously until they reached where the tunnel collapsed. Han Feng used his red glow to clear the path, and although it took some time to finally clear all the fallen rocks, and eventually make it back to the underground garage of his previous residence, Han Feng never expected that a day would come where he'd be back there. Everything happened not long ago, yet it felt like a distinct memory. Glass's girl wanted to know if Han Feng had any idea where they were going to find Li Zi and the others. Han Feng didn't have any concrete location if he was being honest, because according to the intel from Glass's man, the uprising volunteer group were in the old district to the west of Xingfu district. Elsewhere an hour later, not far from their location, the rebel group had still not been found. With the base soldiers searching every building on every street, Han Feng's plan was to tail them until they find the uprising volunteer group. But it's been an hour and the soldiers hadn't made any progress. Just then, an explosion occurred not far from their location. And upon a closer look, Han Feng finally spotted Li Zi and his men ambushing the troops from the base organization, but soon realized that the ambush was rather them attacking because they've been surrounded with little possibility of escape. Brother Chong took out a megaphone and handed it over to Li Zi, who spared no time antagonizing the soldiers to dare to kill him. He then rallied his men to never surrender. Even if they die, they have to take a few down with them. Below, Scar-faced ordered his men to shoot with the intent to kill, and under no circumstance are they allowed to leave any of them alive. Upon receiving this order, the soldiers were a bit hesitant because the higher-ups want them to find the mitral that's in the hands of the uprising volunteer group. Scar-faced understood his men's hesitation and reminded them of their fellow brothers who have been sacrificed. Since the uprising volunteer group had no intention of surrendering, they can die. The soldiers, resolved with their captain's command, readied their various artilleries in the direction of the rebel group. And the very moment Scar-faced ordered them to fire, an explosion occurred directly behind them as an armored truck got attacked. Puzzled, he questioned what was going on. It was in this exact second that Han Feng and his group made their entrance, raining down dozens upon dozens of grenades like a meteor shower. He mocked the soldiers as losers and hoped to never see them again even in their next life. The numerous grenades exploded with a deafening bang one after the other until the entire street was littered with corpses and debris. With clenched teeth, Scar-faced showed a look of displeasure as he recalls the image of Han Feng. He knew Han Feng was trying to lure them away, and it was obviously to save the uprising volunteer group. Since Han Feng was a superhuman with incredible ability which could help the base immensely, Scar-faced deduced that as long as he can capture Han Feng, he would be highly valued by the commanding officer again. With these thoughts, he ordered his men to ignore the rebel group and chase after Han Feng with the intention of capturing him alive. The rest of the troops carried out their captain's order immediately, and followed the trail of the snowslide ahead of them. Scarface even took out a megaphone and tried to reason with Han Feng, informing him that his commanding officer was offering him the position of second-in-command. However, unbeknownst to Scarface and his men, they were chasing Yuani, who was a bit pissed off that Han Feng made him, a kid, responsible for luring the enemy away. He was as inhumane as the soldiers below. Apparently, Han Feng and Glasses Girl dropped off on top of a building the moment Scarface took the bait. Han Feng had to use his red glow to dig them out after the fall. They waved frantically on the rooftop to get the uprising volunteer group's attention. Then meet them halfway on the street. Li Zi, like the dramatic flair he was, couldn't stop with his exaggeration during the reunion. He cried and informed Han Feng of how he thought he was going to die for sure this time around. But he's alive now and is all thanks to his brother. Han Feng mentions the need to talk at a safe location instead of the wide-open street they currently stood. With the exception of Brother Chong, the crowd gathered were thankful and wondered who Han Feng was. Brother Chong introduced Han Feng as one of them, whereas Li Zi declared him as his brother who had been through life and death with him. Han Feng instructed the group to follow him. He had prepared something special for them. Hearing this, Li Zi couldn't hide his excitement and questioned what kind of resources his brother brought, because everyone in the group had been starving for days. Li Zi's eyes perked up when he noticed what Han Feng meant by something special. Seeing the massive howitzers sent the entire group into a state of shock. They couldn't wrap their heads around the fact that they now had cannons out of nowhere. Han Feng didn't want the group to know of Glasses Girl's abilities, so he instructed her to place them there in advance. Li Zi nodded that he understood, but to be honest, he was still reeling like the rest about having actual cannons all of a sudden. Han Feng rallied the group, telling them that it was time to counterattack. They need to crush their enemies into smithereens. Then Glasses Girl chimed in, spouting her usual nonsense until Han Feng shut her up. Li Zi called out how cool his brother was, and the others kept wondering what Glasses Girl was saying because it didn't make any lick of sense. Li Zi wanted Han Feng to hurry up and teach him how to fire the cannons. He wanted to blow those soldiers to hell. But Han Feng was curious to know why Li Zi thought he knew how to operate a freaking cannon. He figured it might come in handy, so he just brought it along. Li Zi nearly freaked out about how unreliable Han Feng was being, especially when he just declared him as cool. He then turned to the rest and asked which of them knew how to fire a cannon. Suddenly, everyone started making excuses, and from the looks of it, it wasn't hard to guess that none of them knew shit. One of them even pointed out that Li Zi might have overestimated them too much. It wasn't until a little guy raised his hand and announced that he was an artilleryman. Han Feng was skeptical. After all, it was uncommon for someone with that kind of talent to be among this group of people. The crowd started cheering and urging the little guy on. They were counting on him so he shouldn't embarrass them. Unexpectedly, instead of operating the weapon like everyone expected him to, the little guy started a whole speech about the cannon, down to the very specs and specification to which they were made. Han Feng had to shut him up. They didn't need the pointless lecture, so he should just fire it already. Pointing to a building nearby, Han Feng informs the little guy that the soldiers from the base organization were right inside that very building as they speak, so he needed to blow it up. Building and all, they need to blow everything to smithereens. Can the little guy do it? The little fatty, Li Zi and the rest were all curious, wondering how Han Feng knew their enemy were in that building. Han Feng calmly replied that he left something amazing in there for them that they can't refuse. Once they see it, he was certain they won't be able to walk away. Meanwhile, the soldiers had followed Yuani's trail to that area before they lost him. However, upon searching the buildings nearby, they've made a discovery. The soldiers led their captain inside to find dozens of barrels and boxes. A soldier explained that they've checked every box and barrel and found them all to be fuel and food. Initially, Scarface wondered who was stupid enough to hoard these kinds of supplies in a place like this. But after racking his brain, the only people he could think of was the rebel group. Scarface kept wondering if it was their storage hideout when the soldier behind him asked what they should do with the supplies. Scarface instructed his men to first check the surrounding area for traps. Once they've confirmed that it was safe, they should take everything. With supplies being really scarce at this point during the icy apocalypse. No matter where these fuel and food came from, he had no reason to pass it up. It was in this moment that a dreadful thought occurred to him like a thunderclap. With these many barrels of fuel gathered there, could they be the trap? Scarface guessed right because in that very moment, Han Feng instructed the cannons to be fired. Subsequently, all the cannons were fired simultaneously, and at the same time, Scarface and his men, who were busy carrying the supplies out of the building, heard the cannons being fired. The entire troop were caught completely off guard as explosions showered the building and its surroundings. Debris flew everywhere. Chaos and flames ensues as the building shook violently. Inside, Some of the fired shells directly hit the barrel, which targeted a massive chain of explosions. Soldiers were being blown apart, but Scarface was lucky to be trashed away like a ragdoll, crashing into a nearby wall. Scarface looked around to see flames almost everywhere in sight, and a soldier wailing in pain as he burns. His last words was how they were done for before the entire floor got engulfed in a sea of flames. As a section of the building began to crumble, the explosions didn't stop. Han Feng and his crew kept firing excessively, the cannons shaking the very ground they stood. The echoes were too loud that Han Feng couldn't even hear a word Li Zi was saying. Subsequently, Han Feng informs Li Zi that their position had already been exposed the moment they fired the cannons, and once they run out of shells, they had to move out ASAP. However, same as earlier, Li Zi also couldn't hear him. 10 minutes later, the entire building eventually collapsed under the endless bombardments. Li Zi straight up tackled Han Feng as everyone began to celebrate. One of them even comments on how satisfying it was that those bastards finally got what they deserve. They also praise Han Feng, calling him a badass. But Li Zi was hugging so tightly that he couldn't even speak. Obviously, their position had been exposed, so they should stop dawdling and use this chance to escape. Li Zi suggests they take the cannons with them, and the others agreed. But the damn thing was incredibly heavy for them to take along, let alone all of them. There's no way they could move it. And besides, it's already sunk deep into the snow. Han Feng told them to leave it behind. However, they'll plant landmines around it, just in case the base troops come looking for it. Li Zi was excited about this great idea. He immediately urged his men to hurry up and plant the landmines. As the guys plant the landmines, Han Feng curiously asked Li Zi about Director Lu. Weren't they supposed to rescue him? He wanted to know how that was going. Li Zi replied that they didn't know where Director Lu was being held. They've been capturing their men in order to collect intel lately, but so far, nothing. It's no wonder why the uprising volunteer group always attack their patrols. Anyway, Han Feng asked about the whereabouts of Li Zhenghao. He hadn't seen him since he arrived. Li Zi explains that they split up earlier and had lost contact with him recently. Hearing this, Han Feng reassured Li Zi not to worry. They'll find Li Zhenghao sooner or later. But for now, they should go back to Happy Community and rest up for a while. Li Zi was a bit skeptical about going back there, since there was practically nothing in that apartment complex worth going back for. Han Feng assured him that he'd left a lot of weapons and supplies in the apartment complex's underground parking lot. He can also guarantee that it'll be enough to get him and his men armed to the teeth. Hearing this made Li Zi start thanking Han Feng profusely with teary eyes, full of excitement. Meanwhile, somewhere within the city streets, 3 soldiers had reported back to their captain that they have found the cannons used for the bombardments earlier. Their captain, Scarfaced, was very much alive even though he'd been bandaged like a mummy, and was in a wheelchair. Hearing about the location of the cannons only managed to piss him off even more, because if he remembers correctly, he told his men to find the rebel group and blow them to pieces, not to find some empty cannons which were basically useless at this point. In that moment, the poor pissed-off bastard was so unfortunate that his wheelchair accidentally triggered one of the landmines. And upon realization, he knew there was no way he was going to survive this time around. In that brief moment, it was as if his life had flashed before his eyes, and he'd suddenly come to terms with his death. His cigar even dropped from his mouth. Then the very next second, the landmine exploded, triggering the rest and sending his sorry ass to the afterlife. Han Feng watched the explosions from afar and couldn't help smiling. Obviously, the landmines went off, and he wondered who the unlucky bastard was. Li Zi found him on the rooftop and asked what he was doing out there. Anyway, they needed to head back inside and keep drinking. The two left the rooftop after that and joined the others in the celebration. And while all this was going on, Yuani, being in a room full of strangers and noises, seemed to be having the worst time of his life. Back at the site of the landmine's explosion, the rest of the remaining troops had naturally fallen under the command of Zhang Dongshu, the young man from before. He ordered the soldiers to clean up the bodies, including every blown-up pieces they could find. With food scarce these days, it would be a waste not to harvest the bodies of all those dead soldiers. He then called the commanding officer and gave him a status report. Captain Zhao was ambushed and killed heroically in battle. However, the commanding officer didn't share the same sentiment. Apparently, Scarface's death was a waste. Anyway, he was to officially take command and find the key. Zhang Dongshu gave a chilling grin, then replied that he understands his task perfectly. So, at the 3rd Brigade temporary command post of the base organization, which formerly used to be a high-rise scenic cafe, the 3rd Brigade's new captain, Zhang Dongshu, was leisurely drinking his cup of tea with no intention of joining his men in the search. And besides, there was a blizzard outside. Zhang Dongshu believes only a fool would go out to work during this period. He then ordered a soldier to inform the rest of the squads to gather, split into 3-man teams, and search carefully. No slacking off. The soldier did as he was told and informed the rest, thinking of how back then, the former captain, Captain Zhao, always shared their hardships. But their new captain only knew how to slack off and enjoy himself. He then silently cursed at Zhang Dongshu, whom, on the other hand, was in thoughts, believing that once the people from the uprising volunteer group run out of food, they'll surely come out to find something to eat and will attack his patrol teams. Then he will be able to find them. He bit into his rice cake and gushed about how delicious it was. Apparently, only a cut above the rest like him can eat this sort of delicacy now. Zhang Dongshu also thinks the uprising volunteer group were probably chewing on snow by now. But unbeknownst to the clueless idiot, this sort of food wouldn't even be considered as a meal, let alone a delicacy. Because back at the hideout of the uprising volunteer group, everyone had had their fill to the point that they were in cloud 9. Some of them had even passed out, while others, like the little artilleryman, kept drinking and eating like there was no tomorrow. This feast was a luxury they never dream of since the global snowstorm started. Now they can even die with no regrets. 3 guys got up and were willing to acknowledge Han Feng as their big brother. Han Feng watched this scene and thought the 3 had no integrity at all. He then whispered to Li Zi, questioning why he gets the feeling that those guys were unreliable. And on top of that, they call everyone Big Brother. Li Zi assured Han Feng not to worry about it. He recruited them just over 10 days ago, so they haven't seen much of the world yet. Anyway, they've all accepted Han Feng as their big brother. So as their big brother, wasn't Han Feng going to show some goodwill? Han Feng stared at Li Zi as if he'd grown a second head, then suddenly pulled out a pack of cigarettes and offered them some. Like watching a magic trick, Brother Chong suddenly appeared behind them as the 4 nearly lost their shit staring at the pack of cigarettes. They each grabbed a stick and lit up immediately. Within minutes, the entire room was filled with smoke as the rest joined in. Yuani and Glasses Girl put on gas masks, then called the place as the den for devils. It seems they lack manners to smoke in front of a kid. Anyhow, Yuani turned in Han Feng's direction, then tells him he'd done everything he asked of him. So now he was going to take his leave. This reminded Han Feng of the real reason why he came there in the first place, which was to deliver supplies to everyone. Now that the supplies had been delivered, he plans on leaving. Li Zi didn't expect Han Feng to be leaving so soon. But Han Feng explains his departure to be mainly due to the fact that he'd also been at odds with the base organization lately. So he needed to hurry back to prevent any more unexpected accidents in the future. Shocked that something of a sort happened, Li Zi, like the lousy blabbermouth he was, loudly blurted out if Han Feng's hillside villa was also found as well. Han Feng had to literally cover his mouth to keep him from slipping up. He'd already told him he didn't want his business out in the open. But from the looks of it, the rest of the group were already lost in their own reverie to notice or care. Han Feng continued in a whisper. After he chased those soldiers off, he found a warehouse nearby, which was full of weapons and equipment. That's why he brought him a few of them. Li Zi gave him a thumbs up. Han Feng was a true friend. But even though they had enough weapons, Li Zi wanted to know if Han Feng could spare him a few more cartons of cigarettes. He plans on using it to trade for the old guys they pawned not long ago. Han Feng had to ask him to repeat what he just said because he couldn't comprehend what he just heard. After Li Zi filled him in on the details, Han Feng, visibly shocked, never thought a place where living people were actually being traded even existed in the city. Evidently, back then, the uprising volunteer group were desperate with nowhere to go. So they had no choice but to pawn their own brothers. Han Feng was then informed that in order to buy back the people they sold, they would have to pay 4 times the original price. He questioned the two if they were sure those people won't just kill the brothers they pawned. Li Zi, who apparently hadn't considered this possibility, vows to incinerate the entire black market with cannons if they dare to kill them. Anyway, as of now, 1 adult male can only be traded for 10 jin of grain, but 1 carton of cigarettes is worth 50 jin of grain. Not only Han Feng, but Yuani and Glasses Girl couldn't believe that human life had become so cheap. But apparently, grain was still considered cheap. The price of vegetables and fruit were even more ridiculous. Li Zi even heard that someone traded 3 fresh tomatoes for 3 beautiful women. Blushing profusely, Han Feng began fantasizing about the idea of undertaking such a trade when he noticed everyone staring at him. He quickly recovers, suddenly serious, commenting on how infuriating and inhumane the entire operation was. But this also proves that the base organization didn't have control of the entire city. Li Zi agrees, pointing out that the base organization uses the subway tunnels to transport troops, so they can only control the areas along the subway lines. Those areas without subways have inconvenient transportation, so they can't manage them. At this point, Han Feng finally understood why Li Zi and his men had been hiding in the old district. There really were no subways there. Li Zi gets up abruptly, then tells them they need to go do the trade since they will rely on those guys to rescue Director Lu later on. But out of nowhere, Li Zi drops to the floor, unconscious. Han Feng wondered what was wrong, but everyone was just as confused as he was. They move Li Zi onto a bed after checking for the cause. Apparently, Li Zi had been injured, and judging by the inflammation of the wound, he must have been injured several days ago. And to avoid holding the group back, Li Zi actually managed to endure it until now. He was truly a tough guy. The rest of the group begged Han Feng to save their leader. But Brother Chang pointed out how no one there had any medical knowledge or experience in dealing with a bullet wound. Han Feng suddenly instructed everyone to leave the room for a bit. He wanted to try something. Initially, the crowd was hesitant, wanting to stay, but Brother Chang wasn't having it and left with everyone, leaving Han Feng, Yuani, and Glasses Girl in the room. Han Feng activated his green glow and placed his hand on the wound. But after 10 minutes of trying to heal Li Zi, he was left disheartened. It seems the healing effect of the green glow only works on himself. Han Feng asked Glasses Girl if she has any medicine in her pocket dimension. When Glasses Girl replied that she didn't, he turned in Yuani's direction and asked of the underground warehouse. Han Feng wanted to know if there was any medicine there. After all, Yuani's older sister, Zhang Ruoqing, was also shot and treated not long ago. Yuani calmly explains that the warehouse was full of weapons, grain, equipment, and fuel. But they never found any medicine. And besides, her sister's wound didn't get infected to require medicine. Time was running out, and if they don't get Li Zi's wound treated soon, he won't last much longer. With the help of his walkie-talkie, Han Feng phoned in at the hillside villa and asked for Nurse Jean. Han Feng explains that Li Zi had been shot, and his wound was badly infected. Did she know how to treat it? After getting over her initial shock of Li Zi being seriously injured, Nurse Jean instructed Han Feng to first remove the bullet, then clean the wound with saline solution. After that, he should disinfect the wound with povidone iodine. And as for fever reducers and antibiotics, Nurse Jin's words trail off as she calmly tells Han Feng how to deal with the infection and what medicines were needed. But in order to find the medicine, Han Feng, together with Brother Chang, decided to go to that underground black market. On the way, Brother Chang couldn't help commenting on how they were practically flying at ground level. As Han Feng instructed Yuani to speed up, the poor kid thought of how he was being used as a transportation tool again. Turning in Brother Chang's direction, Han Feng wanted to know just how much further the black market was. He also asked about the possibility of being spotted by the base organization on the way. Brother Chang replied that the black market was inside a tunnel on the other side of the river, beneath the riverbed itself, and was only a few kilometers away. However, the entrance was dangerous, as ambushes were common at the only access point, so they needed to be careful. And as for the base organization, he wasn't sure. As they approached, Han Feng noticed the several wrecked vehicles and wondered how many people had died trying to reach that place. Brother Chang explained that those who went to the black market usually carried many supplies, which made them easy targets for attacks. But not many people have guns, so with their current gear, they should be fine. Han Feng hoped so. Elsewhere in the city, inside an apartment complex nearby, a family of two was discussing their current lack of resources. Cursing at their predicament, the man, clearly pissed off, held a sniper rifle by their apartment window. Apparently, the two hadn't been lucky for the past couple of days and were running out of food. His partner, a blonde woman, reminded him of when she tried reasoning with him just 5 days ago about the need to be patient. If he had listened back then and waited for their target to trade for supplies at the black market before the ambush, they wouldn't be out of food the next day. She complained that the last target only carried cartons of cigarettes, which was not food. She lamented the possibility of going back to eating human flesh, but the man told her to stop crying because someone was approaching. Looking more closely, he realized they weren't in vehicles, but sitting on top on a wave of snow like surfing on some sort of avalanche. The blonde woman couldn't believe what she just heard, and even wondered if her partner was sleepwalking. Meanwhile, Brother Chang told Han Feng that the black market was just ahead, and that, according to the rules of the place, they would have to continue the rest of the way on foot. Otherwise, they could be mistaken for raiders and killed by the snow sentinels, just like the unfortunate frozen dead bodies all around them. And as a warning, some were even hung on the frozen toll booth to deter anyone from approaching recklessly. Besides Brother Chang, Han Feng and Yuani suddenly dropped to their knees, trying not to vomit but was unsuccessful. There were also several Gatling guns installed on the toll booth as a precaution, so the moment the three got close, the Gatling guns were suddenly aimed in their direction. Brother Chang instructed the two to hang in there a little longer. because just past this toll booth was the black market's territory. Han Feng wiped his mouth clean with his backhand and stared ahead. Across the toll booth was the Cross River Tunnel, which seems to be where the entrance of the underground black market was located. Or so Han Feng thought, because when they made their way there after being allowed in, they found that place had been sealed off by the snow. Han Feng asked how they would enter. Brother Chang suddenly recalled that the entrance was actually on the other side. He pointed to a building nearby, and after passing through 2 checkpoints, they were finally inside the market. Brother Chang warned him not to be shocked by what he was about to see. Han Feng replied that he had already seen everything these past few days, but as soon as he took a couple steps forward, he was startled. The one who greeted them was a robot. After Brother Chang showed his membership card, the robot asked them to wait a moment and to refrain from any kind of violence, warning that otherwise they would immediately open fire. At that moment, Han Feng realized that the place was even more dangerous than he had imagined. The robot then escorted them to an elevator, which surprised Han Feng, as he hadn't expected to find something like that in a black market. As they walked through the corridors, Han Feng remarked, impressed, that the faction must be extremely powerful, since they had electricity, robots, and even a working elevator. The robot guided them to a door and informed them that they should enter. Han Feng began to wonder if the underground black market was really behind that entrance. He imagined it would be a place ruled by cruel criminals, lawless, where people were killed and robbed, like an auction house for illegal goods. However, as soon as he crossed the door, he couldn't hide his shock. He came across several corpses scattered across the floor. The robot once again reiterated the market's rules, emphasizing that any suspicious behavior would be grounds for them to open fire. Han Feng hesitated, uneasy with the environment, but Brother Chang insisted that there was no other choice. The robot then led them to a computer terminal, explaining that all purchase and sale transactions would be carried out there. Alarmed, Han Feng asked if Brother Chang also thought this place was completely insane, but he answered naturally, saying it was something one would get used to. Brother Chang then selected 3 people to rescue: Old Gon, Old One, and Old Shui. The robot informed him that the 3 hostages would cost 4.5 cartons of cigarettes. Concerned about Li Zi's condition, Han Feng took over and purchased the needed medical supplies. After carefully checking through the list, Han Feng was lucky enough to have found all the medical supplies he needed and selected them. The price, however, rose to 17 cartons of cigarettes, which he thought was outrageously expensive. Brother Chang asked Han Feng how they were going to pay since they didn't have enough cigarettes. Han Feng assured him that it was fine. He actually brought something even better for the trade. He handed over 6 cartons of cigarettes, 3 tomatoes which were worth 7 cartons of cigarettes, and a banana which was worth 4 cartons of cigarettes. After completing the payment, the robot asked them to wait for the delivery of the items. Han Feng couldn't stop thinking that they might be robbed and killed right afterward, but Brother Chang assured him that this black market was respectable and always kept its promises. To everyone's relief, the robot returned with all the requested goods, as well as the 3 rescued humans. Excited, Brother Chang said he would finally bring his friends back home. Afterward, the robot addressed Han Feng and confirmed that the 10 video game consoles and 30 photo albums of exotic women had been delivered, asking him to check the order. Surprised, Brother Chang commented that 30 albums was way too excessive. He added that Han Feng needed more self-control. After collecting all the items, they quickly left the place. Han Feng announced that the black market was a hellhole, and he would never return there again. On the way, Brother Chang asked if he could keep 5 of those albums. Han Feng replied that 3 was too much but agreed to give him 2. Soon, the 2 began negotiating when newanime interrupted them. The poor kid, who apparently had no idea what the albums really were, also wanted 2 albums as compensation for all his hard work. However, they scolded him, reprimanding him that children couldn't look at that kind of thing. Before they could continue, out of nowhere, a bullet struck Han Feng in the chest. His eyes widen with realization as he drops to the ground. And the shot fired was from none other than the fucker from earlier, who kept licking his mouth with a sadistic glee. Immediately, a gunfight broke out between Han Feng's allies and the mysterious attacker. Brother Chang screamed and fired back, declaring his intention to avenge his brother no matter what. The guy quickly took cover as numerous bullets riddled through the apartment window he was in. He knew he had to finish off the rest as quickly as possible. Otherwise, it would be a pain if anyone else discovers them. And it might get worse if he's forced to give up this perfect spot for ambush. He moves to the window and opens fire, but he's finding it difficult to locate his target. Brother Chang kept firing back, enunciating how horribly his brother died. Apparently, Han Feng had survived the assassination and instructed Brother Chang to cause a distraction. But listening to his theatrics made him wonder if Brother Chang's acting was a little too dramatic. He slowly made his way to the apartment complex, ducking behind the numerous convenient wrecked vehicles around. He was also extremely careful not to make any noise as he made his way directly below the enemy. Then, using the red glow, Han Feng spared no time covering that entire section of the building with it. And before the idiot could realize what the red glow was, the disintegrating effect had already kicked in. The two didn't understand what was going on as the floor beneath their feet began to give way, plummeting them into the heavy snow below. It also didn't take long for the entire building to follow, crumbling under its uneven weight and creating a massive cloud of white mist on the spot. As it gradually dissipates, the man emerged from the snow, gasping for air like he'd been starved of it. But seeing Han Feng alive and unharmed, the guy nearly lost his shit. He really didn't see that coming. Han Feng teased the poor bastard who couldn't hide his shocked expression. And as he kept screaming that it was impossible, Han Feng explained that he always wore a bulletproof vest whenever he left home as a basic precaution. The man, incredulous for a moment there, couldn't comprehend how it was possible for a normal person to have a bulletproof vest during the apocalypse. This made him wonder if Han Feng was some kind of soldier from the base organization. In a pleading tone, the man then revealed that he was a member of the White Tiger Gang, and had long since pledged their allegiance to the base. He also added that he knew Captain Zhao, and had even participated in the attack against the uprising volunteer group. Without a second thought, Han Feng shot the man in the head. If the idiot was affiliated with the base, then it was another reason why he deserved to die even more. He then spoke loudly, drawing the attention of the blonde woman who was hiding. He had already heard her crying and knew she was nearby. Trembling all over, the woman covered her mouth to muffle her cries even though it was pointless. Initially, she refused to come out from where she was hiding, and it wasn't until an idea struck her did she emerge from behind the rubble. She pleaded for Han Feng not to shoot, then thanked him for saving her life, and explained that that bastard had kept her as a prisoner for days. Anyway, as a form of gratitude, she first offered the backpack full of stolen cigarettes to Han Feng, then herself promising to do anything he asked. She would be his most loyal servant. Han Feng played along, acting all embarrassed and eager, and although her offer was tempting, he also added that where they currently were wasn't a place for such a proposal. But she didn't need to worry because they were not bad people like the bastard he just killed. The moment Han Feng reached out for her hand, the woman quickly pulled a knife from the backpack, and as she launched at Han Feng, she called him a moron. Han Feng, already expecting this, didn't hesitate and pulled the trigger, shooting her several times before she could reach him. As she drops to her knees with widened eyes, she was baffled that Han Feng actually shot a beauty such as herself. Was he even human? Han Feng coldly replied that it was precisely that which made him suspicious. A woman supposedly held captive for several days, yet she had no injuries on her body, her clothes were still intact and clean, and she was even wearing makeup. This was a clear sign of a trap, and he wasn't stupid enough to fall for it. As the woman finally drops dead to the ground, Brother Chong and Yuanyi appeared shortly after. Brother Chong praised Han Feng's composure, admitting that he would have hesitated upon seeing such a beautiful woman. Yuanyi internally called him an idiot, whereas Han Feng replied that he only fired because that woman reminded him of someone from his past. Brother Chong then understood the reason why he had been so resolute. Han Feng was a bit puzzled when he checked the items inside the backpack. He couldn't understand why the two didn't use those cigarettes to trade for food at the black market. Brother Chong explained that it wasn't possible to enter the black market without a membership card. Curious, Han Feng asked how he got his own card, and Brother Chong replied that in order to get one, it was necessary to pay a membership fee of 5 cartons of cigarettes. Han Feng checked the backpack and realized there was only 4. Even so, the moment they returned, they immediately began treating Li Zi's wounds. The next day, Li Zi woke up to everyone's delight, and the 3 rescued people who were ransomed back had also recovered their spirits and seemed stronger than ever. Apparently, they were the earliest members of the uprising volunteer group. Excited, Brother Chong declared that he would appoint Han Feng as the new leader of their uprising volunteer group, but Han Feng immediately refused, stating that he had no intention of taking on that role. He only helped out of respect for Li Zi, nothing more. He wasn't stupid to risk his life for them. 2 days later, with Li Zi completely recovered, Han Feng announced that the injury was no longer a problem and that it was time for him to return back home. Li Zi, moved and with tears in his eyes, begged Han Feng to stay a few more days. He hadn't even been able to repay him for saving his life, yet Han Feng was dead set on leaving. And about saving his life, Li Zi shouldn't have to worry about that. Also, with the way Brother Chong and the others actively trying to convince him to become the leader every day, he's afraid that if he doesn't leave now, he won't be able to later on. Han Feng then promised to send a batch of supplies every month and gave Li Zi a walkie-talkie. He should never lose it. Overjoyed, Li Zi jumped on the bed, declaring that they would finally be able to rescue Director Liu. But Han Feng thought differently. After all, it's been so long, and they don't even know if he's still alive. Since his wounds weren't fully healed, Li Zi quickly curled up in pain for stretching them. From that moment on, with the resources he began receiving from Han Feng, Li Zi officially took over the leadership role of the Uprising Volunteer Group. But that was a story for another time. On the way back, Han Feng assured Yuani that once they get back to his place, he would reward him for all the work he had done for the past few days. He informed him that in his villa there were heaters, a comfortable indoor temperature of 10 degrees, a television, and even a video game that he could play as much as he wanted. Glass's girl, upon hearing this, added that there was also a bathtub and a sauna. Yuani was impressed, daydreaming of the game console and the hot bath he could have. Their cave weren't even as good as Han Feng's villa. But even so, he still preferred where they lived. However, upon arriving home, Han Feng was shocked to find everything frozen. The house was completely overtaken by ice, and he couldn't understand how his villa had ended up that way. His charcoal stove, his generator, and his lovely vegetable garden. He really couldn't comprehend how this could have happened. Since the quality of the heaters were terrible, they were all fried up. And as he thought back on it now, when they left, they presumed they'd be back on the same day, so they didn't turn off the electric heaters when they left the villa. As a result, all the electric heaters were on for days and nights straight. They all overheated and died. Anyway, Han Feng prioritized restoring power above everything else. But when he checked the generator, he was shocked to find out the fuel tank was empty. He remembered there being plenty left. But upon a close-up inspection, Han Feng wondered if the fuel had frozen. However, since there wasn't a problem the last time when he started the generator, he was a bit skeptical. A while later, he realized that seems to be the case. The fuel in the tank were indeed frozen. He needed to thaw the fuel, but in order to do that he needed to raise the indoor temperature, and to raise the indoor temperature he needed electricity and a heater. But in order to generate electricity, he needed to start the generator. The whole damn thing was a vicious cycle with no clear point of where to start. And it wasn't like he could just use a torch to melt the fuel. That option was absurd and didn't seem very reliable. He took out his electric baton, and as he stared at it in one hand and his glowing red hand in the other, Han Feng decided to try using his superpower. He was careful enough to control the energy output, just enough to melt the fuel, and no matter what, he couldn't let the fuel be set on fire. Han Feng placed his electrified glowing red hand on the generator, and sooner had he done that, he felt the temperature rising and the frost melting. However, a mishap followed. An electric current directly made contact with the generator and it triggered a minor explosion. But fortunately enough, this jumpstarted the generator, creating a cloud of smoke in the process. Han Feng coughed repeatedly and covered his eyes. The lights turned back on moments after, and seconds later, Glass's girl and Yuani rushed in. Glass's girl began her usual nonsense when Han Feng shut her up with a clipped tone, questioning what she was babbling about. Seeing Han Feng's disheveled state, the two held in their laughter and replied that it was nothing. Anyway, with the lights back on, Han Feng began to pace back and forth. He had somehow managed to get the power back on for now, but if the electric heaters overheat and break again from being used for too long, the villa will just freeze over again. He needed to think of a foolproof, permanent heating solution. Contemplating on what to do, Han Feng slouched against the generator's cooling water tank, unaware his heavy weather-resisting clothes was immediately being burnt through by the extreme heat. It wasn't until the pain finally hit him did he scream like a pig being skewered alive. A bit annoyed, Han Feng turned, embarrassed. The generator's cooling water tank was so freaking hot that it nearly charred his back. And in that very moment, an idea struck him like a thunderclap. But before Han Feng could proceed any further, Yuani came in and informed Han Feng that he was leaving. Han Feng was delighted upon seeing the little guy. He rushed over and asked Yuani to help him with a small favor. However, Yuani bluntly refused to help without even hearing him out. Han Feng continued regardless, asking if there were steel pipes or anything of a sort back inside the cave. His plan was to use these materials to build a heating system. Yuani still refuses to help even though he had no clue if the cave had the materials Han Feng needed. But Han Feng was insistent, proposing that Yuani just needed to take them there. Then they can simply search for the materials for themselves. Just then, Glass's girl barged in with a walkie-talkie, informing the two that her good-for-nothing little sister had already confirmed that there was a warehouse full of steel pipes in the cave. Excited, Han Feng gave a thumbs up, whereas Zhang Ruoqing on the other end was a bit disheartened that her sister called her a good-for-nothing. Meanwhile, as Yuani whined about how exhausting the entire ordeal would be, Han Feng urged him to toughen up. They needed to hurry because there was no time to waste. Glass's girl interrupted the two, informing them that the time had come to reveal her new power. Activating her superpower, he conjured a small spatial portal in her hand and handed it over to Yuani, who, like Han Feng, couldn't believe what the hell they were staring at. Glasses Girl explained that Yuani can stuff the materials needed inside once he gets back to the cave, and she will take them out on her end. Han Feng was practically screaming when he questioned how Glasses Girl was able to give a spatial portal to another person. But he was stunned yet again when she opened another one. Seriously, how the hell was she doing this? Glasses Girl replied that it wasn't long ago. This new ability was around the time her dimensional space got stuffed till it was completely full. This forced it to evolve. Han Feng stared at his hand with a thoughtful expression. What Glasses Girl just explained made sense. After all, his own superpower was constantly getting stronger. So there's no reason why her own would stay the same. Anyway, with this unexpected convenience, they didn't need to go with Yuani but can simply leave everything in his care. Although the poor kids still hate the workload, he sighed heavily in resignation, knowing full well it was far better than the earlier option. Half an hour later, Yuani had already made his way back to the cave. And with the help of Nurse Jean, they carefully transferred all the steel pipes at their end, one at a time to the other end. Han Feng complimented Glasses Girl. Her new skill was truly convenient. Glasses Girl basically started her usual nonsense, but Han Feng didn't even bother listening to the perfunctory remarks. With the transfer complete, Han Feng dusted his hands and stared at the steel pipes with a smile. First, he turned off the generator to make the modifications easier. Since the generator was water-cooled, Han Feng decided to use the hot water from the tank. Using the purple glow, he first connected the tank's outlet to the steel pipes, extending the hot water from the tank to flow through the pipes to every corner of the villa. After softening and bending the steel pipes, Han Feng used them to make simple radiators. Then, he installed these radiators on the villa walls. When he was done, he went back to the villa's basement and finally used a pump to draw water from downstairs back into the system, reheat it, and circulate it. With this system in place, Han Feng, pleased with himself, turned the generator back on after rechecking everything. And luckily enough, the generator restarted without a hitch. But it didn't take long for Glasses Girl to check the new installed heating system and found them to be lacking. They weren't warm at all. She informed Han Feng, but the fucker just told her not to worry. She just needed to wait a little longer. About half an hour later, the entire villa felt warm just like Han Feng envisioned. He asked Glasses Girl, who gave him a thumbs up. But as the two seamlessly reverted to their old routine, with nothing to do other than eat and sleep, Han Feng couldn't help feeling like he'd forgotten something. Something very important. That's right, the idiot forgot about his vegetable garden in the new basement. It took a while, but after a constant back and forth, Han Feng, with great effort, finally managed to install a heating system for the underground basement. With that settled, his focus shifted to the veggies. He wondered if they could be revived after using his green glow on them. Half an hour later, Han Feng, with a disappointed expression, cursed as he picked up a frozen cabbage. Obviously, the green glow didn't do shit. Either in a small dosage or the opposite, nothing was working at all. He picked up a radish and with a skeptical look, he moved on to the tomatoes because the radish was too small in size. The tomatoes, on the other hand, had already grown in size even though they weren't ripe. It would be a waste to throw them away now, so Han Feng decided to taste it first. However, the taste was so sour that it left a bitter taste in his mouth. Han Feng spat it out and left the basement. His shoulders slumped in defeat. He decided to just plant them again later on. Back upstairs, he informed Glasses Girl that the vegetables underground were all dead, then asked for some new seeds. But besides veggies, Glasses Girl suggested they also add fruits like strawberries. Han Feng didn't mind, but this greedy Four Eyes also wanted a steak. And from the looks of it, she seemed pretty eager to eat a steak or strawberries. Han Feng was a bit puzzled since Glasses Girl initially said the strawberries was an offering for the evil king's true eye. How did it turn into what she wants to eat? It was in this very moment that Han Feng remembered his ability to combine meat and some soybean seeds, together with the green light and the red light to enlarge a meat. Apparently, the idiot had forgotten he had this enhancement ability. He quickly made his way back with this new strategy. Han Feng picked up a cabbage heart and some soybean seeds. He figured that if he combined the soybean seeds and the cabbage heart, he might be able to turn it into a big head of cabbage. As of now, Han Feng's energy perception was more sensitive than before. So as long as he's patient and finds the right rhythm of the energy fluctuations, he can succeed. But he soon got a reality check because all his attempts failed spectacularly. Instead of an enlarged cabbage heart, he got some sort of dark stones. But this was expected, and Han Feng was very much aware that it wouldn't be as simple as he thought. If the soybean seeds and cabbage heart didn't work, he would try with a cabbage leaf or head. But unsurprisingly, they both failed, leaving Han Feng a bit annoyed. Since the cabbage leaf and head didn't work out, he decided to try his luck with the tomato. Closing his eyes, he grabbed some soybeans and started the process, trying to feel the energy fluctuations and the rhythm. When he slowly opened them, he was amazed to find out that it had gotten bigger. And although he was a bit puzzled that the color was still green, he chose to take a bite first. Maybe the flavor had improved, but nope. If anything, it was now even sour and bitter than before. Afterwards, he was lucky enough to also succeed in this fusion process when he tried the radish. Han Feng was pleased with this success, and fortunately enough, the large radish actually tasted pretty normal. Han Feng deduced that the tomato wasn't ripe, hence why it was so sour and bitter even after the enlargement. But the small radish that hasn't fully grown still tasted the same as a normal one. In other words, just like with meat, when fruits get bigger, they only retain their original flavor. So as long as they can grow ripe strawberries and then make them bigger, they will be able to eat their fill. Han Feng agreed with Glass's girl, who suddenly appeared out of nowhere, finishing his train of thoughts. Freaking out, he nearly lost his shit. He questioned when she got there. Glass's girl, with her usual nonchalant tone, replied that it was the very moment when Han Feng made that giant tomato. Anyway, Glass's girl showed him her walkie-talkie and continued. She informed Han Feng that Nurse Zhan was already on her way back, so they didn't need to go pick her up. Since the journey back to the hillside villa was dangerous and arduous, Han Feng was a little worried about her safety. But Glass's girl's next words shut him up real quick. Apparently, Nurse Zhan had found a pet. Han Feng was a bit dumbfounded, still trying to wrap his head around what he just heard. In this god-awful weather, how the hell did that woman manage to find a pet? It didn't take long for Nurse Zhan and her supposed pet to arrive at the villa. But when the so-called pet came to view, it was a freaking polar bear. Han Feng pointed at the bruised white creature and began to stutter. He couldn't help freaking out seeing a polar bear. And on top of that, it was behaving so meekly and compliant. Glass's girl, on the other hand, was a bit excited seeing the polar bear. She even thought of it as Nurse Zhan's mount. Nurse Zhan hugged the polar bear, who was obviously trembling with fear, and explained that it must have escaped from a zoo. And since it was very cute and obedient, she decided to keep it as a pet. Also, judging by how skinny it's gotten from hunger, she was sure it hadn't eaten in months. Nurse Zhan then insisted they help the poor creature out. But Han Feng wasn't having it. Did this woman seriously think a freaking polar bear could become a cute and obedient pet? What the hell did she go through to believe such delusion? Hearing this, Nurse Zhan had to explain in detail. After she left the cave, she simply planned on jogging all the way home. But on the way, the little guy suddenly passed by her, freaking her out. So she threw a punch out of instinct and accidentally injured it. And as an apology, she brought it back to treat its wounds. Han Feng stared at the frightened polar bear with a condescending smile. He now understood why the poor fucker has wounds on its face and has been frightened into its current pathetic state. However, it seems that Nurse Zhan, oblivious as always, had once again misread the entire encounter. Anyway, they adopted the polar bear. The poor creature was moved to tears when he was served with actual meat for the first time since the apocalypse. Maybe because there was plenty of food, the polar bear got familiar with them after a few days. And on the plus side, Han Feng gotta say, a bear-pulled sled was really fast, so they now had a convenient means of transportation. And since the bear was carnivores, it only needed to eat Han Feng's synthesized meat and not his precious vegetables, which was pretty much more cost-effective. Anyway, after the two returned from the ride, Han Feng, amazed, expressed his excitement about how awesome the entire experience was, whereas the poor creature slouched on the floor and whimpered. But the moment she saw Nurse Zhan rushing towards him, he quickly hid behind Han Feng. Nurse Zhan was a bit puzzled by this. After all, she was the one who brought him to the villa, so why was he so afraid of her? Han Feng thought the answer was obvious. Her strength was simply terrifying for an average human. Anyways, a few more days passed, and the strawberries Han Feng planted was finally ripe. But the shocking part was the huge ones the size of a massive pumpkin, similar to the huge cabbage not long ago. Han Feng grabbed one, smelled in the delicious aroma with sheer delight. Then, together with Nurse Zhan, the two dig in almost immediately. On the other hand, Glass's girl opened her spatial portal and transferred 3 massive strawberries to her sister. Upon seeing the massive fruits, the 3 couldn't hide their shock at the other end. Zhang Ruoqing asked her sister on the other end of her walkie-talkie if the strawberries were really edible. After receiving a confirmation, the 3 devoured everything in less than no time. Thanking her sister, she added that they were indeed delicious. The 3 were incredibly full as they sprawled lazily in their bunk beds. Zishi was so full that she didn't even want to eat strawberries again. Suddenly, a massive explosion occurred nearby within the cave, and this shook the entire place that Zixi even fell off her bed. She wondered what that sound was. Zhang Ruoqing, using her ability, checked and answered that it was an ability user. Elsewhere within the cave, 2 glowing eyes came to view. Then our familiar hulky simpleton made his appearance in a dramatic fashion. Finally, he'd reached his destination. In a torrent, several soldiers rushed in from behind, securing the immediate corridor from their position, then patiently stationed themselves for their captain. It didn't take long for Zhang Dongshu to walk in with his usual arrogant expression highlighting his annoying face. And beside him was his co-captain for the operation. After a brief aura farming from the two, Zhang Dongshu ordered the reserve team to search every inch of the cave. And under no circumstance were they allowed to let a single person escape. He also promised to make them official members, each with a woman for their pleasure when the entire operation was said and done. Immediately upon hearing this, these crazed cannon fodders, with hollow eyes and creepy expressions, dashed out as if injected with chicken blood. Zhang Dongshu just watched the crazed fools disappeared with a smug look. The layout of the underground warehouse was pretty complex, and their enemies were 3 dangerous superhumans. So in order to avoid walking into an ambush, the cannon fodders were perfect for scouting ahead. However, in that moment, the female co-captain, a short-haired woman, reminded him that he didn't have the authority to grant the reserve team such rewards. But Zhang Dongshu simply replied that only the living needed rewards, not the dead. He then suggested they split up just as planned, and the short-haired co-captain gave her tacit approval. Zhang Dongshu gathered his men, but before leaving, he informed old Zhan, the hulky simpleton who was currently torn between the 2 captains, to follow along. He was his captain, not hers. Old Zhan, with the mind of a child, quickly followed Zhang Dongshu's team as the female co-captain watched with gritted teeth. She scoffed and ordered the remaining soldiers to hold their positions at the tunnel entrance, in case their enemy tries any sneak attack to cut off their retreat. Back to Zhang Dongshu, he ordered his men to slow down when he caught up with some of the reserve scouts. Although the complex layer of the cave was so vast, it didn't mean they had to take the risk in scouting like those creepy idiots. However, unbeknownst to Zhang Dongshu, Zhang Ruoqing was keeping tabs on him and old Zhan's every move with her superpower. She also briefed the 2 kids of their situation. There were 2 superhumans located in the deepest part of the cave, and they were currently approaching them as she speaks. Zixi wanted to know just how those soldiers suddenly popped out of nowhere within the underground warehouse. Zhang Ruoqing never thought someone would attack from deep within the cave, so she only let Zixi set up traps near the surface entrance. She also thought of how Yuani's superpower was completely useless in a cave with no snow. And on her own, she was afraid she won't be able to handle 2 superhumans, let alone a group of soldiers they might have with them. She contacted Han Feng and the others over the walkie-talkie and gave them a status report, recounting everything she knew. The 2 superhumans who suddenly appeared deep within the underground warehouse, how unprepared they currently were, and the only logical move she could think of was their strategic retreat. But the moment she was done relaying everything over, Han Feng fired about 3 questions in rapid succession. He wanted to know who the 2 superhumans were, if they were from the base organization, and if they had any soldiers with them. Zhang Ruoqing replied honestly that she hadn't seen any of them yet. But one of the 2 superhumans was huge, like huge, far larger than an average person. Han Feng immediately thought of old Zhan and wondered if it was him. After all, the description matched that hulky simpleton perfectly. Anyway, to her sister, Zhang Ruoqing informed her not to worry about her. She was confident they could escape, and once they do, she would contact her from a safe location. She then said her goodbye and cut the connection very abruptly. The 3 didn't even get another word in to offer any assistance. Han Feng felt that something was seriously wrong with this situation as he thought things over. If Zhang Ruoqing and the 2 kids escape, the weapons and ammunitions in the underground warehouse would directly fall into the hands of the soldiers from the base organization. Then Li Zi and the rest of the uprising volunteer group in the city would be in serious danger. And besides, his position wasn't far from the cave either. If the base organization take over the cave, they would likely discover his existence in the future. And once his location was exposed, they would definitely come and attack him then. Han Feng decided to get those supplies back, and if that possibility becomes impossible, he would just destroy everything in there. So, with an abrupt enthusiasm, Han Feng suddenly declared his decision to not abandon Glasses Girl's sister in her time of need. She was an ally and his friend's sister after all. But Glasses Girl informed him that it was fine. With her sister and the 2 kids' abilities, it would be easy for them to escape if they run into danger. Han Feng was baffled that Glasses Girl wasn't worried at all, but his sudden reaction was very strange. So Glass's girl wanted to know why he cared so much about her little sister. Then, like a light bulb went off in her head. Glass's girl thought of an obvious possibility and informed Han Feng that she approves the union. However, from now on, he must address her as Big Sister. Han Feng was genuinely clueless about what Glass's girl meant this time around, and he wondered if this loli had finally reached the point he couldn't understand. Nurse Jean was also clueless and wanted to know what the two were talking about just now because she didn't understand shit. Glass's girl leaned in and whispered to Nurse Jean that Han Feng's strange reaction was because he likes her sister and wants to be the hero who saves the damsel in distress. Nurse Jean, with her overly credulous attitude, nodded in understanding. Anyway, it didn't take long for Han Feng and Nurse Jean to head out after gearing up, and with the help of Dubai, the polar bear, the journey to the underground warehouse was a light breeze as they streak across the snow. Although Han Feng previously intended to go alone, Nurse Jean insisted in tagging along. She reminded Han Feng of all the time he'd help her out, so it's only right she returns the favor. But even after all this, Han Feng tried to downplay his actions, still insisting that Nurse Jean didn't have to. But Nurse Jean replied he needn't need to be polite. Back inside the cave, Zhang Ruoqing and the two kids made their escape, maneuvering their way from one narrow corridor to the next. But the moment they got to the main corridor leading to the cave's entrance, they encountered 3 members of the reserve team. Fortunately, they were behind, not ahead. However, these fools, upon seeing a woman, suddenly lost all rationale and any sense of self-preservation. They charged at them, wanting to capture Zhang Ruoqing alive. But in that split second, Zixi made an abrupt stop, turned sharply with the wheelchair and Yuanyi in tow. Zhang Ruoqing opened fire the moment she got a clear shot, riddling the malnourished bodies of the 3 with bullets. Meanwhile, nearby, Zhang Dongshu heard the gunshots and ordered his soldiers to proceed with extreme caution. But the rest of the reserve team, on the other hand, like their dead teammates, rushed over like a moth to a flame. But upon seeing their numeric advantage, Zhang Ruoqing activated her superpower and instructed the kids to grab the handles of the wheelchair tightly. Zixi was quick to catch on, but before she could ask, her big sister confirmed her hunch and released an extremely massive energy wave that rocketed them through the long corridor like a bullet train. But the amazing part was Zhang Ruoqing's mastery over her abilities, because she didn't just blast the energy wave at the reserve team in one direction, but all 4 routes. The ones unfortunate to be blasted in Old Jean's direction were squashed away like pesky flies. This hulky simpleton intended on getting all the credit in killing the enemy. Meanwhile, as the recoil from the energy blast rocketed Zhang Ruoqing and the 2 kids straight to the entrance of the cave, Old Jean appeared almost immediately after, shocking the 2 girls. Yuanyi, on the other hand, was rather concerned with the tumbled rocks blocking the entrance. When he alerted the 2, Zhang Ruoqing immediately encased them in an energy bubble and shot them straight out of the cave. In the air, she instructed Zixi to blow up what's left of the cave entrance. Zixi stretched out her hand and activated her power, triggering the already made explosive rocks at the entrance as Old Jean tried climbing over. The explosion was thunderous and massive, sealing the cave with more snow and rocks. Meanwhile, nearby, Han Feng and Nurse Jean saw the explosion and wondered what could have caused it. He used his superpower to scan ahead and noticed that the 3 had successfully escaped from the cave. Back at the cave's entrance, Zhang Ruoqing, Yuanyi, and Zixi crash-landed even with the energy bubble cushioning their fall. The wheelchair suddenly hit a huge rock and threw off the 3 hanging on. But just when they thought it was all over, Old Jean burst out from the wreckage like a caged beast, declaring his intention to kill the 3 for daring to blow him up. Zhang Ruoqing, like Yuanyi and Zixi, were utterly stunned, and to their horror, Old Jean had already made his way to their side in an instant, his huge hands raised with the desire to crush them into meat paste. But the very moment he swung them down, a round of ammunition was fired in his direction, then another and another in rapid succession. Old Jean was forced to halt his assault midair and shield himself. Han Feng teased the big guy whereas Nurse Jean kept the relentless barrage of bullets aimed at him. With Old Jean preoccupied, they made their way to the 3 and urged them to quickly get in. Recalling Han Feng, Old Jean was completely overwhelmed with rage and didn't even see Nurse Jean launching at him with her Gatling gun. She smashed the massive weapon straight into the big guy's face, stunning Yuanyi and Zixi. The 2 were amazed and so engrossed with the scene that Nurse Jean had to personally grab them along before they were left behind. But as the group made their quick exit, Old Jean, bleeding from his left cheek, vowed to not let them escape. Han Feng was amazed that the big guy didn't even pass out by that devastation punch. He instructed Yuanyi to use the snowdrift on the side to create an avalanche to stop the big guy. Yuanyi immediately placed a hand in the snowdrift created by the polar bear, and soon enough, an avalanche was created, heading in old Zhan's direction. However, upon seeing this, old Zhan was unbothered. He stated that it was only a bit of snow, and the group should just watch him smash it with a single punch. But to his shock, a tiny blue flame suddenly was past him from behind, incinerating the entire avalanche into a massive cloud of mist. The aftermath was so thick that by the time it cleared out, the group were far away. Old Zhan immediately started throwing a fit and wanted to give chase. But Zhang Dongshu told him not to. They've got other pressing matters to take care of, so driving the group off was more than enough. Since the group was no longer being chased and Dabai was exhausted, they took a brief refuge in one of the dam's dilapidated mini-watchtowers. Inside, Zishi praised Nurse Zhan for her awestruck clash against old Zhan. Han Feng interrupted the two, then instructed Nurse Zhan to take the three back to the hillside villa, while he, on the other hand, cover the rear and erase their trace. His plan was to unleash another wave of assault if the base organization tried to follow. Yuani, Jiang Ruoqing, and Zishi all felt a chill run down their spine after Han Feng's declaration. In their eyes, the guy was just ruthless. Han Feng watched their departing figure with a renewed sense of focus. After all, his plan was far more than what he revealed, and it didn't take long for him to make his way back to the cave's hideout. Using his binoculars, Han Feng checked the cave's entrance and was a bit puzzled that it lacks in security. But after briefly thinking things over, he deduced the reason being that the entrance had been completely sealed off. And speaking of security, even if he were to run into any soldiers right now, they're not much of a threat as long as he reinforces his clothes. However, the real threats were the big guy and the other superhuman. But since they were in the deepest part of the cave at the moment, he probably won't run into them. At the entrance, Han Feng used his purple glow to create a path within the rocks. But halfway in, the path became narrower and smaller. Han Feng made it work even though it became a tight squeeze in the end. He wriggled his way little by little until he eventually made it to the other end. And to his luck, there was no one there either. He got up, checked his surroundings as he cautiously pressed forward. But after a while, he couldn't help feeling that something was off. He hadn't encountered or heard anyone inside, which was a bit weird. After all, the base didn't go through all that trouble in taking over this underground warehouse without already sending people to move the supplies. Whatever, Han Feng decided not to think much about it since his goal was to destroy all the supplies anyway. Han Feng approached the area where he believed was the armories section, but was puzzled to find nothing there. And strangely enough, he also heard a sudden commotion from a path to his left. Obviously, this path led to the new entrance old Zhan created. But the shocking aspect of the sudden commotion was an internal conflict between the two captains. Zhang Dongshu and his men had initiated the ambush and killed 4 of his co-captain's men. The rest, including the female captain, hid behind the huge rocks at the entrance. And at the moment, they were in a stalemate. The female captain questioned why Zhang Dongshu dared betray the base organization. Han Feng, who was hiding nearby, heard this and thought of how it was no wonder no one was moving supplies. Turns out they were fighting amongst themselves. Anyway, Zhang Dongshu, calm and composed, advised his co-captain to know when to yield. As long as she was willing to surrender, he won't treat her poorly. The female captain reminded Zhang Dongshu of his recent promotion, which was granted by the very commander he dares to betray. How can he face the commander now? Zhang Dongshu sneered distastefully upon hearing this. After all, that bastard commander treated all the superhumans like tools. He had never seen them as people. And evidently, the side effect crystals on the bodies of Zhang Dongshu and old Zhan had grew at an alarming rate. So following the commander will only get them killed faster. The female captain was silent for a moment, mulling over what Zhang Dongshu just said. Then, recalling her earlier exchange with the commander before this mission, she realized something she didn't want to admit to herself. Apparently, the commander wanted to know why the supply depot hadn't been taken back after all this while. He gave a deadline and ordered her to push old Zhan harder. The digging of the underground tunnel must be completed within 10 days. Upon hearing such an outrageous demand, she tried reasoning with the commander, reminding him that old Zhan's brain had already started to crystallize, so he needed rest. But the commander simply told her that the only thing he cared and wanted was the supplies in the depot. It was clearly evident then that the commander really didn't care if they live or die anymore. Zhang Dongshu informed her that right now, the only superhuman at the base headquarters were the commander and that useless glow stick. Plus, supplies and ammunition were really scarce. So with him and old Zhan's abilities, together with this supply depot, why should they still listen to that heartless bastard? Also, since she had failed her mission, even if she was to go back crawling, the commander won't let her off the hook. And to her men, Zhang Dongshu questioned them how long it has been since they've had a decent meal of rice. That's right, he continued, promising to give them all the rice, flour, and oil they would need if they stick with him. They just need to go take out that bastard commander together. Then they can each split the base's supplies. The two remaining soldiers look at each other and gave a tacit nod. Then, turning in their captain's direction, they reasoned with her. Obviously, they agreed with Zhang Dongshu. The female captain sighed heavily and nodded. She got up, and with her hands raised, she stated that she was in. But before anything else, they had to treat the injuries of her men. Han Feng was incredulous, believing the two sides made up way too fast. He wanted them to just keep fighting. But since that's no longer the case, then going back to attack the commander at the base wasn't a bad thing either. However, if they get their hands on the supplies in this underground warehouse, they would be a huge threat to him in the future. Han Feng was finally resolved in his decision and decided to just destroy all the weapons and ammunition, then get out of there as quietly as possible. 10 minutes later in the armory section, an explosive was first attached to the artillery shell storage room, then the next which was filled with an array of stacked military boxes. Han Feng attached an explosive in each and every storage room he found with silent efficiency. With everything set, Han Feng planned on detonating them the moment he was out of the cave. Just thinking of the 1,000 barrels of fuel and countless artillery shells exploding at once, he couldn't even imagine how powerful the explosion would be. As he walks through the cell block area, he remembered passing through this section earlier to the tunnel exit after making 2 more turns. Unexpectedly, he encountered Glass's man whom he had forgotten was still locked up in there. The moment the two locked eyes with each other, Glass's man, upon seeing Han Feng sneaking over with a gun, thought he was there for him. He screamed for help, and the next moment he was riddled with bullets. Glass's man finally dropped dead after all these chapters. But his parting gift obviously blew Han Feng's cover because everyone in the underground warehouse heard the multiple gunshots. Han Feng raced towards the cave's entrance, cursing Glass's man relentlessly. At this moment, he regretted not killing that bastard ages ago. Using the technique in sensing the fluctuation in superhumans, Han Feng noticed that old Zhan and Zhang Dongshu were right behind him. Zhang Dongshu ordered his first squad to follow the map and take the shortcut to block the tunnel exit. On the other hand, Han Feng, in the lead despite the shortcut, only had to make just one more turn ahead, then he would be at the tunnel exit. But the moment he was finally out and close to the exit, the first squad also made their entrance from behind. And upon seeing him, they immediately opened fire. Han Feng, curious as to how the soldiers were already a few distance behind him, simultaneously used his purple and green glow to reinforce his clothes. The soldiers were baffled that the bullets were ineffective against their opponent. They even momentarily forgot to take cover because their bodies were soon riddled with bullets. Han Feng didn't stop until they dropped to the ground. He was a bit relieved to have reacted fast enough, otherwise, he would have been the dead one by now. He quickly made his way to the tunnel exit, but before leaving, he set the timer for the explosives to 2 minutes, figuring it was more than enough time for him. He activated his purple glow and immediately began excavating his way through the rocks. With half of his body already inside his narrowly created tunnel, he thought of how it was such a waste for so many supplies to be gone up in smoke within 2 minutes. Unexpectedly, old Zhan showed up in that very moment, and upon seeing the familiar purple glow, he knew almost immediately that it was Han Feng. And given how elusive and condescending Han Feng had been towards him, old Zhan planned on killing Han Feng this time around no matter the cost. He smashed the concrete floor with all his strength, shattering the entire ground. And the massive shockwave from the earth-shattering smash caused the already unstable exit yet another cave-in. Han Feng was forced to retreat, narrowly avoiding being crushed to death. He tumbled over, thinking of how close of a call that was. He got up, cursing his rotten luck to have run into the worst possible scenario he could think of, encountering the big brute again. He also remembered that time was running out, so if he's unable to quickly take old Zhan down, he would be caught up in the explosion as well. Han Feng opened fire, but the big guy erected a massive wall to counter. And as the bullets ricochet off the erected wall, he didn't relent. He knew the only thing keeping that brute away was his relentless discharge of bullets. However, it seems he had miscalculated how much the big guy wants him dead because he suddenly bulldozed his way behind the wall and charged forward like an enraged beast. Bullets be damned. Upon seeing this, Han Feng immediately reinforced his clothes with his superpower and directly blocked a devastating punch, spurting a mouth full of blood in the process.